Chapter 67. The Wrath of Svetlana. The magical power unleashed by Svetlana in her fury manifested as an invisible giant hand, firmly gripping Harry and Ron, lifting them off the ground and suspending them in midair. Lana had never experienced such humiliation. As she gazed upon Harry and Ron, who were struggling helplessly in the air, the fire of her indignation blazed ever higher. She even drew forth her seldom-used wand. Its resonance with Lana's magic unleashed a biting, frosty white mist. The mist swirled and spread as if it were alive, swiftly blanketing everything in a delicate layer of white frost as the temperature plummeted. Harry and Ron trembled in the air, their bodies freezing, lips turning a shade of purple, and teeth chattering. Ice crystals began to form on their school robes, while their hair and eyebrows became encrusted with frost. Their eyes were filled with terror. The frost crystallized into glistening ice shards, cascading down to the ground and accumulating into small patches of frost flowers. Draco, observing from the side, felt a chill run down his spine, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He too was filled with rage, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the foolish Potter and Weasley, wishing nothing more than for them to vanish immediately, preferably choked into unconsciousness by Svetlana's magic and tossed into some unreachable corner of oblivion. Yet before he could fully indulge his anger, he witnessed Svetlana take action. Draco straightened his back, standing at attention like a soldier under inspection, breathing lightly in an effort to diminish his presence. Merlin, at this moment, it was evident that Svetlana was not herself. She had been thoroughly provoked, and her long-maintained composure and pride had been utterly shattered by a series of unexpected affronts. Draco had never seen her so unhinged. Though she remained stunningly beautiful, her imposing presence left him weak at the knees. He had no doubt that even a bewildered, innocent dog passing by would be frozen in place by her invisible aura, only to be mercilessly slapped with a magical backhand. Draco instinctively took a step back, ensuring he was entirely out of her line of sight. Malfoy was never one to cower. This was merely a matter of prudence. In this tense and suffocating moment, a chilling sound of scraping echoed from the depths of the dark passage ahead, sending shivers down their spines. This sound shattered the silence, snapping Lana back to her senses amidst her fury. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware that the fragment of a soul was present, and it was alarmingly active. It seemed that no matter how she tried to evade it, she could not escape the clutches of fate. She had intended to remain uninvolved, yet found herself violently thrust into the very vortex of the unknown. Escape was no longer an option, and retreat would be a disgrace. Lana swiftly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Honest was outside, and with her abilities, it was only a matter of time before she found this place. However, the eerie tunnel was rife with uncertainty, and waiting for rescue would be akin to sitting idly by while awaiting death. This was certainly not the way of the Romanov family. Lana's gaze coldly swept over Harry and Ron, who were on the verge of freezing midair. There would be time for reckoning later. For now, dealing with that accursed fragment of a soul was of paramount importance. With a disdainful snort, she flicked her wrist. Bang! Bang! The magic suddenly released, causing Harry and Ron to crash down unceremoniously onto the hard, cold ground. Lana reigned in her terrifying magic, yet her golden eyes remained icy, devoid of warmth. Since there was no escaping this fate, and since destiny insisted on dragging her into this murky quagmire, she would face it with fortitude. She was determined to witness firsthand what other phantoms and specters lay hidden within the legendary Chamber of Secrets, said to be left by Salazar Slytherin, concealing the basilisk. Who was this audacious rogue that dared to desecrate the sacred and only lurked in the shadows? She pointed her wand, still emanating wisps of white chill, unceremoniously directing it towards the depths of the passage. You two, lead the way. This was not a suggestion, nor a request. It was an unequivocal command. Harry and Ron, still shaken, felt as if their bones were disassembled. They lifted their heads to meet Lana's gaze, which seemed capable of freezing souls, and felt their last ounce of protest freeze in their throats. They nodded in a defeatist manner. What other option did they have? To resist? Was the lesson they had just learned not painful enough? This lady aristocrat, why did she have to be of such a temperament? Harry rubbed his arms, casting a sympathetic glance at Malfoy. Look at how he had stood there, rigid and breathless. The proficiency, the will to survive, it was evident that this was the result of extensive training. It must be quite a burden to be in the company of this princess regularly. Truly, Malfoy embodies the ability to endure and adapt. Harry and Ron supported each other as they trembled and rose unsteadily from the ground. It must be said that their resilience is commendable. Although their bodies ached intensely, it was not entirely unbearable. It is a stroke of fortune that the Grand Duchess did not unleash her full wrath upon them. That painting, that enigmatic place, and the previous entanglements and offenses against the Grand Duchess, they were indeed at fault. However, for Hermione's sake, they could endure. As long as they could rescue Hermione, any cost would be acceptable. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, each perceiving the same resolve reflected in the other's eyes. They turned around and tentatively took a few steps forward. Yet, the tunnel was shrouded in darkness, rendering them unable to see anything. Harry whispered, "Lumos." The tip of the wand erupted with a faint glow, illuminating a small area before them. The two proceeded cautiously, squinting their eyes as they advanced, fearful of encountering any terrifying sights. With utmost caution, each step was measured, the toes of their feet probing the ground first to ensure safety before lowering their heels. Lana exhaled deeply, calming her tumultuous emotions. She regained her usual elegance and composure. That painting is problematic. This is no mere accident. It is a deliberate act. Her instincts cannot be mistaken. There's a magical mark affixed to that painting, which would be triggered under specific conditions. The conditions for triggering this mark could very well be her or Potter. Lana recalled the recent surge of magical energy. Her power resonated with Potter's, creating a certain symphony that activated the concealed teleportation magic within the painting. Someone in this castle intends to do something to her. To be precise, someone seeks to transport her here. Lana remembered the notion of substitution. If all of this is the work of that fragment of a soul, if it has sensed her presence, if it wishes to exploit her. Lana narrowed her eyes, a dangerous gleam flickering in her golden irises. There would certainly be a reckoning. Its complete annihilation would serve as restitution for the affront it has caused her today. Just then, a hand gently rested upon her shoulder. Lana turned to meet Draco's concerned, gray-blue gaze. Malfoy always possessed an uncanny intuition, knowing precisely when to remain hidden and when to reveal himself. Draco approached with remarkable tact. He said nothing, merely raised his wand and began to cast a spell. Scourgify. A series of cleaning charms cascaded upon Lana, swiftly eradicating the dust, stains, and the mysterious goo she had acquired from her fall. The once dull, silver-gray travel cloak regained its former luster. Although the tattered edges remained, it no longer appeared disheveled. Draco then tenderly cradled her injured finger and raised his wand. Episki. Lana's previously bleeding finger healed rapidly. Draco tilted his chin slightly and flicked his wand. The core of my wand is made from unicorn hair, which excels in healing magic. Lana regarded her now pristine hand, then glanced at Draco, who wore a triumphant expression, her mood considerably lifted. She raised her hand, golden magic brushing against Draco. He was pleasantly surprised to feel warmth envelop him, and the pain in his injuries dissipated. He smiled, his grin radiating brightly in the dim light. Draco took Lana's hand and gently placed a kiss upon her knuckles, then mischievously winked and whispered, "And there's this." He softly uttered a spell, directing his wand toward Lana's hair. Those disheveled strands of light golden hair were gently lifted by the charm, each lock being meticulously arranged. Draco's expression became focused, his gray-blue eyes intently fixed on the strands as his wand moved delicately. 1 lock, 2 locks, 3 locks. Her hair was divided into several sections and began to intertwine. His movements were swift, and before long, he crafted a remarkably exquisite updo. The layers were distinct, the curves graceful, with each lock resting precisely where it belonged. Yet, the transformation was not complete. Draco switched the wand to his left hand while retrieving a beautifully crafted small pouch from the inner pocket of his robe with his right hand. He opened the pouch and carefully extracted a pearl hairnet. This hairnet was intricately woven from fine silver strands, adorned with dozens of uniformly sized pearls, each one smooth and lustrous, exuding a gentle sheen. In the dim light, Those pearls emitted a soft glow reminiscent of moonlight. Draco delicately placed the hairnet atop Lana's updo, adjusting its position to ensure a flawless fit that would neither slip nor be overly tight. Stepping back, he surveyed his work and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he is remarkable. A resounding success. It was worth the times he covertly sought Daphne's guidance and spent his pocket money on a wig to practice in secret for so long. He knew that one day it would come in handy. Lana was completely uplifted, running her fingers through her hair as she beamed at Draco. "When did you learn this?" Draco bashfully mumbled. "My father always said that opportunity favors the prepared." Lana laughed even more joyfully, playfully tousling Draco's slightly disheveled hair. Seizing the moment, he grasped her wrist gently and placed a soft kiss on the inside. Harry and Ron, up ahead, turned around with expressions devoid of emotion, observing the two who were brazenly flirting in disregard of their surroundings. Harry, still wielding his wand, felt as if he were radiating light, akin to, like a personal lamp for the Grand Duchess. A human-moving source of illumination. A beacon of light. "Must it be now?" Ron crossed his arms, gazing at them with an unmistakably direct tone. "If you two continue to indulge in your affections, we might as well prepare to collect Hermione's remains. Wait, what is the matter with this lady? Are women truly this capricious? Just moments ago, he nearly thought he was destined to meet Merlin." Lana cleared her throat, adopting a serious expression as she faced Harry and Ron. "Let us proceed." With a resigned acceptance, Harry and Ron continued forward, while Lana followed closely behind, her steps steady. Draco rolled his eyes at the pair, hastening to catch up, and whispered to Lana, "Darling, the way you just dealt with them was simply magnificent. You should have given them a bit more of a lesson. Let them learn who not to provoke." Lana refrained from responding, but the corners of her mouth lifted, clearly in good spirits. The group advanced through the dimly lit passageway, where dampness permeated the air, and the only sound was the soft patter of their footsteps. The corridor was thick with a pungent odor of blood and dust, and the unsettling crunch of tiny bones being crushed underfoot sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, from the shadows beside them emerged a colossal, astonishing object. It was a serpent's shed skin, sprawled against the wall of the passage. The skin was adorned with diamond-shaped scales the size of basins, its length coiling into the darkness beyond sight. Harry and Ron gasped in horror, instinctively taking a step back, their faces drained of color. Ron trembled as he pointed at the serpent's skin, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a dreadful association with Hermione, but overwhelming fear choked his voice. Lana halted in her tracks, her eyes glinting with interest. She gestured for Draco to concentrate the light of his wand on the shed skin, and he promptly complied. Lana stepped closer, meticulously examining the integrity of the skin and the clarity of the scale imprints. Draco leaned in as well, scrutinizing it carefully and even reaching out to touch it, confirming its quality. The Malfoy family's keen sense for rare magical materials alerted him to the fact that this specimen was undoubtedly of great value. He mentally assessed the medicinal potential of the enormous shed skin. At this size, it was a remarkable find. Such an immense and intact serpent skin could be utilized to concoct the most exquisite potions, enhance certain dark magical defenses, or even be fashioned into shields or armor. Draco's eyes sparkled, brimming with an evaluative gleam of a merchant appraising a treasure. After a moment, Lana nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "The quality is acceptable. I will claim this for myself when discussing the compensation with Dumbledore regarding this incident." Harry and Ron stood by, utterly flabbergasted. Is this really the time? Our lives hang by a thread. There are monsters ahead. A millennium-old basilisk. A terrifying creature that may have already claimed Hermione's life. Our lives are at stake. And she is contemplating plundering the spoils and haggling over them. Moreover, she even used the term compensation plan. Does she intend to treat this mishap as an opportunity to extort Hogwarts? What sort of operation is this? Draco nodded emphatically, indeed. We must ensure it is entirely intact. If this skin is cut or damaged, its value would diminish by at least half. We need it whole. Not a single piece can be missing, not even a fragment. The two Slytherins nodded in satisfaction, even discussing how to maximize the value of the serpent's skin once they emerged. Harry and Ron were exasperated. This is intolerable. It's simply unbearable to be with these two Slytherins. Their minds were consumed with rescuing Hermione, while these two were scheming about the spoils of war, turning this catastrophe into a business venture. But despite their inner turmoil and endless complaints, they dared not express their frustrations outwardly. They exchanged glances, seeing the same resignation reflected in each other's eyes, and silently turned to continue their uneven journey. The animal bones littered the ground, growing increasingly numerous, both large and small. heaped along the sides of the passage. Ron's complexion grew increasingly grim. With each sighting of a larger bone, his heart tightened. Fearing that he might glimpse Hermione's familiar robe, or he dared not let his thoughts wander further. Clinging tightly to Harry and secretly wishing that the lady could exhibit a modicum of reliability. At last, the passageway came to an end. Before them stood a massive stone wall. Carved into the wall were two life-sized serpents, intricately entwined, their bodies forming a complex archway of deep green stone. Harry inhaled deeply, fixating on the gem-like eyes, mentally reassuring himself that these were indeed mere stone serpents. He opened his mouth and emitted a low hiss. Open. In that instant, the two entwined stone serpents seemed to come alive, their stony forms creaking ominously. Following that, the stone wall appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force, accompanied by a thunderous rumble as the massive stones slowly slid apart. Harry gasped, stepping back, while Ron's expression transformed into one of astonished hope, as if he had just glimpsed the possibility of rescuing Hermione. Lana and Draco stood behind, observing the unfolding scene with calm detachment. The four of them, each with their own emotions, stepped into the legendary Slytherin's chamber. Chapter 68, The Crown and the Soul. Lana suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Harry and Ron instinctively halted, turning back in confusion. Ignoring their gaze, Lana turned to Draco, her golden eyes radiating like two burning stars in the darkness, soft yet luminous. She slightly raised her chin, signaling him to come closer. Draco, perplexed but obedient, stepped forward. His heart raced for reasons he could not comprehend. What is this about? The two Gryffindors are still here. Isn't this unwise? Lana's actions conveyed a different message. She simply raised her hand and gently touched the tip of her finger to Draco's eyelid. He felt a cool sensation on his eyelids, blinking as a delicate golden veil seemed to descend over his vision. His sight was not significantly impaired, allowing him to clearly observe his surroundings. Just in case, Lana softly explained, the basilisk's direct gaze is fatal, while indirect contact results in petrification. This layer of protection will significantly diminish the lethal potency of its gaze. He watched Lana as she applied a similar protective layer over her own eyes. The pale golden magic shone brightly in the dim surroundings. As the magic flowed, Draco's heart raced. She stood before him, using her magic to shield him, her calmness soothing his anxiety. Sensing his tension, Lana gently grasped Draco's hand, intertwining their fingers. Do not fear, I am here. We shall exit swiftly, trust me. A thought crossed her mind, and her smile deepened. We inadvertently left Kaya behind. She must be absolutely furious. Once we get out, we must apologize properly. She holds grudges like no other. If we don't appease her in time, she might ignore me for a whole week. At the mention of the proud, solid fat cat, Draco couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the amusing tales Lana had shared. The cat would haughtily scrutinize every individual approaching her, swatting at the unwelcome guests with her tail, yet she would only deign to act coyly and playfully before Lana. Naturally, she fancied herself to have a cordial relationship with Kaya, indicating that she was indeed a close companion of Svetlana. Such a description is truly enchanting. At this moment, through Draco's gaze, Svetlana appeared enveloped in a gentle golden radiance. That luminescence rendered her akin to a goddess of light descended upon the earth. The girl's smile was delicate, her golden-hued eyes reflecting only him. Draco felt as though he had plunged into the most fantastical golden dream, one so exquisite and warm that he wished to remain forever enraptured within it, never to awaken. Suddenly, he gently grasped Lana's hand and placed it upon his chest. Beneath, his heart beat fervently. Thump, thump, thump. It was the fervor and passion of youth, a heartbeat quickened for her, an uncontrollable surge of affection and courage. Thank you, my light. My goddess shall grant me strength. Lana was momentarily taken aback. Draco's utterance of that phrase in Russian was remarkably articulate. Not only was his pronunciation flawless, but the fluctuations in intonation and placement of emphasis were impeccable. She had never taught him complete sentences, merely imparting a few words here and there, or explaining simple expressions when he was curious. She had no inkling that he had been privately studying Russian. Since when? How long had he been learning? Why had he never mentioned it to her? She gazed into those gray-blue eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, tension, and a hint of pride that begged for her praise. She felt her heart swell with a warm emotion. This feeling was so soft, so precious, that she could not retract her hand. Is this also an opportunity reserved for the prepared? Her voice carried a tone of mirth and teasing. Draco's previously expectant gaze froze in an instant. That phrase seemed somewhat complex. He did not fully comprehend. He lowered his head, resting it against Lana's shoulder. His voice muffled as he attempted to whine and plead. Svetka, by Merlin, let it be as though you heard nothing just now. I will continue to strive. I have yet to learn it well, but I shall endeavor. Please do not mock me. Lana was amused by him. allowing him to hold her hand for a moment before gently nodding. As soon as she turned her head, 2 pairs of eyes were fixated on her. The gaze of the serpent was undoubtedly lethal, yet these 2 were to walk at the forefront, the cannon fodder, the most perilous position, the first to confront the monster. Is there nothing? Is there truly nothing? Lana had never intended to disregard them entirely, although they were indeed reckless, impulsive, and heedless of the consequences. And though their actions had directly led to her current predicament, she had indeed wished to freeze them into ice sculptures only to thaw them again. But their sins did not warrant death. Moreover, there were indeed things here that she required. That fragment of soul, the hidden maniac lurking in the shadows, those potential threats. These 2 Gryffindors, though rash, possessed enough courage to play unexpectedly pivotal roles at critical moments. A pawn must also realize its worth. She lifted her hand once more, the golden magic at her fingertips igniting anew. However, this time, her movements were far less gentle and meticulous than with Draco. With a casual flick, 2 orbs of magical light were carelessly cast upon Harry and Ron's heads. The sensation was akin to being forcibly enclosed within an invisible, golden fishbowl. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of golden light, rendering them indistinct. The halo swayed slightly with their movements, subtly morphing with their breaths. While it certainly provided protection, even more substantial and robust than Draco's, the visual effect and overall experience were worlds apart from Draco's elegant and refined shield. Harry and Ron could even feel the magical barrier subtly reshaping with each breath they took. It pressed closely against their faces, akin to an overly enthusiastic embrace. Infusing each inhalation with a slight sense of oppression, Lana bestowed upon them an exceedingly standard official smile. This was a facial expression she had practiced countless times in diplomatic settings, conveying goodwill while maintaining her stature. My sincere gratitude to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley for their bravery, which has opened the door to the truth for us. Her voice adopted a formal and courteous tone, infused with the encouragement of a superior. I hope you both will continue to embody this indomitable spirit in the forthcoming exploration, showcasing more of Gryffindor's valiant tenacity. For reasons unknown. Even though they were fully aware of the woman's inscrutable intentions and ruthless methods, and that she had nearly obliterated them moments ago, Harry and Ron found themselves instinctively standing taller. The odd sensation of being recognized by someone of significance, mingled with their urgent desire to rescue Hermione, allowed them to temporarily forget their earlier fears. They even felt a flicker of a sense of duty. We will strive, Ron instinctively chimed in, his voice notably louder than before. Harry pressed his lips together, determination igniting in his green eyes, nodding vigorously. Then, bolstered by that golden shield, they stepped into the depths of the chamber with an inexplicable sense of fervor, dazed yet resolute. Draco observed this dramatic scene from the side, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Gryffindor. He shook his head and followed suit. They never ceased to surprise. The interior of the chamber was far more expansive and foreboding than anticipated. Numerous stone columns adorned with entwined serpents rose high, supporting a ceiling that seemed to dissolve into darkness. A few strands of eerie green luminescence struggled to illuminate the area below, the air thick and humid, redolent with the scent of damp earth. At the end of the chamber stood a colossal statue. It was clearly the likeness of Salazar Slytherin himself, his countenance grave, hair twisted, and his sparse beard nearly dragging upon the ground. The craftsmanship of this statue left much to be desired. Its features were rigid and lifeless, a far cry from the elegance and shrewdness that Slytherin was renowned for. Draco could not help but frown after merely a glance, instinctively closing his eyes. His aesthetic sensibilities were painfully assaulted by the crude workmanship. Is this truly Salazar Slytherin? The very wizard who was the equal of Godric Gryffindor, the creator of Slytherin House, who left behind the chamber and the basilisk. Such rough chiseling, such a stiff expression, such disproportionately sized limbs. He leaned closer to Lana, his incredulity laced with disdain. By Merlin's most portly undergarments, this is an utter slander and defamation of Slytherin's ancestor. I would wager my family's vault that he bore no such visage. This must be the work of some mediocre Gryffindor stonecutter who indulged a bit too much. Lana did not respond to his lamentations. Her gaze was fixed upon the shadows cast between the gigantic statue's feet. There stood 2 figures. One was Hermione Granger. She appeared utterly terrified, her brown curls disheveled upon her shoulders, her face devoid of color. The girl's body trembled slightly, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her immobile. Upon catching sight of Harry and Ron, tears welled up in her eyes instantaneously. She yearned to cry out, to urge them to flee, to warn them of the impending danger, yet no sound escaped her lips, and she could only weep silently, her gaze rife with despair. Adorning her head was a finely crafted diadem, reminiscent of an ancient magical artifact. Lana squinted at the diadem, recognizing it as the Ravenclaw diadem, a Horcrux. This must be it. Beside Hermione stood a youth they had never encountered before. His short, raven-black hair framed a remarkably handsome face, exuding an exquisite beauty that transcended gender. A smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, both playful and enigmatic. His outline appeared somewhat indistinct, as if viewed through a hazy glass, lending him an eerie presence. With arms crossed, he observed the intruders with an air of nonchalance, as though he had been awaiting their arrival for an eternity. His demeanor was so composed, so self-assured. It seemed he was the master of this domain, while the intruders were mere uninvited guests. Hermione, Harry, and Ron rushed forward, desperate to rescue her, yet were halted by an unseen force. Hermione's gaze drifted past Harry and Ron, landing upon the noblewoman and Malfoy, who entered the chamber shortly thereafter. Her eyes conveyed a complex tapestry of emotions. There was shame. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation and felt culpable for endangering them all. Her insatiable thirst for knowledge and her disregard for magical artifacts had led to this calamity. Fear gripped her as she sensed the malevolent force attached to the diadem. Aware of the perilous aura surrounding the mysterious youth, terrified she might endanger even more lives. Guilt weighed heavily on her. These individuals could have chosen to ignore her plight, to remain uninvolved, yet here they were. Lana cast a sideways glance at her, as if appraising an object's worth. Then, she locked eyes with the dark-haired youth. Draco, upon glimpsing that striking visage, instinctively tightened his grip on Lana's hand, a reaction stemming from primal instinct. The man's beauty was so striking that it could pose a lethal allure to any woman. Draco couldn't help but steal a glance at Lana. Yet her expression remained serene. The dark-haired youth's gaze lingered on Lana, filled with intrigue. When their eyes met, his playful smile deepened. "Good evening, esteemed princess." The youth began, his voice deep and resonant, echoing hauntingly within the vast chamber, imbued with an alluring charm. "And to our uninvited guests, what an unexpected gathering we have here." His gaze swept over the two unknown individuals adorned in gold, then passed over the scowling Malfoy, finally resting once more on Svetlana's icy, breathtaking countenance. Golden eyes, impeccable poise, a palpable aura of ancient, formidable magic coursing around her. "What a splendid vessel she is, especially you, my dear princess." His tone softened, becoming more magnetic, as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover. "Your presence has transformed this otherwise mundane ceremony into something truly fascinating." Lana offered no response to what could be deemed flattery. The fragment of soul before her was a Horcrux with a semblance of independent consciousness. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Chapter 69. The Truth and the Fortunate Kiss. The striking dark-haired youth disregarded the fiery glares from Harry and Ron, as well as Draco's hostile vigilance. He sauntered leisurely to a stop just a few paces from Lana, bowing gracefully in an impeccable aristocratic greeting. Each detail of his demeanor exuded refinement and poise, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. "Allow me to introduce myself." He raised his head, his gaze piercing into Lana's with an unsettling intimacy. "I am Tom. I apologize for our first encounter occurring in such a crude and unpleasant setting. Your brilliance is sufficient to dispel all the shadows that linger here. Your beauty could illuminate Hogwarts itself, rendering even the grotesque statue of Salazar somewhat more palatable." His tone was flippant, as if critiquing a work of art, entirely oblivious to Draco's sudden pallor. After delivering this insincere compliment, Tom did not await Lana's reply, but nonchalantly turned away. With a derisive glance, he surveyed Hermione, trembling and ensnared beneath the statue. As for this one, he scoffed, a wretched muggle-born. "Shut up." Harry and Ron seethed, yearning to charge forward, yet were thwarted by the invisible barrier, their eyes burning with unspoken fury directed at Tom's retreating figure. Tom reveled in the control he exerted over their emotions. Sensing the intensity of their glares, his smile deepening. Behold, a pitiful muggle so desperately yearning for the mysteries of the magical realm, greedily seeking to grasp knowledge that is not rightfully hers. His gaze flitted to the diadem upon Hermione's head, laden with a patronizing pity. She is even captivated by the mysterious legends from the vast northern lands, eager to uncover all, to glimpse the origins of ancient power. She confided to my dear friend that she would be willing to learn alongside the princess, to delve deeper into knowledge. What an audacious thought. As he spoke, Harry and Ron were horrified to witness Tom's once ethereal form seemingly solidifying, the magical aura emanating from him intensifying. Concurrently, Hermione's complexion grew even paler, her body trembling more violently, as if some unseen force was siphoning her very essence. A lonely, misunderstood little witch, full of self-importance. How clever she is, indeed, to have discovered that intriguing room of requirement. She desires a haven filled with wisdom and tomes. Huh. He chuckled lightly, brimming with superiority. But alas, Who could possibly rival my intellect within the annals of Hogwarts, past, present, and future? He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entirety of the chamber, welcoming the glory that belonged to him. Did she delude herself into thinking that donning the Ravenclaw diadem would grant her wisdom? No. That was merely a fleeting illusion I graciously bestowed upon her, permitting her a mere glimpse into the true wonders of magic through that diadem. Of course, the price is her inconsequential life and soul, which shall serve as a small offering upon my return. He turned once more to face the frostbitten Lana, his smile becoming increasingly enchanting. Initially, my choice was to be that indomitable boy. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to Harry. The two of them, encased in thick magical helmets, could scarcely discern one another's features. Seizing the distraction provided by Tom, Lana's presence drew Harry's attention, who subtly grasped his wand. His mind raced as he contemplated how to seize the diadem and sever the connection and control binding them. Tom remained oblivious to their covert maneuvers. Continuing his lengthy exposition, my original plan was to familiarize myself with that boy. I sought to comprehend the nature of such a formidable being. Regrettably, he pales in comparison to you, rendering him utterly worthless. Harry was on the brink of exploding with fury. Hey, your words are truly unkind. Tom cast a disinterested glance at the inexplicably furious little mouse, his eyes sliding away. And now, esteemed lady, your arrival has unveiled a more perfect, formidable, and intriguing alternative. Your very essence, your lineage, and all that you embody are truly worthy of me. His voice, suddenly elevated, reverberated through the vast chamber, drawing fierce glares from all present. Lana listened quietly to Tom's self-absorbed and malicious monologue, her golden eyes betraying no emotion, as if she were merely hearing an irrelevant, poorly told tale. Only when Tom ceased speaking did she slowly respond. Very well, your thoughts are audacious. But she swiftly shifted her tone. However, I pose a question. Who, with vile blood, inscribed that cross upon Parkinson? Who dares to defile the sacred mark of the father with tainted blood? He genuinely admired her, even in a position of disadvantage. She maintained her courage to interrogate him, daring to regard him with that lofty gaze. This sensation was refreshingly novel, exquisitely entertaining. He shrugged, adopting an expression of reluctant concession. In light of your imminent demise and your exquisite beauty, I shall indulge your curiosity and provide an answer. With that, he strode back to Hermione's side. Draco, seething with rage, nearly drew his wand to confront Tom, but was gently restrained by Lana's hand. She tilted her head slightly and whispered in a tone only they could hear. Calm. This is my prey. Draco stiffened, locking eyes with Lana's resolute gaze, biting down hard. Ultimately, he suppressed his fury, retracting his hand from the wand. He glared at Tom, as if he were staring at a corpse. Tom, however, paid no heed to this interlude. In fact, he seemed utterly indifferent. He stood beside Hermione, observing her through the lens of a failed experiment, beginning to elucidate. This girl must be acknowledged as slightly superior to the common, despicable muggle. She exhausts her soul and vitality in a foolish attempt to comprehend this world. Misunderstood and laden with solitude, she unwittingly opened her heart to a stranger, confiding all her thoughts. Suddenly, Tom burst into a shrill, caustic laugh, its sharpness causing Ron's hair to stand on end as he instinctively edged closer to Harry. The world of a 12-year-old girl is dreadfully mundane. I endured her company, initially hoping to glean more about Harry Potter. To my surprise, she presented me with a far more exquisite option. Although our conversation revolved around her tedious experiences, today, the lady showcased magical knowledge distinct from the West. What astonished him further was the pitiful remnant of her self-awareness struggling within her. She suddenly proposed, or rather, her subconscious made a final stand, suggesting that she could leave a small surprise for the esteemed lady. Perhaps by adding some embellishments to the blood inscription, or incorporating some words hinting at paganism. Tom spread his hands, adopting an exaggeratedly disappointed demeanor. I thought this wretched muggle had finally grasped reality and was willing to collaborate with me. I even generously allowed her to express herself. After all, infusing a touch of artistry into the despair of prey is not a bad idea, is it? His voice abruptly escalated, fueled by a sense of betrayal. But to deceive me, it was all a ruse. Ron trembled at the sound of his fury. Why can't this man simply speak coherently? One moment he's elegant, the next he's deranged. One moment he's gentle, the next he's furious. Harry's grip on his wand trembled slightly, with that man standing beside Hermione. He found it unwise to act. Tom sighed dramatically. That imbecile of a defense against the dark arts professor is like an unguarded candy jar. I truly cannot fathom why Dumbledore would appoint such a fool to teach this subject. Everyone nodded unconsciously in agreement. You've been rambling on, and at last, you've spoken a truth. Even Draco nodded instinctively, only to realize whom he was agreeing with, his expression growing even more sour. Tom observed the collective nods, his face twisting momentarily before continuing. Yet this muggle boldly claimed she was willing to humiliate you in her own way, intensifying your anger. But I sense something amiss. She does not wish to humiliate you. She seeks help. She desires to do something that makes you realize the gravity of the situation, thereby thwarting my plans. Am I correct? You cunning, contemptible mudblood. His final roar echoed ominously through the chamber, his voice brimming with rage. Hermione, under the weight of his sharp reproach, wept more fiercely, her despair laid bare. She glanced at Lana, her gaze filled with silent pleading and apology. Fortunately, my little mechanism still serves a purpose, ultimately bringing you before me, esteemed lady. He gazed at Lana, anticipating the emergence of terror, anger, or any emotion that might please him. Lana remained steadfast, her calm gaze unwavering, devoid of the fear or tears Tom had anticipated. His expression soured with boredom. Boring. He scoffed lightly, disdainfully picking up Hermione's wand and elegantly tracing it through the air. As his wrist moved, letters glowing with ominous red light began to materialize. Tom Marvolo Riddle. With an air of malicious pride, he flicked the wand gently, those letters rearranging themselves as if by an invisible hand, ultimately forming another spine-chilling name. I am Lord Voldemort. Remember, beautiful little princess, he turned to Lana, his tone flippant and cruel. Remember who is on the verge of achieving this grand endeavor. To know my true name in the final moments of your life is your utmost honor. Voldemort. That name ignited a powder keg of fury within Harry, shattering the chains of fear. Without a second thought, he raised his wand with all his might and shouted, Reducto. However, Voldemort scarcely regarded him. With a casual flick of Hermione's wand, Harry's spell dissipated into nothingness. Harry glared at the scene unfolding before him. Merlin's trousers. Can't he let me succeed just once? Voldemort tilted his head slightly, regarding Harry with an expression of profound confusion. Who exactly are you? Perhaps I should first turn you into a statue, and then inscribe the word wrath at your feet? You might as well carve pride onto yourself, you hopelessly arrogant fool. Harry defiantly shouted back, trembling with rage. Voldemort, uninterested in this noisy insect, redirected his attention to the colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin, opening his mouth to emit a chilling hiss. Parseltongue, speak to me, O greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. With his command, the gargantuan stone maw of the statue slowly opened, accompanied by a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Immediately, a chilling cacophony of scales scraping against rock echoed from within the statue. Voldemort gazed at his pet with satisfaction, casually waving his hand as if directing a servant, and hissed in Parseltongue, eliminate the nuisances. The serpent's monstrous head instantly swung toward the intruders, its forked tongue flickering as it emitted a menacing hiss, poised for attack. Ron let out a terrified scream, exclaiming that they were far too insignificant to be petrified. Draco tensed, yet resolutely positioned himself in front of Lana, desperately recalling the advanced spells he had learned. Lana observed the chaotic scene with a soft chuckle. She gently tugged at Draco's hand, prompting him to turn and face her. Then, in a moment that left Draco astounded, Svetlana reached out her hands and delicately cupped his face. She rose onto her toes and swiftly pressed her lips against his. It was a fleeting kiss, as brief as a dragonfly's touch, before she stepped back, her cheeks slightly flushed. She gazed at the still-dazed Draco, her eyes locked onto his. A kiss of fortune, she mused, her gaze sweeping over the massive creature that slithered menacingly, radiating lethal intent. Now, let me witness the true strength of my knight. A radiant smile graced her lips as she playfully winked at Draco. I hope it's swifter than catching a snitch. Draco Malfoy swore to Merlin that in that very moment, he felt as though he had consumed every ounce of Felix Felicis in existence. A fierce, fiery current surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head, his blood roaring through his veins. The fear he had previously harbored for the basilisk and Voldemort was now swept away by this overwhelming tide of fervor. His entire face, especially his ears, burned as if they might steam at any moment. The basilisk's enormous, fetid head drew closer, while Harry and Ron frantically attempted to evade it, their panicked cries filling the air. Draco heard nothing. He stood frozen, his eyes wide, his gray-blue irises filled with disbelief and the dazed bliss of overwhelming joy, or perhaps exhilaration. The soft, cool sensation of her lips seemed to linger, incinerating all remnants of his rationality. He felt imbued with boundless strength, capable of single-handedly confronting a dragon. If only Lana could know what thoughts occupied his mind, she would surely regret informing him that this was merely an illusion brought on by his fervent emotions. Nevertheless, in that moment, the noise was unbearable. You two imbeciles. Draco snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with excitement. Get out of the way. You're obstructing my performance. Harry and Ron, taken aback by his sudden outburst, instinctively shrank back. They gazed at Draco, whose face was as red as a boiled lobster, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that suggested he was ready to charge into battle with reckless abandon. For a moment, they were unsure who among them was truly more unhinged. Having finished his tirade, Draco seemed to have cleared the field for battle. He inhaled deeply, channeling all of his focus and fervor toward the approaching serpent. Gripping his wand tightly, he assumed what he believed was the most striking and proper stance for a duel. Shouting excitedly at the colossal creature, "Come forth, you mindless reptile. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a Malfoy." He charged forward, as though confronting not a legendary beast capable of instant death with a mere glance, but rather an unwelcome gnome that had accidentally wandered into his garden and needed to be taught a lesson. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Had he been drinking? They hesitantly glanced at Lana, who was watching Draco's back with a smile, her eyes brimming with warmth and pride, showing no intention of intervening. Ultimately, the two Gryffindors raised their wands, bravely following suit. Though they held no affection for Malfoy, this was clearly not the time for grievances. Draco, ablaze with passion, confronted the basilisk, hurling spells with abandon, occasionally interspersed with taunting challenges. Harry and Ron clumsily attempted to assist, while simultaneously dodging Draco's occasionally misguided spells, which flew erratically, grazing perilously close to their heads. "Malfoy, watch where you're aiming. Can't you see? Get out of the way." Lana's eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip gently, her gaze filled with mirth. "Heavenly Father, this is the boldest decision I have ever made in my life." The young woman's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding like thunder. Svetlana composed herself. She turned to face Voldemort, whose expression was a complex mix of surprise and intrigue. The self-proclaimed Dark Lord regarded her with a look of astonishment, tinged with admiration. "How interesting," he said softly, his tone laced with genuine interest. "You are far more intriguing than that, Malfoy. I find myself reluctant to end your life." Lana disregarded his evaluation. Even in such a foul place, she emanated an aura of unassailable dignity. She raised her hand, not to brandish her wand, but to summon the golden magic that swirled around her, pointing it at Voldemort. "Now, it is your turn. Kneel." Chapter 70, Judgment. Voldemort's smile instantly froze. For the first time, a crack appeared on his handsome visage. He narrowed his eyes, incredulous, and retorted in a tone that conveyed his disbelief. "What?" Svetlana observed his astonished expression and suddenly let out a light laugh. "Was I not clear enough?" She tilted her head, her gaze devoid of warmth, merely radiating a condescending pity for the ignorant fool. "I said kneel." Voldemort erupted into a sharp, mocking laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. His laughter echoed through the chamber, momentarily drowning out the sounds of battle. "Ha ha ha, little princess. Are you still half asleep?" He ceased laughing, his face filled with scorn. "Do you think this is your grand castle nestled in the icy wilderness, where you can issue commands at will? Here, I am the master." Lana regarded his unabashed arrogance with a gentle shake of her head, her tone sincere. Potter was right. You should indeed have arrogance etched upon your face. Svetlana watched Voldemort, the magic around her intensifying. "My safety is paramount. I never intended to wade into this murky water. You were almost fortunate enough to escape. But alas, there are foolish individuals who believe themselves clever enough. Little princess, why do you still have the energy to boast?" Voldemort laughed. "You have no idea of my capabilities. You are unaware of the methods of the Romanovs." The golden light surrounding Svetlana became more pronounced, enveloping her entirely. "If today I were a formidable sorceress, perhaps I would still be in the realm of dreams. Alas, you are but a spirit, and the Romanov family possesses the knowledge to judge dark souls. Your arrogance is indeed grotesque. Provoking me with your paganism is the most foolish decision you could have made. I have changed my mind. I shall do all in my power to gather your Horcruxes and obliterate them one by one." Svetlana gazed at the fierce visage of Voldemort, her golden eyes shimmering with radiant light. With a gentle tilt of her head, a smile graced her lips. "Someone must bear the brunt of my wrath. And that someone is you. Remember, between us, I am the sovereign." Lana wasted no time allowing him further empty words. Her golden gaze slightly raised as if piercing through the vaulted ceiling of the chamber, seeking some transcendent entity. Her voice took on a solemn tone, imbued with a sense of judgment. "Now, you may repent your sins before the Father in heaven." Before her words could fade, a surge of magic erupted around Svetlana. A golden torrent, imbued with the essence to purify all filth and judge all evil, surged forth from her, sweeping toward Voldemort's soul like a tsunami. Initially, he contemplated mocking her audacity. A 12-year-old girl, no matter how gifted, could not pose a threat. Yet, in the next instant, the sneer on his face froze, replaced by sheer horror. In that fleeting moment, as the golden tide swept over him, he felt the magical tether that drew upon life and maintained his corporeal form severed, as if cleaved by the sharpest holy light. No, the link was broken, and Hermione's body crumpled, silently collapsing to the ground. Her Ravenclaw diadem fell with a clink, rolling a few times before the ethereal blue light above it quickly dimmed. Voldemort's soul was ensnared and enveloped by the overwhelming golden energy. He struggled, attempting to summon all his dark power in defiance. However, in despair, he realized that before the divine and purifying golden light, all his resistance dissipated into nothingness, utterly futile. Voldemort let out a piercing scream. So haunting it seemed inhuman. His voice was filled with anguish. The places where the golden magic entwined him hissed ominously. It was a burning and purifying at the very essence of his soul. He felt as if countless searing irons were pressed against the core of his being. A pain surpassing all endurance, twisting his handsome features into a horrifying grimace. His heart-wrenching cries echoed through the chamber, nearly overturning the very walls. Draco, Harry, and Ron, who were entwined in battle with the basilisk, involuntarily paused, shock evident on their faces. Ron looked at the once mighty, now suffering youth engulfed in golden light, whose form flickered like a dying flame, then glanced at the enormous serpent beside him, battered and bleeding from Draco's relentless curses, barely clinging to life. He swallowed hard, murmuring, "Merlin, I can't decide who is more pitiful right now. At least the basilisk suffers merely physical pain, while that one seems to endure the torment of a soul being torn asunder." Lana remained oblivious to the commotion around her. The golden radiance emanating from her formed a halo of divine light behind her. In her eyes, the divine glow no longer reflected human emotions, but rather an absolute coldness and impartiality. She slowly raised her arms, palms upward, her posture reminiscent of an ancient icon welcoming divine revelation. Her pale golden hair floated in the air, gently caressing her cheeks. Draco and the others halted their struggle with the basilisk, transfixed by the unfolding scene that transcended their understanding. In the name of the Father, Svetlana's voice reverberated in the chamber, echoing as if countless unseen angels responded in unison. Tom Marvolo Riddle, who dares to call himself Voldemort? As her voice resonated, the golden light entwining Voldemort's soul abruptly constricted, forming invisible shackles that clearly outlined his tortured form, suspending him in midair to face final judgment. I now enumerate your transgressions, and you shall listen, without rebuttal. Firstly, pride. To aspire to equate your fractured soul with the divine, to self-appoint as master. This is the original sin. Secondly, blasphemy. To taint the sacred symbol of the cross with foul blood, to mock faith. Your heart is worthy of condemnation. Thirdly, murder. Your hands stained with the blood of the innocent, extinguishing lives, tearing souls apart. Your sins run deep. Fourthly, deceit. Weaving webs of lies and enchantments to ensnare hearts. Distorting wills, your actions are vile. With each accusation proclaimed, the golden light seared deeper. Voldemort's wails grew increasingly anguished as he attempted to refute, to curse. But all his efforts merely contorted his once handsome visage within the golden glow, leading to disintegration. All his disguises were stripped away, revealing the ugly and hollow core beneath. Once the final accusation was read, Lana crossed her arms before her, forming a complex sigil. Draco recognized it from stained glass windows in other palaces. It symbolized angels subduing demons in Orthodox iconography. Due to your endless transgressions, as the most faithful servant of the Father, in the name of the Romanov family. Her golden eyes blazed brightly, akin to two miniature suns. Final judgment sealed. As the last syllable fell, the golden light entwining Voldemort's soul abruptly constricted and coalesced into countless chains adorned with intricate runes and cross patterns. These chains, as if animated, tightened, ultimately compressing Voldemort's shrieking, struggling soul into a fist-sized sphere, its surface glimmering with subtle golden light. Within the sphere, dark shadows futilely collided, unable to breach the sacred seal. The screams ceased abruptly. The chamber fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Lana slowly lowered her arms, the overwhelming holy light gradually receding, the molten gold hue in her eyes fading. She regarded the dark golden sphere suspended before her and effortlessly pocketed it. The judgment had concluded. Chapter 71, The True Crisis of Hogwarts. Within the chamber, the suffocating pressure began to dissipate. Harry and Ron finally reclaimed their breaths. They gazed at the girl with pale golden hair, still standing tall, their eyes filled with unprecedented fear and reverence. Ron elbowed the still-dazed Harry sharply, whispering urgently, "Harry, have we ever unwittingly offended her?" Harry looked at the profile of the young noblewoman, recalling their previous doubts and accusations against her. He had even contemplated striking her companions moments ago. A chill coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head, enveloping him in despair. He dryly replied to Ron, "Haven't we already offended her thoroughly enough?" At that moment, Svetlana's form swayed slightly. Svetka! Draco, without a moment's thought, instinctively reacted, rushing forward like a bolt of lightning. As Lana began to falter, he extended his arms, catching her in a protective embrace. Svetlana's face had drained of color. Draco felt the unusual tremor of the person in his arms, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. The fierce bravery displayed in battle, the fervor coursing through his veins, was instantly supplanted by overwhelming dread. Svetka? Svetlana, look at me. Don't close your eyes. I beg you, don't close your eyes. His voice trembled uncontrollably, his gray-blue eyes quickly brimming with tears. The tears fell rapidly, pooling in Lana's neck. He resembled a helpless child, burying his head deep into her shoulder, repeatedly pleading with a sobbing tone, as if her closing her eyes would mean she would never reopen them. Lana was merely experiencing a transient weakness due to excessive magical exertion, compounded by the sudden release of her heightened concentration. She was momentarily taken aback by his sudden, heart-wrenching pleas. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and gently patted the platinum head buried in her neck. Stop crying. And if you continue sneaking around with Blaze to read those Muggle novels, I'll have not confiscate all your collection. She paused, adding with a hint of exasperation. I'm just a bit tired. For the boys of Slytherin, who were just stepping into adolescence, Muggle romance novels were like the most tantalizing of taboos. They derided the dullness of Muggle literature, priding themselves on their pure blood status and dismissing such pursuits, while secretly passing around and poring over the very same novels. Draco's body stiffened abruptly. Wait, how does Svetlana know about him and Blaze sneaking off to read Muggle romance novels? And she knows so much about it. Merlin, how embarrassing. He felt utterly mortified. The blush of humiliation swiftly overwhelmed him. Instead of lifting his head, he buried it even deeper. Lana sighed, allowing him to cling to her, drawing comfort from the warmth and dampness radiating from him. She felt her shoulder damp with his tears. Closing her eyes for a moment, she sensed her drained energy gradually returning. Draco? The boy remained stubbornly silent. Draco, can you hear me? He continued to feign unconsciousness but tightened his embrace. Unable to bear it any longer, Lana gently tugged at a lock of his platinum hair, which was damp with sweat, and stuck to her cheek, playfully pulling it. You still have that snake, don't you? Draco finally lifted his head from her neck, his eyes and nose reddened. Yet at her inquiry, he instantly displayed a smug expression. You can rest assured I've got it covered. Of course I've kept it. Although his voice was still choked with emotion, his tone regained its usual haughty flair. I know it's useful. I just blinded it, broke its fangs, and bound it securely with a binding spell to ensure it can neither escape nor perish. Observing his immediate shift from tears to boasting, Lana couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just as she was about to say something, Draco suddenly leaned down, cupping her face in his hands, and kissed her deeply. This kiss was no fleeting brush, but rather imbued with a cherished sense of regained connection. They pressed closely together, their lips and teeth mingling. Svetlana was momentarily taken aback, then closed her eyes. She did not push him away. Instead, she relaxed her body and wrapped her arms around the young man's neck. Feeling her response, Draco embraced her tightly, deepening the kiss with fervor. The intensity was such that it felt as if he was trying to meld her into his very being. Lana reveled in the kiss, filled with the fervent emotions of youth, a sweetness blossoming within her heart. Only the two of them existed in that moment. Only the warmth of their lips, the chaotic rhythm of their heartbeats, and the familiar scent of one another enveloped them. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had already instinctively turned away the moment Draco rushed to embrace Lana. They dared not look. The terrifying visage of the lady had been deeply etched into their minds, and they wished to avoid incurring any further penalties for their indiscretion. Heaven knows whether this capricious lady would suddenly regain her strength and subject them to another experience reminiscent of Voldemort. At that moment, hearing the commotion behind them, they hurriedly covered their eyes, pretending to study the ancient runes on the wall. Ahem, the patterns on this wall are truly distinctive. Ron exclaimed, his face flushed. Indeed, indeed. Filled with historical depth. Harry hastily echoed, his voice tinged with nervousness. They both endeavored to play invisible while stealthily checking on Hermione's condition. Fortunately, aside from her pale complexion and the evident exhaustion of her magic, she seemed to have suffered no irreversible harm. This was perhaps the only truly fortunate circumstance of the night. They sighed in relief, carefully helping Hermione to a relatively clean area, then resumed their wall gazing, desperately attempting to ignore the heart-thumping sounds behind them. Merlin, professors, or house elves, anyone, please, hurry and find us here. Tonight, they were possibly fortunate. Merlin did not respond to their calls, but the Heavenly Father did. Boom! A deafening crash erupted from the direction of the chamber entrance. The immensely heavy stone door, which Harry had opened with Parseltongue, shattered as if struck by a cannonball. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure strode into the chamber like a vengeful goddess returning from the depths of hell, panting heavily. It was Honest. Her usually meticulous maid's robe was now covered in dust, with several tears, and her once neatly arranged hair had come undone, a few strands clinging to her sweaty forehead, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Her eyes burned with a fierce flame, scanning the chamber with the vigilance of a protective she-beast, searching for the only figure she cared about. Then, her gaze froze. She spotted her beautiful, noble, and untouchable lady, being tightly embraced by that little brat from the Malfoy family. However, what caused Honest's blood pressure to soar to critical levels was the fact that her lady's once pale pink, delicately petal-like lips, akin to blooming roses, were now shockingly vivid, full, and glistening. They resembled ripe berries. That was... A multitude of thoughts flashed through Honest's mind, each one sufficient to incite her to dismember the platinum-haired child. The oppressive aura she emanated even seemed to solidify the dust in the air. Harry and Ron were left agape. Wait, is this lady breaking the door with her bare hands? They glanced at the stone door, now reduced to fragments. The largest pieces nearly half their height, and the smallest the size of their fists, strewn across the ground. Then they looked back at the maid standing amidst the dust, exuding an aura of terror. Merlin, what level of combat power is this? They quickly resumed their wall-gazing, pretending they didn't exist, while also shielding Hermione between them. Although Hermione was currently too weak to even open her eyes, at least the three of them could feign invisibility together. Lana had already parted from Draco when the thunderous noise erupted. She beheld Honest, who burst through the door in a state that was somewhat disheveled, yet exuded an imposing aura, and her eyes ignited with a spark of surprise. Honest. This call was imbued with a sense of reliance and relief. However, to Honest, it resonated more like the plaintive cry of a child who had been bullied upon seeing a parent. Oh, dear heavens! Although Lana did not intend it, to Honest, it appeared that the Grand Duchess was being clutched and nibbled upon by that wretched Malfoy spawn. This was bullying. This was an affront. This was utterly unforgivable. A cold glint flickered in Honest's eyes as all her anxiety instantaneously transformed into a tempestuous rage directed towards a certain porcine brat. Not even a golden piglet would be spared. In an instant, she charged towards Lana. Detestable. Honest glared at Draco, her teeth clenched, and with a sudden surge of strength in her arm, Draco barely had time to emit a cry before he was sent sprawling, as if struck by a runaway night bus, soaring through the air in a most undignified arc before crashing to the ground. Thud. Draco landed heavily several meters away, right at the feet of Harry and Ron, who were still pretending to face the wall but were eavesdropping with ears perked up, stirring up a cloud of dust. Harry and Ron jumped in surprise at this unexpected aerial delivery. They turned sharply to behold Draco in a most ungraceful position on the ground, his platinum hair dusted with debris and his face etched with pain and confusion. The two exchanged astounded glances at the disheveled Draco before looking towards the distant handmaiden. Honest was presently scrutinizing Lana for injuries, her hands gently gliding over her to assess every potential bruise. She radiated an aura that commanded distance, a ferocious presence that forbade any Malfoy from approaching, lest they face dire consequences. This formidable energy was so potent and unmistakable that it was impossible to ignore. Harry and Ron, in perfect synchrony, turned back to face the wall, burying their heads lower, desperately attempting to diminish their presence, internally screaming. We saw nothing. Nothing at all. Malfoy flew over here by himself. Yes, precisely. Draco, rubbing his rear end that had nearly met a disastrous fate, glared at the oblivious Harry and Ron. Feeling both humiliated and angry, yet he was utterly powerless against the formidable handmaiden. Confront her? She could send him flying with a mere flick of her finger. Complain to Lana? She was currently nestled in Honest's embrace, cooing affectionately, with no time to attend to him. Thus, he swallowed all his grievances and frustrations, his heart heavy with unwept tears. What a predicament this was. Suddenly, while nestled in Honest's embrace, Lana recalled something. Honest, how did you find us? Your Highness. I dismantled half of the school and discovered an entrance on the second floor. Ah, you needn't worry, Your Highness, Honest continued calmly. I only removed what was necessary. The corridor, empty classrooms, and a few storage rooms. It will not impact the normal operations of the school. What about the professors? Lana inquired cautiously. A few attempted to stop me, Honest replied, her brows slightly furrowing, but they were too weak. I merely petrified them and will undo it once I locate you. Huh. Chapter 72, Honest's Method. This is not a suitable place to linger. Honest pointed to the passage she had traversed. It is here. Everyone was rendered speechless by the scene before them. Could this truly be called a passage? It was clearly a tunnel forcibly carved out of ruins. Sunlight streamed through a massive opening, illuminating the airborne dust that had yet to settle. Lana, carefully protected by Honest, moved along the violently created passage, no, tunnel, towards the exit. Harry and Ron carried the still unconscious but no longer gravely harmed Hermione, silently trailing behind them. Draco lagged a few steps behind, nursing a sore spot and feeling utterly despondent. As they finally emerged from the debris, turning back to gaze upon the devastation, a profound silence enveloped them. The walls, staircases, tapestries, and even several classrooms that should have existed had transformed into a scatter of rubble, splintered wood, and twisted metal. They felt as if they had crawled out from the ruins of a site recently ravaged by a horde of monstrous giants. Hogwarts Castle, that legendary edifice that had stood for a millennium, now bore a shocking gash on the west side tower, as if a giant had taken a monstrous bite out of it. The jagged remnants of walls pointed menacingly towards the sky, shattered bricks cascading like a waterfall down to the ground, forming a small mountain of debris. A few surviving portraits screamed in terror, scurrying back and forth on the remaining walls, while dust continued to fall. Harry, Ron, and even the conflicted Draco gaped in astonishment at the apocalyptic scene, their minds blank. Yet, for Honest, it was as if she had merely unwrapped an ordinary gift. She remained unfazed, even brushing a speck of dust from Lana's shoulder. Before resuming her report in a tone that had regained its calm, "Your Highness, the situation outside is as follows. Duke Igor, upon learning of your potential entrapment, has come in person and is currently en route." Lana nodded slightly. Honest continued, "Minister Fudge has fainted from shock and is being attended to by Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. The others, professors from various houses, are organizing the recovery of any vital teaching materials and books that may remain amidst the ruins." Ron swore to Merlin that he faintly heard Professor McGonagall's voice calling from somewhere within the wreckage. "My transfiguration lesson plans." Merlin, no. The Aurors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic are conducting a thorough search of the surrounding area. Mr. Lucius Malfoy is in the headmaster's office, engaging in intense discussions with Headmaster Dumbledore regarding the severity of this incident and subsequent actions. All students have been evacuated to the Quidditch pitch, where the prefects are responsible for maintaining order during this emergency. Having concluded her report, Honest bowed slightly, awaiting further instructions. A profound, unprecedented silence enveloped them all. Lana's mouth moved, but her mind was blank. What should she say? Thank you for your hard work? Or perhaps, well done? Neither seemed quite appropriate. Harry and Ron felt as though they were in a dream. Their legs wobbled as they carried Hermione to the hospital wing. Perhaps they too needed a calming draft to soothe their frayed nerves. Lucius Malfoy spotted the Grand Duchess from above and quickly descended with Narcissa. Lucius first cast a swift glance at his son, confirming that his face bore no blemishes, only a bit of dishevelment, but his limbs were intact, and he visibly relaxed. Narcissa gently grasped Lana's hands, saying, "My dear, you look so pale." She anxiously caressed Lana's cheek. "Shall we go to the hospital wing first?" Lana squeezed Narcissa's hand in return. "Thank you, Aunt Narcissa. I am merely a bit fatigued. A moment's rest will suffice." Honest stepped forward at an opportune moment. "Your Highness, I shall escort you back to your dormitory." Watching Lana gradually distance herself with Honest's support, Lucius then turned his attention to his son. He scrutinized Draco meticulously, from his disheveled hair to the dusty robes, finally resting his gaze upon a small scratch on his arm. "Speak, what transpired?" Draco inhaled deeply and began to recount the events of the Chamber of Secrets in meticulous detail. He described how he had been ensnared, discovering Hermione under duress, encountering the basilisk and that individual, and the ensuing fierce battle. Yet, Draco artfully omitted the specifics of Lana's trial and the sealing of the soul, merely alluding to her invocation of some family arcana to ultimately vanquish the perilous spirit. Thus, Lucius intoned slowly, "It was the Grand Duchess who resolved this matter?" Draco nodded. "Father, the Grand Duchess once confided in me that she desired something from the castle. Perhaps it is this, much like what you provided to Duke Igor." He paused, contemplating before speaking again. "Father, if there is more than one." Lucius rubbed the serpent-headed cane thoughtfully. Suddenly, he clapped Draco firmly on the shoulder. "Your safe return is indeed a blessing from Merlin." His gaze shifted to the ruins, his voice turning cold. "However, Hogwarts must pay a price for this." "Father," Draco quickly interjected. "Father, the Grand Duchess explicitly instructed that the basilisk shed skin and the creature itself are, well, reserved. Do not forget this when you converse with Headmaster Dumbledore." A glimmer of understanding shone in Lucius's eyes, and a knowing smile graced his lips. "Rest assured, I know what must be done." He adjusted his attire, regaining his customary haughty demeanor. "You may retire now. The rest is in my hands." Draco watched his father stride towards the headmasteress' office, then turned back to the harrowing ruins. Sunlight cascaded down, casting shadows among the debris. He suddenly felt that the events of this day might alter the course of many things. Chapter 73, The Flapping of the Young Hawk. Within the chamber, Lana, having bathed simply, reclined on the chaise longue with her eyes closed, seeking solace. Kaya nestled beside her, quietly offering companionship. Upon her return to the dormitory, Kaya had been irate. One of her cats had been forgotten by Honest in the cat bag, while Honest was busy smashing the wall nearby, frightening Kaya with the cacophony. She had pouted at Lana, elongating her voice to express her feline discontent. Yet, clever Kaya soon detected an unusual scent emanating from her mistress. Ultimately grumbling a few syllables and licking Lana's hand. Lana gazed at the perceptive Kaya, her heart nearly melting. She gently stroked the cat, promising a plethora of unequal treaties. The bond between them was quickly restored. Svetlana was draped in a silver-green velvet blanket, the hue accentuating her pallor, rendering her almost translucent under the firelight. Anna stood nearby, resembling a dragon guarding a treasure. Suddenly, the originally orange flames in the hearth surged dramatically, shifting to a hue akin to dark green, roiling violently. A tall, imposing figure stepped forth from the unusual flames, as if he had merely strolled in from the adjacent room. Clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray woolen robe, edged with silver embroidery of the intricate Romanov double-headed eagle emblem, he appeared well-preserved, seeming to be in his 50s or 60s. His hair a shade darker than Lana's golden locks, meticulously combed. His features were sharply defined, akin to the rugged mountains sculpted by wind and frost upon the Siberian permafrost. His eyes deep and piercing as they surveyed the entire room, finally settling upon his granddaughter on the chaise. Duke Igor had arrived at Hogwarts. Honest immediately bowed deeply, silently paying his respects. Duke Igor's gaze lingered for a moment on Lana's pale visage before shifting to Honest, who quietly reported everything from the Grand Duchess's entanglement in the chamber to her recent return, emphasizing her safety and experiences within. Listening intently, Duke Igor fell into contemplation. Sensing that familiar presence, Lana slowly opened her eyes. She beheld the tall figure by the hearth, her eyes alight with surprise. She immediately rose, her steps somewhat unsteady. Yet her poise remained impeccable. Approaching Duke Igor, she first performed a solemn bow in accordance with family tradition, then stepped forward to gently embrace her grandfather. Although they had been together during the summer, the events of this term had been so overwhelming that she truly missed him dearly. Her voice was filled with reliance. May the Father in heaven bless you, and may all be well with you. Duke Igor enveloped her with his sturdy arms, a portion of his anxieties alleviated. Yet deeper feelings of concern and anger surged within him. He gently patted Lana's back and assisted her back onto the chaise. It is well, he murmured, his tone laden with care. Once she was settled, she had Honest retrieve the dark golden, shimmering sealing orb and handed it to Duke Igor. Grandfather, this is the fragment of the soul. Duke Igor accepted the orb, slightly infusing it with magic, sensing the dark force within that was forcibly confined, still faintly struggling. He looked at Lana, whose eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness. You invoke judgment? He asked, his voice tinged with empathy. Lana nodded softly. The situation was dire. There was no alternative. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Judgment was one of the ancient arcane arts passed down through the Romanov lineage, and for many years, only Lana, under the blessing of the divine golden eyes, could successfully wield it. This exceptional magic was designed specifically for the control and sealing of souls. Yet it exacted a tremendous toll on the caster's magic and mental fortitude, necessitating extensive recovery time after each use. This soul, Lana continued, her gaze fixed upon the sealing orb, filled with arrogance and obstinacy, may offer glimpses into the nature of its master. If the primary soul mirrors this disposition, he will undoubtedly be dissatisfied with merely one Horcrux. I suspect there may be more. Duke Igor weighed the dark golden orb in his hand, while Voldemort's soul was fragmented. Its unique essence rendered it a rare offering that could potentially aid the family's arcane rituals. Lana, you must return to the castle of the White Knights to recuperate under the protection of our ancestors' spirits and the holy relics. Lana had no objections to this. Subsequently, their conversation shifted to more pragmatic matters regarding the reparations for this incident. Duke Igor recalled Minister Fudge's fervent assurances, a blend of anger and frustration boiling within him. Hogwarts and the British Ministry of Magic must provide a satisfactory account, not merely material compensation, but also an assurance of attitude and commitment. Lana added, Grandfather, the ownership of the basilisk shed skin and the creature must be clearly established. Draco will likely clarify this with Mr. Malfoy, but we need more crucial information. At the negotiating table, the Romanovs never yielded. Duke Igor nodded slightly, approving of his granddaughter's arrangements. He paused, his deep-set eyes studying Lana, his tone softening. Hogwarts has experienced frequent disturbances of late. It is not safe. Lana, have you considered returning to Russia? The environment there is more conducive to your recovery and considerably safer. Upon hearing this, Lana slowly shook her head. She lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute. This place is splendid, grandfather. The library at Hogwarts, the unique perspectives of Western magic. And even these unexpected troubles have taught me much that cannot be gleaned from our family tomes. Upon my return to the White Knight Castle, I find it to be an opportune moment to systematically compile and update the experiences and knowledge I have gathered during this period into our family's legacy. The young lady's gaze brimmed with ambition and sharpness. Grandfather, you are indeed correct. Our family cannot remain stagnant. We require not only the blessings of our Heavenly Father, but must also continuously strengthen ourselves, drawing upon the strengths of both Eastern and Western magic. The Romanov family shall undoubtedly uphold the brilliance of the North and remain unyielding. Prince Igor nodded in agreement. Lana, regarding the soul artifacts, it is imperative that Dumbledore, as the most renowned white wizard of our time and the headmaster of Hogwarts, be informed and provide a stance. This matter transcends your personal risks. It pertains to the potential upheaval within the magical realm. He caressed the sealed orb with his fingertips, contemplating the recent security lapse at Hogwarts, which had placed you in peril, severely drained your magical reserves, and caused significant damage to the castle itself. These issues necessitate a clear response and compensation. The heir of the Romanov family cannot suffer such fright and loss in vain. Lana wholeheartedly concurred with her grandfather's perspective. The profound negotiations concerning the secrets of the soul artifacts and the responsibilities of Hogwarts administration must be undertaken by the Romanov family, engaging in direct dialogue with Dumbledore. I agree, grandfather. The matter of the soul artifacts is of utmost importance. We must ascertain how much Dumbledore knows and how he intends to confront that dark wizard. She paused briefly before continuing her analysis. Moreover, this incident presents a significant opportunity. We can intertwine the sharing of information regarding the soul artifacts with Hogwarts security assurances and my personal compensation during our discussions. If Dumbledore wishes to obtain crucial information about the soul artifacts, he must demonstrate sufficient sincerity regarding compensation and security matters. Prince Igor regarded his granddaughter, the firelight dancing upon her light golden strands, bestowing a warm glow. For a fleeting moment, he felt a wave of nostalgia. The ceremony of her coming of age at 10 seemed but yesterday. During the summer, although her form had begun to stretch into that of a young lady, traces of childhood innocence lingered in her features. Yet now, Prince Igor gazed at her quietly. In but a few short months, time seemed to have been enchanted with an acceleration spell. Lana sat upright, her posture impeccable, her neck elongated, having shed the last vestiges of childhood roundness. Her silhouette had become distinctly elegant. The once fitting robe now betrayed signs of shortening at the wrists, a testament to her significant growth. What stirred his emotions most was the expression upon her face. It was no longer the deliberate calm of her youth, but rather a tranquil depth radiating from within, akin to a lake on the northern ice fields, deepened by the tempests of winter. It was as if yesterday she had been the little girl who needed him to bend low to touch her head, secretly tugging at his robe for comfort. Today, she was capable of calmly analyzing the threat posed by the soul artifacts and strategizing for negotiations with the greatest wizard of the age. Time. Prince Igor sighed silently within. A sigh imbued with the satisfaction of witnessing the growth of his descendant and the pride of recognizing that the fledgling eagle was poised to truly take flight. A faint smile, tinged with approval, graced his usually stern face. He reached out, gently stroking the top of Lana's light golden hair. Well done. My little eagle has begun to perceive the world through her own discerning eyes. Thus, it is settled. He spoke in a low tone. Honest. Please inform Dumbledore that Lana and I wish to hold a private meeting with him in his office. Now. Yes, Your Grace. Honest bowed and promptly departed, his figure vanishing silently at the door of the chamber. Prince Igor turned his attention back to Lana, his tone softening. Lana, before meeting him, you must take a moment to compose yourself and restore some color to your cheeks. Members of the Romanov family, regardless of circumstance, should always present their best selves to their adversaries. Lana nodded, and after Honest left, she approached the vanity, picking up a comb to meticulously tidy her slightly disheveled light golden locks. Though her complexion remained pale, when she lifted her chin, the calm and authoritative gleam reignited in her golden eyes, and the formidable Romanov lady returned. All for the sake of the family. Chapter 74. Negotiation with Dumbledore. Prince Igor and Lana walked ahead, followed closely by Honest and a family secretary holding a gilded hardbound folder. As they entered the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Lana was not clad in the school uniform. She wore an exquisite deep blue velvet gown, its hem embroidered with silver snowflake patterns. Draped over her shoulders was a short mink fur shawl, adorned with a delicate brooch depicting a double-headed eagle set with diamonds. Honest had prepared for her a petite, elegant soft hat, with a veil cascading from one side, gently obscuring her somewhat pallid complexion. This layer of gossamer was not cumbersome, but rather enhanced her breathtaking features with an air of dignity. Her poise was impeccable, standing shoulder to shoulder with her imposing grandfather, her presence rivaling his, imbued with a distinct gravitas. Fawkes perched quietly on his branch, his gem-like eyes observing the newcomers. The portraits of former headmasters on the walls, unusually alert, widened their eyes in unison, holding their breath in anticipation. Dumbledore rose from behind his desk, cluttered with silverware and books, and offered a slight bow to the Romanov duo as they entered. "Prince Igor, your grace," he greeted in his typically gentle voice, now tinged with a deeper timbre. "Welcome." He gestured for them to take a seat in the high-backed chairs opposite him. The depths of Dumbledore's blue eyes revealed an unmistakable weariness. The Chamber of Secrets incident had escalated to this juncture. He had not anticipated that, upon stepping outside, he would return to find half his home missing. Following the third incident, he had been urgently summoned to Fudge's office to discuss the safety of the young lady with the nearly frantic Minister of Magic, only to shortly thereafter receive an urgent call from the school. The Romanov lady had vanished within the castle. Her headmaid was dismantling the school in search of her. To compound matters, along with the young lady, the only son of the Malfoy family, the savior Harry Potter, and the youngest Weasley boy had also disappeared. Fudge, trembling, had accompanied him back to Hogwarts through the Flu network, and they were left aghast at the castle's devastation. Fudge seemed to lose composure, pointing at the horrific scene, unable to bear the shock, and promptly fainted. Dumbledore thought of the Minister of Magic still in the hospital wing, feeling an additional layer of exasperation toward him. He had already had a round of discussions with Lucius Malfoy. Upon receiving news from the Russian headmaid, he felt a sense of relief that the moment had finally arrived. Headmaster Dumbledore, Prince Igor offered a slight nod, acknowledging the greeting. "We hope we are not interrupting your handling of the current chaos." His gaze meaningfully swept towards the window, though this angle obscured the ruins. Everyone was acutely aware of their existence. Dumbledore observed the prince's serious countenance and sighed softly. His gaze fell upon Lana's still pallid face, and he removed his glasses to wipe them. To be candid, the weary elder admitted, upon receiving the news of the young lady's disappearance from the castle, both Minister Fudge and I were profoundly shocked and immediately set out to investigate. Nonetheless, we never anticipated. He paused, a bitter smile crossing his face. "I'm afraid Minister Fudge is currently resting in the hospital wing. He may be unable to partake in this discussion." Once again, he cast a solemn glance at Lana, his tone imbued with gravity. "Your Highness, on behalf of Hogwarts, I extend my sincerest apologies for the perilous circumstances you encountered at Hogwarts, which have resulted in significant depletion of your magical powers. This is an undeniable and grave oversight on the part of the institution." Lana gently raised her hand, elegantly halting Dumbledore's unfinished remarks. "Headmaster, if apologies could rectify losses, the magical community would not be fraught with such turmoil." Her voice carried an air of professional detachment. "When Minister Fudge regains consciousness, we will engage in a discussion regarding this incident. However, our present objective is to converse with you, and I believe we should focus on more pragmatic matters." Her gaze shifted to the document on Dumbledore's desk, its ink still fresh and evidently the result of intense negotiations. "Concerning the compensation proposal for this incident, I trust Mr. Malfoy has initiated preliminary discussions with you?" Dumbledore slid the document to the center of the table. "Indeed. This reflects Mr. Malfoy's initial intentions." The secretary beside Duke Igor promptly stepped forward, respectfully taking the document and presenting it to the Duke. He handed it directly to Lana, who received it and quickly skimmed through the contents. The document encompassed various aspects. It was evident that Lucius had engaged in a rather vigorous negotiation. Hogwarts was to bear all costs for restorative potions and subsequent care required for the Duchess's magical recovery until her powers were fully restored. Furthermore, the ownership and disposal rights of the basilisk and its shed skin within the Chamber of Secrets were to be unconditionally transferred to the Romanov family. Additionally, the Romanov family, in collaboration with the Malfoy family, was to enjoy preferential rights for the collection of rare magical plants and minerals within the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts for a period of 20 years. The Ministry of Magic was required to submit a formal written apology and explanation of circumstances to the Romanov family regarding security assurance issues, along with a detailed account of the significant oversights in Hogwarts' security framework. Finally, the ministry was to compensate the victims of this incident with a considerable sum in galleons for mental distress and shock. It must be said that Lucius Malfoy demonstrated a remarkable acumen in securing benefits for himself and his allies. Lana exchanged a few words in Russian with her grandfather, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. This was largely in line with their expectations, even surpassing them. "The proposal is generally acceptable," Lana began, signaling her family's secretary to step forward, "but we need to append several clauses." The secretary immediately complied, presenting another document drafted personally by Lana to Dumbledore. He took it, reading swiftly, his brow furrowing slightly. The supplementary clauses were bolder and more profound. 1. Educational collaboration. Establish a Romanov Hogwarts special fund from the compensation awarded to the Duchess, aimed at funding joint research projects between faculty and students. 2. Academic privileges. The Romanov family requests to send resident scholars into specific areas of the restricted section of the Hogwarts library for a period of 10 years. In exchange, the Romanov family is willing to establish a Slavic magical literature section in the Hogwarts library, providing some family-commissioned replicas. 3. Talent exchange. Hogwarts is to regularly select outstanding students for short-term exchanges with the Ministry of Magic in Russia. 4. Additional security clause. Hogwarts must upgrade the magical defense systems in its core areas, with relevant plans and effects subjected to irregular inspections by magical array experts appointed by the Romanov family, with a maximum of 2 inspections per year. Dumbledore comprehended the underlying implications. These clauses, while ostensibly promoting cultural exchange, were indeed a strategic endeavor by the Romanov family to deepen their influence within Hogwarts, fostering pro-Russian young wizards and gaining insight into the core dynamics of Western magical education. This was a quintessentially long-term political strategy. However, given Hogwarts' culpability and the significant risk faced by the opposing party, his bargaining position was severely limited. A refusal could precipitate a more serious diplomatic crisis, while acquiescence seemed to entail minimal loss for Hogwarts. Moreover, these terms could genuinely facilitate cultural exchange. He found it exceedingly difficult to muster a sufficiently robust rationale for refusal. As Dumbledore gazed at the parchment bearing the Romanov Duchess's personal seal and signature, a sense of heaviness settled upon him. The power was undeniably formidable, capable of swiftly weighing pros and cons to seize opportunities for maximum advantage. Indeed, the conditions set forth by the Duchess left him with little room for refusal. He recalled the first time he encountered the Duchess at the Ministry, perceiving her as an unparalleled noble. Yet, perhaps he had misjudged her, not merely due to her noble lineage but also owing to the iron-fisted prowess characteristic of an heir. Given the opportunity, she could instantaneously alter the situation, a feat far beyond that of her contemporaries. To be candid, having a Duchess study at Hogwarts was initially thought to be an opportunity to align her with their interests. Instead, she had overturned the entire chessboard, demanding a fresh start on her terms. Dumbledore lifted his cerulean gaze, meeting Lana's calm stare. With a resigned shake of his head, he mused, the realm of youth. He solemnly inscribed his name on the parchment, declaring, on behalf of Hogwarts, I accept these terms. A flicker of magic illuminated the air, and the agreement was officially enacted. A wise decision, Duke Igor nodded slightly. Additionally, regarding the offenses committed by Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger towards Lana and the Romanov family, while they too have been victims in this instance, I expect the school to adopt the appropriate stance. Dumbledore observed the Duke's inscrutable expression and tentatively responded, Your Highness, I am willing to apologize for their transgressions. Yet, they are still children. Svetlana is also a child. Your Grace, that is not an excuse you should propose. Lana lowered her gaze to sip her tea, refraining from interrupting the dialogue between her grandfather and Dumbledore. However, their capacity for compensation was limited, even if the Weasley family pooled all their resources. The Duke raised a hand to halt him, his resolve unwavering. I do not require their compensation, nor do I wish to engage in any negotiations with them. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am aware of the significance of the savior to your institution. However, that identity cannot serve as a shield for his recklessness. Their inappropriate behavior must be publicly acknowledged and critiqued by the entire school. Of course, I shall not interfere with the specifics of their punishment. That is the school's prerogative. I do not wish to be aggressive. All we seek is justice. Lana has informed me of the points accrued at the end of the last academic year. I believe your favoritism towards the savior and his friends may lead to an unjust outcome. Dumbledore raised his gaze to the Duchess. Lana met his eyes unwaveringly, her expression resolute, shrouded in the shadow of her hat's veil, rendering her gaze inscrutable. As for the course of action the school will take, that depends on your attitude. Furthermore, you must publicly acknowledge Lana's contributions and worth in this incident. Dumbledore wrestled with his thoughts. If he did not relent this time, the Russians would not easily let the matter rest. Your Highness, I am willing to heed your counsel. Harry and his companions will face appropriate consequences. However, to prevent unnecessary panic, please allow me to obscure certain details. Duke Igor nodded noncommittally, and Dumbledore exhaled a long sigh. Just as he believed that the negotiations had finally reached their conclusion, Lana gently adjusted her posture, her hands elegantly folded upon her lap. She gazed intently at Dumbledore, her tone serene. Well then, Headmaster Dumbledore, since we have settled the fundamental terms, let us set them aside. We can now commence our discourse on the more pivotal matters at hand. She paused briefly, taking note of the astonished expression on Dumbledore's face. This concerns Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort, and the Horcruxes he created in his desperate bid to evade death. Chapter 75. I pledge my loyalty to you. Svetlana gestured to Honest beside her. Honest stepped forward, cradling the Ravenclaw diadem in her hands. The diadem's ethereal blue glow had long since dimmed, and its surface revealed faint, subtle markings. Lana's gaze fell upon the diadem before shifting back to Dumbledore. Thank you for your foresight just now, Headmaster. In return, and for the mutual long-term benefit of our parties, I am willing to share some information regarding this object, as a sign of our sincerity. Dumbledore abruptly rose. Is this the diadem of Ravenclaw? On the wall, an elderly witch with cascading silver hair rose from her chair, leaning forward from her frame. Delirious, come take a look. Delirious Devante scrutinized the diadem in Dumbledore's hands, and the other headmasters nearby leaned in closely to examine it as well. Indeed, it appears authentic, not a mere imitation. The former headmaster sat up straight, her gaze softening as she looked at Svetlana. My dear child, may I address you as such? I am Delirious Devante, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, hailing from Ravenclaw. The diadem has been lost for many years. From where did you acquire it? Lana was familiar with this headmaster, a distinguished healer of considerable renown. She nodded slightly in respect, then gestured toward the diadem, her expression grave as she regarded Dumbledore. This is the mastermind behind the Chamber of Secrets attack this academic year. From the wall, another headmaster interjected, a diadem? Igor cleared his throat, and the portraits on the wall fell silent. Lana seemed oblivious to the skepticism, maintaining her polite smile. She continued, Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, utilized the diadem as a Horcrux to exert control over the students, specifically Miss Granger of Gryffindor. He exploited her thirst for knowledge, compelling her to unleash the basilisk and leave behind horrific implications. His ultimate aim was to usurp my position. The astute Miss Granger discerned this, using the implications to alert me and rouse my awareness. However, Voldemort caught wind of her intentions, nearly leading to her demise. Fortunately, disaster was averted. The office was enveloped in a profound silence. Igor's expression was one of deep solemnity. Despite being aware of the truth, he could not suppress the fury brewing within him. Lana leaned slightly forward, her complexion pale, yet her demeanor formidable. Horcruxes, a most malevolent creation of dark magic that desecrates the soul and the natural order. It encapsulates fragmented pieces of the soul within objects, thereby anchoring the primary soul in this realm and evading the call of death. This means that as long as the Horcruxes endure, Voldemort will inevitably return. The magical community of Britain will once again be engulfed in terror. She paused, slowly rising to her feet and moving toward the window, allowing Dumbledore ample time to absorb this revelation. In light of Voldemort's audacity to disrespect the Almighty and the Romanov family, we are willing to offer limited assistance in this matter to prevent the situation from spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. The Romanov family can aid Britain in eradicating the dark soul. However, assistance is neither free nor limitless. Svetlana raised two fingers. Firstly, we require an exchange of information. We need to be informed about the progress of investigations into the Horcruxes, any suspicious leads, and your insights into Voldemort and his followers' movements. Secondly, she lowered her second finger, her tone growing more serious. We require possession of Voldemort's soul, and furthermore, we need a definitive number. Headmaster Dumbledore, you must utilize all your resources and influence within the British magical community to ascertain precisely how many Horcruxes Voldemort has created. Without this crucial figure, any attempts to eliminate them may prove futile and could even provoke him. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Lana, observing the young girl before him. Pale yet beautiful as if sculpted from ice, her words sharp as blades, her logic impeccable. It was evident that she and her family harbored ulterior motives, perhaps seeking influence or future exchanges of benefit. Dumbledore contemplated before posing his own question. Your Highness, as far as I know, the Romanov family possesses a uniquely exceptional magical system, granting you insights into the soul that outsiders cannot hope to attain. Why then can you not determine the number of Horcruxes yourselves? Why must you rely on our investigation? Lana had anticipated this inquiry. You are correct. We do have expertise in the realm of souls. However, it is precisely for this reason that we exercise greater caution. She gestured to her golden eyes. As you know, I possess the ability to perceive certain truths granted to me by the Almighty. I once conducted a divination. She raised her hand, her fingertips tracing the air, revealing that the divination yielded not a clear number, but rather two indistinct images. Golden magic subtly intertwined in the air, forming two words, movement. Deception. She turned to Dumbledore. What might this signify? Does it indicate that the Horcruxes possess a nature of mobility, or that their number is in flux? Or perhaps, There exists some guise that obscures the truth from our sight. Our understanding of the people, events, and objects within the British magical community is limited. And even when armed with clues, it is challenging to pierce through the fog and discern the genuine from the false. Lana waved her hand, dispersing the magic, standing in the center of the office, gazing directly at Dumbledore. Thus, this is a task that relies on local intelligence networks. One that must be undertaken by you and the British magical community you represent. This is an obligation you cannot evade, and it serves as the premise for our further cooperation. Furthermore, Svetlana fixed her gaze upon Dumbledore and the row of astonished portraits behind him. A slow smile graced her lips, her presence formidable. The British ought to express sincere gratitude for our assistance, should they not? Dumbledore rose slowly from his seat. All eyes upon him. The greatest white wizard of this century did not direct his gaze toward Igor, the actual power holder of the Romanov family. His expression was one of utmost gravity as he turned toward Lana, looking at her, the future heiress and young Romanov princess. Dumbledore placed his right hand over his heart and bowed deeply before her. Your information is invaluable, and your conditions are reasonable. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, in representation of myself and Hogwarts, extend my heartfelt gratitude for your goodwill. He straightened, the complex glimmer in his blue eyes coalescing into a gentle sigh of promise. I pledge my loyalty to you, Your Highness. We will ascertain the number of Horcruxes as swiftly as possible. Moreover, regarding the consequences of this incident, Lana waved her hand dismissively. That is a matter for the school to address. Now let us part ways. Igor rose, and the two exchanged nods, signaling the conclusion of their meeting. The door to the headmaster's office closed silently behind them. Lana stood slightly behind Prince Igor, poised to depart down the corridor. Not far away, three figures awaited with an air of trepidation. They were Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, who had just awakened and needed Ron's support to steady herself. Lana paused momentarily, whispering to her grandfather. Igor's sharp gaze swept over the trio of Gryffindors, lingering on Harry for a fleeting moment before nodding slightly to Lana. Be swift. Lana. With that, he advanced ahead with Honest and the secretary, leaving ample space. Lana faced the three of them alone, standing in silence, awaiting their words. Harry inhaled deeply and stepped forward. His ears flushed crimson, his voice tinged with anxiety, yet earnest. Princess Romanov, we are here to apologize. Sincerely, we apologize. He raked a hand through his tousled hair, hesitating as if grappling with his thoughts, but continued, not just for involving you in the Chamber of Secrets, but also for inadvertently damaging Malfoy's mirror and nearly colliding with you at the beginning of the term. In short, we are truly sorry. Ron nodded vigorously beside him, his face even redder than Harry's, nearly rivaling his own hair. And thank you for saving Hermione. He cast a quick glance at his weakened companion, lowering his voice. You didn't, give us a good thrashing like you did with Lockhart. Ron recalled his rehearsed lines and hastily added, and about that golden shield. It looked a bit odd, but it was quite cool. Thank you. Svetlana listened quietly to their somewhat disjointed apologies, her golden eyes betraying no emotion. The two young lions awaited her response, their nervous gazes fixed upon her. Lana offered a slight nod, saying little. Her attention then shifted to Hermione, who had her head bowed, her body trembling slightly. Hermione's lips quivered, a torrent of words trapped in her throat, yet she could utter none. Lana did not rush her, patiently waiting for a moment. The corridor remained silent. Noticing Hermione's continued inability to speak, Lana nodded again, signaling the conclusion of this brief meeting. She turned to leave. Wait. Your Highness. Hermione's voice quavered, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. I'm so sorry, I just wanted to understand. She choked on her words, her speech disjointed. I thought I had enough knowledge, that I had glimpsed a corner of the magical world. But the magic of Russia, the legends of Eastern Europe, reveal that the world is so vast, and I am so small and ignorant before knowledge, so presumptuous. She took a deep breath, gazing at Lana's composed visage, summoning her courage to speak. I know that no apology can suffice. I am truly sorry. I offer you my most sincere apologies. I am willing to accept any punishment. Lana regarded the tear-streaked girl before her. To forgive you is the prerogative of the Almighty, she said, causing Hermione to flinch. You need not apologize to me. I do not desire your apology. Lana continued, her tone remarkably calm. A wrong is a wrong. Even if it stems from desperate measures, it cannot absolve you. Guilt will become a torment throughout your long years. Harry and Ron wished to interject on Hermione's behalf, but upon witnessing the similarly pale countenance of the princess, they fell silent, their faces flushed. And you too. Lana turned her gaze toward Harry and Ron. Given your recklessness and the offense to the Romanov family, you ought to accept the consequences of your actions. However, this is a matter for the school to handle. My silence does not stem from forgiveness or sympathy, but but from a lack of interest. You do not evoke any emotional value in me. Frankly, my presence here is already an act of tolerance. Harry and Ron stood speechless, realizing the gravity of their misdeeds and accepting the impending consequences. Hermione bowed her head further, her tears flowing more freely, the weight of guilt nearly overwhelming her. Svetlana stepped slightly closer, her gaze fixed on Hermione, commanding, "Lift your head." Hermione complied, raising her tear-streaked face to meet those golden eyes that seemed to peer into her very soul. Lana regarded her for a moment before speaking slowly. "If the Almighty were here to witness your actions, he would condemn your recklessness and disregard for danger." She paused, observing the despair in Hermione's eyes before continuing, "Yet, he might also commend you. You possess the courage to seek knowledge, to touch the unknown, even the audacity to risk yourself in pursuit of it." Hermione stared at Lana, incredulity washing over her at the words she heard. Lana's gaze shifted to the equally anxious Harry and Ron. "I do not wish to pass judgment upon you. You shall bear the cost of your recklessness." The atmosphere grew heavy. Harry and Ron had not anticipated such words. They regarded the princess's dignified expression, remaining silent. Svetlana observed the three, who had just faced death and seemed to have grown from the experience, before concluding. "The Romanov family will establish a dedicated section in the Hogwarts library to share copies of select family tomes. The content may be complex and diverge from your current studies. If you wish to learn, to prove yourselves as individuals of worth," she turned to Harry, "you are welcome to pursue true enhancement of your abilities." With that, she made no further delay, turning to depart. Her gown trailed behind her, gracefully arcing through the air, ultimately merging into the shadows at the corridor's end. The three stood rooted in place, their hearts a tumult of emotions. A door to a broader world was slowly creaking open. Chapter 76. He knows, she knows. In a corner of the Slytherin common room, several finely crafted leather suitcases emblazoned with the Romanov double-headed eagle emblem were neatly arranged. The door to the common room stood ajar, as several servants quietly loaded the luggage onto the carriage, while Honest meticulously conducted a final inspection. Blaise Zabinai could hardly maintain his usual air of elegance. He paced anxiously at the entrance like a restless ant on a hot griddle, craning his neck. "Merlin, where are they?" The princess was soon to depart Hogwarts for Russia to recuperate, and it was uncertain how long she would be gone. To make matters worse, Draco had been summoned by Professor Snape, leaving his two-way mirror behind in the dormitory. At that moment, Svetlana emerged. She had changed out of her lavish gown, donning a travel-friendly velvet outfit, draped in a silver-gray mink cloak, her light golden hair simply tied back. Her gaze swept the common room. Failing to locate the person she sought, she strode directly towards the visibly unsettled Blaise. "Mr. Zabinai, Your Highness," Blaise started, standing upright in an effort to appear less flustered. "Draco has been called by Professor Snape?" "Why, yes. He just left a short while ago," Blaise answered hurriedly, internally pleading, "Come back, Draco. Your Svetka is leaving." A glimmer of regret flickered in Lana's eyes. She extracted a subtly fragrant letter from her handbag, the envelope crafted from heavy dark silver parchment, devoid of any inscription. Sealed with a dark red wax bearing Lana's personal crest. "Please, ensure this reaches him," she requested. With trembling hands, Blaise accepted the missive, while Daphne and Pansy instinctively rose to their feet beside him. A letter, an unannounced departure, a temporary return to Russia, taken away by her stern grandfather. Magic diminished and in need of recuperation. These elements swiftly coalesced in his mind, which had been well versed in various Muggle romance novels. Could this be a breakup letter? A farewell note? Had they parted ways? Separated? Torn apart by her grandfather's decree? Forced into distance, never to meet again? Strangers upon their next encounter? Was it due to family interference? Or perhaps the Grand Duchess, recognizing her own frailty, chose to leave quietly so as not to burden Draco? Yes, indeed. Igor seemed quite unyielding. Moreover, Blaise surreptitiously glanced at the Grand Duchess's pallid complexion. Merlin, how pale she appeared. In Blaise's mind, a dramatic saga of love and heartbreak unfolded, playing out like an 80-episode series. Unbeknownst to Lana, Blaise was ensnared in a tempest of emotions. After confirming the letter's delivery, she inclined her head slightly. "Thank you." With that, she turned to leave the lounge. Blaise, gazing at the letter in his hand, and then at Lana's indifferent silhouette, snapped back to reality. He desperately signaled to Pansy and Daphne, urging them to detain the Grand Duchess for a moment longer. The two promptly complied, rushing forward to engage Lana in conversation about the sights of Russia. Lana, observing the still unpacked suitcases, was not in a hurry to depart. She smiled gently, conversing with Pansy and Daphne, who positioned themselves to obstruct her path. Blaise, drenched in sweat, suddenly flipped the book in front of Theodore, tossing it aside, and urgently whispered, "Quick, not to the cellar. Find a way to inform Malfoy that the Grand Duchess is leaving." Immediately, run. Theodore, half drawing his wand, was about to chastise Blaise. But upon seeing his anxious expression, he glanced at the oddly positioned trio and instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Without a word, he nodded and swiftly exited the lounge, his pace significantly quicker than usual. Blaise clutched the fateful letter tightly, like the most devoted messenger, steadfastly awaiting the arrival of the protagonist, his gaze oscillating between the corridor entrance and the Grand Duchess, anxiously anticipating his entrance. Merlin, let it not be bad news. Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass, unusually animated, surrounded the soon-to-depart Lana, as if they had an endless array of topics to discuss. They transitioned from the latest beauty potions to the obscure annotations of an ancient tome, from northern delicacies to the scenic views along the route. Each girl grasped one of Lana's hands tightly. Although Lana found their exuberance curious, she responded to their inquiries with warmth. A family attendant quietly approached, softly reminding her that it was time to depart. Lana paused the conversation, offering Pansy and Daphne a gentle smile before stepping forward to embrace them lightly. Take care. May the Father in heaven bless you. Her voice was soft, imbued with her distinctive lily of the valley fragrance. Pansy and Daphne, momentarily frozen in the enchanting embrace, felt their cheeks flush, their expressions becoming slightly dazed. Once Lana departed, they instinctively exchanged a glance, each recognizing the shared bewilderment and uncertainty in the other's eyes. Pansy's gaze suggested, perhaps this isn't so bad? Daphne subtly nodded. Indeed, separating from Malfoy might be acceptable. Svetlana, surrounded by Honest and the attendants, made her way to the foyer. The opulent family carriage awaited outside the castle, with Igor standing beside it, a finely crafted pipe in hand, wisps of smoke curling around his composed figure. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the spacious foyer. Svetlana, wait. Draco Malfoy disregarded everyone and dashed towards her. His platinum hair was tousled, his face flushed from exertion, his gray-blue eyes filled with panic. Upon hearing his voice, Lana halted and turned back. Honest's expression darkened instantly, and Lana gently patted her arm. The loyal head maid pursed her lips tightly, reluctantly leading the attendants to stand beside Igor. He leisurely puffed on his pipe, watching the approaching youth with an amused smile. He leaned slightly towards the tense Honest and murmured, Relax, Honest. Sometimes, we must allow the fledgling to learn how to navigate the winds. His soothing words had barely left his lips when the smile abruptly vanished. Draco, disregarding decorum, surged directly towards Lana, enveloping her in a fervent embrace. His arms tightened around her as if he wished to meld her into himself. The sound of the expensive wooden pipe cracking echoed ominously. The smile vanished from Igor's face, his blue eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on the audacious blonde boy. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Draco clung to Lana, his chest heaving as he expressed his distress, nearly shouting, Svetlana, Theodore said you're returning to get married. Did my father speak to your grandfather? Or? Lana was taken aback by his incoherent words. Amused, she lightly patted his tensed back. What nonsense are you spouting? Her tone was playful, yet she made no immediate effort to extricate herself from his embrace. Draco held her tightly, as if fearing that if he let go, she would vanish, burying his face in her neck as he murmured, I was just thinking about how to be with you, and now you're leaving. It dawned on Lana. She sighed, finally understanding why Blaise had been so anxious earlier. You three. She paused, deliberately elongating her tone. Those muggle romance novels you've been secretly reading? I'll make sure Honest confiscates them when I return. Draco, frustrated, lifted his head, still defiantly arguing. Svetlana, I'm not like them. Zabanai and Nod's actions shouldn't reflect on me. Though he claimed this, his body betrayed him. His grip on her remained unwavering. Lana, observing his demeanor, felt a sweetness in her heart. She lifted a hand to gently caress his slightly warm cheek, her fingers cool against his skin. I'm merely returning to recuperate. Once my magic is restored, I will return. She patiently explained. Kaya has endured too much on the journey. I've entrusted her care to Aunt Narcissa. She gestured toward the tightly gripped letter in Draco's hand, which contained Kaya's habits and care instructions, along with some other notes. It was not a farewell letter after all. Draco belatedly sensed the cold scrutiny from Igor and Honest. A chill crept down his spine. He awkwardly released his embrace, yet his gaze remained firmly locked on Lana's face. As she adjusted her cloak, she noticed that Draco had held her too tightly, causing it to wrinkle. She gently stroked Draco's hair, preparing to depart. She needed to leave before her grandfather took action. Draco, remember to use the two-way mirror to contact me when I return. As she turned to leave, Draco stepped forward anxiously. Nastia, when will you be back? And about the chamber, that kiss. Lana glanced at Prince Igor and then back at the youth. The warm winter sunlight of the afternoon sculpted his increasingly tall and slender figure. His shoulders became broad and straight, hinting at the robust frame he would grow into. The sunlight rendered his platinum hair almost translucent. After running vigorously, a few strands were damp with sweat, clinging to his forehead, rather than appearing disheveled. It added a touch of rebellious boyish charm. The dark green school robe accentuated his alabaster complexion, and standing amidst the dazzling light, he appeared almost radiant. His gray-blue eyes were solely fixed upon her. Lana smiled, rising on her toes to swiftly plant a kiss on his lips. "Wait for me, my dear. Wait for me." With that, she did not linger, turning to quickly board the carriage that had been waiting. Prince Igor clenched his teeth, watching his bashful granddaughter, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Ultimately, he said nothing, casting a warning glance at Draco before boarding the carriage himself. As the door closed and the carriage slowly departed from Hogwarts, Draco stood rooted in place, tightly gripping the letter in his hand. Gazing at the direction in which the carriage had vanished, motionless for a long time, a foolish smile adorning his face. He knew she knew. Volume 2, The Emergence of Darkness. The End. Chapter 77, The One from a Distant Land. The heavy stone walls of the White Knight Castle isolated it from the howling winds and snow of the outside world. Svetlana stepped inside, the familiar sense enveloping her like a warm embrace. Lady Elena, the ceremonial officer, bowed with her attendants. "Your Highness, welcome back." Elena gazed at the now much taller princess, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lana hurried forward to embrace Elena tightly. The ceremonial officer and Honest had watched her grow up, often stern and even harsh during her training, yet they undeniably filled the void left by her mother. She truly missed Elena. "Your Highness, this is against decorum. I sincerely hope you have not picked up any undesirable habits from the Westerners." Elena attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, but the affection and pride in her eyes threatened to spill over. Lana chuckled at the hard-hearted but tender-hearted officer, stepping back to demonstrate a perfectly executed curtsy. The figure of a young girl gradually merged with that of a young woman. Unable to contain herself any longer, Elena drew out a handkerchief, dabbing at her tear-filled eyes. The Empire's jewel was so resplendent that it inspired pride in all. As Lana walked through the castle, she surveyed everything familiar. The ancient star map still adorned the dome, and the walls still bore the dignified portraits of her ancestors. A profound sense of stability rooted in her blood and soul washed over her. In her youth, she had often gazed through the castle's towering stained glass windows, staring out at the vast, snow-covered silent world beyond. Now, she understood that some things served as anchors in life, tethering her to this world. The recovery process progressed far more swiftly than anticipated, thanks not only to the magical environment of the White Knight Castle, which shared a lineage with the Romanov bloodline, but also due to the arrival of a guest, one both unexpected yet entirely rational, Professor Severus Snape. As a representative of Hogwarts and part of the reparations agreement, Snape had voluntarily requested to accompany the young princess to Russia, tasked with preparing top-tier potions to restore her magic. The somber potions master, upon entering the Royal Potion Research Institute attached to White Knight Castle, seemed to merge into it like a drop of water into the sea, rarely seen within the castle. Snape practically resided in the Research Institute, which housed countless rare potion recipes and materials from Eastern Europe and even the Far East. The royal family had provided Snape with a translation assistant, allowing him to cast aside the cold facade he had worn at Hogwarts and immerse himself in fervent discussions with the Romanov royal potion masters. They debated the catalytic effects of moonstone powder under various magical environments, exploring the extreme attribute conflicts and potential fusions between the ice marrow grass on Earth from Siberian permafrost and the African desert flameflower. Once, as Lana happened to pass by the institute, she saw the headmaster inspecting a crystal vial filled with blue liquid, scrutinizing its hue in the sunlight. The usually impassive expression on his face was illuminated with a spark of near obsession. In that moment, he appeared 10 years younger, surrounded by pure enthusiasm. As he examined the vial, he spoke rapidly to a gray-haired, old potion master, articulating his insights with fervor. The assistant struggled to keep pace with Snape's swift speech, feeling as though her tongue might twist in the effort. Observing Professor Snape, Lana suddenly realized he was only 32 years old, still in the prime of his life. She watched for a while, ultimately deciding not to interrupt, quietly leaving the Research Institute. The potions tailored for Lana by Snape proved remarkably effective. After consuming them several times, she felt her magical flow accelerating significantly. Moreover, her soul purification entered a new phase. Fragments of the soul from the diary and the Ravenclaw diadem were offered as tributes, sacrificed and purified in the family's sacred rites deep within the castle. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and Lana could distinctly feel that during her daily recitations, the resonance of her magic seemed clearer and more intense. On that morning, gentle light filtered into her chamber, casting a soft glow within. Svetlana concluded her meditation and prepared for her morning prayers. Suddenly, she noticed a flower lying quietly beside the open ancient scrolls. It was a fresh forget-me-not, its petals adorned with glistening dewdrops. The petite blue blossoms clustered together, exquisitely beautiful. Lana paused, momentarily thinking it was a gift from Honest. She reached out, her fingertips brushing the soft petals, and beneath the flower stem lay a folded, high-quality white card. She picked it up and unfolded it. In dark green florid script, the familiar elegant handwriting read, "Whatever our souls are made of, hers and mine are the same." There was no signature. The phrase, originally his, had been cleverly altered to hers. Holding the card, Lana bathed in the polar morning light, gazing at the quietly blooming blue forget-me-not. She recognized the source of the phrase and understood its significance. In a distant realm, a young lad endeavors to bridge the vast chasm before him in his own unique manner. Within the confines of Malfoy Manor, in Draco Malfoy's opulent chamber, the early morning sun streams through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a delicate golden hue over the lavish surroundings. Draco, clad in silk pajamas, sits cross-legged upon the plush carpet, his countenance grave. Before him rests a soft velvet cushion, upon which a composed lady sits with poise. Kaya, under the meticulous care of Narcissa, boasts an increasingly lustrous silver-gray coat, her round eyes embodying the characteristic languor of felines. Clearing his throat, Draco extends his left hand towards Miss Kaya, his tone earnest. "Miss Kaya, this has been received." He then stretches out his right hand, adding, "This has not been received." His gaze locked onto Kaya's eyes. He lowers his voice. "Now, good girl, tell me, has Sveka received my flowers?" "In your own way." In response to Draco's expectant stare, Miss Kaya leisurely lifts a paw, licks it delicately, and then casts a glance at Draco. A soft meow escapes her lips, accompanied by an audible sigh that emanates from her furry chest. Draco's eyes widen in astonishment, nearly propelling him to his feet. By Merlin, he swears he does not understand why a cat would sigh. Yet he is 1,000,000% certain that Kaya has undeniably, without a doubt, just sighed. Furthermore, her gaze seems to imply he is an irredeemable fool. Miss Kaya, having lost all patience for this foolish divination game, rises gracefully, stretching luxuriously, each strand of fur glistening in the sunlight. With an air of restraint, she saunters towards the door, scratching at the panel with her paw. Outside, Narcissa's gentle voice chimes. "Oh, has our little darling awakened?" The door opens a crack, and with her tail held high, Miss Kaya exits with a spring in her step, leaving Draco alone with the empty cushion, his heart heavy with disappointment. Even the cat finds me distasteful. With a lack of decorum, Draco collapses backward into the soft embrace of his bed, burying his head beneath the down comforter, his mind swirling with a plethora of pessimistic thoughts. Had Sveka not received the flowers? Were they intercepted by Honest? Was the message he penned too foolish? Suddenly, the double-sided mirror beside his pillow flickers with a gentle glow. Draco jolts upright, tooling his disheveled hair, desperately attempting to steady his racing heart and restore his expression to its habitual haughty demeanor. Feigning nonchalance, Draco adopts a pose and reaches for the glowing mirror. As magic activates, the mirror reveals a scene on the other side. Lana, adorned in a pristine silk nightgown, her soft golden locks cascading over her shoulders. A few playful strands framing her porcelain visage, stands illuminated by the ethereal light streaming through the window. Her unadorned beauty, untouched by makeup, appears exceptionally exquisite in the morning glow. In her hand, she cradles a forget-me-not, her golden eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazes at him. Pure and angelic as a figure from a church mural, Draco's carefully maintained facade crumbles in an instant. He gazes at the reflection of the girl, his breath hitching. His heart feels as if it is being tightly grasped, only to be filled with a sudden sweetness. His lips, seemingly beyond his control, curl upward into an uncontainable smile, lifting higher than he could suppress. His gray-blue eyes seem to capture the stars, twinkling with brilliance. "See, the Malfoys deserve the best. Sveka is the best." He parts his lips, intending to speak, but laughter escapes him first, invoking the affectionate nickname that belongs solely to her, Svetka. "Draco." Lana's gentle voice resonates from the mirror's depths. "Whatever our souls are made of, yours and mine are the same." Lana tenderly caresses the edge of the mirror, tracing his outline with her fingers in the air. "Draco, I miss you." Chapter 78, For You. Malfoy Manor. This year's Christmas holiday is rather exceptional. Hogwarts Castle has been violently dismantled by Honest, and the damaged sections require time for restoration. Additionally, due to the lingering fears from the basilisk incident, the school has generously, or perhaps reluctantly, extended the Christmas holiday from 2 weeks to a full month. Lucius and Narcissa, sympathetic to their son's harrowing experience in the Chamber of Secrets, have outright cancelled this year's Yule Ball. The family finds themselves enjoying a rare, simple Christmas together. At this moment, the manor is ablaze with light, hosting a modest yet intimate gathering. In the grand hall downstairs, Lucius engages in hushed conversation with several heads of pureblood families. While Narcissa and a few ladies sit by the fireplace, sipping red tea, their discussions revolving around family, fashion, and children. On the second floor, in the private parlor, the atmosphere is considerably more relaxed. Young pureblood ladies gather in small clusters. The crackling flames in the fireplace fill the air with warmth, mingling with the sweet scent of confections. Leaning against the window frame, Draco idly toys with an exquisitely crafted pocket watch, a gift from Lana. Since her return to Russia for recuperation, they communicate daily through the double-sided mirror and send letters and packages via trained, robust messenger owls capable of long-distance flights. Every morning, Draco ensures that fresh flowers are delivered to Lana's window. These are always freshly picked, the most delicate and vibrant blooms. Sometimes they are dew-kissed blue forget-me-nots, other times luscious red roses or fresh, elegant white lilies. Each day, a new surprise. Alongside the flowers, a finely crafted handwritten note is always attached. The contents of the note change daily, but invariably, they are filled with heartfelt sentiment. Occasionally, they include excerpts from poetry, simple greetings, or unabashed expressions of longing. Every so often, he peppers in some humorous complaints about the progress of Hogwarts reconstruction and grievances regarding Miss Kaya's overbearing antics. Svetlana rises early each day, eagerly glancing towards the window. Upon receiving the flowers and note, a gentle smile graces her face, lingering for the entire day. This has become a delightful ritual for her during her convalescence. She arranges the flowers in a crystal vase on her table, allowing their vitality to adorn her room, while carefully storing the note in a special wooden box. Such grand romantic gestures have stirred quite a commotion throughout the White Knight Castle. Duke Igor has tacitly approved of it all, contented by the sight of his granddaughter's smile, and begrudgingly satisfied with that golden-haired boy. Of course, such a grand romantic endeavor spanning nearly all of Europe comes at a staggering cost. It is by no means an insignificant sum, not to mention the high-quality magical flowers. Merely training the special owls and the daily consumption of magical energy supplements and specialized feed incurs a hefty expenditure. Furthermore, one must manage international magical logistics to ensure the flowers remain fresh during transit, along with the fees for special cross-border permits. Lucius did not even blink as he generously signed one gold galleon check after another, wholeheartedly supporting every endeavor of his son. He even expressed dissatisfaction with the quality of flowers chosen by Draco, raising the budget further. In essence, all expenses for the evening were to be borne by Mr. Malfoy. The pocket watch in Draco's hand was a Christmas gift from the Grand Duchess. In her words, the Romanov family does not celebrate Western Christmas, but that does not preclude me from presenting you with a gift. This is no ordinary item. It is a genuine royal treasure. The case is adorned with rich green enamel, embellished with intricate gold floral patterns. The watch face is set with numerous diamonds, the dazzling gems forming a splendid decorative motif that exudes exquisite luxury. The inner cover is engraved with a line of delicate Russian cursive. Draco inquired with his Russian teacher, and learned it means, time witnesses. At this moment, the watch is open. Inside the cover is a magically reduced photograph of a 10-year-old Svetlana. The little girl in the picture is clad in a splendid gown and wears the imperial crown that symbolizes power, her light golden hair sparkling like pure gold in the sunlight. Draco's gaze lingered on the photograph, his gray-blue eyes filled with tenderness and adoration. Blaise Zabinai, swirling a goblet in hand, approached Draco and quipped, "Hey, Draco, since the Grand Duchess hasn't returned yet, what will become of your meticulously planned confession? Is it destined to fall apart?" He could not resist mocking Draco's ostentatious display. "I mean, Romeo, if the Grand Duchess doesn't come back, you can't possibly keep sending flowers every day, could you? With that money, you could renovate all of Hogwarts." Upon hearing Blaise's words, Draco gently closed the pocket watch and carefully tucked it away into the inner pocket of his suit. A gentle smile still graced his face. "It's all right, Blaise. There will be a better opportunity." Blaise looked at Draco's love-struck expression, feeling a wave of nausea, and rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to continue his teasing, he was interrupted by Pansy and Daphne approaching. Daphne, with her meticulously applied lipstick, bit her lip and glanced nervously at Draco. Ultimately, it was Pansy who stepped forward, her voice affectedly dramatic. "Draco, could you accompany us to the terrace for a moment? We feel a bit warm." Without Draco in Lana's presence, he transformed back into his previous self in an instant. He raised an eyebrow, his expression overtly one of disbelief, as if looking at a fool. He slightly tilted his head and gazed out at the deepening night, where the unmelted snow in the garden reflected a cold glow under the moonlight. Though the fire in the hearth was warm, it was far from enough to warrant stepping outside into the cold for a breath of fresh air. "Warm?" Draco repeated, glancing at their fur shawls. Pansy, Daphne, it is winter. And you both seem to be bundled even more than I am. Pansy's face instantly flushed, while Daphne fidgeted with her fingers. They exchanged a glance that conveyed a mutual understanding of the pitiful excuse. Blaze, watching the scene unfold like a spectator, took a sip of his drink, fully aware that these two had likely received some kind of assignment. Observing Pansy and Daphne's mortified expressions, he glanced at the still oblivious Draco and sighed in resignation, deciding to play the Good Samaritan. Blaze sauntered over, draping an arm around Draco's shoulders and nudging him toward the exit. Come on, my lord, let's head to the terrace. Perhaps there will be a delightful view awaiting us. Blaze winked at Pansy and Daphne, signaling that everything was under control. Pansy and Daphne immediately cast grateful glances at Blaze, quietly giving him a thumbs up. Draco was half pushed, half led toward the terrace. He loosened his somewhat constricting tie and muttered, all right, but if anyone complains of being cold later, they can return and face a drink as punishment. The group traversed the bustling parlor and stepped onto the chilly terrace. The biting winter wind hit Pansy and Daphne, dressed in their thin evening gowns, causing them to shiver involuntarily. They quickly set aside their discomfort, their eyes eagerly scanning the night sky. Suddenly, boom! Without any warning, a sound pierced the stillness of the night. The entire Malfoy Manor was suddenly enveloped in an extraordinarily brilliant golden light. This was no ordinary magical firework. The golden magic exploded into countless tiny starbursts. Flecks of starlight slowly descended from the heavens, resembling a grand shower of golden rain. The luminous glow illuminated nearly every corner of the estate, the scene appearing dreamlike and divine, as if a miracle had descended. People poured out from the indoors, standing on the terrace to witness the spectacle. Everyone was rendered speechless, awed by the unprecedented sight. Draco tilted his head back, his pupils reflecting the cascade of gold. He felt his heart racing frantically as he anxiously cast his gaze downward. Beneath the golden rain, the figure he had long yearned for stood there. It was her. She had returned. Svetlana was clad in a brown mink coat, slightly tilting her head to admire the spectacle above, a joyful smile gracing her lips. As always, Honest stood by her side, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. She was pure, the noble Grand Duchess. When did she learn to employ such ostentatious means to bring joy to others? That damn blonde boy, that peacock. He was leading her astray. Draco's mind was a blank slate. All sense of reason, decorum, and propriety was cast aside. Without a thought for the occasion or his image, he abruptly turned and, to the astonishment of onlookers, dashed straight to Lana. He swept her into his arms, twirling her around excitedly several times. Startled, Lana laughed and wrapped her arms around his neck to steady herself. Finally, Draco came to a halt, holding her tightly and refusing to let go. Svetlana gazed into his sparkling gray-blue eyes, filled with exhilaration, and softly asked, "Do you like it?" "I love it. My dear, I absolutely adore it." On the terrace, Blaze watched the tightly embraced couple below, amidst the golden starry rain, feeling a pang of jealousy that nearly made his teeth ache. Merlin's beard. The fireworks were specifically for him. The disparity in treatment was staggering. He let out a long sigh, wondering aloud. Do you think it's too late to tell the Grand Duchess that the communication mirror I originally mentioned was actually mine? Pansy and Daphne, captivated by the couple below, silently squealed in excitement. So sweet. The Grand Duchess generously bestowed a smile upon her beloved. The prince merely hinted to us about a surprise. We never expected such a grand gesture. Pansy, hearing Blaze's sour remarks, waved him off. Be quiet. Blaze, you're being annoying. Daphne chimed in. If you're cold, you should go back inside. Blaze, feeling somewhat abandoned by the two, downed his drink in frustration, lamenting, I miss Theodore so much. Why didn't he come today? Lucius Malfoy had never felt such pride. He watched the sweet couple in the courtyard, observed the grandeur of the event, and listened to the compliments and well wishes from several pureblood patriarchs, his heart soaring with elation. He was thrilled. Draco turned a blind eye to everything around him. He held the girl tightly in his embrace, their foreheads touching, their breaths intertwining. In his world, only the rhythm of their heartbeats remained. Alana gazed into his eyes, which brimmed with unspoken affection, and smiled gently, planting a kiss upon his lips. I told you, her voice laced with mirth, wait for my return. Draco tightened his grip, burying his face in the cool, fragrant nook of her neck. Beneath a canopy of brilliant starlight, the youth silently chuckled. Chapter 79, The Disappearing Mark. This chapter contains some intimate scenes. Skip, if uncomfortable. In the final days of the Christmas holiday, Alana accepted the heartfelt invitation of the Malfoy couple to stay at Malfoy Manor. Upon her reunion with Kaya, she could hardly believe her eyes. The once agile and furry Siberian forest cat had transformed into a plump silver-gray fluffball. She lay sprawled on the living room sofa, adorned with a lace collar embellished with jewels, and cushioned by 3 layers of the softest velvet blankets, resembling an overly rich cream. As Alana entered, Kaya lazily flicked her tail and emitted a sweet meow, acknowledging her presence without the slightest intention of rising. Her once round eyes were now mere slits, exuding a sense of contented languor. Though Kaya had previously been pampered, her diet was strictly regulated, maintaining a pleasantly plump yet graceful figure. However, upon moving to Malfoy Manor, Kaya had ascended to the pinnacle of feline existence. With little effort, she had swiftly won over Lucius and Narcissa. As soon as she purred sweetly, Lucius would immediately abandon his work to procure specially prepared cat treats from the house elf. Narcissa, too, had lavished her with affection, preparing a small room filled with an array of exquisite outfits for Kaya. Who could possibly say that Malfoy Manor was lacking? This place was simply marvelous. Draco, holding Alana's waist, observed the noticeably plump cat, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Svetka, do you see? Miss Kaya is the true sovereign of this estate. He began to recount Kaya's illustrious feats. Every night, she sleeps in a little dress between her parents, exceptionally well behaved. Each time, she finds the coziest spot between them, sleeping soundly until dawn, as obedient as an angel. Can you believe it? She has 10 different styles of pajamas. But Draco's tone shifted, his expression revealing a painful reminiscence. Once she is comfortable and feels like running around, she will dash straight to my room, from the top of the wardrobe to the desk, then leaping onto my face to reach the windowsill, racing back and forth with unbridled joy. Sometimes, when she miscalculates her jump, she lands directly on me. Reflecting on that scene, Draco felt a pang in his chest. Merlin, look at her current size. When she was frolicking on my bed, I thought several mountain trolls were hosting a party there. Alana listened to Draco's vivid account, glancing at the cat on the sofa that lived more luxuriously than most humans, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She approached and gently scratched Kaya's chin. The cat tilted her head back in delight, purring contentedly, eyes half closed in bliss. It seems, Alana turned back to Draco with a smile. Entrusting Kaya to Aunt Narcissa was indeed a wise decision. She is thriving here. Draco lowered his voice, leaning closer to Alana, his tone more exaggerated. Father even personally feeds her special fish treats. Mother has bought her countless toys. He then mysteriously whispered. I overheard them discussing it. Father plans to install a cat door, adorned with gold trim, at the entrance to the study and the little sitting room, allowing this little princess to roam freely and survey her domain. Draco, akin to a sycophant whispering in the emperor's ear, continued, she should be kept a little hungry. She can hardly reach her own paws to lick them. Kaya, aware of Draco's complaints, mewed indignantly in his direction. Narcissa, hearing the sound, promptly appeared. Draco? She admonished, looking disapprovingly at her son. Little dragon manners? You cannot treat a young lady in such a manner. Kaya, reveling in her triumph, rubbed against Narcissa's leg, purring sweetly. Draco, weary of the cat's self-satisfied demeanor, took Alana's hand and ascended to the second floor. As the bedroom door closed behind them, Draco gently pressed Alana against the door, his movements imbued with long-suppressed urgency. One hand cradled her head to shield her from the hard wood, while the other rested firmly at her waist. In the next moment, he leaned down, capturing her lips in a deep kiss, as if attempting to compensate for all the time they had been apart. Alana acquiesced to everything, closing her eyes and tilting her head to meet his fervor. She embraced the youth, her fingertips unconsciously entwining in his platinum locks. The cold door contrasted sharply with the heat radiating from the boy before her, the air filled only with the soft sounds of their mingling breaths. After what felt like an eternity, when both were slightly breathless, Draco reluctantly pulled back, his gray-blue eyes glistening with emotion. His cheeks flushed, his breath still uneven. He spoke with a hint of caution. Svetka, we are together now, aren't we? He sought her verbal affirmation, a clear declaration to quell all his anxieties and longing. Alana observed his eager yet uncertain expression, a smile of indulgence spreading across her face. She raised a hand, her fingertips grazing his warm ear. Her voice husky with post-kiss breathlessness. Of course, Draco. She paused, feigning seriousness, adding, otherwise, considering your earlier actions, my grandfather might seriously contemplate tossing you to the wolves in Siberia. Though her threat was playful, Draco's heart soared at her words. He beamed with an incandescent smile, sweeping Alana off her feet, eliciting a startled gasp from her. He carried her a few steps to his grand, comfortable four-poster bed, placing her gently in the center. Draco reached out, allowing Alana's hair to cascade freely. Her long golden locks spilled across the emerald silk sheets, her exquisite cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Draco leaned closer, resting his arms beside her, enveloping her in his shadow. He gazed at her with an intensity that suggested he could never tire of her presence, then lowered his head, reverently kissing her lips, her nose, her forehead. Each contact imbued with infinite tenderness and joy. Alana, overwhelmed by his ceaseless, tantalizing kisses, found herself laughing as she tilted her head away, playfully swatting at his sturdy arm. "All right, Draco, that's enough." Her voice retained a hint of mirth. Reluctantly, Draco ceased his playful antics yet remained poised above her, his gaze still glistening with affection. Alana pushed him away gently, sitting up to adjust her disheveled collar and hair. "We have serious matters to discuss." She looked at Draco, her tone turning earnest. "I need to speak with your father about the Horcruxes and the challenges that may lie ahead of us." She rose to her feet and made her way towards the door. Upon reaching it, she paused, casting a glance back at Draco, who remained seated on the bed, his expression somewhat dazed. "Come along," she added. In the study of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy occupied the main seat, a smile gracing his face that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. He looked on with satisfaction at his son sitting across from him, and then at the noble young lady beside him. "Your Highness, welcome to Malfoy Manor, and I am particularly grateful for your acknowledgement of my son." His gaze towards Draco was filled with approval. "Draco, my boy, you have finally accomplished something commendable. Let us erect a statue of Merlin tomorrow and share this splendid news with our ancestors." Draco felt his cheeks flush at his father's overly candid jest, pretending to study the intricate carvings on the fireplace mantel. Lana, noticing Draco's discomfort, cast a sideways glance at him, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. She gently patted his hand in a gesture of reassurance. "Mr. Malfoy, you are too kind. You may call me Lana, just as my grandfather does." Lucius's smile grew even more radiant, nearly blooming with delight. He readily acquiesced. "Of course, Lana. You may address me as Uncle Lucius. Consider this your home. Do not hold back." After the pleasantries, Lana delicately set down her teacup, her expression turning slightly more formal. She gazed at Lucius and spoke in a calm tone. "In truth, my visit today is not solely for the purpose of seeing Kaya and Draco. I have another matter to discuss with you." Lucius immediately straightened in his seat, adopting a posture of attentive listening. "Please, go on." Lana cast a glance at Lucius's left forearm, perpetually concealed by his sleeve. "Regarding the dark mark upon your arm," Lucius's demeanor shifted instantly. His smile faltered, and he instinctively grasped his left arm, his complexion paling slightly as a flicker of fear and humiliation crossed his features. That mark represented a past he desperately wished to escape, a shameful testament to the Malfoy family's history. "Your Highness," Lucius's voice was dry, laced with caution. "What do you mean by that?" Lana observed his reaction without changing her expression. "There is no need for alarm. The Malfoy family shares in the glory of the Romanov lineage. I am not here to exert pressure. I am here to offer assistance." "Assistance?" Lucius was momentarily taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. Without further elaboration, Lana lifted her hand and gently removed the crucifix necklace from around her neck. The amethyst at its center gleamed brilliantly in the firelight. She approached Lucius and requested, "Please, reveal your left arm." Lucius hesitated, his gaze flickering between his son Draco and Lana's serene countenance. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply and slowly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, exposing the grotesque, ebony mark. It seemed to pulsate ominously, as if imbued with a life of its own. Svetlana pressed the crucifix gently against the center of the dark mark. Immediately, a soft golden light enveloped her, flowing down her arm and into the crucifix. The amethyst at its heart blazed to life. Lucius instinctively recoiled slightly, yet he did not withdraw his arm. Soon, a wave of warmth spread through his left forearm, not painful, but rather liberating. He felt the shackles that had long been affixed to his soul beginning to dissolve. Moments later, as the magical energy dissipated, Lana retrieved the crucifix. Lucius eagerly leaned forward to inspect his arm. The skin that had once borne the dark mark was now smooth and unblemished. That symbol of fear and disgrace, which had haunted him for over a decade, vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. In disbelief, Lucius repeatedly ran his right hand over the now smooth skin, astonished by its texture. He abruptly raised his gaze to Lana, his gray-blue eyes filled with unprecedented reverence. Lana replaced the crucifix around her neck, her expression remaining tranquil, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. "Regarding the Horcruxes, the Romanov family has established preliminary collaboration with Headmaster Dumbledore. He has assured us that he will endeavor to investigate the number of Horcruxes." Lucius listened intently, having gained a renewed appreciation for the capabilities of this young princess following the recent purification. The future heir of the Empire was not to be underestimated. "However, I hold reservations regarding Minister Cornelius Fudge. The inefficiency and cowardice of the bureaucratic system often leave much to be desired. Whether he will fully support us, or even allow Dumbledore to conduct an investigation, remains uncertain." She raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Lucius. I require another channel. One that is more discreet and unshackled by the Ministry of Magic. The Malfoy family has operated within the pureblood community in Britain for many years, with extensive connections and knowledge. I hope you can utilize this influence to assist me in locating the Horcruxes. After a brief pause, she added a more specific direction. In particular, keep an eye out for items associated with the 4 founders of Hogwarts or those that hold special significance to Voldemort. Lucius comprehended immediately. I know where the Hufflepuff cup is. However, it requires certain procedures. He regarded Lana, genuinely offering the wisdom of experience. Your Highness, while the ministry is rigid and inefficient, it can also serve as a breakthrough point, allowing us to accomplish minor tasks. Lana nodded slightly, pleased with Lucius's perceptiveness and willingness to cooperate. She produced a finely crafted coin from her handbag, emblazoned with the Romanov crest. Furthermore, within your social circle, if there are any other pureblood families in a situation akin to the Malfoys, willing to pledge loyalty to the Romanov family, you may convey this coin on our behalf. The Romanov family is more than willing to assist friends in resolving historical inconveniences. Her gaze subtly drifted to Lucius's recently restored arm. Of course, she continued, lifting her teacup with a tone of detached authority, any assistance is not without its conditions. They must consider what price they are willing to pay for it. The Romanov family never engages in unprofitable ventures. She aimed not only to locate the Horcruxes, but also to weave a network of influence for the Romanov family. The Malfoy family would serve as a crucial connection point for this web in Britain. With risks come opportunities. Without much hesitation, Lucius swiftly resolved, I understand, Your Highness. His voice regained its usual sharpness, now imbued with greater respect. The Malfoy family will do its utmost to alleviate your concerns. I shall attend to both matters. Lana smiled as she sipped her tea, the cup softly clinking against the saucer. Thank you ever so much, Uncle Lucius. Chapter 80. The Journey of Life. Hogwarts Castle, having undergone a lengthy restoration, finally regained its former grandeur. Shortly after the new term commenced, all faculty and students were summoned to the Great Hall for a special assembly. Headmaster Dumbledore stood before the faculty, his gaze sweeping over the silent assembly of students. He formally recounted the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets incident from the previous semester. From Pansy Parkinson, Madame Loris, and Gilderoy Lockhart being petrified, to Hermione Granger being led into the Chamber of Secrets, and then to Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Draco Malfoy, and the Grand Duchess Romanov delving deep into the chamber to ultimately vanquish the Basilisk and rescue their classmates. The narrative briefly touched upon the Horcruxes and the secrets of the Romanov family. Yet even so, the unveiled details remained astonishingly remarkable. The students' gazes flitted among the 4, whispering in hushed tones. Pansy, fully recovered, nonetheless felt her complexion blanch at the recounting of these details. Her frame trembled slightly, prompting concerned glances from her peers. Daphne gently grasped her hand beneath the table, offering silent comfort. Dumbledore rapped his glass to command silence. In light of the courage, wisdom, and adeptness displayed by the aforementioned 4 during this crisis, Dumbledore's gaze lingered on them as the school decided to bestow upon them the Special Contribution Award. A wave of applause erupted in the hall, with the Slytherin table's applause particularly resounding, imbued with a sense of pride. Dumbledore then shifted his tone. However, we must clarify that bravery cannot serve as a justification for transgressing school rules. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, during the course of the incident, engaged in acts of aggression against fellow students. Thus, their merits and demerits shall balance out, leading to the revocation of their Special Contribution Award, alongside a deduction of 100 points each. Ron emitted a gasp akin to a toothache from the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore regarded them, continuing, I hope this experience will foster your growth. Recklessness is not a wise choice. Furthermore, you are required to undertake a semester of after-school service and formally apologize to Mr. Malfoy. Harry and Ron's expressions fell instantaneously, yet they quickly adjusted their attitudes. Hermione lowered her head, softly murmuring her apologies to them, while Ron clapped her shoulder jovially. It's all right, Hermione, as long as you're safe. Who knows, we might still have another opportunity to earn the Special Contribution Award. Dumbledore continued, as for Miss Granger. Although you are a victim in this incident, your negligence regarding dangerous magical items and your credulity towards unverified information indirectly resulted in Miss Parkinson's petrification, leading to grave consequences for your fellow student. Therefore, you are required to undertake a year of after-school service, with Gryffindor losing 150 points as a consequence. Additionally, you must formally compensate and apologize to Miss Parkinson. Hermione glanced at Professor McGonagall and nodded. She was willing to accept all repercussions. 3 individuals. 350 points. Gryffindor had truly become Gryffindor empty this time. Their gem hourglass now held not a single gem. In stark contrast, Slytherin's points were soaring to the brim. Ron looked at Percy, who had turned pale upon hearing the point deductions, and muttered, "It's already enough. My mom is worried I might get expelled." Merlin's suspenders. Thankfully that Grand Duchess didn't do anything. My mom even baked a cake for me to bring to the Grand Duchess as a thank you, but Dad talked her out of it. The twins crowded around, vigorously ruffling Ron's hair. Fred or George chimed in. Mom later wanted to write a thank you letter, but she realized we wouldn't be able to reach that lady. So she ultimately abandoned the idea. The others shrugged, glancing at their blushing little sister. But our Ginny is going to be smitten by the princess. How about we deliver her Valentine's card? We could also pass on Mom's thank you note. Ginny blushed and cast a glance at the stunning Grand Duchess. Not wanting to engage with her bothersome brothers, Percy approached sternly, admonishing the twins not to bully Ginny. Fred or George slyly affixed a note reading "I'm an idiot" on Percy's back, causing Ron to bite his lip in an effort to stifle his laughter. Hermione caught sight of it and couldn't help but chuckle. Harry wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and glanced over at the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy was cozily nestled with the Grand Duchess, whispering softly in her ear. Indeed, she was quite agreeable. Moreover, in comparison to after-school service, we might as well ponder how to apologize to Malfoy. Ron's expression stiffened, exchanging glances with Harry, and he let out a long sigh. Almost everyone had forgotten about the still petrified Professor Lockhart, who lay rigidly in the infirmary. Nonetheless, the students intentionally refrained from mentioning him, relishing this rare moment of tranquility within the school. Following the meeting, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall regarded the trio before her with a complex array of emotions. She looked at Harry, who had once again become embroiled in such perilous events. She then turned her gaze to Ron, that ever-impetuous yet kind-hearted Weasley boy. Lastly, her eyes rested upon Hermione, her most esteemed yet most disheartening pupil. She had an abundance of words to express. She longed to admonish their recklessness, to emphasize the importance of adhering to rules, to caution them about the dangers of unknown magical items. Yet all the words that swelled within her transformed into a mere soft sigh as it escaped her lips. As long as they returned safely, her voice was notably gentler than usual. The trio paused, taken aback. They had anticipated a stern reprimand from Professor McGonagall due to the point deductions. Harry opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. He observed the weariness etched on McGonagall's face, and guilt weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a mountain collapsing upon him. Suddenly, he felt a lump in his throat, his eyes brimming with tears, nearly on the verge of weeping. To be honest, he had previously reveled in the accidental entrance to the chamber and their successful rescue of Hermione. Yet at that moment, he finally comprehended. Had it not been for the Grand Duchess's formidable strength, had it not been for Voldemort's eventual resolution, had it not been for Malfoy's prowess in subduing the basilisk, he finally grasped that without all these had it not been, what sort of fate would they have faced? Ron, too, was not faring well. He had initially boasted about his chamber experience to the twins, but now his face was flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Professor. We will work hard to regain the points." Professor McGonagall waved her hand, choosing not to elaborate further. She handed each of them a parchment detailing their after-school service assignments and schedules. From cleaning classrooms designated by Filch to assisting Madame Pants in organizing the library's most chaotic corners, the tasks were arduous and monotonous. Hermione's parchment was nearly 5 times the length of Harry and Ron's. She silently accepted her share and bowed to the professor. As she turned to leave with her friends, Professor McGonagall called out to her. "Miss Granger," McGonagall's voice regained its usual sternness, "regarding your previous application regarding the use of the time turner." Hermione halted, turning around. The disappointment on her face had not completely faded, yet as she lifted her gaze to meet McGonagall's, a more resolute light ignited in her brown eyes. She shook her head, a relieved smile gracing her features. "No, Professor. Thank you. I believe I now understand how to truly learn and how to utilize knowledge appropriately." She no longer wished to overextend herself in pursuit of the sheer quantity of knowledge. She had learned to discern, reflect, and take responsibility. Professor McGonagall observed Hermione, noting the newfound steadiness in her gaze, her serious expression softening into one of approving satisfaction. She nodded slightly. "Very well. You may return now." Hermione once again bowed to the professor before turning to leave the office. Her hand slipped into her pocket, where a pristine card awaited her. It was a special library card for the Slavic magical literature section established by the Romanov family in the Hogwarts library. The path ahead might be busier, yet the journey of life had opened its doors to her in a broader and more profound manner. Hermione walked towards her friends. Harry and Ron were waiting outside the corridor, their faces etched with concern as they watched her. Hermione quickened her pace, smiling as she ran towards them. The 3 of them stood together once more, just as they had countless times before. Ron, positioned in the middle, tousled his red hair. "How about we check out that Slavic magic literature place?" he suggested. It's the Slavic magical literature, Hermione corrected. The Slavic people are one of the largest linguistic groups in Europe, speaking a Slavic language that constitutes about 1/3 of Europe's total population. The Grand Duchesses belong to the East Slavic group. Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Harry interrupted with a pained expression. Hermione, could you say something we can understand? Hermione rolled her eyes, unwilling to converse further with the two academically challenged boys. Their figures gradually faded away in the sunlight, accompanied by their chatter. Chapter 81, Sweet Draco, Part 1. Unlike the despondent lions of Gryffindor, Draco felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The young master, now basking in success, felt an almost desperate urge to inscribe the words, "I am in love" upon his forehead. His clinginess was such that he wished to remain by Lana's side every hour of the day. His arm possessively encircled her waist, his gray-blue eyes openly displaying pride and affection. Flint, the Grand Duchess, specifically came to observe my training today. You don't mind, do you? Crab, eat less. The Grand Duchess is expecting me to bring her some pastries. Blaze, what do you think of my outfit? The Grand Duchess helped me pick it. I still feel a bit unaccustomed to it. Hey, not. Where did that latest Muggle novel go? I need to transcribe a love poem from it to present to the Grand Duchess. I can't find that book. Everyone retorted, not our concern. Who asked you? Stop showing off. It's ridiculous. Draco ignored all objections, blissfully orchestrating the relocation of his belongings back to Lana's dormitory under the pretense of needing to discuss schoolwork. While the castle might also harbor dangers, and claiming he needed to care for the dear Miss Kaya, excuses that were rather feeble. Once back in the guest room adjacent to Lana's bedroom, Draco felt a sense of satisfaction. However, unlike Draco, who was enraptured in romance and nearly transformed into a lovesick statue, Svetlana was exceedingly busy. The scholars and assistants dispatched by the Romanov family had arrived at Hogwarts and commenced the establishment of the library section and the preparation of exchange programs. As the highest representative of her family, Lana frequently needed to meet with the Ministry of Magic, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Russian personnel to coordinate specific matters, review documents, and was perpetually on the go. This left Draco, who had only just settled back in, often watching helplessly as Lana hurried away or flipping through books beside her without absorbing a single word. Gazing at Lana as she worked diligently, Draco felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. Although they were now together, he felt an overwhelming desire to present her with a formal, grand declaration of love befitting the Malfoy name. Thus, as Valentine's Day approached, Draco secretly assembled his close-knit group for a strategic meeting in a relatively secluded corner of the Slytherin common room. Draco first cast a wary glance at Pansy and Daphne, sternly warning, "You two, mind your mouths. If you dare to inform Svetlana about this, the consequences will be yours to bear." Pansy and Daphne exchanged a look that conveyed, "How childish," before nodding dismissively. He then snatched the cake Crab was about to devour and swatted away Goyle's hand reaching for the candy bowl. "Stop eating. Focus. This is a matter of my lifelong happiness." The young master effortlessly confiscated the thick tome of advanced potion making from Theodore. "Not. Books can be read anytime. Right now, use that clever brain of yours to help me come up with a plan." Finally, he glared at Blaze, who wore an indifferent expression. "Blaze, wipe that expression off your face. What I need are constructive suggestions, not mockery." After a chaotic mobilization, Draco took a deep breath, surveying his motley crew of friends, and unveiled his grand scheme. It included, but was not limited to, commissioning a one-of-a-kind, super luxurious piece of jewelry, orchestrating a private fireworks display, crafting a dessert table, and reserving an entire magical flower shop supply of blooms. However, with each proposal he made, it was met with resolute dismissal. "I'm serious, Draco. No set of luxurious jewelry can outshine the yellow diamond set Mr. Malfoy has." "Your father has won this round," Pansy interjected. "Forget about customization. There's no time left," she added, striking another blow. Draco rifled through jewelry magazines. "What about raw gemstones? I remember my family has plenty of exquisite stones." He failed to register their responses until he looked up to find everyone staring at him as if he were a fool. Draco smacked his forehead and tossed the magazine aside. "Merlin's socks. I remember Svetlana's family has dozens of gemstone mines." Theodore pointed to his head while Blaze shrugged, realizing that means you're not completely oblivious. "Then, how about the fireworks?" Daphne hesitated. "Will that lack novelty?" "The dessert table. What about the flowers?" Blaze kindly reminded him. "The Grand Duchess doesn't tea like anything of British flavor. If you prepare the dessert table, one tea she just take a symbolic bite? If you prepare flowers, it one tea be a little surprise." Theodore spoke up, unusually kind. "A large batch of flowers will reach the Grand Duchess immediately upon entering Hogwarts." Draco paced restlessly, tugging at his hair, and despondently summarized, "Merlin's long socks. You are all utterly useless." The collective response was a chorus of eye rolls. The think tank proved ineffectual. Yet Valentine's Day arrived as scheduled. On that morning, before dawn had fully broken, Draco awoke. He lay against the door, straining to hear the sounds outside. Excellent. Anya's footsteps just passed by the door. She must be heading to the wardrobe to organize today's attire, as usual. Draco cautiously slipped out of his room, his heart racing as if it held a snitch. Like a thief, he stealthily crept into Lana's bedroom. The morning light, faint and gentle, streamed through the cracks in the curtains, casting a hazy glow upon the room. Draco, too anxious to watch his step, nearly tripped over Kaya, who blocked his path. Just as Kaya was about to protest, Draco swiftly covered her mouth and quietly ushered her outside. He clasped his hands together in front of the feline, and Kaya, incensed, bid him before departing. Inside, Lana remained asleep. Her light golden hair sprawled over the pillow, her face serene and beautiful, reminiscent of a legendary sleeping beauty. Draco held his breath, gently approaching the bedside. Happy Valentine's Day, my queen. His voice was low, nearly a whisper, as he gazed at Lana's sleeping visage. He could not resist leaning down to steal a morning kiss. In the depths of her gray-blue eyes, an overwhelming affection threatened to spill over. Svetlana stirred gently from her slumber, her long lashes fluttering before she gradually opened her eyes. What greeted her was the handsome visage of Draco, mere inches away, his face adorned with anticipation and love. Still in a haze of sleep, she instinctively curved her lips into a smile, reaching out to let her fingertips glide through his soft, silky platinum hair, caressing him tenderly. She had never been fond of the slick hairstyle he had sported in his first year, as it appeared overly mature and contrived. Sensing her touch, Draco had long abandoned that style. Now, his hair fell naturally, exuding the freshness characteristic of youth. Upon seeing her awake, his smile widened, and with a nimble motion, he kicked off his slippers and slipped under the covers beside her. Lana shifted slightly backward, granting him space, only for Draco to seize the opportunity and draw her completely into his embrace, holding her tightly. The warmth of Svetka's bed enveloped them, infused with her unique, delicate fragrance. Draco buried his face in her hair, inhaling deeply, his heart adrift in a sea of intoxicating tenderness. How did you come here today? Lana's voice was still husky with sleep as she tilted her head to glance at the magical clock on the bedside, noting the early hour. Soon, Honest would arrive to prepare for the morning's tasks. Draco lifted his head, his gray-blue eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. Svetka, do you know what day it is today? At his words, Lana slightly furrowed her beautifully arched brows, raising her hand to massage her temples as she struggled to recall her schedule. Yes, today is the day I'm to meet with the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department. She continued, it's rather important, and I need to take the day off to go to the Ministry of Magic. Draco's radiant smile instantly faltered, his lips drooping. The buoyant mood he had just enjoyed plummeted back to reality. Oh, he replied, his voice heavy with disappointment. When will you be back? Noticing his dejection, Lana leaned closer, placing a soothing kiss on his lips. I can't say for certain, it depends on how the meeting goes. She observed his dimming eyes and gently inquired. What is the matter? Is there something else today? Draco buried his face into her neck and shook his head, his voice muffled. It's nothing. Just that I wanted to have dinner with you tonight. Seeing him adopt a pitiful expression akin to that of an abandoned dog tugged at her heart. She lifted her hand, cradling his face, and bestowed a gentle kiss on each of his closed eyelids, as soft as a feather's touch. You can rest here a little longer, she said, her voice tender. My bed is yours. With that, Lana delicately extricated herself from his embrace, rising to lower the bed curtains for him. She then made her way to the bathroom to freshen up, preparing for her morning prayers. Alone on the bed, still warmed by her presence and fragrant with her essence, Draco listened to the faint sound of running water from the bathroom. He had initially intended to muster the energy to wait for her return, hoping to secure another opportunity for dinner together, or at least to prolong their time together. However, the bed was too cozy, the aroma too inviting, and having risen so early, he soon succumbed to the allure of sleep, clutching the pillow imbued with Lana's scent, drifting into a blissful slumber. Outside, faint sounds of conversation between Lana and Honest reached his ears. The young Malfoy heir lay cocooned in the warmth of his beloved's bed, momentarily casting aside the disappointment of Valentine's Day. Chapter 82, Sweet Draco, Part 2. Draco furrowed his brow in his dreams, trapped beneath a mountain that was incessantly crumbling. Heavy boulders crashed down upon his chest, rendering him breathless, as though his ribs might fracture under the strain. Ugh! He jolted awake from the nightmare, feeling a genuine pressure on his chest accompanied by a rhythmic, forceful thumping. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Miss Katia standing imperiously on his torso, her paws rhythmically kneading, her eyes filled with focus and contentment, as if she were kneading a fine dough. The 20-pound weight of the robust feline pressed mercilessly upon him, every step making him question whether his internal organs had shifted. Grimacing in pain, he contorted his face momentarily, yet before this regal little creature, now elevated in status within both the Malfoy and Romanov households. He dared not utter a word of protest, instead swallowing the discomfort and pleading softly, "Katia, dear, could you be a bit gentler? Or perhaps find another spot to tread?" Cautiously, he extended his hand, attempting to coax the hefty cat off him. Katia, clearly displeased by his interruption, flicked her tail dismissively against his face before gracefully leaping down, strutting over to the sunniest part of the window to continue grooming herself. Draco, still nursing the dull ache in his chest, rubbed his head and sat up. Outside, daylight had fully broken, and the room was silent, save for Katia's occasional purring. Lana had long departed, leaving behind a faint, elusive scent in the air. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and sluggishly prepared himself before trudging into the Slytherin common room. His small circle of friends had already gathered, their eyes fixed on him expectantly upon his arrival. Daphne was the first to approach. "Draco, everything's arranged. We've mobilized everyone we could contact. Today, anyone who sees the Grand Duchess in the castle will hand her a flower." Pansy chimed in. "We'll ensure she is surrounded by flowers and well wishes from dawn until dusk. What do you think?" Draco wearily glanced at them, then slumped heavily onto the softest sofa in the common room, emitting a muffled thud. He randomly seized a copy of The Witch Weekly from the nearby table, placing it over his face to block out all light and sight. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the magazine. "Cancel it." The group fell silent, momentarily stunned. Blaise raised an eyebrow. "Cancel? Why?" The voice from beneath the magazine grew even more despondent. "The Grand Duchess isn't at school today. She has gone to the Ministry of Magic to meet with the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, and her return is uncertain." Pansy and Daphne's excitement froze. Blaise wore an expression of resigned understanding, while Theodore silently closed his book. Even Crabbe and Goyle gaped in disbelief. Their meticulously orchestrated plan, which had mobilized the entire school's floral efforts, had been thwarted before it even began. Draco reclined on the sofa, the magazine firmly pressed against his face. Today had to be the most cruel jest of Merlin's making. Valentine's Day, and his Svetka was absent, leaving all of his romantic aspirations in tatters, compounded by the lingering discomfort of a cat's weight on his chest. Merlin, why? Meanwhile, in the conference room of the International Magical Cooperation Department, the atmosphere had finally softened. Svetlana sat poised at the head of the table, her back straight. The final collaboration procedures had been established, and the officials from both England and Russia visibly sighed in relief. One of the deputy directors, seizing the relaxed atmosphere, playfully remarked with a warm smile, "Your Highness, you've worked hard. I have heard that you are in a relationship with the young master of the Malfoy family. We shall not delay your precious time any further, lest we disrupt the romantic moments you both deserve to enjoy this Valentine's Day." Valentine's Day? Lana was momentarily taken aback, and she swiftly turned to her side, addressing Honest in a hushed tone. "Honest, what is on the agenda for this afternoon?" Honest bowed slightly. "Your Highness, this afternoon was originally scheduled for a meeting with the director of the Department of Magical Transportation to discuss the specifics of establishing a direct flying route network between our two nations and the accompanying safety protocols." Lana gently furrowed her brow, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the smooth surface of the table. Honest, perceptive to her hesitation, quietly inquired, "Shall we reschedule the meeting?" After a moment of silence, Lana ultimately shook her head, her golden eyes regaining their resolute clarity. "No need. Let us proceed as planned. We must resolve this promptly." Duty took precedence, a principle instilled in her since childhood. Yet, deep within, a flicker of regret emerged for the boy who might be feeling despondent at Hogwarts at this very moment. When she finally concluded the discussions and returned to Hogwarts in the carriage, the night had descended into profound darkness, and the castle lay in eerie silence. Draco sat with his back to the door, on the carpet, cradling the already slumbering Miss Kaya, sprawled out with her soft belly exposed. Before him lay a plethora of colorful and intricately designed magical components, which he was deftly maneuvering with his wand, causing them to levitate and assemble into a nascent form of a miniature castle. This was a new type of wizarding toy developed by the Malfoy family, inspired by Muggle Lego concepts and powered by magic. No manual assembly was required. Complex constructions could be achieved solely through magical guidance, and it quickly became a sensation within the wizarding world, significantly augmenting the Malfoy family's coffers. Lana tiptoed softly, approaching him from behind. Draco had actually heard that familiar footstep long ago, but he deliberately chose not to turn around, feigning concentration on the magical Lego before him, the corners of his mouth betraying a slight smile. A pair of cool, soft hands gently covered his eyes from behind. "Guess who?" Lana's playful voice echoed in his ear. Unable to contain his amusement any longer, Draco grasped her hand that covered his eyes. My beloved. Lana let out a soft laugh, releasing her grip and circling to face him. She offered no explanation for her absence today, nor did she inquire if he was disappointed. Instead, she retrieved a delicately packaged, palm-sized velvet box from her small bag and gently placed it in Draco's palm. Take a look at this, she whispered, her golden eyes shimmering with bright anticipation under the warm light. Draco looked down at the petite box, his heart racing uncontrollably. He cautiously opened the lid. Draco turned back in surprise, his gray-blue eyes widening in astonishment. Within the box lay chocolates, crafted with care, but not particularly uniform in shape. Did you make this? His voice was filled with astonished delight. Lana, rarely shy, nodded gently. Honest guided me, but it was indeed my first attempt. Draco sprang up so abruptly that Miss Kaya, who had been sprawled on his lap, tumbled to the ground, indignantly swatting the carpet with her tail. Wait for me, Draco called to Lana, rushing out of the dormitory like a gust of wind, heading straight for his old quarters. He flung open the dormitory door, and a suffocating wave of rose fragrance hit him. The once spacious room was nearly submerged under a mountain of white roses, a spectacle to behold. Blaise Zabanai sat on the only part of the bed not overtaken by roses, pinching his nose in despair, sneezing as he tugged at the petals. Achoo! Merlin S. Beard. What are you doing back? Blaise looked at him with tear-filled eyes, clutching a handful of freshly plucked rose petals. I was about to pull some petals for a bath. I'm suffocating from this scent. Draco paid no heed to Blaise's complaints, his eyes falling upon the roses that had been so ruthlessly dismantled. Zabanai, what have you done to my flowers? He frantically rummaged through the remaining roses, finally selecting the most resplendent and full bloom, cradling it carefully in his hands before dashing out once more. Blaise glared at his retreating figure, trembling with frustration. Malfoy, do you have no heart? Breathless, Draco returned to Lana's dormitory, presenting the solitary rose before her, a look of regret etched on his face. Svetlana, I had prepared so many to ensure you could see them wherever you went. He cast a forlorn glance at the lone flower, and now, this is all that remains. Lana observed his flushed cheeks, the beads of sweat forming at his brow, and the way he tenderly cradled the rose as if it were a rare treasure. And she couldn't help but laugh. She took the rose from him, inhaled its fragrance gently, and gazed at him with warmth. I adore this. This one is more precious than 1,000. Draco gazed at her smile, his heart brimming with happiness. He clasped her hand, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with an unprecedented resolve. Svetlana, at first, I admit I felt disheartened by your preoccupation with duties, which kept you from my side. He confessed, but his tone shifted to seriousness. However, I have come to realize that if I remain stationary, languishing in self-pity, there will come a day when even your silhouette will be beyond my reach. He gently cupped her face, his gaze intense. I will no longer dwell on uncertainty. I shall grow stronger, strong enough to match your brilliance, strong enough that only I, Draco Malfoy, can rightfully stand by your side and walk with you. These words were far more melodious than any sweet nothings. Svetlana observed the fire of determination and love burning in his eyes. She instinctively extended her arms to embrace him tightly, burying her face against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. All right, she whispered softly in his embrace. After a moment, Lana lifted her head, a soft blush gracing her cheeks, and pointed to the box of chocolates. Would you like to try? Though it may not be perfect. Draco unhesitatingly picked up the piece of chocolate that most closely resembled a heart shape, and with utmost reverence, placed it in his mouth. However, in the next instant, his expression froze. It was an extraordinarily complex flavor, difficult to articulate. The sweetness was intermingled with an odd tartness and a hint of bitterness. The texture of the chocolate was peculiar, caught between smooth and grainy. Draco's taste buds rebelled vehemently. His facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably, as he found himself caught in a fierce internal struggle between the urge to spit it out to maintain his dignity and the desire to swallow it down to honor her intention. His complexion shifted several shades, but ultimately, his profound affection for Lana triumphed over the physiological discomfort. He squeezed his eyes shut, his throat constricting as he forced the indescribable chocolate down, managing to muster a somewhat distorted smile. Delightful. A truly unique flavor, Svetlana. He strained to speak while feeling his stomach churn violently. Draco's complexion visibly paled, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He seized Lana's hand tightly, exclaiming, My dear, I am immeasurably relieved that we are Malfoys and Romanovs. He paused, struggling to suppress the discomfort rising in his throat, which meant that henceforth, we would never, ever need you to cook personally. Our house elves and chefs would take care of everything. No sooner had he spoken than a more intense wave of dizziness and nausea surged over him, causing him to sway unsteadily. Lana, witnessing the sudden pallor of his face, was filled with alarm. Draco, what is wrong? She cried, quickly supporting his faltering frame. Honest, please come and see him. Honest, who had been lurking like a shadow outside the door, appeared in an instant. She swiftly assessed Draco's condition, casting a glance at the box of culprits on the table without even furrowing her brow, and stepped forward decisively. Before either Draco or Lana could react, Honest raised her fist and delivered a precise, forceful blow to Draco's upper abdomen. Ugh! Draco felt his stomach convulse violently, the discomfort he had previously suppressed erupting like a volcano. Unable to contain himself any longer, he clamped a hand over his mouth and stumbled toward the nearest restroom, where a cacophony of retching ensued. Lana was taken aback by Honest's abrupt and brutal method of first aid. Watching Draco's disheveled retreat into the bathroom and hearing the agonized sounds from within, she felt a mixture of anxiety and sympathy. Yet, recalling Draco's heartfelt relief from moments before, she couldn't help but find the situation both absurd and amusing, her expression becoming a complex tapestry of emotions. Their first Valentine's Day had unfolded without romantic candlelit dinners or grand declarations, ultimately culminating in this chaotic scene. At least, Draco would not wish to taste chocolate for a considerable time. Moreover, Lana had completely abandoned the impractical notion of cooking for herself. The solitary rose, enchanted by Lana, was forever frozen in that moment. She placed it on her desk, and whenever fatigue set in, the sight of that flower would invariably bring a smile to her lips. A resolute choice surpassed all forms of romance. Chapter 83. The Future and Prospects. Due to the differing calculations of Orthodox and Western Easter, the Russian Easter celebrations lagged by about a month after the Western festivities. Lana returned to the Romanov palace, accompanied by her core attendants, to hold a modest Easter vigil. As soon as the ceremony concluded, she made her way back to Hogwarts. The term was nearing its end, and the students were under considerable academic pressure. Seizing the moment, Lana organized a small Easter gathering in the Slytherin common room, infused with rich Russian flair, as a way to relax before the impending exam season and to foster connections with the graduating Slytherin students. The Malfoy estate graciously sent a specially trained house elf named Nini, proficient in authentic Russian cuisine, to Hogwarts to cater for the event. After sampling the dishes, Lana sincerely penned a letter of gratitude to Lucius. Nini's culinary skills were indeed exquisite, rivaling even those she had tasted at the palace. The common room was thoughtfully adorned, with a silver-green color scheme accented by decor characteristic of Russia. A long table was laid with pristine white linen, laden with an array of delectable dishes, glistening caviar paired with delicate blinis, steaming borscht served in elegant bowls, hearty Russian dumplings, a variety of salads, and uniquely shaped traditional pastries. The table overflowed with Easter cakes and curd pastries, exuding a richness distinct from Western sweets. Even the most fastidious witch, striving to maintain her figure, couldn't resist sampling several bites. Crab and Goyle, needless to say, stationed themselves almost permanently by the dessert table. At the center of the table were several exquisitely crafted Easter eggs, their shells adorned with intricate religious motifs or snowflake patterns, adding a festive flair and exotic charm to the gathering. The atmosphere was relaxed and jovial, with Slytherin students in formal attire mingling in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations and savoring the culinary delights. Lana, clad in a dark velvet gown embellished with tiny diamonds at the neckline, complemented Draco's dark green ensemble beautifully. Draco wore a relaxed smile, effortlessly navigating among his peers, embodying the role of a co-host at the gathering. Pansy curiously leaned closer to Lana, inquiring about her course selection plans for the next academic year. Setting her juice down, Lana replied, "I have chosen ancient runes and divination." After a brief pause, noticing the attentive ears of her fellow students, she added, "Additionally, starting next year, the school will introduce a course on the foundations and origins of Slavic magic, taught by a scholar dispatched by the Romanov family. If anyone is interested in the magical systems of Eastern Europe, feel free to enroll." This news sparked a small discussion, clearly piquing the interest of those present. Meanwhile, Draco had just concluded a conversation with several older pureblood heirs. Returning to Lana's side, he naturally wrapped an arm around her waist and leaned down to whisper in a voice audible only to her, sharing insights he had gathered. He divulged which families had shown goodwill towards the Romanov family, and which heirs harbored discontent with the current policies of the British Ministry of Magic, indicating potential avenues for further contact and investment. Lana listened intently, her golden eyes sparkling with contemplation. After hearing Draco's report, she lifted her head and placed a gentle kiss on his lips, praising him. "Well done, Draco. Information is the cornerstone of power. We are born with crowns, and we can choose whom to crown, bestowing them with glory and protection." She shifted her tone, however. The ultimate truth regarding who is truly trustworthy and who can become a reliable ally cannot solely rely on verbal affirmations or transient inclinations. The answers must undergo rigorous practical scrutiny. Draco fell into deep thought. Since that chaotic yet heartfelt Valentine's Day, the transformation within Draco Malfoy could only be described as a renaissance. His declaration of wanting to be powerful enough that only he could stand by her side was not merely the impetuousness of youth. It had become the creed guiding his actions. Lana observed his determination and began to subtly guide him. She no longer regarded him merely as a lover or companion, but began to hold him to the standards of a partner, even a future ally. She would share with him insights regarding the international magical community, involve him in analyzing the underlying logic of certain pure-blood family movements, and even solicit his opinions on minor matters concerning Hogwarts. Initially, Draco found this demanding. He realized the expanse of knowledge he needed to acquire far surpassed his initial perceptions. It encompassed not only power dynamics and human psychology, but also the intricacies of the interests at play and longer-term strategies. He began to be compelled to step outside the comfort zone of being a Malfoy heir, adopting a broader perspective to consider issues. His learning curve was astonishing, voraciously absorbing every piece of knowledge and experience within reach. The Grand Duchess's approach to matters sharply contrasted with that of his father, Lucius. Lucius was precise and ruthless, favoring immediate gains and deterrent effects, akin to a poised serpent waiting to strike, aiming for a lethal blow. The Grand Duchess resembles a chess master with far-reaching strategies. She excels at leveraging situations, exploiting contradictions, and creating an advantageous atmosphere, willing to invest persistently and patiently in pursuit of long-term goals. Though this approach may seem circuitous, it often culminates in rewards that far exceed expectations. Such contrasting styles collided and merged in Draco's mind, bestowing upon him a more nuanced and profound understanding of power and means. His progress was rapid, as the youthful naivete and restlessness in his gaze were supplanted by a serene composure, and his demeanor reflected a newfound subtlety of consideration. Lucius expressed admiration, while Narcissa mused that making Draco a consort was undoubtedly the most astute decision for the Malfoy family in a century. Soon, the end of the term arrived. The Great Hall was adorned with silver and green decorations, and Slytherin had cast aside last year's despondency, the long table bustling with excitement. This year, they had achieved a grand slam. The House Cup, the Quidditch Cup, the Special Contribution Award for the Grand Duchess and Draco, not to mention top scores across all grades. "My dear, nothing could be more perfect," Draco exclaimed, embracing Lana tightly as they celebrated with their peers. Lana carefully tucked away her report card, which bore the top score, intending to gift it to her grandfather. Suddenly, she recalled something important. "Oh, Draco, this summer. Grandfather has some matters to attend to and one TB at the other palace." Draco's eyes brightened instantly, his heart skipping a beat. Igor, the Grand Duke, would not be present. He had feared the pressure that would come from the Grand Duke upon discovering their affair. What a delightful surprise. The prospect of spending a free and romantic summer with Lana at the other palace filled his mind with vivid imaginings. However, before his smile could fully bloom, Lana's tone shifted, but she elongated the word, savoring the moment as she admired the sudden stillness on Draco's face. "Grandfather believes you still require training. Thus, he has sent my defense against the dark arts instructor to England." She gently patted Draco's momentarily frozen shoulder, her voice sweetly announcing, "So, this holiday, he will conduct a series of surprise drills with you. Do look forward to it, my dear." Draco. Merlin no. His romantic summer. Chapter 84. The Heir of the Black Family. In London, at the Ministry of Magic, the unnatural glow of the enchanted lamps reflected off the polished floor, casting countless hurried shadows. The green flames in the fireplace flickered briefly before extinguishing, as thousands of wizards congregated, dispersing in a flurry of activity. They appeared from the multitude of fireplaces embedded in the walls, merging into the throng before swiftly disappearing into the corridors leading to different departments. The surrounding walls were a somber shade of deep purple, adorned with portraits of past ministers of magic. The figures in these portraits, both men and women, wore stern expressions, some feigning slumber, others ostentatiously perusing the never-ending paperwork, occasionally casting a condescending glance at the bustling crowd below. In the center of the hall stood a circular pool featuring a group of pure gold statues, the tallest depicting a noble wizard, wand raised high towards the sky. Surrounding him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a fairy, and a house elf, all gazing up in profound admiration at the two wizards. Draco Malfoy entered the ministry's hall alongside his parents, his brow furrowed as he regarded the statue purportedly symbolizing unity within the magical community, feeling distinctly out of place amidst the chaotic ambience. The Malfoy family exuded an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with the ministry's disorder. Lucius Malfoy, clad in a deep green velvet robe, tapped his serpent-headed cane against the smooth floor, producing a sharp echo. His chin was slightly raised, his pale visage displaying the usual indifference and superiority. Narcissa, in a flawlessly tailored pale purple gown, walked beside her husband, exuding the poise of one attending a royal tea party. Standing beside his mother, Draco was particularly striking. To better adapt to the Grand Duchess's culinary customs, or rather, to seamlessly integrate into the pivotal circles of the future, the Malfoy dining table now occasionally featured Russian delicacies. These hearty, protein-rich dishes coincided perfectly with Draco's rapid growth spurts during his adolescence, coupled with daily rigorous physical training and magical practice. Draco had noticeably shot up in height compared to his second year. The young man's stature had become tall and broad, nearly matching Lucius's height. He wore a well-fitted black formal robe, his soft, blonde hair cascading down, and his gray-blue eyes surveyed the surroundings with an air of discernment beyond his years. The pride stemming from his lineage and the gravitas he had recently developed rendered him no less impressive beside his accomplished parents. The family seemed to carry an invisible barrier, insulating them from the mundane clamor and dust of the world. Their innate nobility and aloofness drew the attention of passing wizards, who instinctively parted to grant them passage. The group proceeded directly to the Department of Law Enforcement. Awaiting them was William Flea, who immediately approached with a beaming smile, so obsequious it was almost slick. The Malfoy family's status within the pure-blood circles of Britain was already unparalleled, especially now that everyone knew of the young master's close ties with the powerful Russian Grand Duchess Romanov. Rumor had it that the Malfoy heir spent most of his holidays at the Romanov estate, entering and exiting in near unison with the Grand Duchess. This connection added a layer of respect and trepidation to the Malfoy family's influence. Mr. Malfoy, Madam, and young Master Malfoy. Flea's gaze lingered on Draco for a few seconds, attempting to engage him. Young Master Malfoy is increasingly embodying the demeanor of a family patriarch. Draco cast a faint glance his way, nodding slightly, but offering no reply. He had grown immune to such flattery, having heard it all too often lately, and even felt a twinge of impatience. Lucius, growing increasingly irritable, lightly tapped his serpent-headed cane on the ground, producing a distinct sound that interrupted Flea's incessant prattling. Flea, our time is precious. Let us get straight to business. Yes, of course. Flea quickly tempered his excessive enthusiasm, guiding them into a private office. They had come today to finalize an important legal procedure confirming Draco Malfoy as the closest living male descendant of the Black family, officially designating him as the new legal heir of the Black family, entitled to inherit its vast and complex estate. The contents were numerous and intricate, encompassing not only the vault at Gringotts, but also properties scattered across Britain and Europe, along with centuries-old magical artifacts and forbidden tomes. Each item would require meticulous verification, necessitating Draco's personal signature for the inheritance. Additionally, there was a more clandestine matter that required special handling. All is here, Mr. Malfoy. Naturally, you are aware of the portion concerning Mrs. Lestrange. There may be some minor procedural hurdles that necessitate a, shall we say, flexible approach. Flea wore a knowing smile, glancing expectantly at Lucius. Bellatrix Lestrange, the deranged witch, Bellatrix Lestrange, along with her husband Rodolphus and their equally unhinged brother Sirius Black, remains imprisoned in Azkaban. Narcissa reflects on her incarcerated sister and brother, the deceased Regulus, and the now unremarkable Andromeda. Once a prestigious family, the Blacks now consist solely of herself and her little dragon. Her expression momentarily darkens, prompting Lucius to gently pat her hand in silent consolation. Due to the absence of a clear heir for the Lestrange family and various historical legacies intertwined with the complexities of the Black family, there theoretically exists an opportunity for manipulation of this wealth. Moreover, within Bella's vault lies an item of utmost necessity. Lucius's eyes flicker with impatience as he slightly raises his chin, declaring, "You shall obtain what you desire, Fleamont. The Malfoy family never neglects its friends. Of course, of course. Let us commence with the portion belonging to Mrs. Lestrange." Lucius scoffs, offering no further commentary. Under the compelling allure of profit and the oppressive power of the Malfoy name, the so-called obstacles are swiftly eliminated. Draco meticulously verifies the contents alongside his parents, signing a series of intricate documents. Once the magical seals are confirmed, the proceedings are completed without a hitch. From this day forth, he is the heir to both the Malfoy and Black families. Lucius, without a moment's hesitation, leads Narcissa and Draco through the Floo network directly to Gringotts and Diagon Alley. Time is of the essence. Delays could invite unforeseen changes. They must acquire that crucial golden cup with utmost urgency. Inside Gringotts, the dim light casts shadows upon the goblins' sharp, shrewd faces as they meticulously scrutinize the thick stack of inheritance documents stamped by the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Once all procedures are confirmed to be flawless, A goblin named Griphook guides them onto the wildly careening cart. The cart hurtles through the labyrinthine tunnels, eventually halting at the end of a shadowy branch tunnel. Before them stands a heavy metal door adorned with intricate magical runes. Devoid of any keyhole, this is the Vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. This vault is protected by potent replication and incineration curses, Griphook warns in his high-pitched voice. Any unauthorized contact will provoke dire consequences. He directs Draco to the door, indicating an inconspicuous indentation. Of course, the replication curse does not apply to the vault's owner. Draco places his palm upon it, and the magical runes emit a faint glow. With a resounding creak, the door slowly swings inward. Inside, the vault is nearly overflowing with dazzling galleons and an array of jewel-encrusted vessels. Draco's gaze swiftly sweeps across the opulence, soon landing upon his target atop a pile of gold. It is a finely crafted golden cup, its surface intricately engraved with lifelike badger motifs. Lying there in the dim light, it exudes an alluring glow that starkly contrasts with the surrounding mundane wealth. Draco takes a deep breath, cautiously sidestepping other items, and reaches for the cup. It feels weighty in his grasp, its surface cold to the touch. He swiftly places it into a pre-prepared magical box for safekeeping. Following this, he surveys the vault. Narcissa, with her exquisite taste and keen eye for jewelry, points to a jewelry box carelessly tucked in a corner. Draco, look at that, she urges. He opens the box to reveal a necklace. The diamond chain glimmers brilliantly, while the pendant boasts a flawlessly cut, richly hued ruby. The red is strikingly pure, akin to congealed blood, encircled by a cluster of small diamonds. Draco has never held much admiration for Gryffindor's ostentatious red, but the crimson before him is commanding and pristine, radiating boundless vitality and power, rendering its beauty impossible to overlook. A most exquisite shade of red, Narcissa comments. Draco nods in agreement, securing the necklace. This one is for Lana, package it. They subsequently venture into the Black family's far grander and more historic vault, which dazzles with its golden splendor. Piles of galleons nearly spill over, while various ancient magical artifacts, exquisite armors, and precious scrolls are meticulously categorized in different sections, silently narrating the wealth and heritage of this venerable family. Draco patiently selects, ultimately pausing before a velvet tray displaying brooches. He selects one of unique design, resembling a dream catcher, adorned with a hollow circular centerpiece and curving branches embellished with rubies. The combination of rubies and diamonds, accented by teardrop-shaped wild pearls, is both opulent and striking. Satisfied, Draco nods, as it perfectly complements the necklace. Once everything is arranged, the Malfoy couple returns to their estate to handle subsequent matters. Draco, clutching the magical box and gifts, eagerly traverses the Floo network directly to the Romanov palace. He strides through the silent, grand corridors with familiarity, arriving at Lana's chamber. The afternoon sunlight bathes the room in warmth and tranquility. Svetlana stands at the center, her back to the door, clad in a light, flowing white gown. The sunlight outlines her developing silhouette, her golden locks cascading like a waterfall. She frowns slightly, observing the panting Kaya dashing across the carpet. Kaya, I don't want you to run, but you are simply too unhealthily plump. She crouches, patiently coaxing, good girl, just 5 more laps, all right? Kaya emits a pitiful meow, reluctantly quickening her pace, her silvery fur quivering with her movements. Draco approaches softly. Sensing his presence, Lana turns around. The sunlight dances across her face, illuminating her striking beauty. Upon seeing Draco, her smile blossoms like the first flower of spring after the thaw. Draco, she rushes forward, effortlessly wrapping her arms around his arm. Kaya only ran 2 laps before she refused to continue. Draco gazes down, planting a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead, then guides her to sit with him on the cushioned window seat. Observing the scene, he feels as though even the sunlight has become exceptionally gentle. He sets the box containing the cup and the 2 smaller boxes of jewelry aside, momentarily refraining from discussing business, instead smilingly agreeing. All right, we shall supervise her together. His arm gently encircles her waist, relishing the contentment of their companionship. Chapter 85, Tenderness Beneath the Sunlight. Draco opens the magical box, revealing the Hufflepuff cup nestled within. Svetlana's smile fades, her gaze sharpening with focus. She refrains from directly touching the cup, hovering her hand a few inches above, intently sensing its essence. After a moment, she retracts her hand, her brow furrowed. Indeed, there is a fragment of a soul attached to it. The energy is subtle, seemingly dormant, lacking the independent consciousness awakened within the diary and the diadem. She lifted her gaze to Draco, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. As of now, we are aware of 3 Horcruxes: the diary, the diadem, and this golden cup. Two of them have awakened consciousness, attempting to influence or even manipulate their bearers. It remains uncertain if there are others yet undiscovered. Draco clasped her hand, recalling the artifacts left behind by the four founders, including Slytherin's locket and Gryffindor's sword. We can rule out Gryffindor's sword, Lana asserted confidently. Professor Dumbledore assured me, through his magical essence, that the sword is undeniably pure, and could never have been turned into a Horcrux. She was willing to place a measure of trust in the old headmaster regarding certain principled matters. Thus, our objective is clear. The only one whose whereabouts remain unknown is Slytherin's locket. Observing Lana's pensive expression, Draco deftly shifted the topic, intent on preserving this rare moment of warmth from being overshadowed by bothersome concerns. He picked up the two small jewelry boxes nearby, opening one as he spoke. Let us not dwell on those troubling matters for now. Take a look at this. I selected it from the Black family collection. He first revealed a ruby necklace, its fiery red hue resembling burning flames under the sunlight. I believe this color would suit you splendidly. Lana's attention was captivated. She gazed in awe at the striking ruby, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her lips curving into a slight smile. Next, Draco opened the other box, unveiling a brooch. The exquisite craftsmanship elicited a gasp of admiration from Lana. It's beautiful, Draco. Thank you. Satisfied to see her spirits lift, Draco continued the earlier conversation, his tone lightening. Speaking of which, the inheritance paperwork also included the old Black family estate. Although my mother hasn't mentioned it, I know she harbors some nostalgia and sadness for that place. So, my father and I decided to pay a visit. As he recalled the Black estate, Draco's disdain was palpable. Merlin. It was utterly appalling. Dust-covered, riddled with the nests of those infernal creatures, eerie enough to be the setting for a horror story. And there was an ancient house elf named Kriaker, muttering incessantly. Upon seeing my father and me, he screamed and attempted to polish our shoes, looking both ancient and undignified. Lana's eyes widened in surprise. She could hardly envision such a scene. The portrait of Aunt Walburga still hangs there. When my father accidentally pulled back the drapes, she erupted in a tirade, startling him greatly. However, upon recognizing us, her demeanor softened considerably. My father has already arranged for a thorough renovation of the place. Draco wrapped his arms around Lana, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Once everything is refurbished to its former grandeur, I shall invite you to visit. After all, it is now, well, one of our properties. He emphasized our, his gray-blue eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Lana, intrigued by his narrative, casually inquired. Given Kriaker's unwavering loyalty to the Black family, why not bring him back to Malfoy Manor? Draco shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his voice. We tried. The old fellow is incredibly stubborn, insisting he cannot abandon that decrepit house, as if his very existence would lose meaning outside its confines. We had no choice but to leave him there. During the renovations, someone will look after him. The two nestled in the sunlight, conversing about family matters and sharing the joy of gift selection, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the Horcruxes. Miss Kaya finally completed her grueling 5 laps, collapsing onto the carpet. Panting, the warm sunlight enveloped them, while Kaya sprawled on the rug, drifting into a deep slumber. Suddenly, Lana seemed to recall something, her golden eyes sparkling. Oh, Draco. She chimed, her voice light. Professor Alexei mentioned you during a conversation with my grandfather a few days ago. Draco's relaxed demeanor instantly tensed, the remnants of long-healed bruises throbbing anew. The imposing Alexei, with a physique reminiscent of a polar bear and notoriously harsh training methods, had become Draco's greatest nightmare of the summer. Seeing his sudden anxiety, Lana couldn't suppress her laughter. Relax, Draco. The Professor isn't as strict as you think. He trained me when I was younger. He expressed satisfaction with your recent progress. Somewhat satisfied. Draco nearly wailed, his voice laced with a note of indignation. He considers that somewhat satisfied. Svetka, you should have seen it. He nearly pounded me into the ground, leaving me unable to claw my way out. That's not satisfaction. That's merely seeking a new punching bag. He muttered under his breath, unsure if the Duke had mentioned anything to her. Lana playfully swatted him, urging him to refrain from such remarks. Draco felt a flood of grievances welling up within him. Lucius had been overjoyed when he learned that Igor had sent the Grand Duchess's tutor to train Draco, welcoming the guest with open arms. To show hospitality, he and Draco personally greeted the esteemed newcomer at the manor gate. However, when they looked up to see Alexei, a mountain of a man with a fearsome scarred visage, blocking their view, Lucius couldn't help but gasp. The usually unflappable head of the Malfoy family exhibited a splendid array of emotions when he witnessed his son being thoroughly bested by the Russian giant. Subjected to various forms of near-combat magic and physical maneuvers, utterly powerless to retaliate, Lucius oscillated between standing and sitting at the training ground. Shock, concern, and a struggle of emotions played across his face, until finally, he seemed to arrive at a resolution, abruptly turning away and striding out of the training area as if he had seen nothing. Son, abducting their only precious child is truly unkind. Just take care of yourself. Draco watched his father's retreating figure, feeling disheartened. Wait, is that it? You're just going to walk away? Weren't you the one who encouraged me to become a noble? Father. Though the process had been torturous enough for Draco to contemplate giving up repeatedly, the undeniable effectiveness of such rigorous training was evident. His reaction speed, battle instincts, magical control precision, and sheer physical endurance had all undergone a remarkable transformation. The once slim youth now bore a layer of sleek, toned muscle. His physique defined yet not exaggerated, exuding a beauty of strength. Lana reached out, her fingers curiously poking at the taut muscle of his arm. However, you mustn't train to the extent of becoming like Professor Alexei, with muscles so bulky they appear unattractive. I prefer you as you are, tall and slender, embodying strength while retaining elegance. Draco was delighted by her affectionate gesture, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. He seized her playful hand, preventing her retreat, guiding it to rest against the firm contours of his abdomen. Then you should personally assess and see if I measure up. His voice dropped, laced with temptation and provocation. Contrary to his expectations, Lana did not shy away. She arched an eyebrow, intrigued, and with a serious demeanor, explored the defined muscles of his abdomen, feeling the latent power and clear lines beneath the warm skin. Her unreserved examination left Draco, the instigator, momentarily at a loss. The coolness of her fingertips sent shivers through him, igniting a fire within. Her breathtaking beauty, which was tantalizingly close, and her audacious yet innocent actions instantaneously shattered Draco's self-control. He swallowed hard, his voice turning husky. Have you finished your examination? Lana lifted her head, intending to respond positively, but her words were abruptly silenced by his lips crashing down upon hers. He pressed her firmly against the soft divan, his arms encircling her waist. As their lips and tongues fervently intertwined, exploring, attempting to convey the flame she had ignited within him through this kiss. Gasping for breath, Lana pushed against Draco, who lay atop her, murmuring and playfully refusing to relinquish his position. When shall we grow up, Svetka? Lana found his demeanor amusing and replied, pushing him again with a serious tone, when you can defeat Professor Alexei. Draco stiffened, falling silent as if playing dead. Laughter echoed within the chamber, the youthful exuberance of the pair radiating pure happiness in that moment. Chapter 86. The escaped prisoner. The summer vacation swiftly passed amidst rigorous and fulfilling studies. The difficulty of the new academic year's courses was markedly elevated, and Lana and Draco dared not to exhibit any slackness, diligently preparing for all third-year subjects in advance. Potions and defense against the dark arts were their focal points for preparation. Under Professor Snape's special guidance, they practiced all the challenging potions for the upcoming term. Not only did Professor Snape instruct them in their practice, but he also compiled a comprehensive set of potions notes, drawing from his experiences during his visit to Russia, generously imparting his knowledge. Since that journey to Russia, Professor Snape seemed to have shed some of his burdens, the deep-seated gloom that had long clung to him somewhat dissipating. He had rediscovered something within the vast magical landscapes of Russia that rekindled his resolve to move forward. On one occasion, after successfully brewing a perfect potion, Draco leaned into Lana and whispered, have you noticed? The professor seems less morose lately. When I submitted my paper last time, he didn't even mock me, just let out a cold grunt. Lana chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. She was pleased to witness this talented professor revitalizing his spirit. In terms of defense against the dark arts, they underwent rigorous training under the stern tutelage of Professor Alexei. Yet they still needed to familiarize themselves with specific aspects of the British defensive magic system. Professor Snape had prepared them for the curriculum in advance, but certain specialized content required unique instructors. One day, Lana received an invitation to Malfoy Manor. Lucius had utilized his connections to summon a registered animagus from the Ministry of Magic to provide instruction and demonstration for the two young students. The invited wizard, Mr. Alban Taylor, was an elderly gentleman with a face etched with wrinkles. Mr. Taylor possessed an exceptionally gentle demeanor, his brown eyes reflecting a calm wisdom born from life's trials. Surprisingly, he was a half-blood wizard, yet Lucius held him in high esteem. Successfully mastering the animagus transformation and completing official registration was a profound testament to one's strength and perseverance. The key to the animagus transformation lies in a profound understanding of one's magical essence and a flawless conception of every detail of the target creature's form. Mr. Taylor spoke slowly and clearly, initially discussing the core theories rather than demonstrating the transformation directly. Lana listened with rapt attention. The Romanov family's magic emphasized a deep resonance and perception with natural elements and their own bloodline. They were required to channel their magic through rituals and specific meditations. For Lana, the concept of an animagus, transforming one's corporeal form into that of another creature, was an entirely unfamiliar realm. After concluding the theoretical portion, Mr. Taylor began to demonstrate the transformation process. He closed his eyes, and his magical energy began to oscillate at a distinctive frequency, his bodily outline gradually becoming blurred, stretching, and expanding. The entire process was remarkably silent, almost devoid of any sound. Moments later, where the gentle old man once stood, there now loomed a robust, shaggy brown bear. The bear's gaze remained gentle, standing quietly as it occasionally shook its head, emitting a low, soothing rumble, entirely devoid of any wild ferocity. This represented a profoundly different expression of magic, a deep understanding of logic, control, and the essence of life forms. Nonetheless, neither Lana nor Draco held any intention of pursuing animagus training. The process was too perilous, time-consuming, and not essential for their future plans. However, comprehensively exploring and understanding the core principles and nuances of various magical systems was an indispensable part of building their formidable prowess. After obtaining consent, Lana and Draco approached to closely observe the bear's form, diligently noting their inquiries. Once Mr. Taylor returned to his human shape, he patiently addressed their questions and frequently shifted into his animagus form, allowing Lana to experience the unique frequency of his magical energy. This extraordinary lesson granted Lana and Draco a deeper insight into transfiguration, particularly within the animagus branch. Upon the conclusion of the class, Mr. Taylor departed from the manor, and Draco could not help but exclaim to Lana, "There are so many wondrous realms in the magical world that we do not yet understand. Just grasping these concepts could occupy us for a lifetime." Lana nodded, finding this very notion intriguing. Isn't that what makes it all the more captivating? To keep learning and growing stronger is precisely the path we've chosen. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Lucius, his expression grave, personally approached the makeshift classroom and rapped upon the door. "Your Highness," his voice was low, "we need to discuss something urgently in the study." Lana and Draco exchanged glances. Puzzlement reflected in their eyes. They followed Lucius to the study, where Narcissa awaited, her eyes red-rimmed, evidently having just wept, her face etched with concern. Lucius bypassed any pleasantries, striding directly to the desk and handing a piece of parchment, still imbued with the scent of ink, to Lana. Bold, black letters emblazoned the word "wanted." Below, a dynamic magical photograph depicted a man screaming frantically, struggling, his disheveled black hair resembling dry straw, his gaunt face sunken, and his eyes ablaze with madness. His appearance was both disheveled and somewhat grotesque. Lana furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the distorted visage in the photograph. She was certain she had never encountered this individual, neither in the social circles of St. Petersburg nor at Hogwarts. Her gaze dropped to the name on the wanted poster, Sirius Black. Startled, she lifted her head, looking at Lucius, then at Draco and Narcissa, whose faces were equally pallid. The heir of the Black family, Draco's nominal uncle. 12 years prior, he had been accused of betraying the Potters, a Death Eater responsible for the brutal murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. He escaped from Azkaban. Draco's complexion turned ashen. Sirius Black was his biological uncle, a name that, though never met, had haunted him throughout his upbringing, forever linked with familial disgrace and the visage of a murderer. In the present day, this shadow has not only failed to dissipate, but has instead transformed into a tangible threat, having clawed its way out from the inferno of Azkaban. He gazed at the man before him, unwilling to acknowledge him as his uncle from the depths of his heart. Azkaban, guarded by the Dementors, is reputed to be an impregnable fortress of wizardry, and no one has ever successfully escaped its confines. The Ministry of Magic has disseminated the news, though specific details remain elusive. However, the wanted notice has spread throughout the entirety of Britain. Narcissa dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, her voice thick with emotion. "Merlin, how could he possibly have escaped? What does he intend to do?" She cast a worried glance at her son. "I dread to think what reckless actions he might undertake. Will he target my little dragon?" Though she did not voice her concerns further, everyone in the study grasped the unspoken implications. What could Sirius Black's escape signify? Revenge? A continuation of his unfinished dark endeavors? Or something else entirely? Draco had just become the new heir of the Black lineage. Could this deranged uncle be plotting against his own nephew? Lana swiftly regained her composure and directed her gaze once more to the wanted poster, studying the image of the man who appeared utterly unhinged. Sirius Black's prison break was no trivial matter. It was intertwined with the dark history of the Black family and bore certain connections to Voldemort. It could potentially jeopardize their ongoing operations concerning Horcruxes. Frowning in contemplation, Lana abhorred such disturbances, particularly those that threatened the stability of their strategic board. What countermeasures did the ministry have in place? deploying Aurors for the pursuit, issuing wanted notices in the Muggle world. Lana scoffed softly. It was the most inept command imaginable. A futile chase could very well provoke Sirius Black, whose intentions remained unclear, and in this tense atmosphere, he might resort to drastic actions. Lucius spoke gravely. Fudge's measures have always been disappointing. He is now entirely engrossed in political strife, having lost the decisiveness he once possessed. He turned to Lana and added, currently, speculation abounds that Sirius Black may seek to fulfill his unfinished business of eliminating that boy. He paused, his tone growing even more somber. But it's also possible he is coming for us. For the last vestige of the Black bloodline, for Draco, who has just inherited the Black estate. Narcissa could not suppress a soft sob, gripping Draco's arm tightly. Draco pressed his lips together, striving to maintain his composure. After all, who could ascertain what a man would become after 12 years in the company of Dementors? No one knew what twisted thoughts might occupy his mind. Perhaps he sought vengeance for the family's past expulsion, or maybe his hatred for the family aimed to eradicate it completely. Lucius pinched the bridge of his nose. Contemplating another possibility, he might intend to go to Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Indeed, both Draco and that Potter were at the school, if he wished to strike directly. The school would be the quickest route. Lana shook her head, dismissing this notion. The magical barrier experts from the Romanov family were constructing defensive enchantments at Hogwarts. He would likely not dare to enter the school grounds. Nonetheless, I am now exceedingly curious. How did he manage to escape from Azkaban? The atmosphere in the study was palpably tense. Draco glanced at the Grand Duchess and suddenly spoke up. Father. Everyone turned to him. Regardless of Sirius Black's target, be it Potter or myself, he paused, his gray blue eyes hardening. If he dares to appear at Hogwarts, to disrupt the Grand Duchess's plans, or to attempt to harm those around me, his voice was low, yet imbued with an unwavering certainty, I shall personally take it upon myself to deal with him. Chapter 87. The Grand Duchess's Express Journey. King's Cross Station. A little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, was listlessly kicking her feet. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a figure, and her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape. She tugged insistently at her mother's clothing, extending her chubby finger, unabashedly pointing at Svetlana. Mommy, mommy, look, it's a fairy tale princess. A fairy tale princess in a beautiful dress. The girl's mother followed her daughter's pointing finger, momentarily taken aback by the girl's stunning attire and appearance. She quickly lowered her voice to her daughter. Shoo, darling, keep your voice down. It's impolite to point at others like that. Draco, with his arm around Lana, was making his way to the familiar platform when he heard the exclamation and turned to glance back. A new school year was beginning, and Svetlana had willingly agreed to accompany him on the express to school, filling him with immense joy. At that moment, hearing the innocent words of the Muggle child, his inner delight swelled, and he could not help but smile broadly. Svetlana, you are indeed quite discerning, he thought. Such perceptive Muggles were a rarity. He even momentarily overlooked her identity, relishing the opportunity to look down upon the little girl, his voice brimming with unabashed pride. Indeed, she is my princess. Mine alone, and the most beautiful in the whole world. With that, he and Lana departed with a sense of triumph. Lana paid no mind to the childish antics, smiling as she waved goodbye to the little girl, who beamed back at her in surprise. This year, she had accepted Draco's invitation to travel on the Hogwarts Express to school. Before embarking, however, there was one exceedingly important question. She lacked the customary wizarding robes and had no suitable Muggle attire for long journeys. In fact, she possessed none of such garments. Lana insisted that experiencing the Express required a fitting appearance, resolutely rejecting Honest's suggestion to wear a formal gown for the train ride. Consequently, Honest was left with no choice but to procure a complexly designed, voluminous, navy blue Lolita-style dress for her. This was the closest the Grand Duchess would come to Muggle clothing. Naturally, according to Honest's standards, accessories were indispensable. Lana adorned herself with layers of pearl necklaces, complemented by lace gloves, exuding elegance and nobility. Honest, still unsatisfied, prepared a sufficiently extravagant bonnet for the Grand Duchess. The intricate lace and ribbon embellishments rendered her more reminiscent of a stunning doll emerged from a classical oil painting than a student on her way to school, starkly contrasting with her surroundings. Draco secretly wished to coordinate matching outfits with Svetlana, often selecting his attire based on Lana's ensemble. Whether he chose the combinations himself or with Narcissa's assistance, over time, the mother-son duo had unearthed a rare joy in the art of dressing. Miraculously, while Lana could no longer indulge in whimsical play, she could still enjoy the company of the whimsical little dragon. Today, he was clad in princely garb, a pristine lace-collared shirt paired with trousers, making him resemble a nobleman from a grand castle. Draco pushed the luggage trolley and turned to Lana, explaining, "Watch closely, Svetlana. Just like this, charged straight towards the wall without hesitation. With that, he took a deep breath, accelerated, and propelled the trolley directly into the wall. In the next instant, both he and the trolley vanished silently into the brickwork. Lana's golden eyes widened slightly. She glanced around to ensure no one was particularly focused on her and, emulating Draco, hurried forward, charging towards the wall. A peculiar sensation enveloped her, akin to traversing through a chilling veil of water. Before Svetlana, the scene transformed abruptly. The cacophony of voices amplified manifold, and a colossal crimson behemoth, belching forth billowing white steam, materialized before her. It resembled a slumbering steel titan, exuding the distinctive vigor of the industrial age, and for Lana, it presented an entirely new and rugged allure. She marveled inwardly. Previously, when she beheld the express train from the air, it appeared as a diminutive red serpent slithering amidst the mountains. Yet, standing before the express train, she realized it was far grander than she had envisioned. Momentarily dazed, she had yet to scrutinize it closely when Draco emerged at her side, effortlessly wrapping an arm around her waist and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Well done, Svetka. A success. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed as ever, shrouded in steam and bustling with activity. Parents offered fervent reminders, owls flapped restlessly in their cages, and students frolicked excitedly. Svetlana gazed at it all with wonder. It was an entirely new world for her. Draco, one hand clutching their luggage, the other firmly grasping Lana's, navigated through the crowded throng directly towards the spacious compartments at the front of the train. As they passed, an almost palpable silence descended. The previously raucous students involuntarily hushed, their gazes fixated on the Duchess. Everyone was aware that the esteemed Romanov Duchess possessed her own magical carriage, typically arriving directly at Hogwarts, never mingling with them. But this year, as they commenced their third year, she was astonishingly present, clad in such a dreamlike and surreal gown, no less. It was undoubtedly the most sensational news of the academic year. Draco disregarded the myriad of stairs and purposefully approached the luxurious compartment emblazoned with the Malfoy crest. Pulling the door open, inside, the compartment was spacious, adorned with deep green velvet seats and walnut paneling, a stark contrast to the ordinary carriages outside. Blaise and the others had long awaited their arrival. Upon glimpsing the exquisite figure clad in a Lolita dress behind Draco, their eyes widened in astonishment. Blaise nearly dropped the Daily Prophet he was holding. Theodore silently closed his book, and Daphne instinctively tidied her hair. Draco seemed oblivious to their shock, naturally ushering Lana into the compartment and settling her into the most comfortable seat. The young master glanced at his companions and cleared his throat. The Duchess is in high spirits today, here to experience our express train. His boastful demeanor was strikingly ostentatious, prompting Theodore to discreetly lift his book to shield his view. Pansy Parkinson was the first to react. She sprang up, her face alight with surprise and excitement. Your Highness, I never expected to see you here. She lifted her gaze, sincerity shining in her eyes as she addressed Lana. Once again, I thank you, Your Highness. You provided me with that opportunity, allowing me to assert myself in family matters. Now, at least my father listens to my opinions when making decisions. My ineffectual brother and I finally have a foundation for equitable dialogue. Her tone brimmed with a sense of vindication. Lana smiled and shook her head. Pansy's ambition was fierce, and she would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally. Miss Parkinson, there is no need for thanks. I merely offered a possibility. You seized it and demonstrated your worth through your abilities and determination. Her understated words only deepened Pansy's gratitude. Pansy excitedly settled beside Lana, eager to engage in conversation, but Draco shot her a glare that compelled her to retreat. Pansy, speechless, thought to herself, what a petty and small-minded fellow. The Hogwarts Express glided smoothly through the English fields and mountains, producing a rhythmic clatter. The weather was dismal. The clouds overhead a pale gray, and the daylight dimmed. The compartment's opulence and comfort insulated them from much of the journey's clamor. Draco reasoned that if they were to experience this, they might as well do so thoroughly. Come along, Svetka, let me show you the snack trolley. Draco took Lana's hand, leading her through several carriages. A cheerful which was pushing the snack cart, laden with an array of magical treats. Lana gazed with fascination at the dazzling assortment of goodies, many of which she had never encountered before. Draco recommended a few delectable options, and she carefully selected several, her interest piqued by the moving chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties. Isn't this delightful? She picked up a box of the infamous Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, scrutinizing it in her palm. I've heard they come in some rather extreme flavors. Draco watched her with amusement, finding her serious demeanor utterly charming, and couldn't resist teasing her. Why not try a brightly colored one? It could be strawberry or perhaps liver-flavored. Ultimately, Lana settled on a red bean, inhaling deeply before cautiously placing it in her mouth. She savored it, her serious expression gradually transforming into one of pleasant surprise. "What does it taste like?" Draco inquired, poised to offer her water at a moment's notice. Lana chuckled, her golden eyes crinkling with delight. "It's cherry-flavored and rather pleasant." Intrigued by this adventurous sampling game, she selected another green bean that caught her eye and offered it to Draco. "You should try it too." Draco accepted the bean from her hand, and as the sweet, refreshing flavor spread across his palate, his gray-blue eyes lit up. "It's green apple, my favorite flavor." Overcome with joy, he couldn't help but lean down to plant a swift, sweet kiss on Lana's lips. With an assortment of snacks in hand, they strolled back, thoroughly satisfied. In the narrow aisle, they encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were on their way to another carriage in search of classmates. The trio halted in their tracks upon seeing them, particularly struck by Lana, clad in a Lolita dress that seemed out of place in the setting. They instinctively stepped aside to clear the path. Draco cast a fleeting glance at them, devoid of provocation or mockery. He firmly grasped Lana's hand and strode past them, oblivious to their presence. Once their figures disappeared behind the compartment door, Ron gaped in disbelief, whispering urgently, "Merlin's beard. How is she here? And wearing that dress? Doesn't she have her own carriage?" Harry gazed in the direction where Lana and Draco had vanished, his expression complex. He recalled Mr. Weasley's words about Sirius Black having escaped from Azkaban, and that he was searching for him. Rumor had it that Sirius Black was Draco Malfoy's uncle. Did Malfoy know about this? Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, noting Harry's unusual silence, and chose not to speak further. Outside, rain began to fall, blurring the view through the windows. "Let us go, Harry." The three of them returned in quietude, their compartment housing a slumbering figure, still as quiet as before. Appearing rather unwell, Ron leaned closer for a glance, noting the professor was sound asleep. "This professor hasn't woken up at all. Should we wake him?" Hermione smacked him gently, urging him to show more respect towards the professor. Harry remained silent, his gaze cast downwards. Hermione turned to him, keenly sensing his emotional turmoil. "What's the matter, Harry? Did Malfoy do something?" After a moment of hesitation, Harry finally divulged the details he had overheard. Upon hearing his words, Ron and Hermione were left astounded. "By Merlin's beard. So he is targeting you?" Ron mused, pondering the implications. He comfortingly patted Harry on the shoulder, adding, "Honestly, being the chosen one isn't as easy as it seems. Can't Harry have even 1 year of safety? Mate, even though we're in Egypt, we've all heard something rather unsettling," he said cryptically, prompting Hermione to nudge him, urging him to continue. "Malfoy has inherited the Black family fortune, since his mother is a Black. If you two ever find yourselves face to face with that lunatic, he might actually hesitate over which one of you to eliminate first." Harry chuckled at this, his heavy heart lightening just a bit. He glanced at the still sleeping Professor Lupin and began to converse quietly with them. Outside, the rain intensified. Chapter 88, The Attack of the Dementors. The train continued its rapid journey northward, the rain pouring down in torrents, casting a dim light within the compartment. Blaze and the others tactfully vacated to another compartment to chat, leaving only Lana and Draco behind. In the absence of outsiders, Lana shed her regal demeanor, relaxing completely. With Draco's assistance, she removed the overly elaborate adornments, casually setting the opulent hat aside. The table was laden with an array of snacks, regardless of Lana's interest. Draco had procured a bit of everything. Seeing Lana's curious expression, Draco found himself momentarily intrigued by these often tiresome treats. He sat up and began unveiling the various snacks, showcasing the distinctive wizarding delicacies of Britain. "This is bubblegum blowing bliss, which can create bubbles the color of bluebell flowers, and these bubbles can last for days without bursting." Lana picked it up, squeezed it, showing no inclination to taste it. "And this is cauldron cake, though, of course, it pales in comparison to what my mother makes. Licorice wands, though, darling, I wouldn't recommend trying those." The flavor Draco shrugged, and Lana promptly returned the peculiar wand-shaped candy to the table. "This is sour pop rocks. They're incredibly tangy. Perhaps there might be a fool who could eat one and end up with a hole in their tongue, but I've never tried." Lana surveyed the assortment, noting the odd shapes and varieties of the snacks. The naive princess sincerely inquired, "Why can the English make all their ingredients so utterly mundane?" Draco laughed and planted a kiss on her cheek, saying nothing in response. "Darling, you're including me in your regional bias." Curiously, Lana picked up a chocolate frog, shaking the box gently, finding it indistinguishable from ordinary snacks. "So why does it move?" Draco flashed a mischievous grin, encouraging her to open one for herself. Lana glanced at Draco, noticing his palpable excitement, sensing that something was amiss. This frog did not seem like an ordinary frog. However, curiosity triumphed over caution. Carefully, Lana unwrapped the packaging, and just as she lifted the seemingly unremarkable chocolate, the frog suddenly kicked its legs in her palm, attempting to leap away. "Ah!" Lana gasped, startled by the unexpected liveliness of the confection. She recoiled, dropping the chocolate frog onto the velvet-covered seat, where it continued its futile struggles. Draco, amused by her startled reaction, quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulders, gently patting her in reassurance. Don't be afraid, Svetlana. It's merely a piece of chocolate. Enchanted to move, and at one tea bite, he picked up the still flailing chocolate frog and tossed it out of the window, remarking, if we don't like it, we want to eat it. The rain was pouring heavily outside, and as Draco opened the window slightly, a few raindrops drifted in. He hastily cast a drying charm on Lana's dampened skirt, anxious that she might catch a cold. Once she regained her composure, she discovered a wizarding trading card within the packaging. Picking it up, she recognized the familiar figure, an elderly wizard with crescent-shaped glasses and a long white beard. Smiling kindly at her, "Oh, Dumbledore." Lana pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on the old headmaster's eyes, which glimmered with a golden hue. Receiving his card at such a moment felt like a portent. Draco took the card, glanced at it with mild disinterest, and set it aside. Don't overthink it, Svetlana. Dumbledore's cards are quite common. You can find one in nearly every 3 packs. It's purely a matter of luck. Now, let us look at the others. Lana continued to stare at the card, believing it was no mere coincidence. She lost her appetite for the snacks. Watching the scenery blur past the window as the rain lashed against the glass, leaving behind streaks of moisture. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed outside. Lost in contemplation, Draco sensed her distraction and gently embraced her from behind, resting his chin atop her light golden hair, inhaling her scent. He recognized her unease and, in an effort to lighten the mood, exhaled warm breath against the cold window, producing a small cloud of fog. Then, he took her hand, guiding her fingertips to trace 2 intertwined letters in the mist. DM, Draco Malfoy. After doing so, he leaned down and planted a soft kiss by her ear, whispering, Svetlana, I promise you, I will be all right. He reached for his neck, where he wore a delicate silver chain with a small, dark golden cross, intricately engraved with protective runes. This was the talisman Lana had personally given him, insisting he must never, under any circumstances, remove it. Lana observed the initials gradually fading in the dissipating mist on the window, feeling the steady heartbeat emanating from his chest, her tension easing slightly. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a sudden, thunderous crash reverberated through the train, jolting the entire carriage before it came to a complete stop. The inertia caused the belongings within the compartment to sway slightly. Lana turned in surprise to Draco, her golden eyes filled with confusion. Are we there? So soon? Draco instinctively stood, drawing his wand. This feeling of halting was entirely different from the smooth arrival of a station. Something must have gone awry. Outside, the shouts of students and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The compartment plunged into darkness as the lights extinguished abruptly. Lana stood up, about to say something, when Draco positioned himself protectively behind her. Lumos. The tip of Draco's wand illuminated, yet for some reason, the compartment remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the door. Draco, it's us. Lana and Draco exchanged a glance, and Draco cautiously approached and opened the door. As the door swung open, Blaise, Pansy, and Daphne rushed in, with Lana being pushed to the back and taking a seat. Blaise anxiously drew his wand, standing protectively in front of the girls in the dim light. Theo went to the restroom. I couldn't find him. The temperature in the train is unnaturally cold. Something feels off. As he spoke, Blaise pushed Draco back slightly, cautioning, watch out for Black. Draco did not decline Blaise's kind offer. He nodded in the darkness, about to utter a word, when the compartment door suddenly swung open. A tall, shadowy figure loomed in the entrance, shrouded beneath a tattered black cloak, devoid of a face. With an abyssal void beneath the hood, it slowly extended a hand into the compartment, and in that instant, a bone-chilling cold surged into the carriage, forcibly siphoning away joyful memories, leaving only an abyss of despair and terror. Pansy jolted violently, her eyes rolling back, as if all strength and consciousness had been abruptly drained from her, collapsing backward. Pansy! Blaise exclaimed, swiftly catching her, just as he sought to question the ghastly apparition, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. In that moment of overwhelming despair, Svetlana unexpectedly erupted with a golden light. The cross necklace adorning her chest levitated, radiating a holy brilliance that enveloped the entire compartment. Where the light reached, the excruciating chill rapidly dissipated. Lana sprang to her feet, her golden eyes shimmering with a resplendent glow. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Filthy creature, begone. The Dementor was pierced by that golden light, as though struck by an invisible whip, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek filled with pain and terror. The shadowy figure recoiled as if scalded, hastily retreating into the darkness of the corridor beyond the door. The lights in the compartment flickered a few times before illuminating once more. Draco finally emerged from that icy stupor, gasping for breath, his back completely drenched in cold sweat. Instinctively, he gripped the amulet around his neck. The amulet, too, had somehow begun to levitate, emanating a golden light akin to Lana's cross. Draco, still shaken, immediately pulled Lana tightly into his embrace, his body trembling slightly. Pansy, are you all right? Daphne called out anxiously. It was then that everyone noticed Pansy's pallid face. Her eyes tightly shut, entirely unconscious. Blaze quickly laid her down on the spacious seat. Just then, a silver-white wolf-like figure darted past their compartment. Leaping into the darkness ahead of the train, a weary-looking middle-aged man appeared at the door. He glanced at the unconscious Pansy, then surveyed the startled occupants of the compartment. Lupin, observing the increasingly brilliant cross necklace on Lana and Draco, instinctively took a step back. All eyes were uncertainly fixed upon him as he softened his voice. Oh, it seems she has been overly frightened. She might need some chocolate. Almost simultaneously, Pansy's eyelashes fluttered slightly, emitting a faint moan. Lana quickly reacted, snatching a box of new chocolate frogs, deftly opening the packaging without a glance, tearing off the still-twitching frog leg, and handing it to Daphne. Hurry, feed it to her. Daphne promptly accepted, carefully breaking the chocolate into small pieces and feeding them into Pansy's slightly parted lips. Draco remained tightly wrapped around Lana, neither of them speaking, merely conveying silent support through their clasped hands and entwined bodies. The previous moment's chill and despair were far too palpable. Lana lowered her gaze amidst the chaos. A wizarding card from the second box of chocolate frogs had fallen to the ground. She picked it up. The card depicted a witch with profound, enigmatic eyes and a mysterious smile. It was the renowned seer, Cassandra Trelawney. Chapter 89, A Series of Mistakes. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Cornelius Fudge clutched his green bowler hat tightly, nearly deforming it. Why? Tell me why? Fudge could no longer contain himself, shouting at Dumbledore, who sat behind the desk. That Lady Duchess. Doesn't she have her own carriage? Why is she on the express train? If she hadn't been there, none of this would have happened. Cornelius. Dumbledore abruptly interrupted, fire igniting in his blue eyes. Shouldn't you first explain to me, to the Hogwarts board, and to all the students and parents, why a Dementor appeared on a train transporting students and attacked the students? Perhaps Sirius Black was looking for Harry Potter. That does not justify your negligence in allowing Dementors to assault students. Fudge's face instantly flushed to a deep crimson, his lips quivering, his gaze evasive. Ultimately, he lowered his head, unable to utter a word. He knew he was in the wrong. The Dementors had spiraled out of control and attacked the train, leaving several students fainted and nearly injuring Duchess Romanov. Merlin, this was an enormous calamity. Dumbledore regarded the ineffectual, irresponsible Minister of Magic before him with a sense of futility. The most feared are those who act impulsively. Now, he had directly handed over the incriminating evidence. Already at a disadvantage, he now faced an unknown extent of losses. Dumbledore took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, his tone still icy. This time, the Duchess was frightened by a Dementor on the Hogwarts Express, St. Petersburg has already sent a formal inquiry, and the wording is quite severe. They expressed tremendous shock and dissatisfaction regarding the appearance of such dark, unstable creatures on a student transport. He rubbed his brow, feeling unprecedented fatigue. The Duchess has returned to her dormitory to rest and will meet with me shortly. Cornelius, I hope you will be present to face this together. The color drained entirely from Fudge's face. Face this together. He jumped up as if stung, waving his hands in panic. No, Albus. The department has a mountain of urgent business awaiting my attention. It's of utmost importance. I must return immediately. He could scarcely meet Dumbledore's eyes, frantically searching for excuses, seizing his hat, and fleeing the headmaster's office. Dumbledore watched Fudge's hasty retreat, removed his glasses, and tossed them onto the desk, rubbing his brow vigorously. The portraits of former headmasters on the walls looked on with concern, and Fawkes let out a gentle trill. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. He had no idea how to deal with the astute and inscrutable Duchess Romanov shortly. With Fudge's departure, all the pressure and responsibility fell squarely upon his shoulders. Fudge hastily returned to his ministerial office, almost fleeing. Moments later, a surge of pent-up fury erupted within him. He rushed to his large desk, staring at the mountain of documents piled upon it. Reports regarding the out-of-control Dementors, the inquiry from St. Petersburg, and various other vexing troubles weighed heavily on him. An intense rage surged to his head. He let out a low growl, violently sweeping his arms, sending every document, inkpot, and quill crashing to the floor. Papers fluttered like snowflakes, the inkpot shattered, black ink splattering everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos. He braced himself against the now bare desk, his chest heaving, his face flushed. He needed strength. He needed support. But what now? Dumbledore, that old fool, was clearly not on his side. The cursed Malfoy family has entangled itself with the Romanov Grand Duchess, adopting an ambiguous stance. Lucius no longer unwaveringly supports him as he once did, and many watchful pureblood families have retracted their offers of galleons. He must devise a strategy to rectify this situation. He must placate the Grand Duchess, quell her ire, and should he gain the backing of the Russian magical community she represents, his position would be unassailable. He had intended to swiftly capture Sirius Black with the Dementors, using that as leverage for his next campaign. Now, however, the Dementors cannot remain stationed at Hogwarts due to this foolish misstep. Otherwise, the pressure from the Russians, not to mention the domestic outcry in Britain, could drown him. Fudge's murky eyes darted wildly, searching for any possible breakthrough. He thought of someone. His gaze flickered uncertainly. It was a risky gambit, but perhaps it would yield unexpected results. In the headmaster's office, Svetlana sat elegantly in a high-backed chair opposite Dumbledore, her posture poised, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dumbledore feigned busyness, reluctant to meet the Grand Duchess's gaze. Lana observed the conflicted expression on the elderly man's face, her smile deepening. Headmaster Dumbledore, what seems to ail Minister Fudge this time? Gastrointestinal discomfort, or perhaps a recurrence of an old affliction? Dumbledore paused. Was she truly that forthright? He could not maintain his usual composure of a wise elder. Instead, he sank back into the embrace of the chair with a hint of despair. As he regarded the Grand Duchess, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. The girl had shed her youthful innocence. Merely a holiday apart had imbued her with greater presence. Her golden eyes bore into him, instilling a sense of vulnerability. Dumbledore did not defend Fudge's sudden retreat. Instead, he spoke with a tone bordering on wistfulness. Your Highness, at times I find myself uncertain whether my fervent efforts to secure your education at Hogwarts were ultimately beneficial for the institution, or indeed for the entirety of the British magical community. How could it possibly be a detriment, Headmaster? Lana tilted her head slightly. At the very least, thanks to my presence, Hogwarts' students need no longer endure those dreadful magical creatures, do they? Svetlana's brow furrowed slightly as she recalled the unpleasant sensations. Cold, slimy, grotesque. To be frank, some of your British magical creatures are as unpalatable as your cuisine. Dumbledore chuckled at the Grand Duchess's description, though the laughter was tinged with bitterness. He was acutely aware that this young woman was not merely present to voice her grievances about the Dementors. He cut to the heart of the matter, his blue eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles. So, Your Highness, what new terms do you wish to discuss during your visit? Lana's smile faded. Her hands gracefully clasped upon her lap, her tone turning formal. Dumbledore's heart sank at her demeanor. Firstly, I must express my disappointment in you and the Order of the Phoenix you represent. Time is slipping away, and there has been no progress in the investigation of the Horcrux's whereabouts. If the Order cannot prove its worth and cooperative intent at a crucial moment, then all the agreements we previously reached will undoubtedly require reassessment and renegotiation. As for this occasion, Lana paused, her golden eyes flickering in the dim light. I require the life of Sirius Black. Her voice was soft, but Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. A prisoner who should be decaying in Azkaban. An unpredictable variable that ought not to exist, threatening to disrupt the established order, especially at such a delicate moment when the Black family's rightful inheritance had just been transferred. His existence was a provocation in itself. I believe that eradicating this variable would be beneficial for all. Dumbledore straightened in his chair, his expression grave. Your Highness, I understand your concerns. However, I must assert, on my honor, that the escape of Sirius Black, though I am unaware of his precise motives, is in no way connected to the Malfoy family or Mr. Malfoy. Lana listened quietly to his assurance, her expression impassive. Oh, so your anxiety indicates a connection to your savior? Dumbledore's face stiffened, and he again succumbed to despair in his chair. Just how had Prince Igor trained her? Astute and troublesome, he truly felt the Grand Duchess was taking advantage of the elder. Svetlana, may I call you that? I merely. Lana raised her hand to silence him, slowly rising to smooth non-existent wrinkles in her skirt. Headmaster Dumbledore, I have never questioned your motives. You are the greatest white wizard, and that is no empty praise. You possess far greater foresight than most, and I believe you would forsake everything for the justice you hold dear, perhaps even your life. She approached the office door, resting her hand on the doorknob, turning her head to leave him with a final chilling remark. However, the more guarantees one offers, the inevitably diminishing credibility they entail. Her golden eyes cast one last scrutinizing glance at him. At least, for now, I am still willing to choose to believe in you. In addressing the matter of Voldemort, I believe we are still allies. I hope you do not let me or my family down. With that, she gently opened the door, her figure vanishing at the end of the spiral staircase. Silence returned to the office. Dumbledore leaned against the back of his chair, motionless for a long while. His gaze fell upon the chair where Lana had just sat. Beside it, on a small table, lay a familiar chocolate frog card. He was depicted, wearing half-moon spectacles, cheerfully stroking his long beard, exuding an air of benevolence and control. Dumbledore stared at the image of himself. Ultimately, a multitude of words coalesced into a long, heavy sigh, reverberating softly in the room filled with books and silverware. Chapter 90. Draco and the ominous Svetlana felt that this academic year unfolded like the torrential rain that had engulfed Hogwarts on the first day of school, draped in an inescapable gloom and dampness. The first class after the term commenced was divination. Lana and Draco, along with other students who had chosen this elective, exerted considerable effort to finally arrive at the cramped classroom in the North Tower. The atmosphere inside was stifling, with curtains tightly drawn and dim light relying solely on the dozens of small lamps suspended from the low ceiling. The air was thick with an overpowering, acrid scent of spices that made one feel dizzy. Professor Sybil Trelawney appeared before them, her slender frame adorned with oversized glasses that magnified her eyes several times, rendering her perpetually startled. She was draped in beads, shawls, and various jingling ornaments, enveloping herself in an intentionally cultivated aura of mystery. True prophecy is a fleeting glimpse that pierces through the mists of time. Professor Trelawney commenced her opening remarks in a voice that was ethereal and quivering, her gaze drifting in the hazy illumination. Lana had initially harbored expectations for this class. She believed that her consecutive draws of Dumbledore and Cassandra Trelawney's chocolate frog cards on the express train were no mere coincidence. Professor Sybil Trelawney is the granddaughter of Cassandra Trelawney. Perhaps this professor could offer her some assistance to quell the turmoil within her heart. However, as Lana gazed upon this flamboyant professor, she found herself deeply disappointed by the initial impression. The air of mystery surrounding the professor felt more akin to a farcical performance. Lana loosened her collar, as the rich aroma in the classroom made it somewhat difficult for her to breathe. Professor Trelawney paced slowly through the room, resembling a wandering specter. She proffered various vague predictions to a few anxious students, foretelling either imminent misfortune or unexpected gifts. When she turned to face Lana, the latter met her gaze with calmness, even a hint of scrutiny. Through her thick lenses, Trelawney scrutinized Lana intently, and suddenly, in a more dramatically trembling voice, she proclaimed, I see. The blessing of the Golden Spirit. Among us, there exists one who possesses true clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, the ability to pierce through the mists of fate. She pointed at Lana, her voice rising. I believe, esteemed Lady Duchess, that you undoubtedly possess exceptional prophetic talent. This abrupt assertion stirred a subtle commotion in the classroom. Observing Professor Trelawney's eccentric behavior, Lana felt a wave of impatience wash over her, raising her hand to interrupt the performance. Professor, may we commence the lesson? Trelawney cast a glance at her, adjusted her shawl, and refrained from saying anything further. Today's lesson focused on tea leaf reading. The students were instructed to consume the tea in their cups and then interpret the shapes left by the tea leaves at the bottom. The quality of the tea was subpar, leaving a bitter taste. Draco and Lana frowned as they finished their tea, exchanging cups in an attempt to interpret one another's remains. Draco stared at the bottom of Lana's cup, where the dark brown tea leaves clung to the sides, forming irregular patches. I can't discern anything, he muttered, turning the cup around, peering left and right, but failing to discern any pattern. He had to admit it felt like a game of baseless guessing, merely a collection of disheveled leaves. Lana took Draco's cup, her gaze falling upon its base. At first, she paid little attention, but as she focused intently, the once chaotic tea leaves seemed to begin moving and assembling in her vision. Gradually, a distinct shape emerged. It resembled a somewhat grotesque figure. Just as Lana was lost in contemplation of the image, Professor Trelawney, having approached unbeknownst to her, suddenly snatched the cup from her hands. Let me see. Oh, Merlin! Trelawney exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the pattern at the bottom of the cup, her body exaggeratedly trembling, and she called out to Draco in her distinctive tone, ominous. This is ominous. The grim. The black dog is a harbinger of death. Child, do you see? A massive black dog that roams the graveyard. Those who behold it are fated to die. Child, you shall perish. Her words drained the color from Draco's face. The entire class watched in horror, while Harry observed the pale-faced Malfoy, his heart tightening. A black dog signifies misfortune? For some reason, he recalled the large black dog he had seen on Muggle Crescent Street, as if those exceptionally bright eyes were appearing before him once more. However, before Professor Trelawney could continue to cultivate the atmosphere of terror, a sudden crack echoed. Draco's teacup shattered without warning in Trelawney's hands. Fragments and wet tea leaves splattered onto her hand, landing messily on the carpet. Ah! Trelawney screamed in shock at the abrupt turn of events, retracting her hand and gazing fearfully at the scattered pieces. Svetlana retracted the magic from her fingertips and slowly stood up. Her expression was eerily calm, her golden eyes seemingly encased in ice. She did not glance at the flustered Professor Trelawney, but instead reached out and firmly grasped the still-dazed Draco. "We are leaving." Her voice was low yet exuded an oppressive pressure. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the other students in the classroom, she pulled Draco along and departed from this place that filled her with profound discomfort. Professor Trelawney, somewhat flustered, could no longer maintain her facade of mystery. Instinctively, she took a few steps aside, attempting to divert attention and salvage some semblance of dignity as a professor. Coincidentally, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were seated nearby, both staring at the perplexing tea leaves in their cups. Grasping at a lifeline, Trelawney hurried over to them, seizing the cup from Ron's hands, the one belonging to Harry. "Let me see this, students," she said, striving to restore her ethereal tone, nearly snatching the cup from Ron and bringing it to her eyes for scrutiny. Yet after just a glance, her body stiffened suddenly. Her lips began to tremble uncontrollably, her complexion paling even more than before, her hand holding the cup shaking violently, as if it bore an unimaginable weight. "No, no omen," she muttered, her voice filled with fear, akin to the foreboding of death. As if scalded, she thrust the cup back at the bewildered Ron, staggering a few steps back to collapse into her embroidered armchair. The entire class watched in bewilderment as she pressed her hand to her chest, gasping for breath, as though she had just witnessed an unspeakably horrific sight. Hermione Granger, who had been frowning throughout this farce, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Trelawney once more utter words of ominous and fatal portents. She leapt to her feet, her voice laced with suppressed anger. "I believe this is utterly devoid of scientific basis. To determine that a person will encounter misfortune or even death solely based on the arbitrary shapes formed by tea leaves is sheer absurdity and superstition." Faced with the open challenge from her students, Trelawney's already fragile nerves finally snapped. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring through her oversized glasses at Hermione, her voice becoming sharp with agitation. "You, Miss Granger, it is regrettable that I perceive not even a semblance of prophetic talent within you. Your thinking is far too narrow, far too logical. You are shackled by the constraints of conventionality, forever blind to the trajectories of fate." Seemingly drained of all energy, she weakly waved her hand, her voice reverting to its frail tremor. "That shall suffice for today's lesson. You may leave." The students exchanged glances, bewildered by the series of unexpected events. First, Malfoy's ominous warning of death, followed by the Duchess's abrupt departure. Then Trelawney's repeated foreboding in two students' cups, culminating in her fierce clash with Hermione. This divination class had proven to be more tumultuous than a Quidditch match. In silence, they gradually exited the stifling classroom. Only Professor Trelawney remained, slumped in her chair, her eyes vacant. Harry was the last to leave the classroom. He turned back to glance at the professor, pressing his lips together. In the end, he said nothing and followed Ron and the others away. Lana, with a composed expression, hastily descended the narrow spiral staircase of the North Tower, her light golden locks fluttering slightly at her shoulders due to her brisk pace. Though her face appeared serene, the depths of her eyes churned with the fury of having been deceived. A descendant of Cassandra Voblatsky? A seer? It was merely a charade, filled with nonsense. Daring even to use ominous portents to frighten Draco with her ludicrous antics. Draco trailed closely beside her, attempting to soothe her. "Svetlana, do not let that eccentric old charlatan upset you. She is utterly..." Before he could finish, they turned a corner into a relatively spacious corridor, where a figure abruptly blocked their path. It was a short, plump witch clad in pink, her hair tightly pinned into a small bun, her face adorned with an exaggerated smile that revealed a row of small, neatly aligned teeth. She resembled a toad that had inadvertently been dyed pink, striving to mimic human expressions. "Oh, my dear little darlings, good afternoon," she exclaimed in a sickly sweet tone, her gaze bypassing Draco and locking onto Lana. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the illustrious princess of the Romanov family? What a pleasure it is to finally meet you in person." She performed an exceedingly theatrical curtsy. "Allow me to introduce myself," she continued, straightening up, her smile unwavering, her voice still saccharine. "I am Dolores Jane Umbridge, the Ministry of Magic's Special Commissioner. It is a delight to encounter you at Hogwarts, Your Highness. I am certain we shall have a most enjoyable time together." Chapter 91, An Ominous Foreboding. Svetlana did not even halt her stride. She cast a glance at Umbridge, as if merely spotting an unsightly obstruction. She offered no response, not even the slightest nod of civility, but deftly maneuvered around the pink figure and continued onward. Draco followed suit, equally disregarding Umbridge, his gray-blue eyes solely filled with concern for Lana. Umbridge watched the princess's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly, yet her smile remained unchanged. Lana's mood was decidedly grim as she swiftly returned to the Slytherin common room, instructing Honest, contact the Ministry of Magic and inquire about that woman named Umbridge. Inform Fudge that if the minister wishes to prolong his stay, he ought not to engage in futile endeavors. Honest bowed in compliance. Draco entered the inner chamber alongside Lana. Observing her as she sat down somewhat restlessly in an ornate armchair, he chose not to take the seat beside her. Instead, he naturally settled cross-legged on the soft, luxurious Persian carpet before her, a posture that required him to slightly tilt his head upward to meet her gaze. He held her hands like a dragon guarding its treasure, his eyes filled with unwavering focus. Svetlana, his voice was gentle, imbued with a soothing quality. You are troubled. Why? Is it due to Trelawney's ramblings, or perhaps? He paused. Sirius Black? Lana lowered her gaze to meet the boy's gray-blue eyes, which brimmed with concern. His upturned face radiated complete trust and dependence, striking a peculiar chord deep within her. After a moment of silence, she regarded the handsome youth, reflecting on all that had transpired since their meeting. Svetlana had to admit that now, she had a vulnerability. Draco was her Achilles heel. Suddenly, under Draco's tender gaze, she spoke. Draco, perhaps I love you more than I anticipated. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Love? She loved him. He stared at Lana, incredulous. This was the first time she had so clearly and directly employed the word love. Lana paid no heed to his astonishment. She continued to gaze into his eyes. Pressing on. I believe those 2 chocolate frog cards were some sort of hint. Regarding this prison break, Dumbledore must know something, but to protect his savior, he would certainly refrain from divulging too much. And Cassandra Vablatsky. Lana regained her composure, meticulously articulating her thoughts to Draco. She is a renowned seer. What does her emergence signify? Perhaps it pertains to a prophecy. This prophecy may relate to Voldemort, to that savior, or even to the magical landscape of Britain. Of course, there is also the possibility that a true prophecy may manifest this academic year. My instincts tell me that Sirius Black's escape is not as simple as it appears. Draco listened intently to Lana's analysis, deep in thought. If there truly is a prophecy to be born, it is undoubtedly significant and may influence our future strategies. Though I possess the gift of the sight, allowing me to perceive different images, I cannot predict proactively. That is the domain of seers. Black's escape is exceedingly suspicious. Azkaban has been guarded by Dementors, and no one has escaped for years. Why now? Especially with Voldemort's potential return looming. At a moment when his bloodline has just completed the transfer of inheritance, her fingertips lightly brushed Draco's cheek. Perhaps we have all been deceived by appearances. I attempted to consult the tarot cards, but for some reason, their answers remained shrouded in mystery. I sought the assistance of a renowned seer's descendant to clarify my thoughts. But she is a fraud, and that inexplicable. Lana recalled the pink figure with distaste, wrinkling her brow. Who knows where she came from? Heaven help me. I must have Honest dispose of all my pink clothing. Draco chuckled at her demeanor, kissing her hand in agreement. Very well, we shall discard it all. I will procure new ones for you. Lana sighed lightly, aware that the information she possessed was limited. She was uncertain of how many cards Dumbledore held close to his chest. The more tense the situation became, the more she felt the need to seize the initiative and secure greater advantages. Dumbledore. Perhaps he has hidden even his precious savior well. Harry Potter's carefree demeanor suggests there are no secrets within his heart. Then, contemplating the savior and his companions, she weighed their worth in her mind. If Dumbledore was unwilling to divulge more, she would gladly seek an opportunity to converse with the naive savior. Draco did not intrude upon her thoughts. He simply remained by her side, providing her with strength. Lana looked down at him. Draco, I am uncertain whether this conspiracy involves you, but... She met his gaze, speaking candidly. I fear losing. I fear losing you, and I dread that this sudden variable will disrupt all my plans and strategies. Svetlana felt that her previous smooth sailing had been disrupted by an unending series of events. She was somewhat irritated, somewhat defeated. She was not afraid of Sirius Black, but there was undoubtedly a reason behind his escape that she did not yet understand. How to protect Draco, how to uncover the answers before anyone else, how to maximize the advantageous situation, and how to deepen the family strategies. The mysteries were growing larger, and she needed to remain sufficiently calm to unravel them. Draco observed Lana. It was the first time he had ever heard the word fear from her lips. The ever-composed and formidable Lady Duke, who seemingly possesses complete control over all circumstances, now reveals her unease due to her concern for him. Draco gazes at the girl before him. She remains powerful and captivating. Even the most cunning old foxes in the political arena dare not underestimate her. Her anxiety, stemming from her love and care for him, fills him with both pride and heartache. He swiftly extends his hands, enveloping her cool fingers within his warm palms. drawing them to his chest to allow her to feel the forceful and rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. His gaze is unwavering, and he solemnly pledges, "I swear, Svetlana. I vow by the Malfoy name, by the essence of my magic, by Merlin, by the Heavenly Father, and by any deity to whom you wish me to swear, I shall be unharmed. I will never allow anyone or anything to take me away from your side." Draco jests, remarking that becoming a king's consort is no easy feat. He has strived thus far. There is no way he would relinquish his efforts. He intentionally seeks to amuse Lana, teasing, "Alexei's tutor didn't beat me for nothing." Lana bursts into laughter, her eyes inexplicably glistening with unshed tears. Meeting Draco has truly been her greatest fortune. "Look at me, Svetlana." Draco's gaze is piercing, his tone more earnest than ever. "No matter what Black intends, or whatever schemes lurk behind the scenes, I shall not come to harm. You are too tense, my dear. Perhaps you should indulge like other young witches, like Pansy and Daphne, by purchasing beautiful garments, experimenting with delightful cosmetics, and savoring exquisite desserts with them." He does not wait for Lana's response, shaking his head at his own suggestion. "Well, perhaps not like Pansy and the others. I cannot envision you succumbing to frivolity. Pansy and Daphne. Or like not, perhaps, by delving into books? Oh no, he is becoming quite the bookworm." Observing Draco's conflicted expression, Lana's smile broadens. His words soothe her agitation, and she feels her heart gradually calm. Draco squeezes her hand firmly, attempting to impart his steadfast belief to her. "What we need now is composure. Share with me every clue you possess, every doubt you harbor, and we shall analyze them together. Remember, your intuition has always been remarkably accurate. We shall follow your instincts. You are the strongest person I have ever encountered, Svetlana. No matter what challenges we face, we shall certainly overcome them, just as we have in the past." "All right." Lana closes her eyes, exhaling deeply as she regulates her breathing. Upon reopening her eyes, her gaze inadvertently lands on the amulet around Draco's neck, the very one she had bestowed upon him, now resting securely against his skin. The chain glinting silver in the sunlight. Wait a moment, silver. That fleeting silver on the express train. And that weary middle-aged man. Svetlana recalls a previously overlooked detail. She suddenly raises her head. "Draco." Her voice regains its usual decisiveness. "Next Friday is Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. I assent it?" Draco, perplexed by her abrupt inquiry, nods. "Yes, that's what the schedule indicates. Lupin seems a bit shabby, but he appears to be quite competent, certainly far superior to Lockhart." He pauses to add, "As for that Umbridge, she was foisted upon us by the Ministry. I suspect they removed the Dementors but sent her to Hogwarts to assist in addressing the security issues arising from Black's escape, and well, perhaps to exert some influence over you. He harbors no fondness for that toad-like woman." Lana narrows her eyes slightly, a smirk playing at her lips. "If her bold conjecture proves true, my apologies, Headmaster Dumbledore. It seems she has stumbled upon a clue. It's nothing. I simply feel that I may need to personally attend Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class." Chapter 92, The Pureblood Traitor. Svetlana swiftly adjusts her mood. For the second period, she and Draco arrive punctually in the classroom. Today, Professor McGonagall is elucidating the concept of animagus. She elegantly transforms into a sleek, spotted cat with piercing eyes before the class. Lana absorbs the magical fluctuations emanating from Professor McGonagall, meticulously recording them on parchment. She extracts her notes from her summer studies with Mr. Taylor, comparing the differing magical signatures of the two animagus forms. As Professor McGonagall concludes her demonstration, she reverts to her human form, preparing to receive the applause or inquiries from her students as in previous years, only to find the classroom enveloped in an oddly eerie silence. The applause is sparse, and the students' gazes flit between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, accompanied by hushed whispers. Professor McGonagall furrows her brow, adjusting her square glasses, and inquires sternly, "Can anyone tell me what is going on here?" Hermione hesitates, glancing at the Lady Duke seated in the front row, before rising and responding clearly, "Professor, it's because Professor Trelawney made a prediction in divination class." "A prediction?" Professor McGonagall's brow furrows further. She has always been skeptical of Sybil Trelawney's abilities. Harry takes a deep breath and interjects, "She predicted the deaths of Malfoy and me." As these words escape his lips, Lana and Draco turn to him simultaneously, exchanging a glance. Harry, startled by their gaze, anxiously considers whether he has misspoken. That was the Professor's prophecy. Merlin above, he certainly does not wish to perish alongside Malfoy. Lana finds the absurdity of it all laughable, recalling her earlier agitation, and chuckles. Death omens, and not just for one. This clumsy trick is an affront to genuine foresight. Draco discreetly grasps Lana's hand beneath the table, intertwining his fingers with hers, ensuring their hands are tightly bound. He leans over the table, tilting his head to observe Lana. shaking their joined hands silently to reassure her. Professor McGonagall's expression darkens instantly. Her discontent with Trelawney's instigation of panic among the students palpable. I believe we ought to focus our attention on the intricacies of transfiguration rather than indulge in some unsubstantiated and nebulous conjectures. Please turn to page 35 of your textbooks. Today we shall learn about she endeavors to steer the class back on track, but just as the students lower their heads and prepare to open their books, a series of exaggerated coughs emanates from the classroom door, instantly seizing everyone's attention. Dolores Umbridge stands there, her face adorned with a sickly sweet and artificial smile. Lana, who had been smiling at Draco's antics, feels her irritation surge again upon hearing that saccharine voice. Draco glances back at Umbridge, utterly exasperated. Are you all never-ending? He had just calmed down. This is maddening. Professor McGonagall's brow nearly knots in frustration as she suppresses her anger, coldly addressing Umbridge. Ms. Umbridge, what is your business here? We are currently in class. Umbridge strides in with a spring in her step, her voice dripping with sweetness. Oh, Professor, please don't mind me. As the ministry-appointed castle safety officer, I have the responsibility to conduct a thorough review of the educational safety environment at Hogwarts. Ensure that no potential classroom safety incidents occur. She deliberately emphasized the words safety and incidents, casting a pointed glance across the students in the classroom. Lingering momentarily on Harry and Draco, Professor McGonagall's expression darkened considerably. My classroom is orderly, and there are no safety issues for you to scrutinize here. Your actions are severely disrupting the normal course of teaching. Kindly leave at once. Umbridge's smile briefly faltered, a glint of malevolence flickering in her toad-like eyes. She responded with a saccharine smile that belied her intentions. I am merely fulfilling my duties, Professor McGonagall. After all, who can predict whether certain unstable elements might suddenly spiral out of control in the classroom? Can they? Leave. Professor McGonagall's voice rose sharply, her eyes ablaze with disdain. Umbridge cast her a sidelong glance, emitting a derisive snort from her nose, and finally ceased her entanglement, reluctantly turning to exit the classroom. The first transfiguration class of the semester ended abruptly, and Lana furrowed her brow. Truth be told, she began to question the quality of education at Hogwarts. With no afternoon classes, Lana felt little desire to linger within the castle, pulling Draco directly back to the dormitory. Harry watched the departing figures of the Duchess and Draco, then glanced at the furious Professor McGonagall, sighing inwardly. What a mess. For all third-year students, this chaotic first day of school was far from over. It seemed as though the new academic year at Hogwarts was cursed, with one wave of turmoil crashing upon another. After the lunch break, Lana and Draco sat at their respective desks, meticulously reviewing a thick stack of property inventories and investment reports for the current term when Honest entered. His demeanor calm as he reported on the recent commotion outside the castle grounds. Your Highness, it has just come to my attention that Ministry of Magic representative, Ms. Umbridge, was injured during Professor Hagrid's care of magical creatures class after approaching a hippogriff without permission and ignoring warnings, resulting in a scratch on her arm. She has since been sent to the hospital wing for treatment. Lana paused momentarily, her grip on the quill faltering, her delicate brows knitting together. Umbridge again. This woman was like an incessant, buzzing fly that could not be swatted away. Though she had not directly offended her, her very presence was enough to incite irritation. Lana envisioned a female version of Gilderoy Lockhart, equally devoid of boundaries, yet Umbridge evidently knew how to wield rules and her position as a shield, managing to escape any accountability. Honest had previously made a formal inquiry to the ministry regarding Umbridge's frequent appearances near her activities on behalf of the Duchess. However, the ministry's response was both official and slippery, asserting that Ms. Umbridge, as a safety officer, had jurisdiction over all public areas of the castle to ensure the safety of all staff and students, dismissively deflecting the issue back. Draco set aside the documents concerning the trade of exotic magical creatures, scoffing with derision, his gray-blue eyes glinting with sarcasm. Fudge is clearly determined to go head-to-head with Dumbledore. He does not believe Dumbledore can handle the situation with Black, or perhaps he fears that Dumbledore might leverage it to his advantage. After all, Sirius Black is a Gryffindor. Gryffindor? Lana lifted her golden eyes, her expression one of incredulity as she looked at Draco. He is a Gryffindor? She repeated, her tone laced with disbelief. This revelation overturned all her previous assumptions. I had always thought that descendants from such an ancient pure-blood family as the Blacks would naturally belong to Slytherin. After all, Slytherin House is almost regarded as the default label for ancient pure-blood families in Britain. Draco shrugged, explaining, indeed, he is the anomaly of the Black family, a disgrace to his lineage. It is said that when he was sorted into Gryffindor, he nearly drove Aunt Walbergaw mad. I suspect this is also why Fudge does not trust Dumbledore, a fugitive from the most extreme pure-blood family who betrayed family traditions to join a rival house. Heaven knows what he might do. Svetlana fell into contemplation. A Gryffindor fugitive who has deviated from his class and family traditions. This variable seemed to be entwined with even more mysteries worthy of exploration. Hagrid stood silently in place, his massive frame slightly hunched. He gazed down at the bloodstains left by Umbridge. The earlier joy and sense of accomplishment evaporated. Everything had transpired too swiftly, a perfectly good lesson utterly ruined. Initially, everything had progressed surprisingly smoothly. Hagrid had heard of Harry's ominous premonitions of death and sought out the Gryffindor trio during lunch to offer some comfort. Ron, curious about Hagrid's plans for the afternoon, paled upon learning they would be interacting with a hippogriff. Hermione, observing Hagrid's enthusiasm, tactfully suggested that he minimize the risks involved in the lesson. After some deliberation, he ultimately chose to showcase two docile hippogriffs, Buckbeak and his companion, Colo, for the class demonstration. The lesson unfolded without a hitch, and under Hagrid's impassioned explanations and demonstrations, most students overcame their initial fears. A few daring Gryffindors even mustered the courage to experience the thrill of soaring low above the grounds on the back of a hippogriff. The Slytherins remained cautious. Although none requested to fly, they observed and recorded diligently, refraining from any mockery or disruption. The most unexpected scene unfolded with Goyle. Following instructions, Goyle awkwardly yet earnestly bowed deeply to the hippogriff, Colo, just as Hagrid had demonstrated. The sizable creature gracefully inclined its neck in response. However, Goyle, due to his round physique, lost his balance upon rising, stumbling precariously and nearly toppling over. Colo, startled by the sudden movement, flared its enormous wings. Goyle's face turned pale with fright, believing he was about to be attacked. Yet, Colo merely tilted its head, gently pecking at the edge of its outstretched wings before grasping a long, exquisite feather and presenting it to the still-dazed Goyle. Goyle was momentarily stunned. He glanced between the feather and the majestic magical creature before his face transformed from confusion to astonished delight, his chubby cheeks flushing with color. He carefully accepted the feather, cradling it as if it were a priceless treasure, and stammered a heartfelt thank you to Colo. The other students watched in wide-eyed amazement, some even enviously eyeing Goyle. Hagrid observed this scene, his chest swelling with excitement, a profoundly satisfied smile spreading across his scruffy face. His class, his beloved creatures. This was the very scenario he had always dreamed of. However, at that moment, the harmonious and warm atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a shrill voice. Stop! Immediately cease this dangerous and irresponsible behavior. Dolores Umbridge had appeared at the edge of the grounds. Her gaze fixed on the feather in Goyle's hand and the hippogriff near the students. Her face contorted in exaggerated horror and revulsion. She hastened forward, her distinctive high-pitched voice piercing the air. How can these dangerous creatures be allowed so close to students? This is a serious safety oversight. The Ministry of Magic will never permit it. Her shrill tone unsettled the sensitive hippogriffs. Buckbeak uneasily scraped his hooves, emitting a warning cry. Calabi, too, withdrew his previous gentleness, taking a cautious step back and folding his wings. Hagrid's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried forward, attempting to soothe the creature, while shouting to Umbridge, Madam, please maintain silence. You've frightened them. Leave the teaching area. Yet, Umbridge remained oblivious. Rather than retreating, she advanced a few steps to further assert her authority and concern, crossing the safety line marked by Hagrid's rope and intruding into the hippogriff space. Waving a clipboard embossed with the Ministry of Magic seal, she continued to shriek about risk assessments and immediate halts. As she approached Calabi, the creature, feeling its territory encroached upon, suddenly thrust up its front hooves, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a whoosh. A blood-curdling scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, reverberated throughout the area. Deep, bone-visible gashes instantly marred Umbridge's arm as she clutched it, her face contorted in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks, nearly collapsing to the ground. Hagrid, both astonished and furious, struggled to control the agitated Calabi while calling for Madame Pomfrey. She arrived swiftly, her face grave, administering urgent care to the nearly fainting Umbridge before using a levitation spell to transport her away to the castle hospital. Harry anxiously watched Hagrid, who gazed at the now calm Calabi, wiping his tears with a handkerchief. All the students looked at him with concern, with Goyle tightly clutching the feather in his hand. I apologize, children, but today's lesson ends here, Hagrid proclaimed loudly, blowing his nose. He looked at Calabi, tears falling profusely. Oh, I almost forgot. For the students who just experienced flight, each of you receives 10 points. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes turned to Goyle, then back to the feather he held. Perhaps not all Slytherins are wicked wizards. For the friendship between Mr. Gregory Goyle and Calabi, Slytherin gains 15 points. With that, He lowered his head and led the two hippogriffs toward the forbidden forest. The students exchanged glances, ultimately walking silently back to the castle. Goyle cast a backward glance at Calabi, feeling dejected as he followed Crabbe and the other Slytherins away. Chapter 93, The Good Malfoy. The fire in the common room crackled, casting reflections upon the emerald green sofas and silver decorations. Goyle sat in an armchair by the fireplace, unusually without a large box of sweets or cakes alongside Crabbe. He absently toyed with a long feather gleaming with a bronze sheen. Draco emerged from the dormitory, gently pressing his fingers to his temples after a tedious afternoon poring over family reports that had left his temples throbbing. Switka was engaged in official communications with Russia, and dinner was still a while away. Draco intended to take a stroll to the Ollery for some fresh air and to write a letter to his father inquiring about the progress of the Black family estate's renovations. Just as he passed the fireplace, he heard a hesitant voice. Draco. Surprised, Draco turned to see Goyle standing, tightly gripping a feather, while Crabbe clumsily set down his sweets and awkwardly rose to his feet. What is it, Gregory? Draco raised an eyebrow, astonished that Goyle wasn't indulging in food today. He quickly walked to the nearest sofa by the fireplace, selecting an apple-flavored sweet from the pile on the table, waving them over to stop standing there foolishly. What occurred in your Care of Magical Creatures class today? Draco tossed the candy into his mouth, finding it mediocre and far from his mother's culinary skills. He frowned, chewing it hastily. He scrutinized his two companions, his expression somewhat serious. You didn't embarrass me, did you? Goyle and Crabbe quickly shook their heads, stammering as they began to recount the events. They pieced together the whole story. Umbridge disrupted Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, attempting to provoke the hippogriff Calabi, a name they remarkably remembered, and ended up with a severe gash on her arm. Meanwhile, Goyle, adhering to Hagrid's guidance, had behaved appropriately and earned the feathers symbolizing friendship. So, Goyle cautiously observed Draco's expression, tentatively inquiring, will Calabi be executed for attacking a ministry official? This large lad was displaying an unusual side. If Umbridge pursues this, could it trouble the lady? Draco immediately grasped his concern. He stood and patted Goyle on the shoulder, his gesture exuding natural, leader-like reassurance. Relax, Gregory. This minor incident won't trouble the lady. Draco's voice was steady, imbued with reassuring certainty. Calabi will be fine. Umbridge will pay a price for her foolishness and recklessness, which she deserves. I'll write to my father to explain the situation. He paused, recalling the image of the hippogriff being wounded, finding it somewhat amusing. Clearing his throat, Draco adopted a shrewd Malfoy tone. In fact, this might be an excellent opportunity. A ministry official, claiming to be a safety officer, was injured without resistance in a classroom, which perfectly illustrates the need for more sensible guidance regarding Hogwarts safety rather than arbitrary meddling. Goyle's frown dissipated instantly, and he nodded vigorously. Thank you, Draco. Go on. Keep that feather safe. It may very well become a family heirloom. Goyle grinned widely, and he and Crabbe walked briskly toward the snack stand in the corner of the common room, reverting to their carefree, boisterous selves. Draco shook his head lightly and turned towards the common room's exit. He needed to promptly send the letter, as he had dinner plans with Switka later that evening. Nightfall enveloped Hogwarts Castle in tranquility. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily slipped out of the castle, making their way to Hagrid's hut. They had spent the entire day anxious, fearing Hagrid would succumb to despair due to the classroom incident. However, from a distance, they heard Fong's cheerful barks, and is Hagrid singing? Ron murmured softly. Merlin's lace garters, that sounds like some beast howling. Harry listened to Hagrid's song, feeling a bit disoriented. Could this be the sound attack? Hermione nudged Harry and Ron, pulling off the invisibility cloak as she knocked on the door first. The door swung open, revealing Hagrid's massive figure, his face not marked by tears, but radiating an overwhelming joy and rosy glow. Harry, Ron, Hermione, what brings you here? Come in, come in. He exuberantly ushered them inside, pouring each a cup of intensely bitter tea, his customary treat when in high spirits. Hagrid, we thought you might be worried about Calabi, Hermione ventured cautiously. Worried? Oh, I was indeed. At first, yes, I was terribly worried. Hagrid nodded vigorously, his beard quivering. But guess what? Just a moment ago, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and a representative from the Board of Governors came by. He lowered his voice with palpable excitement, as if sharing a monumental secret. The matter has been resolved. Perfectly resolved. Mr. Malfoy, the elder Malfoy, representing the Board of Governors, not only refrained from demanding punishment for Calabi, but also acknowledged that Umbridge's behavior severely violated classroom standards, and the responsibility lies with her. The three young lions were left agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Who? Lucius Malfoy? By Merlin's beard. Even more astonishingly, Hagrid, nearly knocking over the rock cakes on the table in his excitement. announced that the board had allocated special funding for the care of magical creatures class. This was intended to enhance the teaching facilities and procure more docile and suitable biological materials for instruction, all purportedly to improve the quality and safety of Hogwarts' care of magical creatures curriculum. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, struggling to comprehend. Malfoy's father helped you? Ron murmured incredulously. Is the sun rising in the west? It's the Grand Duchess and young Malfoy, Hagrid corrected earnestly, his tone brimming with gratitude. I heard from Professor McGonagall that the Grand Duchess learned of Umbridge's demands for harsh punishment for Colibine and took the initiative to speak with the headmaster. Then Draco Malfoy contacted his father. They acted swiftly, resolving everything before Umbridge could lodge her complaint with Fudge. Harry nodded thoughtfully. So, it was the Grand Duchess who transformed Malfoy into a semblance of a decent person? He found it difficult to associate the term decent with Malfoy. Yet the events of the evening indeed surpassed his previous understanding. You could say that, Harry, Hagrid responded, suddenly adopting a more serious demeanor as he patted Harry's shoulder with his enormous hand. He glanced around and lowered his voice, though it still resonated loudly, making their ears ring. Listen, children, do not linger outside for too long. Black is still on the loose. The Ministry has withdrawn the Dementors, but the danger has not truly abated. You must exercise extra caution, especially you, Harry. Mentioning Sirius Black slightly chilled the jovial atmosphere within the hut. Harry felt a familiar heaviness settle in. He wanted to say something, but merely nodded. We understand, Hagrid. Hermione quickly urged Harry and Ron to their feet. We should head back. Departing from Hagrid's hut, the trio walked the path back to the castle. Ron remained incredulous. Honestly, I still can't believe Malfoy would willingly do this. I guess the Grand Duchess really is quite nice. Malfoy must be trying to curry favor with her. Otherwise, who knows how things would have turned out today. Hermione gazed at the distant silhouette of the Forbidden Forest, softly murmuring in agreement. Harry nodded. Malfoy had indeed become considerably more composed lately, no longer seeking out trouble. Ron was right. The Grand Duchess from Russia was truly impressive, transforming even Malfoy into something resembling a normal person. This realization left Harry with mixed feelings. But at the very least, Hagrid and that creature named Colibine were safe. This brought him a measure of relief. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, Harry stared out into the weighty night, experiencing a dreamless night. Chapter 94, The Bloodstained Banner. Thursday morning heralded potions class. The dungeons were still permeated with an array of peculiar aromas, as Professor Snape rapped his wand against the blackboard, which was filled with procedural steps. Today, we shall concoct a shrinking solution. He stood before the class, his gaze sweeping across the room. I hope some individuals can restrain their hands from indiscriminately adding ingredients. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to prepare an oversized vial to brew them into potion form and bottle it. His gaze briefly lingered on Neville Longbottom, causing the latter to tremble. Nearly dropping the daisy root, he held into the already heated cauldron. Harry and Ron focused intently on their caterpillars, striving to ignore the oppressive aura emanating from Snape. Across the classroom, Draco moved with fluid precision, measuring, cutting, stirring, each step imbued with an indescribable elegance. Lana had fashioned her hair into a high lantern ponytail, her light golden locks meticulously adorned with pearl chains and pristine ribbons, appearing both sweet and playful. She concentrated on the potion's changes in the cauldron, occasionally whispering to Draco. They swiftly completed their potion, which shimmered in a perfect, vibrant orange. Snape approached, his gaze scrutinizing their results. He rarely bestowed a nod of approval. Yet his tone remained flat. Satisfactory, Your Highness, Miss Malfoy, Mr. Malfoy. It appears you have not squandered your time on frivolous matters. Lana inclined her head slightly, retrieving several pages of elegantly pinned parchment from a folder she carried, and presented them to Snape. Professor, this is the preliminary research on the variables for improving the living death potion that you mentioned last time, along with my supplementary conjectures on the interactions of certain components in the elixir of euphoria. I hope for your guidance. Snape accepted the paper, swiftly scanning a few lines, his expression sharpening with interest. He murmured thoughtfully and then began discussing one of the data points with Lana in hushed tones. Draco seamlessly joined the conversation, offering insights he had acquired from Lucius regarding the properties of certain rare potion ingredients. The three formed a circle of profound academic discourse, impervious to outside interference. Hermione Granger had long since completed her potion, her shrinking solution exhibiting an equally commendable hue. Eagerly, she cast glances toward the small circle, her toes unconsciously shifting as she yearned to edge closer and absorb the advanced potion knowledge. Just as she moved a step forward, Snape seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He suddenly turned, his piercing black eyes locking onto her. Hermione froze in place, her heart racing. Miss Granger. Snape began abruptly. Hermione closed her eyes, bracing herself for a scathing remark about her excessive curiosity. If you are so bored that you require additional diversion, perhaps you could put your helpful nature to good use and assist Mr. Longbottom. I assume you would not wish for him to slice himself into uneven pieces and mistakenly add them to his cauldron. The entire classroom fell silent for a moment. Hermione could hardly believe her ears. Professor Snape had instructed her to help Neville? She hesitated for a second, then dashed to Neville's cauldron. Neville was struggling with a pile of oddly shaped shrivel figs, his face flushed and on the verge of tears. Neville, don't panic. Look at me, Hermione whispered urgently, her words tumbling out rapidly. First, remove those shrivel figs. Yes, use this knife. Just like this, cut along the grain for leech juice. Only 2 drops are needed. Yes. Now stir slowly, 3.5 counterclockwise turns. Under Hermione's quick guidance, Neville clumsily completed the final steps. His potion's color was murky, barely passable. Yet this was a rare success for Neville and potions class, without causing an explosion. He held the vial, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he looked at Hermione, as though she had just saved his life. Seeing Neville successfully complete the potion, Hermione hurried back to her spot. She carefully positioned herself as close to the discussion circle as was polite, perked her ears, and swiftly pulled out a small notebook and a quill. Feverishly jotting down keywords that drifted into her ears: the catalytic effect of moonstone powder, the differential bloodline activity of African tree snake skin. The potential conflict between the soul stabilizer and the joy enhancer unfolded before Harry and Ron, who could only perceive the scene as fantastical. They watched Hermione, ravenously absorbing knowledge at the periphery of the serpent throng, and then glanced at Neville, who was almost in tears of joy, cradling his inferior potion with an eagerness that suggested he wished to showcase it. They exchanged glances. Am I still dreaming? Ron murmured, rubbing his eyes. Hermione is stealing lessons. Neville has concocted a drinkable potion, and Snape, astonishingly, has not deducted any points or ridiculed anyone. He paused, by Merlin's beard. Does that lady truly possess some kind of magic? Could it be that her next feat is to transform Snape into a good person? At that moment, Seamus Finnegan, seated in front of them, turned around with an air of mystery, lowering his voice. Hey, have you heard? The Daily Prophet mentioned that someone seems to have spotted him. He made a grimacing gesture, indicating Sirius Black. Dean leaned closer, curiosity lacing his voice. What on earth is he here for? Is it to see Harry? He cast a glance at Harry before surreptitiously eyeing Draco, who was conversing with Snape at the Slytherin table. Or perhaps it was directed at Malfoy. After all, the Black family now. Harry felt a heaviness settle in his heart. During lunch, at the Gryffindor table, Hermione nearly buried her face in the thick tome of intermediate potion making alongside a hastily scribbled set of notes. As she sketched rapidly with her quill, she murmured to herself, so that's it, the catalytic effect of moonstone powder in the living death potion. The book merely suggested it might enhance the stabilizing effect. Yet they are discussing the specific dosage's impact on the soothing speed of the magical circuits and the African snake skin. Good heavens. They are even analyzing the differences in bloodline activity among snake skins from various origins and their effects on the stability of the potion. This is well beyond the scope of third year. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They must have studied ahead. No, it's more than that. Professor Snape actually permitted them to engage in such a discussion. Ron, observing Hermione's near-manic enthusiasm, cautiously inched closer to Harry and whispered, if she continues like this, will she one day start speaking in that incomprehensible tone? He gestured towards the Slytherin table. Harry followed his gaze, surprised to find the lady still present, a seemingly profound book resting beside her. He estimated that being struck by that tome could easily send one to meet poor old Merlin. Draco was seated beside her, quietly conversing. Hermione finally lifted her gaze from the book, perplexed. Why is she still here? She wondered, quickly flipping through the class schedule. Isn't it time for Professor Lupin's class this afternoon? Is she actually going to attend? If even the lady is willing to attend his class, perhaps Professor Lupin is more formidable than we imagined? Harry pondered, feeling an inexplicable surge of anticipation for the upcoming defense against the dark arts lesson. In the afternoon, Professor Lupin led them through several corridors to an empty, dilapidated classroom. The only source of commotion was an old cabinet that emitted a series of loud bangs, capturing the attention of all the students. Good afternoon, Professor Lupin greeted them with a smile. He appeared considerably healthier, with a hint of color returning to his cheeks. Today, we shall confront a particularly unique creature, a boggart. He succinctly explained the characteristics of boggarts and the spell to combat them, ridiculous. This requires a strong will and imagination to transform one's fears into something humorous. Draco, standing at the back with his arms crossed, scrutinized Lupin, muttering to Millicent Bulstrode. The lesson itself is ridiculous. He looks like he has finally eaten a few proper meals, but that's about it. I fail to see what is so special. Millicent remained silent, observing Lupin intently. From his gentle tone to his composed demeanor and his logical clarity while explaining the spell, she sought any hint of vulnerability in him. But the current Remus Lupin appeared almost flawlessly normal, merely a slightly weary, knowledgeable professor brimming with patience for his students. As the cabinet's banging grew louder, Professor Lupin's kind gaze swept across the class. So, who would like to be the first to try? A profound silence enveloped the room. Neville shrank back. Lavender Brown clutched tightly to Parvati's arm, and everyone exchanged apprehensive glances, remaining mute. To everyone's surprise, Svetlana Romanova calmly raised her hand. "Oh, Miss Romanova," Lupin said. Somewhat taken aback, "Please step forward." He had heard of the notable lady who had been exempted from defense against the dark arts classes for 2 consecutive years, and now, seeing her in class was unexpected. At this moment, she not only attended but was also willing to face the boggart first. The students parted to allow her passage. As Lana confidently approached the quaking old cabinet, she did not even draw her wand, but merely lifted her chin slightly and nodded elegantly at Lupin, signaling him to commence. Lupin took a deep breath and waved his wand. "Let us begin." The cabinet doors swung open abruptly. Instead of a menacing monster or a terrifying scene, a flag emerged, the double-headed eagle banner of the Romanov family. The flag was no longer resplendent. It was tattered, its edges torn, stained with dirt and darkened blood. It floated down gently to the dust-laden floor, and the classroom fell into a profound silence. Lana stared expressionlessly at the flag while Draco, standing slightly behind her, noticed her fingers twitch slightly. His heart tightened. Just then, the boggart began to contort and morph. The tattered flag vanished, replaced by a figure everyone recognized, Draco Malfoy. The Draco before them donned Hogwarts robes, his platinum hair impeccably styled, his gray-blue eyes exhibiting their typical arrogance. He appeared so lifelike, nearly indistinguishable from the real Draco. He stepped forward slowly, surveying the crowd. Lavender suddenly gasped, pointing at his chest, letting out a choked scream. "Ah?" A gaping wound appeared on Draco's chest, deep enough to see bone, blood oozing from its edges and dripping onto the floor. Draco instinctively reached for his chest, breath hitching. The boggart seemed unsatisfied. The image flickered again. Draco vanished, morphing into a cracked mirror. The mirror shattered, and the boggart then displayed a miniature castle, which collapsed amid flames and magical explosions. Smoke billowing everywhere. It continued to wildly shift, as if the boggart was desperately unearthing her innermost fears. Professor Lupin's expression grew increasingly grave. He had never witnessed a boggart conjuring such heavy content before a student. What complexity of inner turmoil must one possess, burdened with such weighty pressures? Just as the boggart's transformation reached a fever pitch, nearly blinding the observers, it suddenly froze. All images vanished. Boggart no longer transformed into any tangible entity, but coalesced into a swirling mass of black mist. This mist ceased to change, remaining suspended in midair, utterly motionless. The classroom was enveloped in profound silence. All eyes were drawn to the strange black fog, then to the imposing figure of Grand Duchess Romanov, who stood before it. Her expression inscrutable. She did not utter a single incantation. She simply stood there, her calm golden eyes fixed intently upon Boggart. Professor Lupin inhaled deeply, preparing to intervene. "Wait a moment, Professor," Lana interjected, producing a crucifix necklace from around her neck. Her golden eyes locked onto Lupin's, causing an inexplicable chill to run down his spine. The necklace began to radiate a brilliant light. "I have yet to begin." Chapter 95, The Marauder. Svetlana's fingertips brushed lightly over the orthodox cross necklace resting on her chest. Holy light gathered upon its surface, neither blinding nor harsh, yet imbued with a sacred aura that demanded reverence. Lana gazed intently at Professor Lupin, assessing his reaction. Instinctively, he turned his head aside, avoiding direct contact with the light, his feet shifting imperceptibly backward. Observing his response, Lana took a step forward. A flicker of discomfort crossed Lupin's face as he attempted to mask it with his customary gentle tone. "The Grand Duchess's magical system is remarkably unique. However, I believe the other students have yet to have their turn. Perhaps we could allow the next participant to proceed?" Lana gracefully withdrew the necklace, having confirmed certain truths. She nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and elegantly returned to the ranks of Slytherin, yielding the stage to others. One by one, students began to take their turns, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. A parade of bizarre manifestations of fear unfolded. Ron's giant spider donned roller skates, careening chaotically. Parvati's mummy became ensnared in a riot of colorful bandages, resembling a comical ribbon roll. Laughter erupted, dispelling the earlier tension. When it was Neville's turn, Boggart hesitated momentarily before transforming into the stern visage of Madame Longbottom clad in her signature mink coat. Neville nearly fainted from fright, but with Lupin's encouragement, He managed to stammer out the incantation. In an instant, Madame Longbottom shrank into a doll adorned in a pink lace dress, complete with a wig and clutching a miniature tambourine. Even the Slytherins could not contain their laughter. Among the Slytherin ranks, an unspoken order prevailed. They instinctively shielded Pansy Parkinson from facing Bogut directly. Blaise Zabinai, reveling in the unfolding drama, eagerly elbowed Draco and whispered mischievously, "Go take a look, Draco. Perhaps Bogut will reveal that our esteemed Grand Duchess does not truly love you." Before his words could settle, he seized the moment to push Draco forward, right into the path of the reforming Bogut. Draco, caught unawares, looked up to behold not a monster but a grand, opulent scene that froze his blood in terror. The 17 or 18-year-old Svetlana stood elegantly, radiating breathtaking beauty. The Grand Duchess was attired in a lavish wedding gown adorned with countless diamonds and intricate embroidery. Her light golden hair was styled up, crowned with a diamond tiara, and she bore a soft, enchanting smile, like a celestial being. The Grand Duchess linked arms with another figure, seemingly on the verge of entering the sacred realm of matrimony. A collective gasp echoed through the room. And the most chilling aspect was the shadowy figure of the groom beside her, whose face was obscured but assuredly not that of Draco Malfoy. "No!" Draco exclaimed, his voice breaking as he instinctively raised his wand, desperate to shatter the illusion before him. His hand trembled violently, his mind blank. As the simple incantation lodged itself in his throat, refusing to emerge, silence enveloped the space, only to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Blaise was nearly in tears, doubled over against the wall. Lana observed Draco's mix of indignation and despair, tilting her head slightly as she exchanged a knowing glance with Daphne Greengrass, who stood behind Blaise. Understanding the cue, Daphne stepped forward, seizing the opportunity while Blaise was lost in laughter, and forcefully pushed him into the vacant spot where Draco had stood. Blaise's grin faltered, morphing into genuine terror as Bogut morphed once more. The alluring Mrs. Zabinai, her expression devoid of emotion, waved her wand, casting Blaise's cherished collection of books into the roaring flames of the fireplace. The novels curled and crumbled in the fire, reduced to ash. "No, my books!" Blaise screamed in a heart-wrenching wail, far more anguished than Draco's earlier outcry. He scrambled to raise his wand, nearly shrieking the incantation, "Ridiculous." The books ceased to burn, transforming instead into a cascade of soap bubbles, popping playfully in the air. Draco laughed louder than anyone, yet clung tightly to Lana, refusing to let go. Blaise returned to the Slytherin ranks, wearing a pained expression as his peers chuckled in good-natured camaraderie. Harry and Ron were doubled over in laughter, their bellies aching. Harry had never known defense against the dark arts to be so joyous. He stepped forward, wand at the ready. "Look here." Suddenly, Professor Lupin interposed himself before Harry, and Bogut transformed into a silvery orb that exploded with a soft pop. Lana observed the scene, her smile widening. Draco, watching her, felt as if a tail were wagging behind her. "What's wrong, darling?" he asked, the lingering shock of the earlier vision still fresh in his mind. Yet now he found himself wanting her close. He pressed a gentle kiss to her ear, sensing her uplifted spirits. "Nothing," Lana replied, her eyes gleaming as she adjusted his collar. "I suddenly realized that the Dumbledore card I drew before the term started was truly fortuitous. Perhaps I might have a chance to converse with him again." Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she placed a soft kiss on Draco's lips. "Keep your distance from that professor," she added, casting a glance at the trio of heroes. Pansy would be delighted. They would have the opportunity to experience the fear she had once felt. Draco's expression turned grave as he glanced at Lupin, nodding cautiously. The following morning, the ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall mirrored the dreary, overcast weather, the unrelenting dampness seeming to seep into the very marrow of their bones. Draco led Lana into the hall, where they took their seats at the Slytherin table. This term, their presence in the hall had increased. The house elf Nini, sent from Malfoy Manor, would prepare meals tailored to the tastes of Russian nobility, each dish exquisite and delightfully flavorful. After a few visits to the hall, Svetlana had gradually grown fond of the atmosphere, where dining was accompanied by hushed conversations, making her feel more integrated into school life. However, today's miserable weather cast a shadow over Lana's mood. She languidly rested her chin on her hand, surveying the array of sumptuous dishes before her, yet ultimately consumed nothing, opting instead for a steaming cup of red tea with a hint of honey. "Do have a bite, Svetlana," Draco urged, slicing into a piece of fried egg with concern etched upon his features. "You haven't eaten anything this morning, and we have a charms class ahead." He set down his cutlery, gently wrapping an arm around her shoulders and drawing her closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Just a small piece of toast? Or perhaps let Nene prepare you some yogurt pudding, the flavor you adore." Lana leaned against him, shaking her head, her light golden hair brushing against his shoulder. "I lack an appetite. This weather is rather disheartening." At that moment, owls swooped into the great hall as they always did, delivering letters and parcels from afar. A sleek, proud barn owl glided gracefully to Draco, landing before him and extending its leg, bound with a letter. He rewarded it with a small piece of bacon before untying the missive. After a swift glance at its contents, he handed a letter embossed with the Malfoy family crest to Lana. "This is from your father," he explained, curiosity lacing his voice. "He mentioned discovering it while renovating the Black ancestral home and believes it might be of assistance to you." Lana straightened, accepting the letter. Draco immediately cast a silencing charm and a confusion spell around her to prevent eavesdropping. With a delicate letter opener, Lana broke the wax seal, revealing a brief note penned in elegant script by Lucius Malfoy, along with several aged sheets of information. Most notably, nestled among the documents was a black and white photograph. Her gaze fell upon it, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. The image depicted 4 individuals, arms draped over one another, radiating youth and exuberance, with what appeared to be a corner of Hogwarts in the background. At the center stood a bespectacled boy with unruly black hair, his smile undeniably bright. James Potter in his school days. Lana glanced toward the Gryffindor table. Harry Potter bore a striking resemblance to his father. Beside him was a shy-looking boy in glasses, smiling gently. To the far right stood a stocky boy with thick hair, making a silly face for the camera. And on the far left, affectionately embraced by James, was a remarkably handsome youth with black hair, his gray eyes glinting with a rebellious spark, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the sunny disposition of James, exuding a darker, more alluring aura, even in monochrome. And despite his youthful visage, Lana recognized him instantly, Sirius Black. Below the photograph was a hastily scrawled caption, "The Marauders, never yielding." Lana's fingertips lightly traced Sirius Black's youthful visage in the photograph before shifting to the boy with glasses, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black's closest friend. Lucius's attached documents briefly mentioned Sirius's estrangement from his family during his youth and his camaraderie with James Potter and others. A small note added, "The Marauders had a notoriously poor relationship with Severus Snape during their school years." The Marauders. She lifted her gaze to Draco, presenting the photograph to him. Draco frowned at the youthful, dashing Black, struggling to reconcile him with the deranged man he had become. "It appears this Mr. Black harbors more secrets than we could have imagined. Within this school, he has his closest friends, adversaries, nemesis, mentors, and the new heir of his family. Who, then, is the true target of his intentions?" She picked up Lucius's note, the final line catching her eye. According to Kriaker's occasional ramblings when lucid, they seem to possess some undisclosed secret, one that operates under the cover of night. Chapter 96, The Unraveling Lies. Gryffindor Tower. Harry trudged into the portrait hole, his nearly frozen body soaked through with cold rain, each breath exhaling a misty cloud. Practicing Quidditch in such dismal weather felt like torture. His fingers felt as if they might freeze to his broomstick. "Harry," Ron exclaimed eagerly, his face flushed with excitement. "Guess what? Next weekend is Hogsmeade weekend. The Honeydukes. The 3 broomsticks. Zonko's joke shop." Harry, disheartened, wiped the rain from his face. "Yeah, but I haven't signed the permission slip." "You can plead with Professor McGonagall," Ron suggested enthusiastically. "Have a good chat with her. She might make an exception." "But what if she doesn't? I mean, Professor McGonagall is quite strict." Hermione, stroking Crookshanks, looked at Harry. "Oh, then you can stay with me at school. I plan to catch up on some extra homework this weekend." Harry glanced at an excited Ron, and then at Hermione's long parchment of extra assignments, feeling a deep-seated reluctance to remain at Hogwarts. Just then, Dean Thomas happened to pass by, chiming in, "Hey, Harry, it's not that complicated. If you need it, I can forge a signature for you. You know." He winked and mimicked a signature drawing gesture. A flicker of hope ignited in Harry, but before he could respond, squeak. "Crookshanks. No." The familiar chaos ensued. Ron's rat Scabbers emitted a piercing scream as he darted from Ron's pocket, desperately trying to burrow under the sofa. Hermione's large, long-legged cat, Crookshanks, crouched low, amber eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt, pursuing relentlessly. "Hermione, control your cat," Ron shouted furiously, attempting to block Crookshanks, who seemed intent on pouncing on Scabbers. "Crookshanks is just acting on instinct," Hermione protested, scooping up her cat and checking for any injuries from Ron's interference, while Scabbers continued to scurry about. "Acting on instinct? He*s just an old, feeble rat," Ron retorted, eyeing Crookshanks in Hermione's arms, who was still hissing at Scabbers. "Look at him. And look at that purebred cat of the Gryffindor princess. Beautiful and composed, never attacking someone else's pet for no reason. Now that's what I call civilized. Your cat is just a rough, fuzzy monster." Hermione's face flushed with anger. "You are utterly impossible, Ronald Weasley." She shot him a glare, clutching the struggling Crookshanks, and stormed up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Ron, regretting his outburst, sulked on the sofa, grumbling to himself. Well, she started it. He plopped down heavily, carefully soothing the still shivering Scabbers. Harry sighed as he observed the two departing in discontent. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Draco pushed open the door to his dormitory, a chill enveloping him. He quickly made his way to the bathroom for a hot shower, emerging only once he felt thoroughly warmed, donning a comfortable robe. His hair still dripped with water, but Draco deliberately ignored it, striding into the inner chamber. Svetlana was curled up on the soft couch by the fireplace, a cashmere blanket draped over her legs, a hefty Russian tome resting on her lap. Hearing the commotion, she looked up, her golden eyes glowing warmly in the firelight. She beheld Draco's platinum hair, still glistening with droplets, and could not help but furrow her delicate brows slightly. Come here, she commanded, setting her book aside. Draco, noticing the concern etched on her face, felt a surge of elation within. He had known it. Obediently, he approached her and settled down on the plush carpet before her. Lana extended her hand, her slender fingertips gently brushing against his damp strands. Golden magic enveloped his hair like a warm breeze, swiftly evaporating the moisture, leaving his locks dry and voluminous. Draco tilted his head back to gaze at her, feeling the softness of her touch and the reassuring aura of her magical presence. His heart melting in a delightful turmoil. He admired the focused profile of Lana, the flickering firelight casting a gentle golden halo around her exquisite features. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he rose and seated himself upon the divan, pulling her into his embrace. My little cutie, now it is time for your reward. Draco rolled over, pinning Lana beneath him, and lowered his lips to capture hers. This kiss, imbued with the freshness of a post-bath aura, was filled with passion and possessiveness. Lingering and profound, Draco breathed softly, tilting his head to linger upon the tender skin of her neck, bestowing several gentle kisses. Lana's breath quickened as she instinctively wove her fingers into his hair, their closeness palpable. Draco's fingers found her hand, entwining it within his. Her hand remained cool to the touch, prompting him to tenderly caress her fingertips, the chill reminiscent of fine jade. The weather has been dreadful lately. Would you like me to come over and keep you company? I'm quite warm. The youth's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lana raised her hand to adjust her collar and hair, tousled by his earlier movements. You may try, as long as you are not afraid of Anastasia dragging you from your bed in the middle of the night and tossing you out of the castle, or of her personally snapping your neck and disposing of half your body in the Gryffindor Tower while burying the other half in the cellar. A shiver ran down Draco's spine at her words, and he chuckled awkwardly, wisely shifting the topic. All right, let us be serious. He helped Lana sit upright, allowing her to comfortably lean into his embrace. Hogsmeade weekend is approaching. Would you like to go for a stroll? You always stay cooped up in the dormitory. And that's simply one do. Is there anything you wish to purchase? Or shall we sit at the Three Broomsticks? Lana, enveloped in the comforting aura of his presence, toyed with Draco's fingers. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, perhaps we could visit Honeyduke's to see if there are any new sweets. Or pick up some catnip toys for Katia. Oh, and we could also check out Scribulus writing implements. Whatever you desire, Draco said, lowering his head to place another kiss in her hair, relishing the tranquility and warmth of the moment. Katia approached, wedging herself between them, her substantial weight causing their arms to sink slightly. Draco reached out to stroke the hefty feline, secretly pinching her soft, pudgy sides, a gentle smile gracing his face. The morning air in Hogsmeade seemed to carry the sweet scent of butterbeer. Excited young wizards congregated in the entrance hall, chattering animatedly about their plans, queuing to be checked before heading to the village. Harry clutched the meticulously forged note from Dean in his pocket, his palm slightly sweaty. He gazed at the lengthy queue ahead, his heart racing in his chest. Ron and Hermione stood beside him, still nursing their grievances over Scabbers and Crookshanks. Yet at this moment, they anxiously watched Harry. The line progressed slowly. At the entrance, besides Filch and Professor McGonagall, an unwelcome figure, Dolores Umbridge, made her presence known. Clad in a pink wool coat adorned with a matching bow, she wore a saccharine yet devoid of warmth smile. Tilting her head, she scrutinized each student that passed by with her toad-like eyes. Finally, it was Harry's turn. Ron passed through the checkpoint without issue, glancing back with concern, accompanied by Hermione. Harry inhaled deeply and handed over the folded note. Umbridge extended her stubby fingers, taking the note with deliberate slowness, unfolding it. Her gaze flitted between the note and Harry's anxious face, her false smile widening to an almost grotesque degree. Harry felt as though he were staring into a frog attempting to open its mouth. Oh, my dear, I'm afraid you cannot go. Her sickly sweet voice drew the attention of all around. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, glancing over. Umbridge shook the note, making it rustle ominously, her tone dripping with feigned sympathy. This permission slip is forged. Harry's heart plummeted, cold sweat breaking out on his back. What? No, that cannot be. He attempted to argue. His voice tinged with tension. Umbridge's bulging eyes fixed on Harry, gleaming with malice and triumph. And why do I say this? Because my dear Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, personally informed me. She enunciated each word, ensuring that everyone could hear. He explicitly stated that Harry Potter's permission slip bears no signature. She stepped closer, fixing a penetrating stare on Harry, her pink figure exuding an air of menace. I've heard you tried to contact the minister, have you not, Mr. Potter? After being rebuffed, you resorted to such underhanded tactics? Harry's face flushed crimson, humiliation and anger causing him to tremble. He had indeed sought Fudge, only to be dismissed. He never imagined this would be used as evidence. Umbridge turned her back on him, addressing the pale-faced Professor McGonagall instead, feigning concern. After all, that dangerous criminal remains at large. For Mr. Potter's safety, I believe it is best for him to remain at school. What say you, Minerva? Professor McGonagall shot Harry a stern glance, her expression conflicted. It bore disappointment for Harry's breach of school rules, mingled with disdain for Umbridge's tactics. Ultimately, she could only state firmly, Mr. Potter, forging a signature is a serious violation of school rules. You cannot go to Hogsmeade. Draco, with an arm around Lana, observed the commotion with a frown. Svetlana regarded the mortified boy, then glanced at the pink figure, her fingertips lightly tapping her shoulder as she pondered. Harry looked outside to see Ron casting him a worried glance, then back at Umbridge's face, filled with hypocrisy and glee. All hope shattered. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palm. Hermione watched him with concern, gently tugging at his arm. Harry abruptly turned, gritting his teeth as he followed Hermione back to the empty, cold castle. Laughter and joy seemed to echo from another world. Harry swore to Merlin that from that day forth, his most detested color would be pink. Chapter 97. The Surprise of Halloween. Svetlana and Draco beheld the scene before them, a veritable frenzy. The Honeyduke's candy shop was bustling with excited young wizards, an array of sweet scents mingling with the raucous laughter, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Lana stood at the entrance, her heart a whirlpool of emotions as she surveyed the crowded interior. For this rare excursion to Hogsmeade, she had donned a striking winter gown that exuded Russian elegance. Her light golden hair was entirely swept up, adorned with a tall, upright tiara edged with a circle of small pendants that swayed gently with her movements. The pristine white gown was adorned with a long-sleeved, double-breasted vest, intricately embroidered with the auspicious floral patterns of gold thread upon a brocade of gilded satin. The placket, cuffs, and hem were trimmed with a band of black mink fur. This exquisite attire was a vision of beauty, yet it stood in stark contrast to the chaotic scene before them. Draco observed the slight furrow of her brow, instantly comprehending her unease. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Let Blaise and the others jostle about. We shall inform them of our desires." He gestured towards the relatively serene street outside. "Shall we first visit the quill shop at the writer's retreat? It should be quieter there." Lana nodded in agreement, and Draco swiftly relayed a few enthusiastic words to Blaise. Blaise, thumping his chest, assured him he would procure a selection of all the new confections. "Thanks, Blaise," Draco said, patting his friend's shoulder. "I shall reimburse you for all your expenditures today." Blaise clicked his tongue in admiration, glancing enviously at the stunning lady beside him. "So, to our beautiful princess and the generous young Master Malfoy. Charge." With a flourish of his hand, he led Goyle and Crabbe directly into the throng. Draco took Lana to the writer's retreat quill shop. It was a tranquil and warm space, with tall shelves displaying a variety of stationery. The air infused with the unique scents of parchment, ink, and wood. The shop was sparsely populated, with only a few Ravenclaw students engaged in hushed conversation. Lana showed a keen interest, meticulously selecting a quill made from snowy owl feathers, its shaft embedded with dark blue moonstone. After testing it, she found the thickness and smoothness of the quill's nib to be exceptional, rivaling that of royal craftsmanship. As she wandered among the shelves, she also paired her selection with a set of exquisitely designed metal bookmarks, themed around the 12 months and constellations, elegant and distinctive. As she approached the counter with her chosen items, Draco stepped forward and placed his purse upon the counter. Lana raised an eyebrow at him. With a tone that suggested it was the most natural thing in the world, he lowered his voice. "Should my father discover that I accompanied you yet allowed you to pay for yourself, he would undoubtedly send a letter tomorrow that could deafen me with his roar." The gentlemanly demeanor of the Malfoy family cannot be compromised. Amused by his feigned grievance, Lana's golden eyes twinkled as she nodded, conceding to his insistence. Upon exiting the writer's retreat, they strolled through the streets of Hogsmeade. Draco, in an effort to complement Lana's Russian attire, had donned an expensive mink cloak and a Russian-style hat. The opulent fur accentuated his handsome features, and alongside Lana's exotic and noble ensemble, the two appeared remarkably well matched. Wherever they went, They became a captivating sight, drawing numerous astonished and envious glances. Draco reveled in the attention, his chin slightly raised, his arm encircling Lana a bit more protectively. Hogsmeade was quite small, and Draco, glancing around with a hint of regret, lamented the absence of a proper broom shop. Otherwise, I would have taken you to see the firebolt. That is truly the pinnacle of brooms. It accelerates to 150 miles per hour in just 10 seconds. Like a bolt of lightning. Alas, my father deems it too perilous and refuses to purchase one for me. Lana turned to him, observing his excited yet slightly wistful profile, and smiled silently. The atmosphere in Hogsmeade today was jubilant, brimming with the excitement of students. Draco considered taking Lana to the Three Broomsticks for a taste of butterbeer, but he hesitated at the thought of her navigating through the crowd. Lana tugged at his hand. Let's forget it. This is already delightful. They navigated against the throng, returning to Hogwarts ahead of schedule, gifts for Kaya in hand. As evening fell, the Great Hall of Hogwarts shimmered with magical illumination. Floating candles cast a warm glow, and the long tables of the four houses overflowed with delicacies and sweets brought back from Hogsmeade. The Slytherin table was nearly submerged beneath the colorful wrappers of honeydukes. The pureblood ladies and gentlemen were never short of galleons. Goyle boasted that he and Crabbe had emptied the shop of all its cotton candy, both indulging in a mountain of pink and white confection. Ghosts formed a translucent procession, gliding elegantly between the long tables, eliciting gasps of wonder from the young witches and wizards. Lana still wore her Russian gown, having merely replaced the slightly formal crown with a delicate headpiece woven from pearls and tiny diamonds. The exquisite pearl chain cascaded down her smooth forehead, framing her cheeks and harmonizing with her light golden hair, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty to an ethereal level, reminiscent of a princess from a snowy fairy tale. Concerned that the evening chill might cause her to catch a cold, Draco carefully draped his mink cloak over her shoulders. He, in contrast, wore only a shirt, animatedly discussing the day's adventures with Blaise, Theodore, and the others, his slate blue eyes sparkling with delight. As the banquet reached its zenith, the hall resonated with laughter and merriment. At that moment, 8 robust owls suddenly swooped into the hall, grasping a lavishly wrapped parcel together. Under the astonished and curious gazes of many, they carefully placed the package directly before Draco Malfoy. The noise abruptly ceased. Draco's smile froze on his face as he stared incredulously at the package, which unmistakably resembled the shape of a broomstick, his heart racing with anticipation. Almost mechanically, he rose from his seat, his gaze fixed upon it, then darted to Lana beside him. Lana tilted her head, her golden eyes sparkling with mischief and delight as she gently remarked, "Support for this year's competition. Shall we open it?" Her words acted as a signal. Merlin's beard, Slytherin's Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, was the first to react. Leaping from his seat like a wolf catching the scent of prey, Flint lunged forward, nearly sprawling across the long table, his voice quivering with excitement. The size, the shape. "Draco, quickly, open it. It must be it. It must be." He clasped his hands together, incessantly praying to Lana. "My lady, I shall pray to your heavenly father. It must be the firebolt. It must be the firebolt. You know the letters for firebolt, don't you?" FDR. Before he could finish, other Slytherin Quidditch players shoved him aside. "Shut up, Flint. Don't block the way. Can you decipher it yourself?" The young serpents cast aside their reservations, and all students interested in Quidditch rushed forward, surrounding Draco and the package. Merlin's floral shirt. "How did I not know? Firebolt. Firebolt. Everyone clear a path. I was the first here." Flint, utilizing his roughness from the pitch, shoved and elbowed his way back into the throng. Curious students from other houses could no longer contain their intrigue, rising from their seats to see what was happening. However, no one dared sit directly at the Slytherin table. The Gryffindors remained remarkably composed, or so it seemed on the surface. No one approached, yet the lions craned their necks longer than anyone else. Wood fixed his gaze intently upon the package, gripping the hand of his companion with fervor, earnestly praying to Merlin, "Please, let it not be a firebolt. Let it not be a firebolt." The twins winced under Wood's iron grip, exclaiming, "Merlin, how can old Wood's strength be so immense? Release me, Wood, this is a genius's hand. Yes, please let go. Merlin, you will lose your finest batsman." Harry remained seated at the long table, yet he could not resist the urge to stand, leaning forward with anticipation. He was all too familiar with brooms. That sleek package could only belong to the most elite firebolt currently available. Draco surveyed the crowd, feeling a thrill unlike any he had ever experienced, his fingers trembling in excitement. Taking a deep breath, and under the collective breath-holding gaze of all present, he cautiously untied the silver ribbon adorning the package with almost reverent care. As the package was fully unveiled, the broom lay quietly upon the dark velvet lining. It was not the firebolt everyone had envisioned. Yet this broom was undoubtedly superior to any firebolt. The handle was an exceedingly rare shade of deep green. The wood so exquisitely refined that it shimmered softly under the hall's illumination, reminiscent of luxurious velvet. The tail twigs were shorter, neater, and more tightly arranged birch branches, perfectly radiating outward in a flawless horizontal display, each twig seemingly polished with meticulous care. The entire broom's design flowed with an unparalleled elegance, exuding a sense of latent power akin to that of a poised cheetah. Etched into the midsection of the handle in a liquid metal like silver was the ornate inscription, Draco Malfoy. Beneath the name, in slightly smaller, yet equally exquisite silver lettering, read, Star Trails. Draco murmured this name, trembling as he extended his hand, carefully lifting the broom known as Star Trails amidst the astonished, envious, and awestruck gazes of all. It felt astonishingly light in his grasp, a stark contrast to its formidable appearance, suggesting an unparalleled balance. From beneath the broom fell a small card, bordered in gold. Draco inhaled deeply, his fingers quivering as he picked it up and read aloud, his voice wavering with excitement, clear in the hushed hall. To Mr. Draco Malfoy, this broom has been handcrafted with utmost dedication by Randolph Baddock himself. The primary wood is sourced from a millennium-old magical oak heart. The tail twigs are derived from the century-old birchwood essence provided by Grand Duchess Svetlana Alexandrovna Romanova. Theoretical speed, 180 miles per hour. What? Marcus Flint and Oliver Wood simultaneously emitted a strangled cry from across the crowd. Flint's eyes bulged, his face first flushing crimson before draining of color. He swayed, nearly toppling backward, only to be caught by Crabbe and Goyle, preventing a disastrous fall. Clutching his heart, he gasped for breath as if he might choke at any moment. 180 miles per hour. That was a full 30 miles faster than the official data for the firebolt. The hall fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of discussions. The professors exchanged glances, calculating how long it would take to earn the price of such a broom. Dumbledore, savoring his candy, regarded the Grand Duchess amidst the crowd with a complex expression. Ah, love, how enviable it is. All students, regardless of house, gazed upon the Star Trails with reverence. The world's finest broom. Everyone turned their eyes toward the still-seated Grand Duchess Romanova. Where could one find such a remarkable girlfriend? Svetlana elegantly raised her cup of red tea, taking a gentle sip as though the surrounding uproar bore no relation to her. Her magnificent gown and pearl adornments sparkled in the candlelight. Setting her cup down, she lifted her gaze to Draco, who stood frozen in shock, clutching the broom and card. Oh boy, do not rejoice too soon, Draco. I had Mr. Baddock impose a speed limit. During regular flights, training, and official matches, the broom's speed will be confined within a safe range. You are prohibited from unlocking that limit without my permission. Draco looked from the Star Trails in his grasp to his breathtakingly beautiful lover under the lights, happiness and pride nearly overwhelming him. Even as his Svetlana spoke the most disheartening words in the most mundane tone, he felt blissful. No matter if it wasn't 180 miles per hour. He gripped the broom handle tightly, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. Flint finally regained his composure, stammering. My most esteemed Grand Duchess, the speed limit means. At the Gryffindor table, Wood looked on with hopeful anticipation, praying that this seemingly broom-ignorant Grand Duchess would reduce the speed to that of a child's toy. Lana regarded the anxious Draco with a smile in her eyes. Isn't the essence of gift-giving to touch the heart? Draco, relax. I have ensured that this is the speed you desire, 150 miles per hour. Mr. Baddock informed me that this is a creation he takes greater pride in than the firebolt. He has added safety features, ensuring absolute security. Uncle Lucius will approve your use of it. The Slytherin table erupted into cheers. 150 miles per hour under the speed limit. 180 miles per hour at full throttle. Merlin's lace-trimmed stockings. This was a supercharged version of the firebolt. Draco embraced the broom and planted a fervent kiss on Lana. He was even happier. In that moment, he was not merely the fortunate possessor of the world's finest broom. He was a prince crowned by the Imperial Rose herself. Away with Merlin. My dearest girlfriend is none other than the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous Grand Duchess. Long live her. Chapter 98. Do not attempt to escape your fate. The banquet continued. The remaining time transformed into a personal showcase for Draco Malfoy and the legendary broom, Star Trails. Everyone put aside their house rivalries. The Slytherin table was surrounded, buzzing with awe and murmurs. Blaise, confident in his close friendship with Draco, cautiously reached out to touch the velvety green handle, muttering Merlin's beard, his envy nearly spilling over. On the Gryffindor side, Harry couldn't help but steal glances at the broom several times. It was simply exquisite, akin to a green beauty. Of course, its performance was terrifyingly despair-inducing. If he encountered Malfoy on the Quidditch pitch this year, Harry suppressed a twinge of envy and turned to Ron and Hermione, saying, "All right, it seems I have to put in extra effort this year. Malfoy is bound to be formidable." He cast a lingering look at Star Trails, sighing. "The world's finest broom is beyond my reach. However, if I save up this semester, perhaps I can buy a Nimbus 2001? That would be quite splendid." Ron was ecstatic. "Really? Then you must let me ride it when the time comes." "Merlin, what do you mean by saying that the Nimbus 2001 is not bad? It ranks second among all the brooms in the series. Oh, if we count Malfoy's broom, then it falls to third place. Oliver Wood has completely transformed into a statue. He sits rigidly on the bench, his gaze vacant as he stares in the direction of Slytherin, his lips moving slightly, yet no sound escapes them. His soul has flown away at a speed of 180 miles per hour, leaving behind merely a shell known as Wood. The members of the Gryffindor team queue up to take pictures with their petrified captain, who has now become a symbolic landmark. Angelina and Lee Jordan are pulling faces behind him, while Colin's camera flashes incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. The ever-mischievous twins, however, are not partaking. They rest their chins on their hands, observing with great interest the poised and radiant lady in the crowd. "Do you think," Fred nudged George with his elbow, "that we might persuade the esteemed and benevolent lady to invest in the future development of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes?" George stroked his chin pensively, an investor with access to custom-designed premium broomstick channels could potentially elevate us to the title of the world's foremost Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. That sounds far cooler than Zonko's, doesn't it? They pushed aside the food in front of them and retrieved a piece of parchment from the inner pocket of their robes, meticulously examining which inventions might captivate the lady's interest. If possible, this is their golden opportunity. They genuinely wish to transform their family's fortunes through their efforts. Ron took a hearty bite of chicken leg, using his other hand to slap his good friend's shoulder enthusiastically. Harry glanced at his shoulder with some discomfort, realizing that Ron had likely smeared grease on him. "Mate, it's a pity you and Hermione couldn't make it to Hogsmeade. Just enjoy having me as your good friend. I've really splurged." He had not only spent a considerable amount of his pocket money on a plethora of quirky items, but had also gone so far as to borrow from Fred and George, incurring a staggering interest rate, all to share joy with his friends. Ron cast a wistful glance at the twins, who were murmuring to one another, feeling a pang of sympathy. One sickle incurs an interest of 20 newts. Why don't they just go rob someone? In any case, the night was filled with joy, echoing with laughter and cheer. Everything was perfect. Nearly headless Nick entertained the students at the long tables with tales of his beheading, while Lana inadvertently caught a glimpse of him, slightly closing her eyes and silently pushing her food away. Must the magical creations of Britain now include ghosts in their culinary offerings? The students departed the hall, still buzzing with excitement as they returned to their respective common rooms. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ascended the spiral staircase leading to Gryffindor Tower with the throng. They chatted along the way, with Hermione happily sharing what she had learned that day in the Slavic magical literature section, while Ron and Harry pretended not to hear, treating her incessant chatter as mere background noise, continuing their discussion about the evening's events. Hermione was entirely unconcerned whether they were listening. In fact, she preferred their silence. She was lost in her own world, utterly content. However, as they approached the fat lady's portrait hole on the 8th floor, something felt amiss. A throng of students blocked the way, their murmurs tinged with unease. "Make way. I am the student council president." Percy Weasley struggled to push through. "Excuse me, let me pass. I am Merlin's student council president." Percy's voice suddenly pitched higher, almost shrill. Ron swore he had never heard Percy make such a sound. It resembled Fred or George squashing a screaming goblin. An ominous premonition stirred within Harry as he stood on his tiptoes to peer through the crowd. The ornate frame of the fat lady's portrait had been violently torn apart, the canvas shredded, and the fat lady was nowhere to be found. Peeves the poltergeist was beside himself with glee, clapping his hands and singing a ridiculous, off-key song. Sirius Black. "Oh, what a temperamental fellow. Fat lady. If you want to let us in, then let us tear everything apart." He cackled, his lyrics sending chills down everyone's spine. Sirius Black. Sirius Black. Dumbledore hurried over, attempting to gather information, but Peeves refused to divulge anything. "Professor, you should go find her. Poor fat lady is hiding in the bushes. How embarrassing." He flipped through the air recklessly, as if suddenly remembering something, pointing towards Harry Potter in the crowd. "Oh yes, and there's this." Peeves indicated the wall, and Dumbledore quickly illuminated the area with a spell. There, inscribed in the stone wall with some sharp object, was a line of text that had previously been concealed by the canvas, now glaringly exposed for all to see. "Do not think you can escape your fate." The malicious handwriting looked particularly sinister under the dim torchlight. Harry felt his heart tighten, plummeting into an icy abyss. "Sirius Black has entered?" Was that message directed at him? Something shifted uneasily in Ron's pocket. The joyous time had come to a swift end. Chapter 99. Let us camp together. What did you say? Svetlana's golden eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at Honest, who had just delivered the news that Sirius Black had infiltrated Hogwarts. She repeated, Sirius Black has breached Hogwarts? Honest nodded at the astonished lady, quickly reporting the situation. Sirius Black has entered Hogwarts, tearing apart the portrait of Gryffindor Tower. Moreover, there is a message on the wall. Do not think you can escape your fate. The ghost Peeves has indeed seen him, and it was Black. Lana slowly sank onto a stool, murmuring to herself, this is impossible. How did he get in? According to the terms she had negotiated with Hogwarts last semester, the Romanov family had established a defensive magical array at Hogwarts, conducting regular inspections. Now, the defensive magical array was beginning to take shape, enveloping the entirety of Hogwarts. It was set up by the family's most skilled wizards, with her personally overseeing the core magical defense system. No unauthorized wizard could possibly enter Hogwarts without her awareness. Should anything occur at Hogwarts, she would be the first to know. There could not be any issues. Svetlana furrowed her brow. The defense system she had personally designed was far more intricate and powerful than the ancient magic originally existing at Hogwarts. How could a wanted adult wizard infiltrate so stealthily? As if wandering through a backyard, even pinpointing Gryffindor Tower with precision, leaving behind a taunting message? Was he a frost sprite? One capable of transforming into an invisible icy form, only to solidify into human shape when necessary? This thought was so bizarre that even she found it laughable. Yet at this moment, she could conceive of no reasonable explanation for how a wizard could silently bypass the magical security net she had erected. The family's secret arts would undoubtedly pose no issues, unless someone provides him cover. It is Remus Lupin. Your Highness. All students are now required to assemble in the Great Hall. How do you intend to respond? Lana swiftly reined in her emotions. Regardless of how that Black managed to infiltrate, that Lupin could not be allowed to remain. It seemed imperative to devise a plan to expedite their strategy. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely commanded, I shall also proceed to the Great Hall. It is undoubtedly a focal point of protection for the professors and, theoretically, the safest area. Honest, you will stay here and conduct a thorough inspection of the dormitory's defense systems. No anomaly must be overlooked. As she spoke, she approached the corner of the sofa where Kaya was curled up, resembling a massive furball, instinctively reaching out to lift her. For the first time, she failed to do so. Pausing momentarily, Lana looked down at the plump creature she had nurtured, a hint of exasperation in her expression. Kaya mewed innocently, flicking her fluffy tail. And, Honest, no more treats for Kaya. Honest hesitated briefly before silently departing the inner chamber. Ultimately, Lana exerted a bit more strength, cradling the heavy, warm furball in her arms. In this moment, she needed the comfort of this furry companion by her side. Speaking of companionship, she made her way to the guest room, calling out, Draco? Draco? The sudden knock startled Draco, who hastily concealed his previously captivated expression, quickly placing his broom aside before rising to open the door for Lana. He feigned busyness. Oh, Swiatka. I was just writing a paper for the professor. Before he could finish his excuse, he felt a weight in his arms. Lana regarded him with a bemused smile. Come on, to the Great Hall. Draco, still oblivious to the situation, groggily followed her, clutching the cat. Why are we going to the Great Hall? Did you forget something? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the guest room, his face betraying uncertainty as he murmured, Swiatka. Can I bring it with me? He was reluctant to let that unparalleled broom slip from his sight, even for a moment. Lana glanced back at him, her exquisite visage devoid of expression. Draco felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze and immediately recognized the need for discretion. As they arrived at the Great Hall, it was already teeming with anxious students. The professors stood solemnly around the perimeter, with Headmaster Dumbledore at the forefront, his eyes scanning the crowd until they settled on Lana and Draco, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through his blue irises. Lana met his gaze briefly before averting her eyes. The castle requires a thorough inspection. For everyone's safety, it seems we will need to spend the night here, Dumbledore announced. I trust the prefects will take responsibility, and students should remain quiet and refrain from wandering. With an elegant flourish of his wand, hundreds of purple sleeping bags materialized on the floor. He then turned and magically secured the heavy doors. Ron swiftly seized 3 sleeping bags, pulling Harry and Hermione towards a relatively quiet corner. Harry, you sleep on the innermost. As Ron pushed Harry along, his eyes inadvertently wandered over to the Slytherin section. What are they doing? Harry couldn't help but whisper. Unlike the other houses, Slytherin students did not grumble as they reluctantly crawled into their sleeping bags. Instead, they brandished their wands, pointing at the purple sleeping bags allocated by their prefects, murmuring incantations. Draco Malfoy's platinum hair, and the pale golden locks of the Duchess stood out strikingly under the flickering candlelight. Lana directed her fingertip towards the oddly designed sleeping bag, letting soft golden magic flow forth. The bag rapidly transformed before her, morphing into a luxurious bed adorned with an intricately carved headboard, topped with a plush, seemingly sumptuous down mattress. Layers of silk draperies cascaded from the bed, complemented by a matching bedside cabinet. Kaya leapt onto the cabinet, happily kneading in her opulent cat nest. Nearby, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students gaped at the Duchess, as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. Sensing their astonished stares, Lana felt bewildered. What is the matter? Isn't the purpose of learning transfiguration for moments like this? Why the surprise? She paused, glancing down at the rudimentary sleeping bags, her tone laced with sincere confusion. Are you really planning to sleep in those? Without doing anything? The surrounding Slytherins shrugged, wearing expressions of shared bewilderment. Goyle and Crabbe clumsily approached Theodore Nott, who was busy casting a cushioning charm on his own sleeping bag, awkwardly requesting, "Nott, could you help us make this a bit bigger and fluffier?" Blaze flamboyantly transformed his sleeping bag into an extravagant vampire coffin, inspired by his recent creative musings. Noble vampire count. The girls were even more meticulous. The older students compared different bedding materials, with Daphne and Pansy successfully transforming their sleeping bags into canopied single beds, eagerly discussing the colors and styles of the drapes. Pansy flicked her wand, adding a delicate string of silver bells to the edge of her light lavender canopy. When she shook it, the bells chimed melodiously. Yet, when they turned to see Lana's opulent soft bed, they couldn't help but exclaim in hushed awe, their eyes gleaming with envy and realization. Draco, inspired by the creative endeavors around him, altered his sleeping bag into a dark green soft bed more aligned with the aesthetic of Malfoy Manor, positioning it adjacent to Lana's grand bed. As he reclined on the bed, his emotions were a swirl of complexity. Firstly, he felt quite pleased. Although there were two beds, they were side by side, effectively allowing him to share a bed with Swiatka. Yet, there was also a simmering annoyance within him. Sirius Black had chosen Potter over him, which irked him greatly. Next time, I will personally ensure his demise. Draco's gaze lingered on Swiatlana's profile as she cooed to Kaya, her gentle features illuminated beautifully. A fervent obsession began to stir within him. He was a Malfoy, yet he bore the madness of a Black. No one would thwart Swiatka's plans. Not a soul. He would clear every obstacle for her. If he had a faith, it would be in Swiatka. The entire Slytherin area rapidly transformed from a makeshift refuge into a showcase of transfiguration applications and aesthetic living, starkly contrasting with the monotonous sea of purple from the other houses. Ravenclaw students quickly caught on, applying transfiguration to their sleeping bags as well. The Gryffindor side erupted with excitement as the twins turned their sleeping bags into a fully realistic treehouse, eliciting gasps of wonder. Within the Great Hall, everyone was in motion. Students with proficiency in transfiguration showcased their creativity, while those less adept sought assistance from their peers. The atmosphere brimmed with fervor. Percy and the prefects shouted hoarsely to maintain order, but their efforts were in vain. The fear gradually dissipated, morphing this scene into a sequel of a Halloween feast, a camping soiree in the Great Hall. Hermione transformed her portable notebook into an oversized Muggle camping tent, directing Harry and Ron to drag their sleeping bags inside. It was sufficiently concealed and secure. The excitement within the hall slowly faded, ultimately yielding to tranquility. Unable to find slumber within his sleeping bag, Harry, at around 3 a.m, perceived some sounds outside the tent. Straining to listen through Ron's snores, he discerned the voices of Professor Dumbledore and Snape. "Professor, the entire 4th floor has been searched, and there is nothing." Snape's voice was kept low, and Harry could almost envision the old bat squeezing these words out through his thin lips. "Severus, I reiterate, we must unite. Black infiltrated the school with inside help. He cannot be unaware." Snape's tone escalated with agitation, reminiscent of his wretched companions. Harry leaned closer to the edge of the tent, straining to grasp Snape's precise words. While the middle part was vague, Snape's emotions surged towards the end. "Enough, Severus. I believe you need to maintain your composure. Remember, we are one." Dumbledore sighed deeply, seemingly reluctant to continue the discussion before turning away. With a heart full of doubt, Harry retreated, glancing at Hermione, who was still awake. Her eyes sparkled brightly, unusually clear in the dim environment. "Harry, if Snape isn't lying, there is an inside agent for Black within the castle." Chapter 100, Kaya's Disturbance. The following morning, Lana awoke promptly, her biological clock intact. In that fleeting moment of consciousness, she felt a comforting warmth and the steady rhythm of a heartbeat beside her. Slightly stirring, she discovered herself tightly embraced by Draco. At some point, he had crossed the boundary between their beds, stealthily slipping into her territory. His chin rested gently atop her head as he slept soundly. Lana hesitated, torn over whether to push him away. However, the silencing and confusion charms cast before sleep still lingered. The outside light and sounds were blurred, like peering through a watery veil. The warmth enveloping her in Draco's embrace dissipated the morning chill. After a brief moment of contemplation, she ultimately succumbed to the rare comfort, snuggling closer to him. Her eyes drifting shut once more. Time passed, and upon waking again, Lana opened her eyes to meet a pair of smiling gray-blue ones. Draco, having awakened unbeknownst to her, sat cross-legged beside her, propping his chin on his hand, gazing intently at her. A flush crept across Lana's cheeks. They had lain together before, but in this intimate setting, surrounded by the faint sounds of other students, it felt as though they existed in a world of their own. Instinctively, she pulled the silk blanket up to cover half her face, revealing only her golden eyes, tinged with shyness. Draco, I haven't freshened up yet. Draco chuckled softly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. You are always the most beautiful, my darling. He helped her sit up. It's still early. I've asked Nini to bring breakfast to the dormitory. We can rest a bit more. Also, the professors just announced that today's classes are cancelled. They haven't found Black. Lana frowned, incredulous. A living person can just waltz in and then vanish without a trace. Indeed, Merlin above, everyone is debating how he got in and out. Not a single clue. Lana carefully sensed the magical fluctuations within the castle. The defensive enchantments remained unchanged. I need to speak with Sergei this afternoon. We meticulously designed the formations. There shouldn't be any significant vulnerabilities. Perhaps we need to discuss the magical circuit issues. Draco nodded. I'll write to my father this afternoon, informing him of everything. Dumbledore will not escape this time. I'll pressure my father on Fudge to expedite resolving the matter. Just then, something struck Lana, and she quickly surveyed her surroundings. She had transformed a cozy cat bed for Kaya before sleeping, positioned right beside her, but now it lay empty. Kaya, Lana called out anxiously, dispelling the surrounding silencing charm and lowering her voice. Where are you, Kaya? Draco quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Svitka. Perhaps she found it too crowded and noisy here and returned to the dormitory? Honest will take good care of her. At that moment, a terrified scream erupted from a corner of the great hall, shattering the morning's serenity. Ah, Merlin, what is that? Why is it so heavy? Hermione, help me. It feels like a troll. It was Ron Weasley's voice. Lana and Draco exchanged glances, immediately rising to rush toward the source of the commotion. Ron, still half asleep, struggled groggily. Hermione was frantically dispelling the transfiguration charm, stowing away the tint made from her notebook. She surveyed the chaotic scene, utterly bewildered. No, miss. Ron, what do you have in your robe? Harry awoke to the commotion, hastily donning his glasses, squinting to adjust to the suddenly bright light. The cause of all this chaos was none other than the very cat they had been searching for. Kaya? All the surrounding students were roused from their stupor, gaping at the scene. The rotund Siberian forest cat was perched upon Ron's chest, its substantial weight nearly suffocating him. Kaya's tail flicked rapidly, her body poised in a hunting stance as she focused intently on something. Her feline eyes, sharp and alert, were fixated on Ron's night robe, emitting a low, threatening growl from her throat. Ron attempted to struggle, but Kaya deftly maneuvered on him, occasionally lowering her head to try to catch a wildly scurrying creature beneath the thick fabric of his robe. Harry recognized this as the Duchess's cat and wanted to intervene, but he hesitated to approach Kaya carelessly. The corner was in utter disarray, and the tension was palpable. Draco quickly grasped the situation, spotting the wriggling creature beneath the robe, which looked utterly revolting. He gasped, his voice rising in panic as he shouted at Kaya. Kaya? Stop. You're a lady. Release your feline jaws. Do not touch that disgusting thing. Merlin's floral trousers. That red-haired weasel doesn't have a mouse on it, does it? Lana observed the scene, feeling quite nauseated. Good heavens, carrying a mouse with you? Kaya. No. Hearing Lana's voice, Kaya made one last desperate attempt. The feline pounced, but the mouse nimbly escaped, and she bit down hard on Ron's thigh instead, through the layers of fabric. Kaya, I command you to stop. Ron howled in agony, clutching his thigh as blood seeped through the fabric. Everyone stood stunned by the spectacle. Lana quickly stepped forward, scooping up the cat and holding her tightly in her embrace. She gazed at Ron, whose eyes were brimming with tears, then glanced at the unmoving bulge on him. Today's events had taken her by surprise. Yet Kaya was no ordinary cat. She possessed the ability to perceive the essence of magic. Her unusual certainty stemmed from a revelation. Something was amiss with this Weasley. Kaya emitted a disgruntled growl, her eyes fixed intently on the fabric of Ron's robe, her tail flicking restlessly. Suddenly, she let out a sharp meow directed at Ron, a sound that struck a rather piercing note. The seemingly lifeless bulge within Ron's robe stirred unexpectedly, and Lana's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Mr. Weasley. Kaya is typically quite docile and has never displayed any aggressive behavior. I shall make amends for her rudeness. She then pivoted her conversation. However, may I inquire as to what has incited Kaya's unusual reaction? Ron, initially consumed by indignation, felt his face flush crimson. How ironic that he had been extolling the beauty and nobility of the princess's pet, claiming it would never attack another's companion. Yet here it was, directly assaulting him. But in that moment, the princess's sincere demeanor, coupled with Hermione's healing charm that had mended his leg, quelled his ire somewhat. Other than the discomfort of having the plump cat perched on his chest, he felt relatively unscathed. He begrudgingly stood up, and amidst the curious stares of his peers, carefully retrieved from the pocket of his pajamas a trembling, disheveled mouse. The creature curled up in his palm, its small eyes darting with fright, appearing utterly pitiable, yet undeniably alive. A chorus of disgusted hisses erupted from the onlookers. He pulled a mouse from his pocket. Ron's face grew even redder as he stammered defensively. It's my pet. It's been with me for many years. Lana's gaze lingered on the mouse for a moment, her golden eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Mr. Weasley, I understand your attachment to your pet. Yet Kaya seems unusually fixated on this mouse. Perhaps I could offer you a more aesthetically pleasing exchange? An owl, or perhaps a splendid fluffy creature. Anything you desire. Should you be willing? Ron looked at the mouse that had accompanied him for so long, though aged and unattractive, now appeared exceedingly pitiful. It cowered, its beady eyes fixed on him as if pleading for mercy. He glanced back at the princess, contemplating the evidently valuable offer, and felt a pang of internal conflict. Ultimately, his compassion for the mouse prevailed, and he shook his head, stuffing the mouse back into his pocket as he muttered, "No, it's fine just as it is." Lana refrained from further comment, casting him a deep look before turning with the still fidgety Kaya and heading towards the Slytherin dormitory. Draco hastily followed, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. This is utterly revolting. That Weasley carries a mouse around with him, and Kaya actually bit it. Merlin, upon their return, he would ensure that Sweets would give Kaya a proper bath. How absurd. Sweets, why must you insist on that disgusting mouse? If my mother knew Kaya was eating mice, she would weep for sorrow. Besides, if Kaya craved a mouse, I could have a dozen properly quarantined ones sent from home, guaranteed to be 100 times cleaner than that Weasley-s. Lana did not respond immediately. She gazed down at Kaya, who had calmed and was now leisurely grooming her paws, her brow furrowed in thought. She murmured softly, as if sorting through her thoughts, "Perhaps I have misjudged. An animagus. There are only 7 in all of Britain." Yet Kaya would not exhibit such pronounced aggression without cause. She halted, turning back with a look of perplexity on her face. However, Draco, Kaya is correct. I sense an exceedingly unusual magical aura. Draco's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The mouse possesses magical fluctuations? The aura is peculiar, reminiscent of Mr. Taylor and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration magic, yet distinctly different. It bears a closer resemblance to a sense of deathly stillness. She shook her head, as if dismissing the thought as absurd. How could a mere mouse possess such a quality? Chapter 101, A Bag of Galleons. Ron rubbed his still somewhat sore chest, trudging back to the common room alongside his fellow students, fatigue weighing heavily upon them. Upon reaching the entrance, the newly appointed guardian, Sir Cadogan, was brandishing his short sword, bellowing at each passing student, "Come forth, cowards, duel with me. Who dares accept Sir Cadogan as challenge?" Ron, already irritable, found the noise grating on his nerves, unable to restrain himself as he shouted at the portrait, "Merlin, will you please be quiet?" The moment those words escaped his lips, every portrait on the wall collectively inhaled sharply, followed by an eruption of vehement indignation. Impertinent, vulgar, a disgrace to Gryffindor. Sir Cadogan, incensed, had his mustache bristling in fury, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, nearly leaning out of his frame. He jabbed his lance at the canvas, shouting furiously, "Outrageous! You insufferable young fool! I shall spear you upon my lance. Duel. Right now?" The entrance was in disarray. Annis, in her signature monotone, interjected, "Is Mr. Weasley present?" Her expression remained impassive as she cradled an exquisitely wrapped, seemingly heavy box. As her words hung in the air, Percy, puffing out his chest and adjusting his glasses, exclaimed, I am the head boy." Fred and George chimed in unison, grinning broadly and raising their hands. Ron hesitated for a moment before raising his hand. Annis's gaze landed on the 4 redheads, her expression momentarily stiffening before she quickly regained her composure. "Mr. Ron Weasley, this is a delivery from the princess." With a slight nod, she turned and departed without waiting for his response. Everyone hastily cleared a path for her, fearful that this ancestral figure might inadvertently demolish the tower in her displeasure. Gryffindor had suffered enough misfortune. If the tower were to be destroyed, they would be left to sleep on the floor of the Great Hall. Ron had little desire to continue arguing with the knight as the lions surged into the common room. Upon entering the warm interior, the students immediately surrounded Ron and the box. "Open it, Ron," Seamus Finnegan urged excitedly, his face filled with envy. "You're the second person in the entire school to receive a gift from the princess. What could be inside?" Ron reveled in the attention, feeling as though he were experiencing a moment rivaling Malfoy's receipt of a broomstick. He carefully peeled away the ornate wrapping paper and opened the box. Wow! The contents elicited gasps of awe from the onlookers. The box appeared to be enchanted with an extension charm, filled with a plethora of items. It overflowed with beautifully packaged honeydew sweets and chocolates, along with some Russian delicacies and cured meats they had never encountered before. As he sifted through the treats, he discovered several exquisitely bound books on Quidditch strategies and the histories of renowned teams. Ron generously shared the snacks with everyone, as the lions savored the Russian delicacies. Rich and creamy in flavor, this is absolutely delicious. After obtaining Ron's consent, Oliver would borrow the books, eagerly sitting down to peruse them. At the very bottom of the box lay a suede pouch. Ron curiously picked it up, and as he untied the strings, the dazzling golden light within nearly blinded him. Merlin's plumpest underwear. Fred, quick as a flash, snatched the pouch away, carefully appending its contents onto the nearby table with a clatter. The jingling, glistening coins formed a small mountain. The atmosphere fell instantly silent, save for the sound of heavy breathing. 1, 2, 3. Lee Jordan instinctively began to count, his voice trembling. 100. 100 galleons. 100. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sheer audacity and extravagance of the compensation offered by the Grand Duchess Romanov. This far exceeded the realm of compensation for a mere cat knocking someone over. Ron's lips quivered as he gazed at the pile of galleons, his mind buzzing. This could cover our family's expenses for an entire year. To be honest, he regretted not letting that cat bite him a few more times. You think if I present this old, worn-out rat to the Grand Duchess, she would still accept it? No one paid him any mind. The Weasley children had ceased their jesting. Percy, with a serious demeanor, stepped forward, meticulously gathering the galleons from the table, while Fred and Ginny assisted, their movements unusually solemn. As though engaged in a sacred rite, George crouched on the floor, diligently checking to ensure nothing had fallen or been overlooked. Percy clutched the filled pouch firmly in his hand and cleared his throat. As the elder brother, I shall temporarily safeguard this sum, and I will write to Mother to explain the situation. This time, the twins remarkably refrained from teasing Percy. They surrounded him, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Hey, Percy. Good Percy, the most reasonable Percy. Look, our Weasley Wizarding Wheezes desperately needs startup capital. Just 1 galleon. Just 1 will do. Ron remained in a state of shock, watching the pouch of galleons Percy had collected, then glancing at the expensive snacks and gifts within the box. Any displeasure had long since dissipated. He even pondered whether his injuries had been too light. Black had vanished without a trace within the castle. The students discussed the matter for several days, but soon their attention was diverted by another occurrence. The incessant rain had plagued England for days, the sky perpetually overcast, and the cold rain beat against the castle windows, bringing an unshakable chill. The sound of rain outside was deafening, and visibility was alarmingly low. Did they really have to compete in such weather? Draco, bending down to tighten the armor on his legs, looked up at the remark. Clad in his Quidditch uniform, he cut a tall and striking figure. His platinum hair casually swept back, revealing a smooth forehead. Do not worry, Suika. He rose and approached her. Draco had grown significantly taller recently, towering over Lana by a full head, necessitating her to tilt her chin slightly upwards to meet his gaze. He took her hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon it. Give me a lucky kiss, my goddess. With it, I shall conquer all. Lana rose slightly on her toes and placed a kiss upon his cool lips. Draco, emboldened, wrapped his arm around her waist and returned the kiss with fervor on her soft red lips. Foreheads touching, his eyes sparkled with triumphant delight. Last year, I could only treasure the handkerchief you offered. This year, I can directly kiss my lucky goddess Suika. I feel like the happiest person in the world. With some time remaining before the assembly, Draco sipped a few mouthfuls of warm water at Lana's behest, feeling a touch of warmth seep into him. What did those red-haired Weasleys want from you? They wished to return the money. Draco scoffed. Return it? Please. I can just imagine them counting those galleons every night, needing the sound of coins clinking together to fall asleep. Lana settled beside him on the sofa and calmly replied. The primary reason for their return is that their mother has written to them, insisting they cannot accept money that is not rightfully theirs. She reached out, adjusting Draco's Quidditch uniform collar with a natural intimacy, embodying a simple yet profound value system, was it not? Draco let out a cold laugh, choosing not to comment further. You should not have given them that money, Suika. Those snacks were already ample. Weasleys, humph, only those twins have any sense. The rest are utterly foolish. Lana shook her head, asserting that the money was unrelated to the Weasleys. Their pet provided valuable information, and I believe it is worth this price. Perhaps they have some utility. Draco immediately seized upon her words, raising an eyebrow. Are you still doubting that rat? Draco, remember, when all obvious possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is often the truth. If the least likely scenario becomes the only answer, then the improbable can indeed become possible. Draco nodded thoughtfully. While he couldn't comprehend Lana's fixation on that rat, he unconditionally trusted her judgment. I am somewhat weary of playing hide-and-seek with Black. He must perish, unless, of course, his life holds sufficient value to entice Dumbledore into making a trade with me. However, before that, Lana's gaze turned toward the window, as if she could see through the walls to a corner of the castle. Pansy was implicated and faced the basilisk. Therefore, they too must confront certain terrifying entities, considering the fear she had to endure at that moment. It would only be fair, would it not? Draco's eyes brimmed with trust and support. Sweetka, everything will go as you wish, no matter what you choose to do. Lana smiled faintly. The crucial pieces had already fallen into place. Now, all that remained was to wait or to gently nudge things along at the right moment. Draco scrutinized her face closely, his tone turning serious. Promise me, stay in the dormitory today and do not attend the match. The rain is too heavy. You might catch a chill. I will return shortly. He flashed her a mischievous grin and saluted her, heading off with the golden snitch in hand. Lana nodded, her gaze drifting to the broomstick beside him, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Why not take the Starfire? In this wretched weather? Draco shrugged. I wouldn't dare subject my Starfire to such torrential rain. Potter is hardly a concern. The Nimbus 2001 is sufficient to handle him. He patted the meticulously maintained broom, as though soothing an old companion. Finally, he squeezed her hand, turned, and without hesitation, grabbed the Nimbus 2001, pushing the door open and vanishing into the dim light of the corridor. As Lana listened to the relentless rain outside, she quietly approached the altar, murmuring prayers under her breath. May everything proceed smoothly. Chapter 102, The Rapid Descent. On the Quidditch pitch, the rain poured incessantly, and the wind howled. Harry felt he had never witnessed such a deluge in his life. The relentless raindrops pelted his body painfully, rendering visibility horrifically low, the distant goalposts fading into gray shadows. Chilled to the bone as icy rain streamed down his hair and trickled into his clothes, he clasped the broomstick tighter, his only source of support in this moment. This was a Nimbus 2001. Before the match, he had calculated his meager savings and ultimately decided to splurge on a broomstick. Why not treat himself a little better? He thought pessimistically. After all, he might soon meet his end, either in this cursed weather or at the hands of the ever-looming Black. The broomstick garnered attention when it arrived in the Great Hall. However, upon witnessing the Nimbus 2001, a slight wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd. After all, Malfoy's Nimbus 2000 was indeed a spectacle to behold. Unfazed by the opinions of others, Harry eagerly caressed his broomstick, for it was his most cherished companion. As everyone assembled on the field, Madame Hooch sounded the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Harry leaned into the Nimbus 2001, feeling akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, perilously close to being swept away by the gale. The sky was overcast, and torrents of rain fell relentlessly. Harry could scarcely discern the whereabouts of his teammates, coming perilously close to colliding with others on several occasions. During the halftime break, the players descended awkwardly to the ground. Each one resembling a wretch just pulled from the depths of the Black Lake. Wood rushed over, seizing Harry's arm, exclaiming loudly, Harry, Malfoy ISNT using the Nimbus 2000. He's still on the Nimbus 2001. This is our chance. You must locate the golden snitch. Harry wiped the rain from his face and nodded reluctantly. Hermione squeezed through the throng, anxiously casting multiple waterproofing and anti-fog spells on his glasses. Though effective, the lenses remained clouded beneath the torrential downpour, rendering his vision akin to peering through frosted glass. The whistle blew once more, and the second half commenced. Shivering, Harry instinctively mounted his broom again, plunging into the dim, rain-soaked curtain. He struggled to navigate the air, squinting to find that elusive glimmer of gold amidst the murk. At that moment, a blinding, white bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved the darkness. The brilliance illuminated the entire field, casting stark outlines against the opposite stands. At the forefront of that grandstand, behind the railing, Harry beheld a massive, gaunt black dog, a foreboding silhouette in the flash of lightning, its eyes piercing through the rain, fixated directly upon him. Ominous, a harbinger of death. Harry's blood felt as if it had instantaneously frozen. His mind went blank, and the cacophony of Quidditch, the deluge, everything around him faded away, leaving only that ghostly black dog in his world. He was petrified in midair, forgetting to fly, forgetting to seek the snitch, utterly transfixed on that direction. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Harry felt a heavy impact on the back of his head, darkness engulfed him, and all sounds and sights swiftly receded. Before losing consciousness entirely, he heard a few gasps and Madame Hooch's sharp whistle. His final thought remained that dog, staring at him through the lightning. Then, he knew nothing more, his body plummeting like a marionette with severed strings from the broom. Harry jolted awake, the intense pain in his head and waves of nausea forcing him to shut his eyes again. Had he truly opened them? It seemed so. Did we misjudge? He sensed someone prying at his eyelids. It was Fred or George attempting to ascertain if he was awake. He was awake. Memories surged back like a tide. Rain, lightning, the black dog in the stands, and the sound of the whistle. What happened? Harry attempted to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his skull, and he let out a muffled groan, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. He had to collapse back onto the soft pillow. The match. His voice was hoarse and dry as he clutched Ron's sleeve, asking urgently, "Did we win?" Fred and George exchanged glances, shrugging. Fred replied, "It was Malfoy who caught the snitch." George chimed in, "Honestly, that kid went utterly mad today to catch that golden thing. He dove straight down from at least 50 feet, showing no regard for his life. We all thought he would surely crash, but at the last moment, he managed to level out, skimming the ground and snatching the snitch. Merlin, if his skills weren't decent, it would be him lying here now. And it would be more than just a concussion." The twins concluded in unison, perhaps the entire school should cover him with a sheet and pray for him. Hermione sat by the bedside, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried for quite some time. "You suddenly stopped in midair, and a bludger struck you on the head, causing you to lose consciousness." She handed him a cup of water, and Harry took a sip, the throbbing at the back of his head intensifying. Ron leaned closer. Lowering his voice, still a bit shaken, "Professor Dumbledore saw you being carried and unconscious. His face was black as coal. Merlin, I used to think he only smiled." Ron shivered, recalling that moment. In that instant, I felt he was scarier than the time he was beating up that troll in second year. No, even scarier than when he dealt with that person. Umbridge, that old toad, demanded a pause in the Quidditch match for safety. Slytherin and Hufflepuff were bickering loudly in her office. It turned out Cedric, that tall guy, was quite the talker. Lee Jordan just came by to warn us that he nearly drove Umbridge to madness. And Malfoy, it seems he almost wrecked Umbridge's office. She didn't dare utter a word. The headmistress came and took Malfoy away. Umbridge said she needed to consult the minister, and the headmistress remarked she wouldn't mind having Fudge ousted right now. Merlin. It was quite the spectacle. Harry grinned broadly when Hermione suddenly asked, "So why did you stop?" "I saw a black dog, a very large one." "A black dog?" Harry paid little heed to the sudden somber expressions on his friends' faces. His mind tightened as he recalled something more pressing. "My broom. Where's my Nimbus 2001? Ron and Hermione exchanged quick, troubled glances. Well, Ron scratched his fiery hair, stammering. "Wood and Angelina are helping you. Collect the remains." "Remains?" Harry raised his voice sharply, only to wince as pain shot through his wound. Hermione quickly patted his arm gently, cautioning, "Yes, Harry. Unfortunately, your broom was struck by the Whomping Willow and completely shattered into pieces. Wood and the others said they would try to recover whatever parts they could. The Whomping Willow, his brand new Nimbus 2001, which had consumed most of his budget for the term." Harry felt his heart wrench. He could almost envision the horrifying scene of his beloved broom being mangled and torn apart by the Whomping Willow. Merlin's trousers. That damn black dog. Chapter 103. Your Highness, we are willing to share your burden. Regardless of Harry's heavy heart, classes at Hogwarts continued unabated. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, with Ron nudging Hermione to lead the way. Hermione quickly peeked into the classroom, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not Snape substituting. She swiftly scanned the seated students, adding, the headmistress isn't here either. In fact, since that lesson with the boggart, Professor Umbridge had not reappeared in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, sparking much speculation, yet no one dared to inquire. The trio hurried into the classroom and took their seats, the students whispering amongst themselves, speculating whether Professor Lupin would attend today. "Oh, I wanted to give that old rat to her today," Ron lamented, realizing that the old rodent would be staying with him a little longer. At that moment, they heard the ruckus coming from the Slytherin side. Draco Malfoy, with an expression of indignation, lamented to Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson, his voice resonating loud enough for all to hear. "I can hardly believe that Pink Toad is still at school. She has turned everything into chaos. My father will surely find out. He must exert some pressure on Fudge to prevent such a person from having any influence at Hogwarts." The Slytherins nodded in agreement, with Blaise Zabinai dramatically producing a pristine roll of parchment and a magnificent quill, eagerly presenting them to Draco, urging him, "Write it now, Draco. We all support you." Hermione wrinkled her nose in disgust, observing that Malfoy only appeared somewhat human in the presence of the Duchess. Absent her, he reverted to his insufferable self. Ron silently made a face in the direction of the Slytherins. Harry, for once, found himself in alignment with Slytherin's sentiments. Wishing fervently for Malfoy and the Duchess to swiftly oust Umbridge, Hermione tugged at Harry's sleeve, lowering her voice as she gravely reminded him, "Harry, you must be exceptionally cautious. You have encountered ominous signs twice now, and—" She paused, her voice dropping further. "There must be a traitor in the castle aiding Black, otherwise he could not have entered so effortlessly. You must not act alone." Harry nodded, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. At that moment, Remus Lupin entered the classroom. Professor Lupin appeared utterly wretched, more haggard than usual, his complexion nearly translucent, with dark circles beneath his eyes and an unsteady gait, as if he had recently endured a severe illness and had yet to recover. Hermione's brow furrowed deeply, as if struck by a sudden realization. She rummaged through her bag, quickly flipping through her assignments. There lay the lengthy essay assigned by Snape, spanning 2 rolls of parchment, boldly titled on the identification, habits, and strategies for dealing with werewolves. She lifted her gaze to Professor Lupin's weary face, then glanced back at the parchment depicting werewolves. A disquieting hypothesis dawned upon her, and her expression gradually mirrored Professor Lupin's pallor. This weekend marked the last Hogsmeade outing before the holidays, with students eagerly flocking to the village, excitement buzzing in the air. Svetlana stood by the window of the Slytherin common room, delicately tapping a recently received invitation with her fingertips, her golden eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Draco, impeccably dressed, approached her with enthusiasm. "Svetka, are you ready? Blaze and the others have already claimed their spots at the 3 broomsticks. We 1T have to squeeze in this time." Turning to him, Lana planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Darling, I have some matters to attend to today. Have fun. And remember to bring me back a cup of hot butterbeer." Draco felt a twinge of disappointment, but nodded in understanding. He knew Svetka must have her own plans and considerations. He turned, departing the castle with Crabbe and Goyle, merging into the throng heading toward Hogsmeade. The 2 boys vigorously shook their coin pouches, relishing the sound of galleons clinking together as they boisterously discussed how much candy they intended to purchase. Draco walked ahead, somewhat distracted. Without Svetka, he found it hard to muster any excitement. Suddenly, he halted, casting a shadowy glance back at the magnificent castle. A detail flashed in his mind. Had someone sent Svetka an invitation adorned with gold and crimson borders? Who could it be? Meanwhile, Lana arrived at a relatively secluded corridor on the 4th floor of the castle, where a hunched, one-eyed witch statue stood. Fred and George Weasley had donned slightly formal attire, their hair appearing meticulously styled. Upon seeing the Duchess arrive as invited, the twins exchanged a glance, stepping forward together to perform a somewhat exaggerated noble bow. "Esteemed Duchess Romanov, thank you for your presence. Welcome to the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes Hogwarts Underground Research Laboratory." Lana inclined her head slightly. "Lead the way." George stepped forward, tapping the witch statue with his wand and murmuring an incantation. A small aperture opened in the statue's hunch, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Lana gracefully bent down and followed the twins through the opening. Inside lay a magically expanded, quite spacious old classroom. The long table was laden with various old cauldrons and flasks, bubbling with peculiar colored liquids. Shelves overflowed with an assortment of magical materials, and the walls were plastered with hasty design sketches, along with charred marks left by various explosions. Scattered throughout were their whimsical inventions in various stages of completion, self-inking quills, candies that scurried about on legs, and a pile of snowballs that changed colors incessantly. Lana's gaze swept over the vibrant chaos, her expression remaining inscrutable. She removed one of her silk gloves and waved her hand dismissively. Golden magic transformed the glove into a comfortable chair with ornate armrests and a high back. The Duchess seated herself elegantly, as if in her own courtly salon. "So, Gentleman Weasley, you have so formally invited me here. What is your intent?" Fred and George exchanged a glance. This was a gamble, the stakes being the future of their dreams. Ultimately, Fred, as the elder, stepped forward. He reigned in his usual levity, his tone unusually earnest. "Esteemed Duchess, we have invited you here in hopes of securing your sponsorship. We believe Weasley Wizarding Wheezes possesses immense potential, and we are willing to share a substantial portion of future profits with you in exchange for your support." As Fred finished speaking, George unfurled a lengthy roll of parchment, respectfully presenting it to Lana. The scroll detailed their numerous inventive concepts, anticipated outcomes, and even preliminary market analyses. The twins had prepared colorful illustrations alongside each invention, clearly having put significant effort into their presentation. Lana accepted the scroll, revealing no trace of disdain despite its frivolous nature. She lowered her gaze, her rare golden eyes intently scanning each line. The secret classroom fell silent, save for the faint rustle of parchment. The Duchess examined the scroll meticulously, occasionally pausing her fingers over certain designs, as if evaluating their feasibility and uniqueness. Fred and George were consumed by anxiety, their palms slick with sweat as they unconsciously clutched at their garments. They had initially feared that the lofty Duchess might not show up, or worse, that she would dismiss their endeavors with the same contempt as their mother and Percy, turning on her heel and leaving. But she did come, extending them the most basic respect. Finally, Lana gently closed the parchment, placing it on a small table beside her. The twins' hearts tightened, poised at their throats. In my upbringing, my grandfather always advised me never to underestimate anyone based on their background or appearance, to be adept at recognizing and seizing every opportunity that may harbor miracles. A flicker of hope ignited in the twins' eyes. However, I shall not be investing in you at this time. The Duchess's words caused that newly kindled flame to flicker violently, nearly extinguishing. Svetlana's gaze shifted from the parchment to the faces of Fred and George, who were almost indistinguishable, tall figures even grander than Draco. At this moment, Lana sat poised, gazing up at them, her intangible aura compelling the twins to instinctively bow their backs, as if submitting to a momentous judgment. I am not lacking in galleons. The reason I refrain from investing is that you hold no value for me at present. The twins' expressions darkened, their heads drooping low. They had initially prepared a presentation, but it now seemed utterly futile. Lana continued, your younger brother, Ron Weasley. In his second year, he was of no worth to me. Hence I spared him. This was not out of mercy, but rather because he was worth nothing at all. However, this year, his pet inadvertently provided some information that piqued my interest, thus he has been rewarded accordingly. Therefore, regarding investment, it hinges upon what you can prove to me. If the lion possesses the ambition of a serpent, then, prove it to me. Fred and George abruptly lifted their heads. Incredulity etched upon their faces as they looked at the noble lady. Lana observed the glimmer of hope in their eyes, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Commence with umbrage. Utilize that troublesome pink nuisance to demonstrate your worth. If her fate satisfies me. She paused, eyeing the breathless twins, and made a promise. Then, I shall invest in your Weasley Wizard Wheezes in my personal capacity. A sum substantial enough to establish your footing in Diagon Alley. Confronting Umbridge? This was no mere test. It was, in fact, a reward. They had initially feared that this audacious meeting would culminate in failure, but to their astonishment, the esteemed lady did not dismiss them, but instead presented a challenge that aligned perfectly with their desires. Fred and George exchanged glances, their years of brotherly intuition enabling them to instantly grasp each other's sentiments. This was not merely an investment, it was an opportunity, a chance to be truly seen and utilized. Without hesitation, Fred stepped forward, bending his right knee and solemnly kneeling before Lana, lowering his fiery red hair. George mirrored his brother's actions almost simultaneously, kneeling beside him in front of the noble lady. This was a gesture of loyalty and submission. Your Grace, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, hereby assure you, they spoke in unison, their eyes cast down towards the lady's gown. We shall endeavor to alleviate your burdens. The magnificent fabric swayed, lightly brushing past them. The twins felt a chill as the cool gems adorning her gown glided over their hands, causing them to bow even lower. Well then, good luck to you, gentlemen. I hope your actions are swift, do not disappoint me. With that, the noble lady departed, leaving the laboratory enveloped in silence. The twins, slightly dazed, helped each other to their feet, their faces alight with joy. Had they succeeded? Chapter 104, We Are Allies. Most of the students had ventured to Hogsmeade, leaving the castle empty and tranquil. Harry wandered aimlessly through the corridors, tiny snowflakes beginning to drift outside, cloaking the castle in a serene hue. He was still brooding over the destruction of his Firebolt 2001 and the loss in the match. Just then, he unexpectedly encountered the Weasley twins. Their faces were radiant with delight, their steps buoyant, as though they were equipped with springs. Hey, Harry. Fred was the first to spot him, waving vigorously. What are you doing wandering about alone? George threw an arm around his shoulder, patting him warmly. Harry managed a weak smile. Nothing much, just taking a stroll. What about you two? You look like you've won the jackpot. The twins exchanged a knowing glance, their faces breaking into enigmatic smiles. Better than the jackpot, Harry. It's monumental news. The entire world has opened its doors to us. George nodded excitedly, glancing around conspiratorially before pulling Harry to a secluded corner. Retrieving an old piece of parchment that seemed to have seen better days. We have something far more important to attend to. Yes, a complete transformation. Filch will mourn the loss of his old rival. Let us hope he doesn't weep over that bald creature all night, to spare him the sorrow. We've chosen you as the new heir. You must drive Filch utterly mad. We believe you have the potential. Indeed, just as the esteemed lady appreciates us. We likewise hold you in high regard. Harry was somewhat bewildered by the twins' rapid-fire exchange. What on earth? Esteemed lady? Who? This, Fred said, tapping the parchment with a nonchalant air of leaving the past behind. We no longer require this, so we bestow it upon you. Perhaps you can find some amusement with it. Curiously, Harry accepted the parchment, examining it closely. What is this? A blank piece of parchment? Oh, it is far from blank, George declared proudly, drawing his wand and lightly tapping the parchment while intoning, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment swiftly transformed, revealing an elegant inscription at the top. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prong salute you. Harry stared in awe at this remarkable map. Merlin's beard. He could see all the intricate details of Hogwarts Castle, even the passageways leading to Hogsmeade. Fred declared solemnly, let us express our deepest respect for Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Respect, George echoed. Harry, somewhat confused, joined in. Respect? The twins patted Harry's shoulder heartily, utterly elated. We knew you could do it. The twins were in high spirits today, eagerly pointing out a secret passage on the map, even personally escorting Harry for a short distance to confirm that it indeed led to Honeyduke's cellar. Harry peeked inside, catching a whiff of the sweet scent of candies. However, time was slipping away, and they needed to return quickly. George patted Harry's back. Next time, come with your friends to Hogsmeade. Make good use of it, Harry. But remember, once you've finished, erase your traces, tap it again with your wand, and say mischief managed. Otherwise, others will see it. Clutching this incredible gift tightly, Harry returned to the castle with the twins. He joyfully bid them farewell, holding the Marauder's map, studying it as he walked through the quiet corridors, feeling as though he possessed all the secrets of the castle. Yet, just around a corner, he nearly collided with someone. Startled, Harry took a step back, looking up to find his heart nearly stopping. It was the noble Lady Romanov. She stood alone, draped in an exquisite white gown, her light golden hair radiating warmth like the winter sun, calmly gazing at him. Harry glanced down at the map. Merlin, why isn't this map updating? It doesn't even list the lady's name. He felt a surge of nervousness, his face flushing crimson. Oh, Your Grace, I apologize, I didn't see your name. He thought he ought to greet her, yet he was utterly unsure how to bow to a lady of noble rank. In a moment of desperation, Harry abruptly bent down, nearly bowing at a right angle, his exaggerated motion almost causing his glasses to fly off. Lana looked at the deeply bowed Harry Potter with a bemused expression. It was quite a sight. Harry maintained his exaggerated bow, too intimidated to raise his head. As Lana took a step forward, closing the distance between them, Harry's mind went blank. He was too close to the young princess, and he could even catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. He hurriedly straightened up, only to meet those fabled golden eyes. Merlin. He had never observed her so closely before. Her beauty was almost unreal. Harry's cheeks burned with a fierce heat, and his gaze darted away. Merlin. This was too close. He needed to say something. How are you? The moment the words escaped his lips, he wanted to slap himself. For Merlin's sake. What foolishness was he uttering? In a near instinctive reaction, he stammered, I'm fine, thank you. Upon saying this, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Svetlana observed the flustered savior before her, suddenly grasping the perplexing nature of Draco's past conflicts with such an apparently benign and somewhat naive boy. She did not hold Harry's lack of decorum against him, but rather stated her intention directly. I was actually on my way to Gryffindor Tower to find you, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Find me? Harry exclaimed in surprise, instinctively glancing over his shoulder to confirm that Malfoy was not nearby. What could the princess want with him? Without offering an explanation, Lana retrieved an aged black and white photograph from her exquisite handbag and presented it to Harry. With a sense of confusion, he accepted the photograph, his eyes landing on the image. In the next moment, his breath caught sharply, and his eyes brimmed with tears. The photograph depicted 4 boys, arms draped around each other, their smiles radiant. The black-haired boy, wearing glasses and laughing broadly at the camera, was none other than his father, James Potter. Harry's vision blurred instantly, hot tears streaming down his cheeks, splattering onto the photograph. Startled, he quickly wiped them away with his sleeve, treating the photo as though it were the most precious treasure in the world. Choked with emotion, he stammered, Your Highness, thank you, but how do you have this? Lana regarded the tearful boy before her, her voice calm. Draco inherited the Black family estate. He found this old house too dilapidated and is overseeing its restoration. This photograph was discovered while clearing out old belongings. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Harry exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent as he pressed the photograph tightly to his chest. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. But, Your Highness, I don't understand. Why the Blacks? You don't know who the people in this photograph are, do you? She chuckled softly, Dumbledore seems intent on keeping you alive. But he hasn't told you everything. Harry's confusion deepened. Professor Dumbledore? Lana's slender finger lightly traced the photograph. This is your father, James Potter, the deceased Peter Pettigrew. Her finger moved to the handsome, rebellious-looking black-haired boy, and here is Sirius Black. Finally, it settled on the seemingly shy, bespectacled, thin boy. As for this one, he was a close friend of your father, yet he appears reluctant to acknowledge you, Remus Lupin. Harry felt as though he had been struck by a binding curse. Freezing in place, he incredulously lowered his gaze, fixating on the gentle smile of the boy in the photograph. Struggling to reconcile that youthful visage with the ailing Professor Lupin he had seen just days prior. His father, Peter Black Lupin, they were friends. But then why had Professor Lupin never mentioned it? Tremors coursed through Harry's body, and he abruptly looked up at the princess, his green eyes aflame with anger. So, Black and Lupin were friends with my father? His voice cracked with emotion. But Black killed Peter. He allied with Voldemort. So did my parents' deaths also. Memories flooded back to him. On the Hogwarts Express, when the Dementor approached, his mother's piercing scream echoed in his ears as she pleaded for Voldemort not to harm him. Ron had mentioned how serious Dumbledore had been after the incident during his tournament. That night, Snape's suspicions about a possible Black accomplice within the castle. All these threads twisted together, pointing to a suffocating possibility. His father's best friend had defected to Voldemort. That lunatic and the professor he trusted most might be intertwined with the tragic demise of his parents. And Professor Dumbledore seemed to know some hidden truths. Black, Lupin, yet I was unaware. Why hadn't Professor Dumbledore mentioned this to me? He found himself at a loss for words, seeking assistance from the princess. The photograph and the revelations it carried left him feeling profoundly betrayed. He trembled, nearly losing his grip on the picture. Lana watched as his fury ignited, her golden eyes betraying no emotion, as if she were merely observing a play that had no bearing on her. Perhaps you have forgotten, but I am Russian. In all of England, the only one I care about is Draco. As for Voldemort and his entourage, I have no interest. With that, she turned and walked away. Harry stared at her retreating figure, suddenly realizing something significant. This Russian princess was, besides himself and Professor Dumbledore, the only person he had encountered who could boldly utter that name without fear. This realization struck him like a beacon, igniting an indescribable sense of kinship. It was as if, on a desolate plain strewn with thorns, he had discovered a kindred spirit willing to confront the darkness. Though she had declared her detachment, Harry felt that her unflinching bravery was, in itself, a silent alliance. They were comrades. As he watched Lana's figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, he summoned all his strength and called out, "Thank you, Princess Romanov. I truly appreciate it." He bowed deeply once more, his disheveled black hair nearly brushing his knees. Svetlana slightly turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at his untidy hair before continuing on, ultimately vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Harry inhaled deeply and looked again at the photograph in his hand. He gently caressed his father's radiant face, his expression grave. Svetlana walked unhurriedly through the stone corridor. There was still some time before sunset, and the students heading to Hogsmeade had yet to return. The sound of her heels striking the cold stone echoed softly in the empty hall. Suddenly, she broke the silence unexpectedly, her cool voice cutting through the stillness. "Is everything taken care of?" The wall rippled, and Peeves cautiously emerged, in stark contrast to his usual madness and clamor. At this moment, the mischievous poltergeist hovered before Lana with a demeanor bordering on reverence, lowering his haughty head. "Absolutely no one saw it, Your Highness," he assured in a hushed, high-pitched voice. "I have successfully chased away the portraits from that area. Professor Headmaster can never learn of this." Lana nodded gently. "Well done." Upon receiving her praise, the poltergeist's face instantly broke into a proud grin, struggling to suppress his characteristic cackling laughter. Lana raised her elegantly gloved right hand, her fingertip delicately flicking, sending a wisp of golden magic floating towards the poltergeist, merging into his translucent form. He shuddered, an expression of profound ecstasy washing over his face as he swayed in midair, taking some time to regain his composure. "Should there be any disturbances, remember to inform me immediately." The poltergeist nodded vigorously. Yes, I promise to fulfill the task." Without pausing, Lana, recalling something, added, "Moreover, do not cause trouble for the Weasley twins. Provide them with all necessary assistance if needed." The poltergeist paused for a moment, then flashed a knowing smile. "Understood. I am most eager and adept at offering assistance." With that, Lana spoke no further, turning to vanish around the corner of the corridor. The poltergeist lingered, reveling in the comfort brought by the pure magic from earlier, joyfully performing a somersault before silently merging into the wall. The corridor returned to silence, as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 105, Entanglement in Darkness. This chapter contains slightly intimate content. Feel free to skip if uncomfortable. Svetlana returned to her dormitory, letting her long hair fall freely and changing into a comfortable nightgown. She was in good spirits today. Her plans had progressed smoothly, and the savior, as it turned out, was more entertaining than she had anticipated. She first spent some time playing with Katya, then chatted with her grandfather, humming a tune. She pushed open the door to her inner chamber. Inside, it was pitch dark, the heavy curtains tightly drawn, blocking out the last vestiges of light. Lana paused momentarily, closing the door behind her with a soft click of the lock. Suddenly, a chill-laden figure lunged from behind, enveloping her completely in his embrace. Strong arms encircled her waist. Hot breath, urgent and fervent, brushed against her ear and neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Lana did not panic. Instead, she emitted a faint, knowing laugh, full of indulgence. In the utter darkness, she instinctively turned to face the lean, powerful form of the youth, and in the next instant, her lips were seized with fervor. This was not a gentle exploration, but rather an impetuous claim, laden with the urgency of possession. Their mouths clashed, tongues tangling in a rough dance, as if seeking to devour one another entirely. The air was thick with the familiar scent of cold pine mingling with her own fragrance. Tonight, Lana was in a delightful mood, willing to indulge his little whims. She relaxed into his embrace, her arms winding around his neck, fingertips nestling into the damp roots of his hair at the nape. In the concealed darkness, the Grand Duchess shed her customary aloofness and reserve, responding passionately to the possessive kiss, her tongue entwined with his, engaging in a silent contest. This response was bold and direct, igniting a flame within the darkness. Sensing her rare initiative, the young man's breath hitched, becoming heavier, a suppressed, almost whimpering growl escaping his throat. Abruptly, he lifted her, his strides urgent and heavy, carrying her to a bed soft enough to engulf them both. They sank into the plushness, the kiss deepening and becoming more fervent, a tender entanglement. In the absence of sight, their other senses heightened, fingers exploring each other's bodies with a yearning for discovery. He buried his face in her bosom, while Lana tilted her head back, unconsciously stroking his soft hair. The kisses upon her chest were fervent, igniting a gasp from Lana, prompting him to quicken his pace. Svetlana, unwilling to show weakness in any circumstance, entwined herself around him, her legs hooking around his waist, fingers lingering at the silver clasp of his collar. With a gentle flick, she unfastened it, the button popping open with a soft chime in the darkness. He impatiently ripped open his shirt, casting it aside to reveal his heated chest. His lips remained affixed to hers, movements unceasing. Lana's fingertips glided over his taut back, feeling the wild rhythm of his heartbeat beneath his skin. She could not resist tracing the contours of his sculpted abs, sensing the power and warmth beneath the surface. Her delicate fingers roamed along the ridges of his abdomen, as if mapping a secret chart in the night. Just as her hand grazed the edge of his waistline, he seized her wrist, pulling her hand further down. Lana sharply turned her head, breaking free from the almost suffocating kiss. In the dark, she gasped for breath, her restrained wrist warm to the touch. Her voice hoarse yet curiously composed. Draco. The name fell from her lips like an incantation, freezing his movements instantly. He propped himself up, gazing intently into her hazy silhouette, his voice thick with desire. Please don't tell me it's Harry Potter. Lana was amused by his nonsensical conjecture, letting out a soft laugh, her chest vibrating as her breath brushed against his heated skin. What are you imagining? She chided lightly, her fingertips gliding over his damp back. A gentle stream of golden magic flowed from her fingertips, illuminating the exquisite magical lamp by the bedside. The soft glow dispelled the darkness surrounding the bed, while the corners of the room remained steeped in shadow, infusing the space with an indescribable intimacy and allure. Lana squinted her golden eyes, adjusting to the sudden brightness. Draco's form came into sharp focus before her. He was bare-chested, his youthful, muscular torso rising and falling with frantic breaths. Red marks from passionate kisses adorned his pale skin, alongside a few ambiguous scratches from her nails. His cheeks flushed, platinum strands of hair dampened with sweat, his gaze intense, almost consuming her. In Draco's eyes, Lana appeared breathtakingly beautiful in that moment. Her light golden hair flowed like liquid moonlight across the dark bedspread. The golden depths of her typically composed eyes shimmered with an alluring glimmer, reflecting his image, filled with unmasked desire. Her lips, swollen from their fervent kisses, parted slightly as she breathed, adding an enticing vulnerability to her allure. The neckline of her nightgown had been torn open, revealing her fair skin beneath. Upon that pristine canvas lay the vivid marks of his recent fervor, striking yet enchanting. The gaze exchanged in the light was far more exhilarating than their earlier entanglement in darkness. The air felt thick, laden with unfulfilled yearning. Draco breathed heavily, eyes filled with an almost obsessive possessiveness. Lana gently pushed against his shoulder, and he obediently rolled onto his side, still tightly encircling her waist. Burying his face in her neck, greedily inhaling her scent. Draco's voice emerged, heavy with emotion. Svetlana, I love you. By Merlin. I would gladly lay bare my heart for you. If, one day, you cease to love me, Svetlana, you must first take my life before revealing such a truth. Lana laughed until tears brimmed her eyes. And to whom would I convey that? To your lifeless body? Draco, this is utterly absurd. Draco gazed at her with a smile, audaciously silencing her laughter with a kiss. No laughing. I retract that. Such a possibility shall not be permitted. Lana deftly dodged his kiss, and they shared a playful moment, drawing close to one another. Draco, we must address serious matters. Svetlana disliked baseless suspicions and emotional turmoil. She sat upright, restoring her usual poise. Draco also straightened, though his feelings were not yet fully settled. Nonetheless, hearing the shift in her tone commanded his attention. Professor Lupin is in trouble. He fears the light of day, leading to only two conclusions. Either he is host to some dark entity, or he himself is a creature of darkness. Draco furrowed his brow in contemplation. The task the professor assigned us regarding werewolves. Indeed, which is why on that day, when you informed me of Professor Snape's sudden discourse on werewolves, I instantly understood. He was alerting us. It is unfortunate that no one seems to grasp the professor's good intentions. There is no conceivable way that Black could have evaded my surveillance to infiltrate Hogwarts. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that someone within the castle aided him. Lupin and Black are old friends, closely connected, and they are likely in league with one another. As for whether Dumbledore is aware of a werewolf lurking within the school, or if he has intentionally allowed one to enter, we are left to ponder his motives. Lana's expression was one of cold indifference. Yet Draco found her strikingly beautiful in that moment. Engaging with a werewolf is perilous. This is why I advise you to keep your distance from that professor. We need not personally venture into danger. The Savior will undertake this task for us. He owes us something in return. She turned to Draco, articulating her plan with clarity. The Savior's thirst for truth, his Gryffindor impulsiveness, his circle of astute friends, and the profound enmity between him and Black will drive him to pursue this matter with the tenacity of the keenest hound. Moreover, Dumbledore is nearly defenseless against him, perhaps even inclined to divulge more information that we cannot access. We simply need to bide our time and subtly guide the situation when the moment is right. Draco, the Savior is a crucial piece in my game with Dumbledore. Beyond that, I hold no interest in him. As for that invitation, Draco's face remained impassive. I cannot accept Ron Weasley. Lana was once again amused by him. Draco was charmingly childish, forever holding grudges. It is another Weasley. Lana gently traced Draco's cheek with her finger. Someone has upset my darling. Well, I share your disdain for her. How curious it is that two ambitious souls emerged from the pride of lions. Let the Weasley gentleman assist me in sending her back to where she belongs. The Weasley family is impoverished and unremarkable. I know that you, as a traditional pureblood family, often look down upon them. Draco instinctively interjected with a hint of his usual disdain. They are pureblood traitors, willingly wallowing in degradation. Lana did not contest his view, continuing in his vein. However, Draco, connections, or rather, people themselves, constitute a significant form of wealth, even a latent power. She recalled the scene when Honest returned from her mission, her smile lifting. Honest went to deliver an apology and complained to me that 4 Weasley gentlemen had stood up. She appeared unusually bewildered at the time. Draco envisioned Honest's expression and chuckled lightly. Lana struggled to suppress her laughter. I told her, to be precise, it was 6 Weasley gentlemen, along with 1 Weasley lady. You should have seen Honest's face. I have never witnessed such evident shock upon it. I was raised by Honest. Our family has few children, and the Romanov lineage is thin. Your Malfoy family, too, has traditionally borne only 1 heir. In the entire pureblood circle, having 1 or 2 children is the norm. Yet their family has 7. Draco, her tone grew serious. Have you considered that if these 7 children each establish their own families, branching out, with their reproductive capabilities giving rise to new Weasleys, what an extensive family network the Weasley name could proliferate into a decade or a century from now? Draco furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He had never contemplated the issue from this perspective. In the education he received, wealth, power, and blood purity were the standards by which a family's strength was measured. Yet Svetlana's words offered him a fresh lens through which to view the world. Perhaps, in some instances, quantity could indeed be a form of power. We need not cultivate goodwill with them. However, we must ensure they serve as our tools. Willingly at our beck and call, Lana rose and seated herself before him, her cool hand resting on Draco's face as she cradled it to meet her gaze. Draco, In my eyes, the world and its inhabitants can be divided into those who are useful and those who are not. A person's ability to stand before me and converse depends upon the value they can showcase. Yet, Draco, you are my sole exception. Should you feel uneasy, I shall provide you with countless affirmations. Draco, I love you. If you are willing to traverse any hardship to reach me, I too shall stand with you at the pinnacle of the crowd. The Romanov and Malfoy families shall ascend to new heights because of us. These words shattered all of Draco's insecurities in an instant. A surge of warmth rushed to his eyes, overwhelming him with emotion, and he felt on the verge of tears. He abruptly pulled her into a tight embrace, burying his face in her hair, his voice trembling. Svetlana. He understood clearly that this unmerited affection, transcending any measure of worth, was the most precious gift that Svetlana Alexandrovna Romanova could bestow upon him. Chapter 106. The Right to Know the Truth. Harry was uncertain how he had stumbled back to the Gryffindor Tower in a daze. He curled up in the armchair closest to the fireplace, the flickering flames casting a dance of light and shadow in his emerald eyes. He clutched tightly to the precious photograph, lost in contemplation. Ron and Hermione returned from Hogsmeade and immediately spotted Harry sitting alone by the fire. They exchanged concerned glances and approached him gently. With the Christmas holiday approaching, only the three of them remained in the common room, the crackling fire amplifying the stillness around them. Harry lifted his gaze, forcing a smile as he extended the photograph toward them. Look, his voice was hoarse. This is my dad. Ron leaned closer, taking the photo and examining it with wide eyes. Merlin's socks. Harry, you and your dad look like you were carved from the same mold. Where did you get this photo? Harry inhaled deeply, his gaze somewhat unfocused, as if he had drifted back to that empty corridor. It was given to me by the lady. Who? Ron's voice shot up incredulously as he glanced between the photo and Harry. How could she? I don't know. Harry shook his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I was just wandering the corridor, and then I bumped into her. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face, leaving me utterly at a loss as to how to respond. In a moment of sheer folly, I bowed to her, a gesture so clumsy that I nearly toppled over. Hermione envisioned the scene, her lips twitching slightly before she quickly regained her serious demeanor. At that moment, she was alone. Malfoy was absent. Harry continued to reminisce, his brow furrowing slightly as he endeavored to reconstruct the details of that encounter. She appeared remarkably composed, as if she had anticipated my presence. She mentioned that she was on her way to the Gryffindor Tower to find me, serendipitously encountering me here instead. She was looking for you? Ron inquired, his confusion deepening. What could she possibly want with you? I had posed the same question at the time. And then she revealed this photograph, handing it to me. He paused, his fingertips gently caressing the edge of the image, explaining that since Malfoy had inherited the Black family estate and was in the midst of renovating the old manor, this photograph had surfaced during the process of sorting through old belongings. After hearing this, Ron scratched his fiery red hair and plopped down beside Harry. Regardless, she cannot be a villain. Observing Harry's forced smile, Hermione softly inquired, Harry, are you all right? Beyond the photograph, it seems you are troubled by something else. Harry sighed, running a distressed hand through his hair. The young lady informed me that the 4 individuals in this photograph are Peter, my father, Black, and Lupin. Hermione abruptly rose, scrutinizing the 4 figures closely. Lupin, in his youth, bore a certain handsomeness, a stark contrast to his present self. Harry, the traitor within the castle. Harry nodded gravely. Ron gazed at Harry's solemn profile, his mouth agape as if he wished to articulate something but faltered, his expression fraught with conflict. Hermione, exasperated by his ineffectiveness, rolled her eyes before turning to Harry, her tone grave and hushed. Harry, there is something we had been deliberating on whether to disclose. But since you mentioned Black in this photograph, she hesitated, as if gathering courage. Today at the 3 Broomsticks, we overheard some information regarding your godfather. Godfather? Harry's head snapped up, his green eyes brimming with confusion and shock. I don't have a godfather. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances once more, and ultimately, it was Hermione who, in the most composed tone she could muster, delivered the astonishing revelation. Harry, Sirius Black is your godfather. Ron swallowed hard, his throat tightening. It's not just that, mate. The situation is far more complex and dire than we initially thought. Harry, Sirius Black was your father's classmate at Hogwarts, inseparable from him. He was once your parents' closest friend. Hermione continued, her pace quickening as if she were eager to dispense the bitter truth. He even stood as your parents' best man at their wedding. Moreover, he is not merely a friend and best man. Harry, he is your godfather. Godfather? Harry echoed, finding the notion utterly ludicrous. He understood the implications of a godfather. Should his parents be unable to fulfill their duties, he would assume guardianship, symbolizing an intimate bond. Hermione's tone grew even more somber. But that's not all, Harry. Your parents employed a powerful enchantment known as the Fidelius charm. This charm necessitates the selection of a secret keeper, to whom the secret of their hiding place is entrusted. Professor Flitwick explained that the secret is concealed within the soul of a living being. As long as the secret keeper does not divulge it, others will never uncover it. Harry's heartbeat quickened, and he felt as though he were teetering at the precipice of a cliff. Ron's voice dropped to a near whisper. The secret keeper your parents chose was Sirius Black. They trusted him implicitly. But Hermione observed Harry's pale complexion, her heart aching for him, yet she knew she must continue. The Filius charm was barely in effect for a week before it was compromised. The professors stated that Professor Dumbledore was initially reluctant to appoint Black, suspecting a traitor within your father's circle, but your father insisted on using Black. Harry's voice was hoarse. My father trusted him so completely, and he betrayed that trust? Moreover, on that fateful night, after your parents' demise, Black was also present. He even lent Hagrid his flying motorcycle, claiming he would no longer need it, allowing Hagrid to carry you away. Ron's voice dripped with fury. What a disgrace. A Gryffindor, no less. Scum. A traitor. He must have allied with the Dark Lord from the very beginning. He betrayed your parents. He caused their deaths. He recalled their first encounter in their first year, when the Weasley family was thrilled to meet Harry, believing they had encountered a celebrated hero. Yet Harry had been alone, nervously pushing a cart and timidly asking Mrs. Weasley for directions. The sentimental young lion reflected on those past details, feeling both anger and sorrow for his friend. Ron choked back a sob, covering his face in silence. Harry felt his blood run cold, a chilling sensation creeping from his toes to the crown of his head. He suddenly sprang from the armchair, his pallor stark, and without uttering a word, he dashed toward the boys' dormitory like a gust of wind. Ron and Hermione, startled by his sudden movement, hurried after him. Harry burst into the dormitory, lunging towards the bedside table, casting aside the books within to uncover the album Hagrid had gifted him 2 years prior. His hands trembled as he clutched the album tightly. Racing back to the common room, where he placed it on his lap and began fervently flipping through its pages. Harry, what are you searching for? Hermione asked anxiously. Harry did not respond. His entire being was consumed by the album. At last, his fingers halted on a particular photograph. His father, James, clad in formal attire, radiated joy as he embraced the stunning Lily, adorned in a pristine wedding gown. Beside them stood a tall, dark-haired man of striking handsomeness, impeccably dressed, with his arm affectionately draped over James's shoulder, flashing a somewhat roguish yet radiant smile at the camera. It was he. Unlike the youthful image given to him by the young lady, Black's features were now more defined, his youthful exuberance replaced by a maturity that bestowed upon him a steadiness. Yet Harry was unequivocally certain. This was indeed the same man, Sirius Black. He stood alongside his parents, as if he were truly a member of the family. It was him. Black. He spread the album open on the table, pointing to that very photograph. Ron and Hermione leaned in closer, gazing at the image of the handsome youth, their breaths catching in astonishment. They continued to peruse the album, and soon, Hermione spotted a group photo featuring a warm, shy young man. Look, it's Professor Lupin. Ron, in another corner of a group shot, found a short, chubby boy. And this, Wormtail Peter. Harry slumped into a chair, feeling utterly drained. The young lady had not deceived him. The photographs and clues she provided were indeed authentic. Hermione and Ron looked at him with concern, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why? Harry finally cried out, tears welling uncontrollably, yet he stubbornly refrained from letting them fall. Why would Black do this? He was my father's best friend. They were like brothers. He is also my godfather. The final words emerged with great difficulty, as if each syllable bore the weight of anguish. He gazed at the photograph of Black, his genuine smile evoking an incongruity that left him reeling. It was impossible to reconcile that visage with the treacherous fiend who had callously betrayed his friends, resulting in their ruin, and who might now lurk in the shadows, cackling with glee. This stark contrast was far more devastating than mere hatred. Observing his friend's anguish, Ron suggested, perhaps we should consult Professor Dumbledore? He must possess deeper insights. No. Harry interrupted sharply, his voice piercing with an unprecedented fury and the stubbornness born from pain. If he wanted to tell me, he would have done so long ago, wouldn't he? Hagrid knows. Professor Dumbledore knows. Professor McGonagall knows. And Lupin too. They all know. But me. I am the only one left in the dark. Like a fool, he sprang to his feet, pacing anxiously before the fireplace, akin to a trapped young lion. Do they think I am too young? Too fragile to bear the truth? Or do they believe that knowing would lead to calamity? Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, splattering onto the floor. But those were my parents. I have never spoken to them. I have the right to know who harmed them. I have the right to understand why. Hermione, witnessing Harry's fervor, hesitated, her mind swirling with a dreadful suspicion regarding Professor Lupin, his close association with Black, his monthly illnesses. his apparent fear of the cross necklace, and Snape's inexplicable assignment on werewolves. The truth was tantalizingly close to the surface. Yet, observing Harry's current state of rage, she swallowed her words, her lips pressed tightly together, her hands wringing nervously. Now was not the moment to introduce another shocking hypothesis. Harry halted, standing before the flickering flames, their glow reflecting the resolute determination in his emerald eyes. He turned to face Ron and Hermione, his youthful visage still marked by tears. Yet his expression had transformed into one of unyielding resolve. I will not be foolish enough to venture out seeking black to meet my demise. I know I am not yet strong enough. However, I refuse to remain like an infant, waiting for others to dictate what I ought to know. He inhaled deeply, looking at his two closest friends, his face a mask of supplication. First, I must ascertain how Black escaped from Azkaban and his true purpose in returning. Perhaps he seeks more than merely to kill me or to eliminate Malfoy. There must be something else at play. Second, I need to uncover the truth of what transpired all those years ago. Why did Black betray us so suddenly? Third, we must keep a watchful eye on Lupin. The warning from the lady is not unfounded. He is undeniably connected to Black. We need to discern his role. And fourth, and most crucially, we must rely on ourselves. We shall not depend on Professor Dumbledore, nor any of the professors. They concealed the truth for 12 years, and I no longer trust them completely. We have our own methods. We shall uncover the truth ourselves. Ron and Hermione regarded Harry, who had matured significantly overnight, their gazes reflecting the hatred in his eyes. At this juncture, any attempt at dissuasion would be futile. They exchanged glances and resolutely stood by his side, their hands stacked firmly together. Of course, mate, Ron affirmed, nodding earnestly, his own gaze resolute. We're with you. We need to devise a plan. We must be more cautious and avoid unnecessary risks, Hermione added, but you are right. Harry, you have the right to know the truth. We will assist you. Tears streaming down his face, Harry looked at his best friends, and the three embraced tightly. Outside, snowflakes drifted silently, and the path to the truth was destined to be fraught with thorns. In that moment, Harry Potter resolved that no matter how arduous the journey ahead, he would never turn back. Chapter 107, The Pink Sweater. On Christmas morning in Gryffindor Tower, sunlight streamed through the windows, dancing upon the snow-laden sill. Harry awoke to the sound of an owl tapping at the window, and as he opened it, several owls flew in, clutching a long, meticulously wrapped box. The shape was so familiar it made his heart skip a beat. Crouching down, Harry's fingers trembled as he untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay a brand-new Firebolt 2001, its dark wooden handle gleaming elegantly in the morning light. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, leaning closer, his eyes brimming with envy. Another Firebolt 2001. Harry, who sent this? Harry inspected the box thoroughly. There was no card, no signature, no clue as to the identity of the sender. I have no idea, he replied, perplexed. There's nothing. Hermione furrowed her brow, examining the wrapping paper with similar results. This is bizarre. Who would anonymously bestow such an expensive gift upon you? How could they possibly know your broom was damaged? Harry speculated boldly. Perhaps Professor McGonagall? She would be more eager than anyone for Gryffindor to win. Hermione pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I don't think so. Professor McGonagall wouldn't need to remain anonymous. If she wanted to give you one, she would certainly let you know. Ron raised his hand, suggesting, maybe we should write a letter to the broom shop? They must know who paid for it. Harry adopted this suggestion, promptly crafting a letter inquiring at the broom shop. The response arrived before lunch, and the shop owner's reply only deepened the mystery. The broom had been ordered anonymously, accompanied by a letter that contained the payment for it. Furthermore, the letter instructed them to send the broom to Hogwarts on Christmas morning, addressed to Harry Potter. Beyond that, no additional information was provided. Hermione's brow knitted tighter. An anonymous order? Harry, until we clarify this, I advise against using that broom. What if it has been tampered with? Harry nodded. The situation was indeed precarious. There were traitors within the castle, and Sirius was still at large. It was best to avoid complications. He carefully placed the pristine Firebolt 2001 back under his bed. All right, let us wait until we figure this out. In the common room, only the three of them remained. The previous night, several little lions had chatted late into the evening, and Harry's eyes were still slightly puffy. Though he felt much better, Ron patted his best friend on the back. Christmas should be joyful. I don't want you wallowing in sorrow over the past. Let us focus on Christmas first, Harry. Regardless, you mustn't push yourself too hard. Hermione nodded in agreement. With us here, let us wait until after Christmas. Besides, the castle is quite empty now. Even if we sought clues, we would find little. Grateful for their kindness, Harry perked up and exchanged a few jokes with his friends. They gathered beneath the Christmas tree to continue the gift unwrapping. Hagrid had sent over his homemade rock cakes. Harry and Ron each took one. using these hard confections to compete over whose was tougher. Ultimately, Ron's rock cake proved superior, and he joyfully bit into it, flames erupting from his nostrils. Harry and Hermione burst into laughter at the sight, and Harry took one for himself, only to produce the same fiery effect. Hermione watched them, nearly in tears from laughter. Aside from these resilient treats, Hagrid had prepared another delightful surprise. "Oh, it's a hippogriff feather," Harry exclaimed, picking up two long, exquisitely beautiful feathers. Ron and Hermione each had one too, and they cherished them equally. "How splendid!" Ron gesticulated excitedly, exclaiming, "We also have eagle horse feathers now. We could only watch as Gal flaunted his before, but now we have our own. And two of them." Hermione's parents had sent a plethora of Muggle snacks. The three little lions indulged in the treats while unwrapping the remaining parcels. Mrs. Weasley had prepared an enormous package that, to be frank, resembled a small mountain. This year, thanks to an unexpected windfall, each Weasley child received a brand new set of high-quality casual wear. Ron joyfully pulled out a pristine thick coat that fit him perfectly. Additionally, there was a pair of well-fitted trousers. He caressed the fabric of his new clothes and mused, "Mother must be overjoyed. She finally managed to buy us something new." Of course, although their financial situation had improved this year, the Weasley family's tradition of hand-knitted sweaters remained intact. Ron produced a gray sweater to hand to Harry, and then retrieved a light blue one for Hermione. Harry and Hermione were pleasantly surprised and immediately donned the sweaters, which fit them splendidly. Ron then picked up a familiar sweater adorned with the letter and slipped it over his head, enveloped once more in the warmth reminiscent of his mother's care. As he rummaged through the package, he uncovered an exceptionally eye-catching sweater. It was a strikingly vibrant pink. Not the soft hue of cherry blossom, but an exceedingly bold and lively fuchsia. This sweater was evidently crafted with great thought and was far more exquisite than those worn by Harry and Hermione. The front was embroidered with a graceful cursive Rin white yarn, and atop the letter, there was a petite golden crown motif, Romanova. Even more attention-grabbing was the neckline, embellished with soft lace, while the cuffs featured a delicate bow crafted from gradient yarn. Ron's expression became a complex tapestry of emotions as he held the sweater. Harry and Hermione leaned in for a closer look, falling into an immediate silence. They gazed at the pink crown lace bow sweater, infused with Mrs. Weasley's warmth, kindness, and unique aesthetic sensibility. However, it was undeniably reminiscent of Umbridge style. A vision of the coldly beautiful, perpetually aloof face of the High Duchess sprang to their minds. In their recollections, her usual attire was characterized by luxurious fabrics and elegant designs. The thought of associating that regal Duchess with the exuberant, almost juvenile pink sweater before them was jarring. The image of Umbridge's everyday outfit draped on the Duchess was shockingly vivid, surpassing the boundaries of their imagination. Ron examined the letter and confirmed that it was indeed intended for the Duchess. Mother said it was to express her gratitude. Harry scratched his unruly black hair and suggested, "Well, perhaps Mrs. Weasley's intentions are genuinely lovely." Hermione quickly added, "Very sincere." Ron glanced at the flamboyant sweater and tentatively proposed, "But I think, to avoid any potential international misunderstandings, we should hold off on sending it for now." "Agreed," Harry and Hermione replied in unison, silently relieved. Ron carefully folded the pink sweater, tucking it back into the depths of the package as if it were a delicate item requiring special handling. With most of the gifts unwrapped, everyone felt content. "Come on, Harry, let's not dwell on that for now. The Great Hall awaits. Onward to the roast chicken." Harry nodded, treating it as a final indulgence before the holiday ended. Ron slung an arm around him, with Hermione trailing behind. The three of them rose from the common room and made their way towards the Great Hall, where the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. On the eve of Christmas in 1993, Harry Potter learned of betrayal. Yet he was accompanied by his two best friends. This Christmas seemed far less sorrowful. Chapter 108, The Winter Hunt. Perthshire, Scotland. A special winter hunt was underway. This private hunting estate spanned approximately 20,000 acres, boasting a landscape quintessentially Scottish. In addition to the Highlands, it encompassed a vast expanse of dense forests and even extensive marshlands. The estate was a 13th birthday gift from Prince Igor to his granddaughter. Lana, adhering to Orthodox traditions, chose to spend her winter holiday here rather than celebrating Western Christmas. At the Duchess's invitation, the Malfoys willingly joined this winter hunt. They donned sleek casual attire, having changed out of their customary wizarding robes under the attentive service of attendants. The Malfoy family had historical ties with the British royal family and possessed a degree of familiarity with hunting, though they had never participated firsthand. This hunt represented a novel experience for both father and son. Lucius was in high spirits, engaging in conversation with the prince as they walked. The collaboration between the Malfoy and Romanov families had proven to be a case of 1 + 1 equaling more than 2. Their extraction project in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts was progressing well, having discovered a rare magical gemstone mine deep within the woods. According to the contract established in their second year, they held a 20-year mining right. The freshly unearthed raw stones were of exceptional quality, yielding substantial rewards for both families. Lucius had specifically crafted a set of jewelry from the finest batch of magical gemstones for the Duchess, which left Draco feeling somewhat despondent. Well, when it comes to gifting gemstones, his father certainly had more experience. The Romanov family was equally pleased with the collaboration. With the assistance of local power brokers, they quickly integrated into the upper echelons of British wizard society, further enhancing their family's influence. Under the Duchess's guidance, they began to venture into the political arena, with their sights set squarely on Fudge. This incompetent minister of magic was eagerly seeking an audience, but had been repeatedly rebuffed. Prince Igor was currently enjoying a relaxed existence. With Lana gradually maturing, he was not far from a blissful retirement. Each time he communicated with Headmaster Dumbledore via the two-way mirror, he took delight in observing the weariness etched on the latter's face. This underscored the importance of having an exceptional heir. Igor's fortunes were still on the horizon. Presently, Lana was still under academic pressures, so the British side had wholly entrusted decision-making to her. Once Lana graduated, she would be poised to take over all family affairs. The prince was in excellent spirits, dressed in a fur coat and carrying a hunting rifle, strolling leisurely while using binoculars to survey the distant scenery. He was an avid hunter, having brought along his beloved Weimaraner named Vig. Vig, with keen eyes and a composed demeanor, scampered ahead to scout the terrain, sniffing the ground with adeptness. Draco wore tall boots, holding Lana's hand as they walked behind him. The snow was thick here, crunching beneath their feet. Svetlana was clad in a well-fitted dark green hunting outfit that accentuated her statuesque figure. Her light golden hair was styled in a simple ponytail, adorned with a band of mink fur, presenting a striking contrast to the poised and reserved Duchess they knew in school, exuding a different kind of captivating charm. Draco, with a fox fur scarf around his neck, curiously examined the hunting rifle in his hands. He had just peered intently down the barrel of the gun, causing Lana to hurriedly conceal it behind her, fearing he might unexpectedly discharge it. I found myself perplexed. As wizards, why resort to such means for hunting? Wouldn't a simple stunning spell suffice? Lana patiently elucidated. Because we have predominantly lived in the Muggle world for an extended period, and we have ruled the Empire under that guise. Some of our traditions and customs bear the imprint of Muggle society. Hunting demands skill and patience. It is an integral part of courtly life. Suddenly, Vager let out a low growl, seemingly having caught sight of prey. Lana adeptly inspected the double-barreled shotgun in her hands, beginning to load it with bullets. Draco, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Does this not necessitate a wand?" "Not at all. It relies on mechanics, gunpowder, and precise judgment." She pushed a bullet into the chamber, producing a crisp click. Without pausing her actions or lifting her gaze, Lana softly remarked, "Aside from hunting, there are many delightful experiences to be had. Were I not in England at this moment, I would have taken you to the Mariinsky Theatre in St. Petersburg to witness a true ballet performance that would epitomize elegance and beauty in winter." At that moment, a flock of wild ducks, startled by Vager's barking, took flight from the distant reeds. Lana instantly suppressed all emotion, her gaze sharpening with focus. She swiftly raised the gun, taking aim. Bang! The sharp report of the gun shattered the stillness of the wilderness. A wild duck fell from the sky, plummeting into the grass nearby. "Lana, what a markswoman!" Duke Igor nodded in approval. The children of the Romanov family never ceased to impress. He gently clapped his hands. The trained hunting dog darted forth like an arrow, quickly retrieving the still flapping wild duck and placing it respectfully at Lana's feet. She bent down to pick up the duck, inspecting it, and with a smile, handed the trophy to the somewhat dumbfounded Draco. "For you, a memento of your first hunt." Draco was taken aback. He wished to reach out for it, but hesitated, unsure how to proceed. He glanced at the bloodstains on the duck, conflicted, and gingerly grasped its wing. Duke Igor observed this scene with a smirk, patting Lucius on the back. "Perhaps your son might wish to give it a try." Lucius's expression stiffened, casting Draco a look of resigned fortune. Oblivious, Draco was enthusiastically experimenting with Muggle contraptions under Lana's guidance. However, he evidently underestimated the legendary recoil. When he first squeezed the trigger, the butt of the gun jolted back violently, leaving his shoulder tingling. Draco winced, drawing in a sharp breath, eliciting a slight smile from the Duke. "Steady now, Draco." Lana stood behind him on a rock, patiently instructing him, "Lower your center of gravity. Ensure the butt is firmly against your shoulder." As a complete novice, Draco's performance was not remarkable, yet fortune favored him astonishingly. After one aim, the bullet veered off course, flying towards the edge of a thicket. To his astonishment, a young stag stumbled forth, its front leg struck. Merlin, did I hit it? Draco was taken aback. He had not even realized there was a deer there. The injured and startled creature struggled to flee, just as it was about to vanish into the woods. Bang! A clean, decisive shot rang out. Unbeknownst to him, Lana had adjusted her stance, swiftly aiming with Draco's gun and delivering a precise follow-up shot. The stag collapsed, lifeless. Draco's heart raced. A mix of disbelief at his initial shot and shock at Lana's swift accuracy, coupled with an indescribable, primal thrill that belonged to a hunter. Lana nodded at the prey guarded by Vagar. Truthfully, Draco, you are remarkably fortunate. We shall have roast venison for dinner tonight. Duke Igor, watching this unfold, scoffed quietly. Saying nothing more, the young man still irked him. Flushed with excitement, Draco dashed over, circling the stag twice. This was the spoils of he and Lana's hunt. He believed he had grasped the joy of hunting. It was indeed far more exhilarating than subduing any creature with a spell. In contrast, Lucius Malfoy exhibited little interest. He fired a shot or two experimentally, experiencing the booming sound and recoil of the shotgun, before elegantly declaring his preference to admire the pristine wilderness instead. He stood relaxed on a slightly elevated slope, momentarily shedding his usual cunning and scheming, immersing himself in the beauty of the landscape. As night fell, a quaint wooden cabin, replete with hunting charm, emanated warmth akin to spring. The air was laden with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The day's hunting yield had been bountiful, and they were partaking in a rustic barbecue feast. Duke Igor was in splendid spirits, personally wielding the knife to showcase his exquisite carving skills. Draco gazed at the gleaming blade, then at the uniformly sliced meat beneath the Duke's knife, feeling inexplicably apprehensive. Lucius, with keen interest, attempted to grill the meat himself on the iron rack, the dripping fat sizzling in the flames. The freshly cut and roasted food indeed carried a wild richness, starkly contrasting with the delicately prepared dishes conjured by magic. Draco relished the meal, beads of perspiration dotting his brow. What a pity Mother did not come. She would surely adore this atmosphere. Well, perhaps not the hunting part. Lana accepted the perfectly roasted venison he offered, stating, "We can take some fresh venison back." Selecting the finest cuts. Aunt Narcissa will surely appreciate it. At that moment, the Scottish steward managing the estate lifted an ancient hexagonal accordion. He continued speaking in a dialect they could not comprehend, but when he began to play, his weathered, husky voice instantly captivated everyone's attention. It was a Scottish ballad, weaving tales of highlands, warriors, and partings. Though they could not grasp the lyrics, the genuine emotion and unique exoticism added an unforgettable hue to the night. Duke Igor closed his eyes, listening intently, his fingers gently tapping a rhythm on his knee. Lucius set down his utensils, earnestly absorbing this different form of art. Draco and Lana's faces were warmed by the fire, each holding a cup of warm mead. The sweet, rich liquid slid down their throats, sending warmth coursing through their limbs. Draco gazed at his beloved beside him, listening to the unfamiliar yet enchanting melody, feeling as though he might float with joy. He had never experienced anything like this. Everything was so novel and beautiful. Lana turned her head, meeting Draco's sparkling eyes. "Is this what brings you joy? When we return to school, you may encounter even more delightful experiences." Draco, filled with curiosity, pressed for details, but Lana merely smiled mysteriously, placing a fingertip gently on her lips, signaling for secrecy. That night, amidst the bonfire, music, delectable food, and promises of love, was steeped in a honeyed gold, leaving an indelible mark on Draco's memory. Thus, the Christmas of 1993 passed by. Chapter 109, Victory and Suspicion. After the Christmas holiday, the new semester commenced. It appeared as though Umbridge had become the vessel of misfortune from the moment school reopened, encountering calamity at every turn. On the first morning of term, as she lifted her pumpkin juice, preparing to display her saccharine smile as usual, a lively, slimy toad unexpectedly leapt from her cup, landing squarely on her meticulously coordinated pink cardigan. Umbridge emitted a shrill scream, toppling backwards and landing unceremoniously on the floor. The great hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into uncontrollable laughter, with professors unable to stifle their chuckles, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Draco laughed so hard at the Slytherin table that he nearly doubled over, only to instinctively push his own cup away afterwards. The Weasley twins were indeed audacious, but he resolved henceforth to abstain from pumpkin juice. Should they unleash their antics upon Slytherin, it would undoubtedly be less than elegant. This was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, Umbridge's nightmares multiplied. The doorknob of her office would suddenly become scalding hot or sticky. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow at Umbridge's claims of burns, only to find her hands completely unscathed, exhibiting no signs of injury. As she walked, the carpet would unexpectedly transform into patches of quicksand-like marshland. Colin, risking detention, captured the moment Umbridge screamed in the swamp. The Weasley twins purchased the photograph, reproducing numerous copies and distributing them enthusiastically throughout Hogwarts. Draco received a copy as well, which he took great pleasure in pinning to the common room bulletin board, accompanied by the caption, "Return to her favored place." Yet, this was far from the end. Her issued detention notices would spontaneously fold into paper airplanes, fluttering about the room. When she attempted to write to Minister Fudge, the ink on the parchment would vanish, replaced by mocking caricatures. Various malicious pranks, elusive and insidious, left her beleaguered and on edge. Umbridge and Filch prowled the castle like hounds sensing a scent, yet unable to pinpoint its source, exasperated in their futile pursuit of this audacious culprit. They escalated their punishments, detaining numerous students, which only incited further resentment. Many students quietly rallied against Umbridge's actions. From professors to pupils, scarcely anyone favored this pink calamity. Watching her daily misfortunes became a source of clandestine amusement for many. Svetlana observed the unfolding chaos with a dispassionate gaze. Minister Fudge attempted to use Umbridge's gambit to undermine Dumbledore or to curry favor with her, but her own foolish arrogance thwarted those plans. Her behavior not only engendered widespread irritation but also united the teachers and students against a common adversary, inadvertently strengthening the bond between students and the school. She could not believe that Dumbledore remained unaware of these events. Perhaps the twins' success was, in part, due to the headmaster's deliberate indulgence. Truly, why would such a person as Umbridge become a favored confidant of the Ministry of Magic? Lana was perplexed, unable to comprehend. Draco realized what Svetlana meant by happiness. Each day, he witnessed Umbridge's downfall in the most unexpected ways, lifting his spirits considerably, even finding the Weasley twins from Gryffindor somewhat more palatable. Though clowns, they were at least engaged in something meaningful. With Peeves' clandestine assistance, Fred and George grew ever bolder, transforming Hogwarts into their ultimate testing ground for pranks aimed at Umbridge. Preoccupied with her own calamities, Umbridge had no energy left to disrupt the Quidditch matches. The first Quidditch match of the new term arrived as scheduled, and nearly the entire school turned out, eager to witness the legendary broom that surpassed the firebolt. Svetlana arrived promptly in the stands. After Draco's near-suicidal catch of the golden snitch in the last match, she had worried for quite some time. Today, she was not accompanied by Honus, but stood beside Pansy and Daphne. The three girls, adorned in matching silver-green scarves, formed a picturesque scene at the edge of the Slytherin stands. The dark green enhanced Svetlana's radiant complexion, and many students stole glances at the young lady, secretly awed by her beauty. Entering her third year, the young lady seemed like a rose on the verge of blooming, her exquisite features and graceful demeanor captivating all eyes, as if all the winter light of Hogwarts had converged upon her alone. As the match was about to commence, the Slytherin players mounted their brooms for a warm-up. When Draco Malfoy soared past the stands on his Nimbus 2001, the crowd erupted into louder discussions than ever before. Slowing his speed as he passed the Slytherin stands, Draco raised a hand and waved in Lana's direction. The wind tousled his platinum hair, yet could not diminish the fiery brilliance and pride in his gray-blue eyes. Draco had repeatedly assured Lana that he would prioritize his safety above all else, though capturing the snitch remained a pressing goal. As the match began, the Nimbus 2001 did not disappoint. Draco rode it like a streak of green lightning, moving so swiftly that it left only a blurred afterimage in the air, eliciting gasps from the stands. Merlin, truly, the Nimbus 2001 was unparalleled in speed. We owe our gratitude to the esteemed Lady Svetlana, whose generosity allows us to witness the world's fastest speed. Lee Jordan passionately narrated, uninterrupted as the crowd cheered for the Nimbus. Listening to the commentary, Draco felt an even greater sense of pride. Each dive, ascent, and sharp turn he executed showcased unparalleled agility and speed, perfectly embodying the role of Slytherin's seeker. The Slytherin team, in fine form and with seamless coordination, quickly took a commanding lead in points, bolstered by the Nimbus 2001's advantages. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff seeker, soon recognized the Nimbus's undeniable edge and speed. Instead of foolishly challenging it, he relied on his precise broom control, attempting to disrupt Draco amidst complex spirals and sharp turns, searching for the elusive golden snitch. In a breathtaking moment, Cedric nearly brushed against the tail of Draco's broom, dangerously forcing him to alter his planned flight path, prompting another wave of gasps from the spectators. Lana, who had been quietly observing, leaned forward ever so slightly. In the sky, Draco and Cedric intertwined in a spiraling dance, seeming to have caught sight of the snitch, their speed escalating dramatically. She abruptly tightened her grip, and Pansy Parkinson, seated beside her, keenly noticed the creases in the silk of her scarf. Pansy inched closer, whispering, "Your Highness, are you worried about Draco?" Only then did Lana realize her lapse. She exhaled softly, releasing the wrinkled handkerchief and smoothing it out across her lap. This semester, her frequent appearances in the Great Hall had bridged the distance with the Slytherin students. Coupled with Pansy and Daphne's intentional camaraderie, she had now gained 2 close friends. Her voice remained cool, yet it bore a tone of candid resignation, perhaps a little. Last time, I heard Blaze and the others describe how he plummeted from 50 feet. She paused momentarily, her golden eyes tracking the dark green silhouette that had once again steadied itself in midair, akin to a leopard resolutely locking onto its prey. The boyish figure radiated youthful exuberance, and she was confident of his victory. Lana softly added, "Indeed, it was somewhat alarming." Pansy and Daphne Greengrass exchanged a swift glance across the Duchess, their lips curving into suppressed smiles, as if they had just indulged in something extraordinarily sweet, barely restraining the urge to squeal in delight. How could the Duchess be so worried? "Draco, you truly are remarkable." In the arena, Draco steadied his nerves, ceasing to engage Cedric in a battle of techniques. Suddenly, he yanked his broom upwards, propelling himself with unparalleled speed in a bold dash towards another direction. Ahead of him, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered quietly. In that moment, Draco soared on his broom, akin to a star streaking across the night sky. Just as he reached out his hand, the whistle blew. Slytherin triumphed. Draco jubilantly raised the golden snitch in his hand, gazing towards the figure in the crowd. Lana stood up, waving at him with a smile. That final move had been nothing short of spectacular. Pansy and Daphne clasped their hands together, watching the two in excitement, their feet dancing with glee. Delicious, delightful, exhilarating. On the Gryffindor side, the Lions passionately discussed the impressive performance displayed by the Star Trail. As long as Malfoy remained on the team, and as long as he continued to wield that broom, their chances of winning would be significantly diminished. Hermione sat nearby, clutching a lunar phase chart she had drawn, her brow furrowed in concentration, muttering to herself. Beside her, Ron noticed Hermione's distraction and couldn't he help but inquire, "Hermione, what are you doing?" "The match is over." Without looking up, Hermione pointed to a date on the lunar chart, her tone unusually grave. "I'm calculating time, Ron. The most recent full moon was on January 26th. I need to verify something exceedingly important." Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the teacher's stand, where Professor Remus Lupin, wrapped in a heavy cloak, appeared pale and haggard. He focused intently on the match, seemingly no different from the others. If he were, then Harry would be in danger. Chapter 110, Elusive Clues. This was an empty classroom on the first floor of the castle. Professor Snape stood at the front, his black robes trailing ominously like the shadow of a colossal bat. At the Duchess's request, Snape had begun teaching them the Patroness charm this semester. Lana and Draco excelled swiftly, but both could only conjure a wisp of solid mist, failing to solidify it into its final form. Snape regarded them, his voice calm. The Patroness charm requires the conjurer to concentrate and recall the most intense and pure happiness of their lives. The clearer the memory, the more fervent the emotion, the more powerful and tangible the Patroness becomes. Expecto Patronum. A silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, coalescing into the elegant form of a stag. It emanated a soft glow, bringing warmth wherever it passed. It circled around Lana and Draco before finally dissipating into shimmering silver sparks. Snape observed the pair, an unusual headache forming. "You too." Lana and Draco exchanged innocent looks, and Snape, stifled by their foolish expressions, slowly continued. "It appears that our esteemed Duchess and young Master Malfoy possess too many joyful memories, which is counterproductive to the stability of the spell. I assume you can find the happiest among your unreasonably abundant joyful memories. Remember, it must be the happiest." Snape retracted his wand, his gaze sweeping over the two. "This is the third attempt this semester. Concentrate your thoughts." Draco closed his eyes, striving to unearth a joyful memory. He had attempted this countless times before, regardless of how forcefully he waved his wand or how loudly he recited the incantation. He could only produce a wisp of white mist. A few times, he could vaguely discern the form of a bird, yet it remained indistinct. Gradually, he calmed himself, meticulously sifting through his memories. Initially, he thought of the Halloween ball and that embrace high above. Yet, that only allowed a thin wisp of silver mist to emerge from his wand's tip. However, he soon recalled more, her unwavering gaze filled with unmistakable affection. The kiss in the Chamber of Secrets, her beautiful smile as she held flowers in the morning light, the joy of handing her the golden snitch for the first time, the fulfillment of finally holding her in his arms, the approving gaze of Svetlana during their hunt in Scotland, the astonishment and envy as she gifted him the Star Trail, the fact that she stood right beside him now. Memory is a warm force, residing in one's mind, bringing forth joy akin to a reunion with a long-lost friend each time it is recalled. This force granted Draco a profound tranquility. Those precious memories spent with Svetka were indeed a treasure he kept nestled within his heart. Draco opened his eyes, gazing into Lana's gentle golden irises, softly murmuring, "Expecto Patronum." This time, the silver light surged forth, no longer dissipating. It erupted from the tip of his wand, ultimately taking the form of an exquisitely graceful swan. The silver patroness flapped its wings, circling around Lana, radiating a powerful aura. Its pristine wings gently enveloped her in a protective embrace. Draco watched his patroness in awe, studying it intently. "Look, doesn't it resemble you? Although it seems to lack something. Perhaps it needs a little crown atop its head." He closed his eyes, fervently envisioning a small crown adorning his patroness, but regrettably, it remained unchanged. Snape observed the love-struck fool attempting to alter the appearance of his patroness. Words of reprimand lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them down, merely closing his eyes in exasperation. "Lucius, you owe me extra." Lana hesitated to attempt immediately, watching the exhilarated Draco, lost in contemplation. What could her happiest memory be? During her initial practice of the patroness charm, she had tried to use her unique magical essence to mimic the charm's magical frequency, but that proved futile. Her magical core, imbued with the judgmental traits of the Romanov lineage, seemed at odds with the warmth and joy required for the patroness charm. During her second attempt, she drew her wand, recalling her 10th birthday's succession ceremony. Was she happy when she accepted power and responsibility from her grandfather? Yes, she was joyful. At that moment, a surge of magic erupted from her wand, the light blindingly brilliant. Yet, it failed to solidify into form. Responsibility is a proud yet burdensome weight. It cannot be the happiest memory. She meticulously reflected on the confidence she felt while negotiating with Dumbledore, the surprise upon meeting Draco, and the joy of dancing with him. She even tried to recall the delight of reclaiming the mirror. The light grew increasingly radiant, yet it still lacked a definitive form. It was not enough. Yet at this moment, inexplicably, a smile graced her face at Draco's joy. In the Chamber of Secrets, he stood protectively before her, though nervous. He did not retreat a single step. During a hunting expedition in Scotland, he clumsily yet earnestly endeavored to load bullets. His excitement upon hitting a deer reminiscent of a young boy's glee. Each evening in the study, after attending to the family accounts, he would immediately seek her presence, his gray-blue eyes reflecting only her image. Upon their reunion, he embraced her tightly, as if to meld her into his very being. These fragments of memory scattered like distant stars, each carrying its own warmth and radiance. They might not embody the most intense euphoria in the conventional sense, yet they flowed like gentle streams, coalescing into a more enduring warmth and contentment. He yearned to protect something and to grow stronger. It was Romanov, and yet, it was also Svetka. She had believed that the restoration of the family's glory would be a solitary and arduous journey. But now she realized that she was not alone on this path. Svetlana no longer forced herself to conceive ideas. Instead, she allowed these fragmented yet genuine joys to flow naturally through her heart. Then, she raised her wand. Patroness. The silver light was soft, as cold and pure as moonlight. Magic cascaded from the tip of her wand, gracefully unfurling in the air before coalescing. Eventually, the light took form. It was a peacock, a magnificent, resplendent, silver peacock. Its fan-like tail, adorned with moonstones, shimmered with starlit brilliance at the tips of each feather. It held its head high, exuding an innate nobility and elegance as it sauntered through the air, akin to a monarch surveying its domain. Draco stared at the peacock guardian, conjured from Lana's magic, which perfectly complemented his own swan, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Professor Snape regarded the proud and beautiful peacock, glancing at the pair of Lana and Draco standing together. His lips pressed into a thinner line. Annoying little couple. He finally managed to utter, in a dry tone, impressive. The two proud guardians intertwined in flight, inseparable, before ultimately returning to silence. The patroness lesson yielded unexpected results, and all three were satisfied. Although Snape's expression remained inscrutable, the oppressive atmosphere around him had noticeably eased. Draco could hardly contain his excitement, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Lana, his eyes sparkling with a sense of pride, as if to say, "Aren't I remarkable?" Lana calmly adjusted her cuffs, a pleasant smile gracing her lips. Just as they prepared to leave, Snape cast a glance at the sky outside. The blue expanse deepened, revealing a hazy silhouette. The moon was full today. Unless absolutely necessary, return to the dormitory immediately. Do not linger in the castle. Lana tilted her head. Full moon night? Professor, why is it inadvisable to wander the grounds on a full moon night? Snape abruptly turned to her, his gaze sharp, as if to peel away all her facades. His voice dripped with unmasked sarcasm. Your Highness, with your intellect and sources of information, You should hardly require me to elucidate such a common-sense matter. Lana met his gaze unwaveringly, merely nodding slightly without further inquiry. Snape remained silent, leading the way out of the classroom, signaling for them to follow. The corridor was eerily quiet, the only sound being the echo of their footsteps against the stone walls. Snape escorted them toward the dungeons, striding with great purpose, forcing Draco and Lana to quicken their pace to keep up with the headmaster. As they traversed the corridor, Lana glanced out the window at the scenery. Outside, the full moon grew ever clearer, casting a cool glow. Suddenly, Snape halted. It seemed he sensed something, abruptly turning his head, his eyes piercingly directed down the corridor behind them. His body tensed, like a poised serpent ready to strike. Return to your dormitory immediately, he commanded Draco and Lana, his tone unusually urgent. Draco, protect the princess. He did not even look back to see if they complied, swiftly pivoting and striding in that direction. His black robe swirled dramatically, imparting an imposing presence. The professor's footsteps swiftly faded into the dimness of the corridor's end. Draco, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, looked questioningly towards the direction Snape had vanished. Did the professor forget something? Why the rush? Lana stood still, gently shaking her head. No, it is not a forgotten item. She paused, her profile illuminated by the moonlight, appearing particularly beautiful. It is 3 lions seeking the truth. Chapter 111, The Mysterious Potion. In the dungeons, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were diligently occupied with a large vat of slimy slugs. Their previous valiant attempt during the full moon had been caught by Professor Snape, resulting in each receiving 50 points deducted and a month of detention. This was their 3rd week of confinement, and exhaustion and resentment were etched across their faces. Harry numbly grasped the disgusting slugs, mechanically dealing with their innards before tossing the wretched creatures into the adjacent bucket. With 4 more buckets to go before their task concluded, they needed to hasten their pace. Damn Snape, Ron vented as he scraped the slug's innards with a silver knife, lowering his voice to complain. His nose is sharper than Filch's dog. We were doing just fine under Professor Lupin. Enough, Ron, Hermione hissed, glancing warily at the closed inner door. What if he hears? Just then, the door opened silently. The trio quickly feigned seriousness, lowering their heads in silence. Snape emerged, his lips pressed tightly, fatigue etched across his features. He carefully cradled a goblet, the potion within swirling a silvery hue and emitting a faint steam. Upon seeing the 3 of them, Snape's expression instantly morphed into one of disdain. The previous weariness was forcibly suppressed, and he reverted to his usual sardonic demeanor. He glared at the slugs, which Harry had mishandled, and fired the first shot. Should I be grateful that you haven't ingested what I taught you in your first year? Merlin above. How much more must you torment that poor slug? Ignoring Hermione's flawless work, he stepped closer to Harry, sneering. It seems our illustrious Mr. Potter cannot conceal his unparalleled arrogance and foolishness even while performing community service. Harry's anger surged to its peak. He gripped the knife tightly, gritting his teeth to refrain from plunging it into Snape. Snape's gaze shifted to Hermione, dripping with deeper mockery. I had thought at least Miss Know-It-All would rein in her companion's reckless and self-destructive impulses. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, her mouth opening but failing to produce sound. Snape's attention then fell upon Ron, making him tense instantly. However, Snape merely scanned him with utter disdain before emitting a derisive snort from deep within his throat. Hey, Ron couldn't help but blurt out, feeling insulted. Why is it that I'm the one? Silence, Weasley. Snape interrupted sharply, his voice low yet filled with menace. Your meager intellect is not worthy of my time. He regarded the 3 reckless lions with palpable impatience. 3 foolish lions. It appears that your admiration for Professor Lupin has rendered you incapable of controlling your actions, to the extent that you would dare to stalk a professor under the cover of night while risking the disgrace of incurring demerits for the academy. He strode forward resolutely, unceremoniously thrusting the shimmering silver vial into Hermione's hands. Given your obsession with Professor Lupin, Snape flashed a disingenuous smile, his dark eyes fixed intently upon them. It is fortuitous. Run an errand for me, deliver this potion to him. Personally, hand it directly to him. Perhaps you might have the opportunity to witness firsthand what your mild-mannered, trustworthy idol truly resembles. Ron was incredulous that this old bat could possess such benevolence. Now, I wouldn't mind having you accompany these blubbering fools every night. No, Professor. Hermione replied immediately, clutching the vial tightly. She hastily signaled to Harry and the others to clean their hands and leave with her. Snape disregarded their furtive movements, turning instead to the desk, where he began to vigorously mark a stack of parchment, as if they were utterly non-existent. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances before stealthily slipping out of the dungeon, inhaling the fresh air outside. Why is he? Harry whispered. Why is he urging us to leave? This is peculiar. Ron frowned. Yes, when has the old bat ever been so kind? Using a potion delivery as a substitute for detention? And he looked as if he had just battled a troll. Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She gazed at the potion, the silvery liquid flowing gently, resembling moonlight in motion. I don't know, but this potion must be of great significance. Do you think Professor Snape might actually be assisting Professor Lupin? The notion plunged the trio into deeper confusion. Snape, aiding Lupin? The well-meaning Professor Snape? This was more improbable than Peeves voluntarily offering to wash their socks. Harry cast a conflicted glance at the potion. Snape wouldn't he be trying to poison Lupin, would he? Ron gasped sharply, quickly articulating his thoughts. Right. Could it be poison? Old Snape wants to kill Lupin. After all, he might. Right? Is he intending to poison Lupin and frame us for it? Hiss. Frankly, this possibility seems more plausible than Snape helping Lupin. But for a student to deliver poison to a professor? That's just wicked. That's worse than Death Eaters. Harry pondered. Perhaps it's not that dire? Didn't he the Great Lady turn him good? Surely not. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't he allow a professor to kill another professor. Let us go, Hermione finally resolved, gingerly cradling the vial. Regardless, we must deliver this to Professor Lupin. Perhaps the answers lie with him. The sounds in the corridor gradually faded, and Snape's marking of parchment faltered slightly. He lifted his gaze towards the door, his dark eyes flickering with an exceedingly complex array of emotions. Professor Lupin cautiously accepted the goblet, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Without a hint of hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the potion in one swift motion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched Lupin intently, their expressions unusually grave, their eyes scanning his face for any sign of change. Lupin set down the goblet, an indescribable expression surfacing on his features, a slight shiver coursing through him. As always, it's quite unpalatable. I actually suggested to Severus whether he might add a touch of sugar, but he insisted that sugar would compromise the potion's efficacy. He chuckled helplessly, as if discussing a temperamental old friend. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found it impossible to smile. Sugar in a potion? They recalled Snape's weary demeanor after brewing the potion, and then heard Lupin fretting over its flavor. Ron, uncharacteristically fair for once, couldn't he help but mutter, Professor, the man nearly exhausted himself brewing that potion. And you're placing an order? Lupin found their stares somewhat perplexing. He set down the goblet and gently inquired, What's wrong? You all seem quite anxious. Were you penalized with detention for your nocturnal escapades in the castle? He endeavored to lighten the mood, wearing a sympathetic smile. Severus can indeed be rather stern and rigid, but there's no need to be overly afraid. Speaking of which, nighttime wanderings are one of the unique pleasures of being a Hogwarts student, aren't they? Harry had never heard any professor speak of rule-breaking with such an almost encouraging tone. This only deepened his suspicions. He suppressed the urge to directly confront him, instead following Lupin's lead, attempting to sound as calm as possible. If you say so, Professor, you must have often ventured out at night during your school days, right? Lupin's smile faltered for a brief moment before transforming into a soft sigh laden with complex emotions, his gaze seemingly drifting to a distant past. Ah, yes, back then. With a few very good friends. Very good friends. Those three words pierced through Harry's fragile composure. His face paled dramatically, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his green eyes swirling with anguish and rage. He was almost certain that among those very good friends was his father, and undoubtedly that traitor, Sirius Black. Hermione suddenly grasped Harry's arm, forcefully pulling him toward the door, while apologetically addressing Lupin. Thank you, Professor Lupin. We've delivered the potion, now we can rest easy. It's getting late, so we won't disturb your rest any longer. Good night, Professor. Ron quickly caught on, hastily assisting Hermione in nearly dragging the stiff Harry out of Lupin's office. They lingered not a moment longer, swiftly returning to the Gryffindor common room. Harry concealed himself in the far corner of an armchair, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. He took a deep breath. Did you hear that? Very good friends. Harry's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. He admitted it. He was friends with Black and my father. Hermione whispered urgently, Calm down, Harry. But Professor Lupin didn't he imply anything? Snape, he might actually be helping Lupin. Ron chimed in sarcastically. Oh really? Good enough to add sugar to a potion? If Neville said that to the old bat, Snape would undoubtedly brew him into a potion and make him drink it himself. He would rather poison Professor Lupin. If Snape didn't he kill him with that potion, then surely Lupin must have saved Snape's life. No, think about it. Hermione's mind raced, recalling Snape's exhausted demeanor while brewing that potion, and how he was eager for us to deliver it. That potion must be for Professor Lupin and is undoubtedly crucial. If Snape truly wished to harm him, he wouldn't need to go through such lengths. He has 1,000 ways to do it more discreetly. Then, what if Snape knows that Lupin might be a werewolf? Ron cautiously ventured this thought, hastily obscuring the last word. If he knows, would Dumbledore know? What if? I mean, what if Dumbledore is fully aware of Lupin's identity, yet still chooses to employ him? Regardless, Harry's gaze turned frigid, even if he were a werewolf. It wouldn't change the fact that he and Black were the best of friends. He must know why Black betrayed them. He might even know where Black is now. The crackling fire in the public lounge cast flickering shadows upon three solemn faces. Fragments of truth were gradually assembling, yet the emerging pattern only deepened the enigma. Chapter 112. A Salutation to the Moon Face. Wednesday, Potions Class. As the lesson drew to a close, Professor Snape was arranging the assignments at the front of the classroom. While students furtively glanced at him and engaged in hushed conversations, the atmosphere relaxing slightly. Harry was frantically rummaging through his bag for his essay on the swelling solution. Parchment and books scattered chaotically. Hermione, exasperated, assisted him, remarking, "This is your history of magic paper, Harry." She picked up another crumpled piece of parchment, unfolding it to reveal. "This is from divination. Merlin, you wrote about 18 different ways you could die? You're merely indulging that professor's nonsense." Harry's face flushed crimson as he muttered, "She enjoys this. Perhaps she'll grant me a high mark." Neville, seated in front, turned around, trembling, urging them to lower their voices as the professor was approaching. Hermione quickly silenced herself and resumed searching through the chaotic contents of Harry's bag, seeking that elusive potions essay. In a moment of desperation, Harry emptied the entire contents of his bag onto the floor, items strewn haphazardly. An old piece of parchment, somewhat worn, silently slipped out, drifting beneath a chair. Unnoticed by either of them, Ron, oblivious to their plight, was busy complaining to Seamus, "I don't know where Scabbers has scurried off to. I was intending to give him to the lady, but now, I can't even find him." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced back. In the rear of the classroom, Svetlana and Draco sat side by side, diligently working on the additional assignments assigned by the professor. Their open potions textbooks appeared significantly thicker than those of ordinary students, indicating a level far beyond third-year difficulty. Lana, with her head slightly bowed, her light golden hair brushing against her cheek, was utterly focused. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the inconspicuous old parchment beneath Harry's chair. Her eyes lingered on it with curiosity. Suddenly, she turned to Draco, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Draco, when is the next full moon?" Draco, engrossed in calculating the precise potion measurements, paused momentarily. "It should be tomorrow, the 24th. Why?" Lana turned her face towards Draco, a smile gracing her lips. "Then, we can finally cast our net." Draco's spirits lifted, immediately associating her words with a direct objective, lowering his voice further. "Are we going to catch Black? Are we going to kill him?" Lana gently shook her head. "No, I no longer desire his life. If my suspicions are correct, he serves another purpose." Her gaze fixed on Harry's back, her eyes deep with certainty. "I can now affirm that Headmaster Dumbledore's assurances were indeed valid. Sirius Black's target has never been you, Draco." She paused, her fingertips lightly tapping on the parchment. "I only need to verify a few final details. Tomorrow's full moon is crucial." Draco felt a twinge of frustration. Well, what's so special about that wretched creature? Why do one or two of them wish to draw near him? The bell signifying the end of class rang, and Harry finally located his essay, hurriedly presenting it to Snape, entirely unaware of what he had lost. Ron continued to grumble about his rat, but no one paid him heed. Lana, unhurried, gathered her belongings and gracefully rose to her feet. As she passed by Harry's seat, she picked up the piece of parchment. "Professor." Snape furrowed his brow and halted. "Your Highness?" Lana extended her hand. "This is something Mr. Potter has misplaced. I believe it should be returned to you." Snape scrutinized the parchment, noting that it appeared far from ordinary, enveloped in intricate magical vibrations. He cast a sidelong glance at the princess, contemplating her intentions. Finally, Snape spoke slowly then. "I thank your Highness for your assistance. Slytherin shall receive 5 points for this." He took the parchment, casting a significant look at Lana before turning and departing the classroom. Draco, carrying Lana's bag, followed her out of the chilly underground classroom. The weather was pleasant, and the rare winter sun made him squint. The next lesson was defense against the dark arts, and the thought of facing that werewolf made Draco uneasy. He immediately feigned weakness, grasping Lana's hand and steering her in the opposite direction from the classroom. "I have a headache. It must be from those potion fumes. Let us skip class, after all. You won't be attending either." Lana saw through his ruse, but chose not to expose him. The sunlight was indeed delightful today, a rarity. "Where shall we go?" "How about by the Black Lake? I'll have Nini prepare some snacks. Consider it an early celebration of your successful netting." Lana smiled slightly, acquiescing to his plan. The two walked side by side towards the Black Lake, the sunlight reflecting dazzlingly off the icy surface. The air already infused with a hint of spring's freshness despite the chill. Draco carefully selected a sheltered spot with a splendid view of the lake, where the scenery was beautiful and the sun warm enough. Spending an afternoon here would be utterly delightful. Draco clapped his hands in satisfaction. Nini. With a pop, the house elf Nini appeared. Draco stared in astonishment. This is a house elf? Normally, Nini delivered their meals directly to the Great Hall using magic, never showing herself. His impression of her was rooted in her early days at Hogwarts. Compared to then, Nini had transformed dramatically. She was no longer clad in a shabby pillowcase like other Hogwarts house elves. Instead, she wore a neat, tailored dark green maid-esque dress, perfectly fitting her frame, exuding an air of formality, even with a touch of solemnity. The dress bore distinct Russian influences, with white lace adorning the collar and sleeves, and a pristine apron cinched at her waist. What left him utterly dumbfounded was the pair of delicate pearl earrings adorning her large, pointed ears. Nini deftly laid out a picnic blanket, arranging a plethora of exquisite snacks and hot beverages. Not only had she brought lavish food, but she also conjured several fluffy feather cushions and a thick, soft cashmere blanket embroidered with the Romanov double-headed eagle emblem. Your Highness, the esteemed Lord Honest has instructed that if you wish to dine outdoors, Nini must ensure your utmost comfort and protect you from the slightest chill. As she spoke, she expertly positioned the cushions at the most comfortable angles. This utterly shattered Draco's preconceived notions about house elves. The house elf at Malfoy Manor was respectable, but Nini had ascended to the level of a noble maid. Lana gracefully settled onto the prepared blanket, leaning against the soft cushion, nodding in approval. Well done, Nini. You may inform Lord Honest that I requested you to receive a reward. Nini's voice trembled with excitement, yet she maintained her composure, deeply bowing until her pointed nose nearly touched her knees. Serving the esteemed Romanov princess is Nini's utmost honor. As the words faded, accompanied by a faint crackle, she vanished. Draco remained in a state of shock. Merlin's beard. How on earth did Honest train her? I have never witnessed such a house elf. Lana gracefully accepted a scone handed to her by Draco, reclining comfortably on the cushion, squinting in the sunlight, lazily reminiscent of a cat. Nothing particularly extraordinary. Just an adaptation to meet the standards of the Romanovs. It was that simple. Draco settled down with a sense of ease, thoroughly enjoying the experience. He watched Lana elegantly pouring red tea, unable to suppress his admiration. Svetka, you seem to be orchestrating an elaborate game of chess. From Umbridge to that rat. And now Lupin, you appear to know everything, to have foreseen every move. Lana handed him the teacup, affirming, indeed, a game of chess. Each person a piece. Some must charge into battle for me, while others pave the way with their lives. Her fingertips lightly brushed Draco's cheek, her gaze filled with affection. But regardless, Draco, you stand by my side as the queen. Draco was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with pride and love as he replied. Then you are my king, my queen. Sunlight enveloped them, and the intimacy and understanding between the two seemed to create an invisible barrier, shielding them from the turmoil and dangers of the outside world, radiating warmth that was almost enviable. Severus Snape, enveloped in a heavy aura, strode purposefully towards Lupin's office. He did not bother to knock, instead pushing the door open and violently throwing a crumpled piece of old parchment onto Lupin's desk. The parchment bore additional lines of small text, with several insulting terms appearing and disappearing, clearly indicating that he had encountered the creator's warm greetings while attempting to unravel the map's magic. Lupin, preparing for his second-year defense against the dark arts class, was momentarily taken aback by the item thrust before him. Severus, what is this? Snape's facial muscles twitched, his black eyes burning with intense disdain. He leaned forward, enunciating every word deliberately. You would do well to refer to me as Professor Snape or Sir. Our relationship is far from familiar enough to address me by my first name, Lupin. He glared at Lupin's pale face, denying him any opportunity for explanation or inquiry before abruptly turning on his heel and storming out of the office like a dark whirlwind, slamming the door behind him. Lupin stood alone, slowly extending his hand to pick up the map that held so many youthful memories and secrets. His fingertips trembled slightly. The map gradually revealed the inscription, pointed forks, large feet, and worm tails salute the moon's face. Wishing you a splendid day. A single tear fell onto the parchment, blurring it with traces of sorrow. Chapter 113, The Unsettled Moonlight. The full moon on Thursday arrived as anticipated, its silver disk partially veiled by thin clouds, casting a hazy glow. Harry, Ron, and Hermione donned the invisibility cloak once more, lurking in the shadows of the corridor. Their patience was soon rewarded. Professor Lupin hurriedly exited his office, tightly clutching an aged piece of parchment, his expression dark as he swiftly made his way toward the castle's exit. That's my Marauder's map. Harry's heart sank. He had searched for it before leaving home, but found nothing. But how did the map come into Lupin's possession? Where is he headed? Ron murmured, bewildered. What's outside? It's a full moon tonight. The three exchanged glances, cautiously following him. Something was amiss with Lupin. Meanwhile, in an empty classroom on the ground floor, today's practice had concluded. Lana and Draco had fully mastered the patroness charm, their peacock and swan forms appearing far more solid than before. Snape, rarely satisfied, nodded in approval, gesturing for Lana and Draco to accompany him back to the dungeons. They exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Lana stepped forward, retrieving a scroll of parchment from her bag. "Professor, we have a few questions regarding the catalyst properties of the potion." Snape furrowed his brow but accepted it for a closer examination. As Draco stood beside her, he occasionally chimed in with his own inquiries. They performed seamlessly, as if genuinely troubled by the complexities of the academic question. Snape patiently explained for a few moments. However, he felt increasingly uneasy, a foreboding sensation gnawing at him. He occasionally glanced out the window at the moon, ensnared by clouds, a shadowy frown settling upon his brow. Finally, he concluded his explanation, abruptly urging, "If there are no further questions, please return to the common room promptly. Tonight is not suitable for lingering outside." He paused, adding ominously, "The moonlight is not always so benevolent." Just as Lana and Draco nodded, preparing to turn away, a chilling wolf howl echoed from outside the castle, followed by human screams. Snape's complexion changed drastically. He turned to Lana and Draco, almost commanding, "Return to your dormitory. Now." Immediately, Draco, startled by the howl and Snape's reaction, paled, instinctively looking at Lana. Svetlana's golden eyes sparkled in the dim light. "We will return at once, Professor," she said, pulling Draco away from the classroom swiftly. Once out of Snape's line of sight, Lana immediately halted. "Draco, do you remember our safety protocols?" Draco nodded without hesitation. "Our safety comes first." Lana stood on her tiptoes, rewarding him with a light kiss. "Do not fear, Draco. I am fully prepared. I swear by the Romanovs, it is absolutely safe. Remember to wear the necklace. Tonight's performance is crucial, and we must be present." Svetlana raised her wand, lightly touching it to herself. Her form instantly warped and faded, blending seamlessly into the surrounding shadows. Draco followed without hesitation, sensing Lana's grip tighten around his hand, and he quickly reciprocated. "Svetka, stay close to me, remain silent, hold onto my sleeve, and do not let go." They cautiously crept towards the direction of the wolf howl and the ensuing commotion outside the castle. Lupin strode towards the Whomping Willow. Everything today was beyond his comprehension. In the evening, he sat alone in his office, staring blankly at the empty parchment. He drew his wand, intricate ink lines swiftly spreading, outlining the contours of Hogwarts. His gaze habitually swept over the corridors and secret passages until it froze. Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew. Hadn't he been blown to pieces in front of everyone? Lupin abruptly rose from his chair, all caution and hesitation cast aside. He had to find Sirius and clarify everything. Lupin sprinted across the open grounds, the cold night wind sweeping across his cheeks, yet failing to cool his boiling blood. He remained utterly oblivious to the three anxious little wizards trailing behind him, struggling to keep pace, nearly breathless with fear. Just then, a gust of night wind swept away the last remnants of cloud cover from the sky. The resplendent light of the full moon cascaded down unreservedly, enveloping Remus Lupin entirely in its glow. "No." Lupin abruptly halted, the color draining from his face. Instinctively, he glanced up at the frigid orb of the moon, a tortured groan escaping his throat. Oh no, today is the full moon. He had forgotten to take his potion. Lupin could not resist his primal instincts. His body convulsed violently, twisting and contorting, bones cracking audibly. His visage contorted in agony as his hair erupted in a wild frenzy. The gentle Remus Lupin was vanishing, replaced by a feral werewolf, cursed by the moonlight, devoid of reason. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were paralyzed with terror, scarcely able to breathe. "Brothers, it can't be real. Is he truly becoming one?" Ron felt his legs weaken, trembling uncontrollably. Merlin, a werewolf, transforming right before their eyes. The werewolf Lupin threw back his head and let out a howl that echoed through the night, his eyes glinting with an unearthly yellow light under the moon. The invisibility cloak could conceal their forms, but it could not deceive the werewolf's extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Harry let out a panicked scream. "Run." The three could no longer huddle together. They flung off the invisibility cloak and sprinted desperately towards the castle. By Merlin, they had no intention of taking such risks. They had only planned to follow him from a distance, intending to return to the castle with proof that Lupin was a werewolf. They had truly made progress. They had even thought to inform a professor. Yet the werewolf's strength far exceeded their expectations. The impact of reality overshadowed all their learned knowledge. He was on all fours, a gray flash closing in on them with astonishing speed. Harry felt his legs go numb, unsure how he was still running, the werewolf's heavy breathing echoing ominously. They were fleeing purely on instinct. In the chaos, Ron stumbled over a protruding stone, crashing heavily to the ground. He clutched his calf, wailing. Convinced he had broken his leg, in sheer terror, he turned back, only to see the drooling maw of the wolf lunging toward his neck. No. Hermione's face went pale. She swiftly drew her wand, remembering a spell she had learned in the Slavic literature section. She strained to mimic its unique cadence and shouted, "Barrier expansion." The ground shook violently as sturdy stone walls erupted from the earth like mushrooms after rain, forming layers of barricades between the wolf and Ron, obstructing its lethal leap. The werewolf let out an enraged roar, claws slashing, debris flying. Hermione's heart raced, cold sweat soaking her back. She dared not pause, instinctively shouting out another, more aggressive spell, bludgeon. A faint red light shot from the tip of her wand, striking the werewolf's thick fur. However, her nerves, combined with her inexperience with the unfamiliar Slavic spell system, diminished its potency significantly. Seeing this, Harry quickly drew his own wand, adding another incantation, Reductor Curse. A more solid beam of magical energy shot forth, striking Lupin directly. Harry had worked diligently in Charms class this semester, showing some improvement. But it was far from sufficient to contend with a werewolf. The spell caused Lupin to stagger back several steps, enraged. The werewolf howled again, lunging once more at the incapacitated Ron. Hermione, witnessing the scene unfold, screamed, "No!" If Ron were bitten by the werewolf, he would also transform. Boom. A concentrated scarlet beam struck the werewolf squarely in the chest from the side. The creature's massive form was hurled backward by the force, wailing as it crashed through several stone walls, ultimately becoming buried beneath a mound of rubble, falling momentarily silent. Snape's face turned ashen, his chest heaving, the veins in the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his wand. "Everyone," his voice brimmed with absolute fury, 100 points. Gryffindor loses 300 points. And you three, detention until the end of the term. The trio, still shaken, stared at Snape, with Harry hastily helping Ron to his feet. They had not anticipated that Snape would be the one to save them, leaving them somewhat astonished. Harry glanced at the brooding professor, stammering his gratitude. "Professor Snape, thank you." Truly, not far away, Lana and Draco, perfectly concealed by the disillusionment charm, observed everything unfold. Snape's attention was entirely captivated by the troublesome Gryffindors, oblivious to their presence. "Did you see that? Granger is learning quickly. Among the three, her potential is undoubtedly the greatest. 2 Slavic spells, pronounced quite accurately, especially the first." Lana assessed the trio's worth. She would be the first student to learn that Lupin was a werewolf, a muggle surpassing most purebloods and half-bloods in the school. Quite intriguing. Draco frowned. A filthy muggle. He was reluctant to continue discussing Granger with Swiatka, turning instead to Potter. He seems to have made some progress since last term. That spell finally looked somewhat competent. However, still not as good as him. "Swiatka, this is where we part. Shall we return now?" Lana's golden eyes glimmered as she surveyed the ruins, anticipation evident. "Draco, do not rush. The hunt requires patience. The best part is just beginning." No sooner had she spoken than the ruins stirred under the terrified gazes of all present. Chapter 114, The Moment the Gun Fires. Just as everyone thought they could catch their breath, the pile of stones exploded. The werewolf Lupin leaped from the rubble, emitting a piercing howl. Ron, in sheer terror, pointed a trembling finger at Lupin. He is alive. Under the moonlight, Lupin's gray fur was smeared with dirt and blood, his chest scorched black. The mark of Snape's spell. He rubbed his chest, and the pain ignited his ferocity. Lupin was now devoid of reason, his dripping fangs bared. His yellow eyes filled only with a frenzied desire for destruction. "This is dire." Snape's heart sank. He knew countless vicious dark spells could instantly end this beast. But he could not do that to Lupin, at least not in front of the students. This damned mindless creature. Snape thought maliciously. Perhaps killing him would be a mercy. Nevertheless, he had to protect these 3 troublesome students. He needed to escort them safely back to the castle, as their presence hindered his ability to cast spells to their full effect. Ordinary stunning spells would have little effect on a raging werewolf. He had to find a way to summon reinforcements. Snape waved his wand, silver light shimmering, just as he prepared to call for aid with the patroness charm. Roar! A gaunt, shadowy figure lunged from the nearby thicket, crashing into the werewolf's side with astonishing speed and force, knocking it to the ground. It was an exceptionally large black dog, its matted fur revealing its prominent ribs, exuding an aura of ferocity and strength that instilled fear. It barked and lunged at the werewolf, fiercely biting and entangling its body around the creature, effectively separating it from Harry and his companions, assuming the role of a guardian. "Merlin!" Draco gasped in astonishment while cloaked in invisibility. He had never encountered such a colossal canine. Was it protecting Potter? Svetlana felt her heart racing as she gently clapped her hands, gazing at the black dog with satisfaction. Indeed, Draco was utterly perplexed. Svetka? Draco. All my conjectures have proven correct. By the heavens, nothing could surpass this spectacle. The young master surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Those 3 foolish lions were shrieking like the cursed mandrakes. The professor was struggling valiantly, while the great black dog and the werewolf clashed violently. Is it not splendid? Harry watched in terror as the massive black dog's heart raced nearly out of his throat. It was he, the ominous creature that had appeared in the Quidditch stands. But why was its behavior now evidently protective of him? What are you waiting for? Snape barked sharply. Granger, take them both back to the castle immediately. Quickly. For reasons unknown, he felt an innate aversion to the black dog, yet at this moment, it was their sole ally. Without hesitation, Snape flicked his wand, casting binding spells and barriers with precision towards the werewolf, attempting to restrict its movements and create an opportunity for the black dog. However, the werewolf's innate resistance to magic significantly diminished the efficacy of his attacks, plunging the battle into a stalemate. Though valiant, the black dog soon found itself at a disadvantage against the fully enraged werewolf. Despite the pain coursing through its body, the dog endeavored to drive the werewolf towards the forbidden forest, yet the werewolf's gaze was fixated on the 3 students. Its hunger for fresh flesh and the agony it felt fueling its ferocity, each attack more vicious than the last. Lana and Draco maintained a safe distance, calmly observing the melee. Svetlana was in high spirits, watching the chaotic scene unfold before her, even beginning to softly explain to Draco, "Look closely. Professor Snape is attempting to target the joints, a common technique for dealing with large magical creatures, to limit their movement rather than seeking a fatal blow. The werewolf's weaknesses lie in silver and specific herbs, but its recovery is enhanced under moonlight." Draco attentively observed the professor's combat experience, occasionally exchanging thoughts with Lana. He had learned much during his mentor Alexi's grueling training over the holiday. He keenly noticed that the black dog seemed to be quite familiar with Lupin's attack patterns, dodging with remarkable agility and even anticipating the werewolf's movements. Hesitating, he spoke. "Svetka, why do I feel as though that dog knows Lupin?" Lana chuckled softly, genuinely pleased with Draco's capacity for learning. "My dear, if it weren't for our invisibility, I would truly reward you." She smiled, gesturing with her fingers, feeling her hand being grasped by Draco and drawn to his lips for a gentle kiss. "The black dog is black." "What?" Draco gasped, quickly realizing they were still cloaked in invisibility, and hurriedly stifled his voice. Thankfully, no one had noticed them. "The black dog is black," he whispered in disbelief. "He's an animagus?" Suddenly, Draco recalled Kaya's odd behavior and the mouse that Svetka had taken particular interest in. No way. Draco felt nauseated, repulsed by his own thoughts. No, it can't be. If that mouse is also an animagus. Lana instantly understood his implication, knowing they would have to wait until everything concluded to ascertain what that mouse truly resembled. She shrugged, though in their hidden state, no one could see it. But that Weasley must be sleeping with a wizard every night. Draco let out a small shriek, falling silent. Meanwhile, Harry supported a sweating Ron, following Hermione as they sprinted towards the castle. However, burdened with an injured companion, their pace was hindered. Everything that day had exceeded their threshold. Their legs were weak, and they could only stagger forward. Behind them, the howls and Snape's incantations reverberated, unable to resist. Harry glanced back just in time to see the werewolf deliver a vicious swipe, striking the black dog's abdomen with tremendous force. The black dog emitted a pained whine, curling up and nearly collapsing, but still struggling to position itself in front once more. In that moment, Harry was overcome with an intense sense of compassion and impulse. He could not fathom why this creature, long regarded as an omen of misfortune and death, was desperately protecting him. But he could not bear to watch it be torn apart by the werewolf. No. Harry abruptly wrenched his hand free from Hermione's grasp, turning to raise his wand. "Harry, come back." Hermione and Ron cried out in terror. Snape noticed Harry's movement, roaring, "Potter, you foolish." But Harry could not heed such warnings. Just as he lifted his wand to utter a spell, a sudden change occurred. All at once, every creature, every being fell silent and collapsed to the ground, as if their souls had been simultaneously extracted. Harry Potter's expression remained resolute, yet his body slumped weakly to the earth. Behind him, Hermione and Ron, still gripped by terror, similarly crumpled to the ground. Professor Snape's eyes burned with fury, yet in an instant, he lost focus and silently crumpled onto the cold earth. The injured black dog let out a reluctant whine, lying on the ground, unconscious. The ferocious, magically resistant werewolf Lupin, poised mid-pounce, suddenly fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was as though the entire world had been muted. The moonlight remained cold, yet only silence lingered at the edge of the forbidden forest. Where just moments ago a fierce battle had raged, now lay a multitude of unconscious beings and creatures in disarray. Merlin above. Draco trembled uncontrollably. What has happened to them? Svetka, was this your doing? Svetlana dispelled the invisibility charm, her figure becoming distinctly visible in the moonlight. In the night, her light golden hair and golden eyes seemed to radiate. She stepped forward, making her way into the heart of the battlefield strewn with bodies. Svetka, Draco, having also dispelled his invisibility charm, was paralyzed with fear, gripping her arm tightly. His voice trembling, "Do not go there. It's dangerous." Lana paused, gently patting Draco's hand that clutched her arm. "I told you, Draco, everything is prepared." She continued walking forward, her pace unhurried, as if strolling through the night. Draco, filled with trepidation, followed closely behind her. As they passed by the fallen Snape, he could not help but bend down to check for the professor's breath. He was still alive, merely unconscious. Lana did not linger, heading straight to the center of the battlefield. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious black dog, then slowly swept over Harry, Hermione, Ron, and finally rested on the werewolf form of Lupin and the distant Snape. "Draco, do you remember what I said when we were hunting in Scotland?" Lana's voice, inherently frigid, resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the surroundings. Draco found himself momentarily bewildered. How had the conversation shifted to hunting so abruptly? His mind was a blank slate, as though he were still trapped in a dream from which he had yet to awaken. Without waiting for his response, Lana continued, "We have no need for the stunning spell. What we relish is the entire process of tracking, lurking, waiting, and ultimately, the sense of accomplishment that comes with the final strike." She stood at the center, akin to a queen who had descended upon the battlefield. Draco's heart raced. Before him, Lana was utterly enchanting, evoking a desire to kneel and pledge his loyalty. Lana tilted her head slightly, casting a glance at Draco, her eyes shimmering with a hunter's glint. "Now, the gun is in our hands." She approached the unconscious figure of Sirius Black, once deemed a ruthless fugitive. "Draco, look." Svetlana raised her hand, her slender index finger and thumb forming the shape of a pistol, aiming it at the large black dog on the ground. Her crimson lips parted as she mimicked the sound of a bullet being discharged. Bang. With her simulated gunfire, a flurry of shadows materialized around the battlefield without warning. 12 figures protecting both her and Draco. Clad in uniform dark robes adorned with subtle silver patterns, these individuals bore the hallmark of Northern style. Each wore a hood, their faces obscured by ancient metallic masks etched with varying runes, concealing their identities. The 12 formidable wizards stood silent and still, like cold statues, emanating powerful waves of magic that ensnared every unconscious soul present. Remus Lupin was bound by 6 beams of multicolored magical energy, ensuring that even if he were to awaken suddenly, escape would be utterly impossible. Svetlana surveyed her loyal hounds, finally allowing her gaze to rest upon Draco's astonished countenance. Suddenly, the air trembled as someone dispelled the disillusionment charm. It was Honest. Draco keenly observed her grasping something within a handkerchief. Her demeanor grave, she hurried to Lana's side, kneeling on one knee to report, "Your Highness, your foresight was entirely correct. This animagus lay in wait beneath the roots at the edge of the battlefield, attempting to spy on the situation. The capture has been completed, and we await your orders." In the moonlight, Draco discerned the object Honest held in her hands, a nearly lifeless speckled mouse. As Honest knelt in reverence, the 12 statuesque wizards of the Romanov family mirrored her action in perfect unison, all kneeling before Lana. A pledge of loyalty to the Grand Duchess and the Romanov family. This oath seemed imbued with an arcane energy, intensifying the atmosphere of impending violence. Standing behind Lana, Draco beheld the stunning tableau before him. Sirius Black lay there, unconscious, while the others remained ensnared by the powerful magic. Honest respectfully presented the repugnant mouse, or perhaps an ambiguous wizard, as the 12 enigmatic wizards sworn their allegiance to Lana like the most devoted knights. Draco felt as though he had been transported to an imperial court rather than the edge of the forbidden forest at Hogwarts. The pure-blood glory and familial power he had known paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of the Romanov lineage. Lana cast a brief glance at the hideous mouse in Honest's grasp, then gently raised her hand. Understanding her cue, Honest stood, securing the mouse for safekeeping. Svetlana turned back to Draco, whose expression revealed genuine shock. He appeared profoundly rattled. "The moonlight tonight is exquisite, yet these bothersome interlopers have disrupted my beauty sleep." Lana feigned a sigh of distress. "Perhaps I have the honor of inviting the young master of the Malfoy family to share a cup of hot cocoa with me?" Draco smiled. After all, this was his Svetka, was it not? He approached, kneeling before her, lightly kissing the back of her hand, then rising to embrace her. "It is my honor, Your Highness." Chapter 115, The Beginning of the Game. Everything proceeded smoothly thereafter. Professor Snape, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were silently escorted to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Their memories had been altered, leaving them with only the fear of battling a werewolf, believing they had collapsed from exhaustion during the fight. Honest personally oversaw the detention of the still unconscious Lupin, the large black dog, and the critically important mouse, Peter, securing them in absolute safety. The Grand Duchess had instructed them to await the dawn, to deliver a sufficiently shocking morning surprise to the ever-strategic headmaster. Lana and Draco returned to their dormitory, the warmth of the fire dispelling the chill of the night. The awakened Kaya approached, affectionately nuzzling their legs with its furry head, emitting a contented purr. After freshening up, they emerged enveloped in the refreshing moisture of water and a faint scent of soap. Draco naturally made his way to Lana's luxurious bed. The house elf Nini had thoughtfully prepared 2 steaming cups of cocoa, topped with whipped cream. They settled comfortably among the soft cushions, draped in a warm cashmere blanket, savoring the tranquility and pleasure of the moment. Lana sighed contentedly, the ceramic cup radiating warmth in her hands. She spoke softly, her golden eyes fixed upon the dancing flames. The inception of it all was, in fact, that photograph sent by Uncle Lucius. Draco took a sip of hot cocoa, reflecting on the image. That photograph? I examined it numerous times. Aside from confirming the identities of Black and Lupin, I found no particular anomalies. Lana turned to him. My only thought at the time was, why would they become friends with Peter Pettigrew? James Potter, brash and talented. Sirius Black, strikingly handsome and of noble birth. Remus Lupin, gentle and reserved, yet exceptionally knowledgeable. And then there was Peter Pettigrew. She paused, recalling the information provided by Uncle Lucius. He is mediocre, timid, and possesses an almost fervent admiration for Potter and Black. Such a combination seems entirely contrived. Draco furrowed his brow. He did not comprehend the alliance, but considering it from a Slytherin perspective, social circles were often determined by power, bloodline, and mutual interests. Both Black and Potter were pure-blood wizards. Even if Black had betrayed his family, he would still be influenced by the mindset of pure-blood families. Someone like Pettigrew could never genuinely integrate into the inner circle of Potter and Black. Lana continued, her fingertips gently tapping the rim of her cup. I wondered then, could there be a shared secret among them? One that transcended their differences in character and status, binding them together tightly. Only through a shared secret. One that could not be revealed to the world, could such an improbable friendship possibly exist. And this secret likely pertains to their undisclosed nocturnal escapades during their student days. Remember how Uncle Lucius mentioned that the house elf Kriaker implied they seemed to have a secret regarding nighttime activities? She gently cradled her chin, the flickering flames casting a soft shadow upon her flawless profile. Thus, Lupin is a werewolf. And only the deranged would choose to dance with a werewolf in the dead of night. Therefore, I surmise they must have employed some means to safeguard that furry little secret. What could bind 4 individuals together more effectively than an illegal animagus? Draco's realization dawned. So you suspected that rat from the very beginning? No, Draco, I did not merely see the rat at that moment. Kaya's agitated demeanor indicated that something was undoubtedly amiss. Hence, I proposed to examine the rat. When Weasley lifted it up, I discovered. Lana deliberately paused, and Draco hastily kissed her to encourage her to continue. The rat was missing a toe. Recalling that scene, a smile graced Lana's lips. I initially thought Kaya had bitten off its finger. I was utterly at a loss for words. My mind was screaming, oh my. My Kaya actually eats rats. Draco laughed uncontrollably, daring not to reveal to Svetlana that he had indeed written home, requesting his father to send Kaya a dozen clean, quarantined rats, only to be met with a scolding in return. Later, as I reflected, a thought suddenly struck me. Weasley mentioned that Rat had been with him for many years. Given their family's circumstances, where even textbooks and robes had to be purchased secondhand, Mr. Weasley would hardly have splurged on an ancient rat. Thus, perhaps this rat was also secondhand. Lana sat up, fixing her gaze intently on Draco. Draco, I understand that the existence of such creatures is foreign to your world, but I must ask you, how long do you think a rat can live? Draco pondered. 2 years, 3 years? Surely, it cannot exceed 5 years. Let me enlighten you. That rat has lived for 12 years in the Weasley household. Draco's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, and seeing his astonished expression, Lana burst into laughter. It is credible, the twins informed me. I am curious why the Weasley family, being pure-blood wizards, considers a rat living for 12 years to be normal. 12 years, a rat missing a toe, what a coincidence. Draco quickly followed Lana's line of reasoning. 12 years ago, Peter Pettigrew. He was left with but one finger. Lana nodded. Therefore, if Peter is still alive, all my previous conjectures must be overturned. Why is he still alive? There must be more to Black's betrayal than meets the eye. True friends do not betray one another on a whim. If betrayal occurred, I am more inclined to believe it was from the outside, from Peter Pettigrew. The fat lady informed me that she overheard the twins and Potter engaging in some noble gesture, honoring the moon face, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and the pitchfork. Another coincidence. For individuals holding the secrets of the castle, perhaps I am overly sensitive to the term moon. At that moment, I began to ponder, what if moon face refers to Lupin? Lana counted on her fingers, meticulously analyzing her thoughts with Draco. Wormtail sounds reminiscent of a rat-ass tail. But what about Bigfoot and the pitchfork? Draco furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The pitchfork might have sharp points. Do you recall the ominous black dog you and Potter encountered? At that time, we all believed Black was after you and Potter. Thus, both of you received warnings regarding the black dog. Trelawney is a fraud. She thinks it symbolizes death. But it does not. I too saw a fearsome dog, yet it appeared devoid of malevolence. Draco felt his head spinning. Yet he struggled to keep pace with Svetlana's reasoning. So, if they are all illegal animagi, Black is a massive black dog. His claws can certainly be considered Bigfoot. Potter must be that creature with horns. They need to control a werewolf, and it cannot be a small creature, perhaps a stag, just like Black in stature. Lupin is the werewolf, and Pettigrew is a rat. Lana rewarded him with a congratulatory kiss. Thus, the reasoning is a chain of interconnections. You can discern who the outsider is based on their sizes. Moreover, the form of an animagus correlates with their personality. What sort of personality could a rat possess? The existence of the Marauders map further attests to their knowledge of secrets far surpassing those of ordinary students regarding the castle. It is precisely because they are illegal animagi that they do not trigger my defensive enchantments, allowing them to infiltrate the school. Draco, do not attempt to escape your fate. That is what Black wrote to the supposedly deceased Pettigrew. But why did he suddenly discover that Pettigrew was not dead? Lana shrugged. This is the one thing I cannot comprehend. Perhaps someone informed Black that Pettigrew was alive, right in Gryffindor Tower, beside Harry Potter. Now everything is interconnected. Draco clapped his hands suddenly, as if all his joints had aligned. The Marauders are illegal animagi and a werewolf. Everyone believes the traitor is Black. That Peter heroically sacrificed himself. But the true traitor is someone else, most likely that rat. Black, believing he had killed Peter and avenged the Potters, willingly went to Azkaban. Yet Peter did not die. He transformed into a rat, hiding in the Weasley household. And all of this allowed Black in prison to realize. Hence, he escaped, coming to the school, and he was after Pettigrew. Svetlana, you truly are. Draco gazed at Svetlana with admiration. Merlin, their future children would undoubtedly be exceptionally clever. Lana remained oblivious to Draco's train of thought. She felt somewhat tired and quickly laid out her final design. Potter acquired the map, and when he encountered me, he said something along the lines of, I'm sorry I didn't see your name. What does this imply? The map reveals everyone's exact location. Draco felt a chill run down his back. It was an odd sensation. A map that could pinpoint his whereabouts at any moment. He glanced at the old parchment on the table, silenced. Thus, I handed the map to the professor, who would undoubtedly attempt to decipher it. However, the Marauders had a poor relationship with the professor, and if that map is indeed a magical object, the outcome would not bode well. Given the professor's disposition, he would certainly pass this on to Lupin. Upon receiving the map, what would Lupin do? The once glorious Marauders, 2 dead, 1 fled. He was not faring well either. He would undoubtedly open the map to reminisce, and perhaps by sheer coincidence, he would see a name on the map. Draco and Lana simultaneously uttered that name. Peter Pettigrew. He would certainly seek an answer, and he would receive the map just around the full moon. The 3 saviors would undoubtedly follow him. If he were to transform under the full moon, he would surely attack those nearby. Thus, if Black were to hide in the campus as an animagus, he would undoubtedly rush to protect that Potter. And then, it all unfolds. Lana covered her mouth with her hand, elegantly yawning to the side, leaning into Draco's embrace. Fatigue evident in her voice. She seldom stayed up late, and now felt somewhat drained. Yet at that moment, her heart brimmed with victorious satisfaction, I admit. All of this required a stroke of luck, but the heavens always favor their most loyal believers. Now, we have grasped the answer itself. Doubt is the genesis of all reasoning, Draco. When all possibilities have been eliminated, the remaining one, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. All these clues ultimately converge upon the most unlikely answer. Lana nestled deeper into her blankets, her voice muffled as it emerged from beneath the covers. Dear, good night. Perhaps you could wake me at 7. I still need to have a serious discussion with Professor Dumbledore. Draco promptly tucked her in, enveloping her in his arms and gently soothing her. Before long, Lana's breathing became steady, and she drifted off to sleep. Svetlana was indeed weary this time. She felt remarkably secure in Draco's warm embrace, falling into a deep slumber. Draco held her, his eyes wide open, gazing at the tinted ceiling, utterly devoid of sleepiness. Outside, Dawn donned a veil of soft light, illuminating the night. Chapter 116, Heroes and Traitors. It was an ordinary day. The morning arrived as expected, sunlight flooding Hogwarts. Dumbledore, clad in a vibrant purple nightgown, stood in his office, preparing to enjoy his first piece of candy for the day. Suddenly, he received a message from Honest, transmitted through special channels, requesting a meeting with the Duchess. So early? Dumbledore's hand, which held the candy, froze momentarily, a sense of unease washing over him. He quickly reviewed recent matters in his mind. Umbridge? She was already unfortunate enough, currently resting in the hospital wing. Black? That one had yet to be captured. Castle defenses? Hadn't those Russians added a layer of enchantment themselves? Or was it Lupin? Lupin? This was disastrous. The more Dumbledore pondered, the more anxious he became. Acutely aware of his advancing age, the mere thought filled him with a sense of old man's dread. Lana and Draco, entirely unburdened, leisurely strolled to the office door after enjoying breakfast. Honest followed closely behind, cradling 2 square boxes draped in black cloth. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had already composed himself, wearing his customary gentle smile, though a glimmer of vigilance lingered in the depths of his gaze. "Come in, my dear children, and Mr. Malfoy." Dumbledore's voice was slightly hoarse. "I wonder what brings the Duchess here at such an early hour." Lana greeted the headmaster with a radiant smile, directly taking a seat in her familiar high-backed chair. Draco stood beside her, striving to appear as composed as Lana. Upon witnessing the Duchess's sweet smile, an inkling of trepidation gripped Dumbledore's heart. Merlin, such a smile could only herald trouble. Honest gently placed the 2 boxes on Dumbledore's desk and silently stepped aside. Without any pleasantries, Lana pointed towards the boxes, her tone as light as if discussing the weather. "Consider this an early Easter gift for you, headmaster. You may choose either to open." Dumbledore's smile faltered momentarily. He gazed at the 2 identical black boxes, as if they contained Voldemort himself. This unknown choice filled him with profound discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Dumbledore's gaze wandered between the 2 boxes. Ultimately, with a weighty heart, he chose the left one. He extended his hand, slowly lifting the black cloth. Inside lay a lifeless mouse, appearing utterly devoid of vitality, its body rigid, frozen in a running posture as if petrified by some potent magic. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, confused as he looked at Lana. "Duchess, I fail to understand. Is this merely a mouse?" A mischievous grin crept onto Lana's face, akin to that of a prankster savoring a successful jest. She lightly remarked, eager to witness the headmaster's reaction, "Congratulations, headmaster. You have chosen Peter Pettigrew." "What?" Dumbledore exclaimed in shock, the usually composed visage cracking. He could barely contain his expression, staring down at the filthy, grotesque creature. Draco, observing the old headmaster's bewildered and somewhat comical expression, swiftly lowered his head, biting his lip to suppress a laugh. "Merlin, think of something sorrowful." He desperately recalled the image of being pummeled by Professor Alexei, barely managing to stifle the urge to laugh. All right, he had to admit. He felt an immense sense of pride for his Svetlana. Dumbledore suddenly leaned down, examining the petrified mouse, missing a toe. If this was indeed Peter, if he were still alive. All levity and pretense evaporated. Dumbledore's countenance turned grave. He straightened up, his blue eyes locking onto Lana's. "Your Highness, I believe we must summon Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and, if possible, Professor Lupin immediately. We need witnesses." Lana had anticipated this request, nodding gracefully. "Of course, headmaster. The more witnesses, the clearer the truth." She paused slightly, her golden eyes meeting Dumbledore's with profound significance, adding, "Professor Lupin may be somewhat inconvenient, but Professor McGonagall will suffice. However, do not forget Mr. Harry Potter. I believe he has a right to know the truth." Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. Inconvenient for Lupin? What manner of inconvenience? The old headmaster began to tremble slightly, and with rare kindness, Lana added, "Do not worry. Professor Lupin is still alive, merely in need of rest. We shall discuss his matters later. For now, let us address the situation with Black. After all official procedures are concluded, I hope we, you, I, and perhaps Mr. Malfoy, can engage in a thorough discussion on how to properly handle this gift and the series of subsequent issues it entails." Dumbledore regarded the remarkably young, yet astonishingly astute girl before him, slowly nodding. The chessboard of Hogwarts, and indeed the entire wizarding world, might be on the verge of transformation. The professors soon arrived. Professor McGonagall wore a serious expression. Upon rising that morning, she had witnessed the Gryffindor hourglass completely void of stones, sending a sharp pang through her heart. Soon after, she learned from Snape that Harry and his friends had ventured out at night, even engaging in battle with a werewolf, which rendered her countenance utterly grim. What a calamity! She glanced at Dumbledore, who shared a similarly somber expression, and sighed inwardly. Snape appeared ghostly pale, his steps somewhat unsteady, casting a complex gaze towards Lana. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also joined them. Ron, upon hearing that his pet rat was embroiled in significant matters, insisted on accompanying them. Hermione, recognizing the chaos had already escalated, figured adding her presence would make little difference. With everyone assembled, Lana gracefully rose and cleared her throat. Clad in her school robe, she still exuded an innate nobility that could not be concealed. Now that everyone is here, we may begin. She surveyed the group, her voice steady. Last night, personnel from my family stationed near the Forbidden Forest for routine ecological observation heard unusual sounds of combat. For safety reasons, they approached the vicinity of the Whomping Willow to investigate. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's faces turned pale instantly, their memories of the previous night's chaos flooding back. Harry's last recollection was of picking up his wand, preparing to confront Lupin alongside the professors, and then, nothing. They awoke in the hospital wing this morning, utterly oblivious to what had transpired thereafter. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a scene of utter disarray. Her gaze swept over Snape and the 3 Gryffindors, all of whom lay unconscious and utterly spent. More perilous still, a gentleman in the guise of a werewolf readied himself to launch an assault on the incapacitated students. The trio of young wizards gasped in terror, recoiling in horror. My subordinates subdued the rampaging werewolf, ensuring the safety of all present. However, as they cleared the area, they stumbled upon 2 anomalies. I happened to be delving deeply into the study of animagi, Lana remarked, gesturing for Honest to unveil another box that had been shrouded in a black cloth. As the fabric fell away, it revealed a petrified large black dog. Its emaciated form appeared pitifully gaunt. It's him, Harry exclaimed, rising abruptly, excitement lacing his voice as he addressed Dumbledore. Professor, it's this dog. It tackled the werewolf last night, protecting us. It saved us. Lana remained non-committal to Harry's fervor, continuing to drop a bombshell. I believe these gentlemen may harbor certain secrets. With that, she gracefully took her seat, as though she had merely concluded a lecture. Draco leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Brilliant, Svetka. You just sounded like a queen declaring a judgment." Lana tilted her head, offering him a smile, her fingertips lightly grazing his palm. Draco understood her cue, and beneath the ample sleeves of his robe, their fingers intertwined firmly. The others, however, were not as buoyant. Animagus. Professor McGonagall's gaze sharpened instantaneously as she scrutinized the situation, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it bears the mark of animagus magic. Harry and his companions turned ashen. A wizard had appeared on campus. Ron began to tremble. No way, if Scabbers is an animagus. With a nod from Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall raised her wand, first directing it towards the petrified rat. A flash of light enveloped it, and the drab creature began to contort violently, expanding before the astonished eyes of all. It swiftly elongated and morphed, ultimately revealing a short, portly man with thinning hair, none other than the long-deceased Peter Pettigrew. Ugh! Draco let out an unmistakable retch, appalled that a creature of such caliber had been kept so close by the Weasley. Ron's complexion flushed deeper than his sweater, staring at the repugnant, greasy man with his stomach churning as if countless flobberworms were crawling within him. He felt utterly sullied, his voice tinged with anguish. Merlin's most rotund underwear. I shared a bed with him for so long. I even shared food with him. He felt as though he would never be clean again. As Lana listened to Ron, she closed her eyes momentarily. Thankfully, she had eaten breakfast that morning. Next, Professor McGonagall directed her wand towards the petrified black dog. The gaunt creature began to stretch and transform in the light. Ultimately, a tattered, haggard man emerged, bearing a visage that still faintly reflected a once handsome countenance. Snape erupted in fury, pointing his wand directly at him. "Sirius Black, you wretched soul, how dare you show your face?" Sirius stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He scanned the room, his gray eyes desperately and greedily locking onto Harry's face. What unfolded next shattered 12 years of preconceived notions for everyone present. The truth unraveled like a delicate thread. The true secret keeper, the one who betrayed the Potters, the one who cruelly murdered that muggle on the street and framed Sirius Black, who had endured unjust suffering and torment in Azkaban for 12 years. The medal-wearing hero turned out to be a despicable traitor, while the much-maligned traitor was, in fact, a wronged hero. Harry's face turned as pale as parchment as he stood there, his body trembling slightly. So this was the truth. His parents had been betrayed by their most trusted friend. The man deemed the Dark Lord's assassin was his godfather, his father's closest brother, who had gone so far as to escape prison to capture the true culprit and even attempted to protect him at the last moment. Peter Pettigrew was weeping profusely, kneeling and begging for mercy. The gaunt man looked upon Harry with an intensity filled with heat, guilt, and profound affection. Sirius Black gazed at Harry, both crying and laughing. his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions long thought lost. Harry trembled, while Ron and Hermione looked at him with concern. It was an indescribable feeling, grief, rage, and an unprecedented pang of sorrow. So this was it. He had lost his parents, lost 12 years of familial connection. Yet at this moment, he seemed to have found a family member, one bound to him by blood, deeply connected to his parents. It appeared he could indeed harbor the possibility of happiness. Tears welled in Harry's eyes, yet he did not wipe them away. He simply gazed at his godfather, at the man who was equally awash in tears. In the desolate wasteland of despair, he finally glimpsed a flicker of light. Lana and Draco observed the entire scene with impassive expressions. Draco sighed inwardly at the sight of his nominal uncle. Mother is bound to be heartbroken again. The office was enveloped in silence, save for Peter's pitiful pleas and Sirius Black's stifled sobs. The injustices of an era were finally laid to rest. Chapter 117. A dialogue with you as the next head of the family. After 12 years, the wrongful accusation had been vindicated. Minister Cornelius Fudge rushed to Hogwarts upon receiving the news. When he beheld the living Peter Pettigrew, he nearly fainted on the spot, his complexion ashen. Who could have imagined a man could conceal himself as a rat for 12 years? Confronted with such undeniable facts, Fudge trembled as he accepted this revolutionary truth. He ordered the Aurors to apprehend Pettigrew, incoherently promising to initiate proceedings to exonerate Sirius Black and restore his honor immediately. The students in black retreated to rest, while the professors exchanged glances before rising to leave the headmaster's office. With urgent matters addressed, Fudge wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned a placating gaze towards the silent lady. Recently, his tenure had been tumultuous. His subordinates had begun to pay lip service, often treating his directives with indifference, while Lucius and other pureblood families had ceased their financial support, even subtly conspiring against him. Fudge understood that the lady was likely behind this. He had repeatedly urged Umbridge to take swift action, yet she was preoccupied, spending half her time in the hospital wing. He was not without rivals. He now found himself precariously balanced on a tightrope, with those below waiting for him to fall so they could tear him to shreds. Time and again, he sought to engage the lady in conversation, hoping to gauge her stance or explore potential cooperation, but he was invariably rebuffed. An urgency colored Fudge's gaze. Just as he mustered a smile, before he could speak, Honest stepped forward, positioning himself between Fudge and the lady. Minister, since you were reluctant to meet with the lady from the start, you need not pursue it any further. Please. Fudge's smile froze, and he opened his mouth, only to sheepishly close it under the icy gaze of Honest. Dumbledore felt an exhilarating surge of satisfaction. Swear to Merlin. He beamed at Fudge as he was ushered out of the headmaster's office, even waving him off with an air of leisure. How delightful it is to witness you avoiding responsibility. Now, you find yourself in desperate need, yet they ignore your pleas. It is only fitting that you experience the bitter taste of defeat before the Grand Duchess. As the clamor subsided, the office was left with only Lana, Draco, and Dumbledore seated behind the desk. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment, his gaze settling on Draco. Mr. Malfoy? Draco inhaled deeply, straightening his already proud posture. This was the first time he was engaging Dumbledore as an equal in negotiation. No longer were they merely student and headmaster, they were heir and statesman. Draco regarded the greatest wizard of this century, observing the headmaster's blue eyes that seemed to pierce through all pretense. He felt an undeniable tension rising within him, causing his fingertips to grow slightly cold. Every young wizard had grown up hearing tales of Dumbledore and the Savior. They all understood the magnitude of his greatness. He was the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the architect of the war against dark magic, and the vanquisher of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. He discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood and partnered with Nicholas Flamel to pioneer new realms in alchemy. Draco felt both reverence and the innate prejudice of his pure-blood lineage as he scrutinized Dumbledore. At this moment, he needed to secure as much advantage for his family as possible under the guidance of this astute elder. Svetlana sensed his apprehension but remained silent, merely offering her quiet support. Behind every dazzling success lies the courage to take that difficult first step. It is challenging, yet it must be taken. The wings of an eagle must truly soar through the skies to become more resilient. Draco lifted his chin, embodying the characteristic pride of the Malfoy family. Headmaster Dumbledore. I stand here as the future head of the Malfoy and Black families, representing the Malfoy family as a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, to engage in dialogue with you. He met Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze head-on, his youthful eyes sharp and unyielding. Regarding Sirius Black, he was once a member of the Black family, and I find it necessary to discuss his future arrangements with you. Furthermore, concerning the grave incident that transpired within the confines of Hogwarts Castle last night, I believe the board has ample authority to request a detailed explanatory report from the school and to question the effectiveness of the current castle security management. Dumbledore listened attentively, scrutinizing the young man before him. In his memory, Draco Malfoy had once been that pale, slender boy who masked his unease with arrogance. He knew that Grand Duchess Romanov had chosen him, yet he had not closely observed the boy's transformation. The Draco seated before him now was tall and robust, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, already reflecting the influence of his father, Lucius Malfoy, yet distinctly different. He seemed to have shed the superficial sense of superiority, replaced by a self-assurance born of strength and status. He sat beside the Grand Duchess, shoulder to shoulder, articulating his thoughts with conviction and reason. Dumbledore momentarily lost his focus, his heart tightening slightly. He may have underestimated the pace at which this young Malfoy had matured. His gaze flitted between the Grand Duchess and Draco, the girl exuding an icy nobility, the boy radiating sharp pride. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a harmonious and powerful aura around them. The old headmaster sighed softly in his heart, filled with a complex sense of admiration. They truly complement each other. He was genuinely envious of Igor and Lucius. Perhaps a new era heralded by the younger generation is indeed approaching. Draco remained oblivious to Dumbledore's momentary distraction, fully immersed in his role as heir and governor. With poise, he retrieved a parchment from a dragonhide folder, placing it on Dumbledore's desk. As he raised his hand, sunlight caught the gemstone ring symbolizing the Malfoy family lineage, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Dumbledore paused, finding the scene oddly familiar. He sighed, picking up the document and swiftly scanning its contents. Firstly, in light of the contributions regarding this incident, the Malfoy family seeks to become the chair of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, thereby obtaining half of the voting rights within the board. We possess sufficient strength and are more than willing to be accountable to all students and their parents. Additionally, concerning significant security matters within the castle, the Malfoy family is willing to establish a joint oversight mechanism with the Romanov family. Secondly, we need to clarify Sirius Black's legal status. Dumbledore raised his gaze to Draco, who neither flinched nor averted his eyes. He had been disowned by his family, but the Black family was willing to offer assistance to ensure he could live as a free man, provided he voluntarily relinquished the Black surname and all associated rights, thus averting potential disputes over family inheritance. Draco felt himself settling into the role. The initial tension ebbed away, and he even began to negotiate with ease. With Mr. Potter's wishes in mind, it appears he desires to live with his godfather. Surely, you do not wish for Sirius and his godson to find themselves homeless, do you? Dumbledore nodded gravely, continuing to read. Thirdly, I, representing the Malfoy family as a governor and future chair, request that Hogwarts publicly disclose the qualifications and backgrounds of prospective professors to the board 1 month in advance, with formal appointments contingent upon a vote by the board. I shall submit a formal proposal in writing. We cannot tolerate werewolves entering a school filled with young witches and wizards. It is imperative that the next individual entering the campus is not a heinous Death Eater. Lana watched Draco speak with fervor, her eyes shining brightly. To be frank, he was utterly captivating at this moment. Lastly, I hope you, as the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, will exonerate the Black family. The wrongful conviction of Sirius has similarly cast a shadow over the Black family for 12 years. You must publicly clarify the Black family's position regarding this miscarriage of justice through media outlets such as the Daily Prophet, restoring the family's honor completely. Once all terms were communicated, Draco felt a lingering sense of anticipation. He sensed something awakening within him, narrowing his eyes as he mentally calculated whether there was anything else to add. After all, he and Svetlana were not direct victims in this instance and could not demand substantial emotional compensation or preferential educational resources from the school, which was somewhat regrettable. However, the spoils they had obtained privately were considerable enough. He had assessed the quality of the invisibility cloak, finding it to be an extraordinarily rare magical artifact. Alas, he mused, he and Svetlana were simply too kind-hearted. Draco ruefully stroked his chin. They had indeed rendered significant assistance, holding more truths and resources, yet chose the gentlest approach in negotiations. How amiable the Romanovs and Malfoys had become. Dumbledore regarded the document with a complex expression. With reason and evidence, every detail meticulously accounted for, even Sirius Black, no, perhaps he shall simply be referred to as Sirius henceforth, had anticipated every conceivable outcome. He might count himself fortunate that neither Malfoy nor the Duchess suffered any repercussions from this incident. Otherwise, he could have found himself perilously close to losing his very life. Mr. Malfoy, I wish you all the best. I have nothing more to say, the old headmaster sighed as he inscribed his name upon the document. Draco observed the enchantment take effect on the parchment, his fingers curling slightly in excitement. He had succeeded. He could not restrain himself from glancing at the Duchess, his eyes sparkling with joy. How splendid it was that this pivotal moment in his life was shared with her. Lana unreservedly reached out to tousle his hair, her expression one of approval. Dumbledore observed the young couple's interaction, his face betraying no emotion as he popped a sweet into his mouth. What type of candy was this? Too saccharine, almost cloying. Svetlana turned to Dumbledore, giving a slight nod. Headmaster, it is now our turn. Dumbledore began to feel a wave of anxiety. The main event was about to unfold. Lana smiled at the elderly man's visibly tense demeanor. The Romanov family never engages in unprofitable ventures. I trust you can afford the corresponding price. She produced a chocolate frog card from her handbag and slowly slid it across the table toward Dumbledore. Let us commence with the prophecy. Chapter 118, The Two Boys in the Prophecy. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he regarded the chocolate frog card, even lifting it for closer examination. It appeared to be an ordinary card, devoid of any particular significance. Your Highness, what is this? Headmaster, she replied. This year on the Hogwarts Express, I drew 2 cards. The first was you, and the second, Cassandra Trelawney. Dumbledore scrutinized Lana's rare golden eyes, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. What was the world as perceived by the Duchess? Could she truly discern connections invisible to ordinary eyes? Unfazed by Dumbledore's scrutiny, Lana continued, At that moment, I felt it was perhaps not mere coincidence. You see, we have conversed numerous times this year, and each encounter has yielded substantial insights. Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he had not sought dialogue with the Duchess. Moreover, Ms. Trelawney was renowned for her prophecies. Lana leaned slightly forward. Thus, given our alliance to vanquish Voldemort, Headmaster, do you possess any secrets pertinent to this matter? Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Faced with such a perceptive ally, certain truths could not remain hidden indefinitely. They both understood that Voldemort would undoubtedly return. Cultivating a savior to confront Voldemort was an entirely different endeavor from what the Duchess and her family intended. The contributions made during the war would dictate the spoils of peace. If the Russians sought too much, little would remain for them. Yet, as he laid bare his cards, this Duchess remained inscrutable. To be frank, he had harbored suspicions from the very beginning regarding today's revelations. Were Harry and his companions merely a serendipitous discovery by the family? There was undoubtedly more at play here, perhaps orchestrated by this Duchess. However, he possessed no evidence. Lupin remained in her grasp, still unaware of what conditions she might propose. It was indeed a retreat on all fronts. Silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the sound of silverware clinking. Lana did not rush him. She relaxed slightly, retrieving an ivory fan from her pocket. The fan's delicate ribs felt sumptuous to the touch, adorned with intricate floral engravings. This was a gift purchased with Draco's first earnings, imbued with significant meaning, and had become a cherished possession of Lana's, often brought out for her amusement. Draco had finally realized he could not outshine his father in presenting gemstones. Thus, he sought a different approach, attempting to win her favor through ingenuity. Recently, he had personally acquired numerous pieces of jewelry made from ivory, jade, coral, and other exquisite materials. Each item was refined and elegant, which had evoked envy among Daphne and her peers. Lana gently waved the fan, her demeanor exuding grace and leisure. It seemed as though she had merely come to discuss afternoon tea arrangements, rather than to delve into matters of life and death. Draco summoned Nini to bring forth hot tea and snacks. The 2 young Slytherins indulged in refreshments within the headmaster's office, as comfortable as if they were in their own quarters. Dumbledore observed them, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Did this not seem to be his office? Ah, Slytherin. Though he harbored his private misgivings, he accepted the Duchess's offered cup of red tea, adding a lethal quantity of sugar. If he could not evade it, he would face it head-on. Your Highness, as you wish, he conceded, there indeed exists a prophecy articulated by Sybil Trelawney during her interview, concerning Harry and Voldemort. Upon hearing the name Trelawney, Lana's previously animated expression abruptly froze. Not her again. She pursed her lips, lacking the most basic trust in this theatrically enigmatic divination professor. Dumbledore noted her reaction, unable to suppress a wry smile. I understand. Sybil's usual demeanor makes it difficult to take her seriously. However, I can assure you on my honor that the prophecy is genuine. The old headmaster paused, as if perpetually vowing his integrity to the Duchess. Your Highness, you know I have never deceived you. Lana regarded the headmaster, non-committal. Dumbledore sighed, his tone growing somber. It was precisely because of this prophecy that James and Lily chose to employ the Fidelius charm to conceal themselves. Once they selected their secret keeper, I was unaware of their precise whereabouts. Ultimately, his gaze seemed to pierce through time, returning to that fateful moment of decision. The prophecy indicated that 2 children possessed the potential to conquer the Dark Lord. One was Harry Potter, and the other, Neville Longbottom. Neville Longbottom? Draco interjected, his voice raising in disbelief. The Savior Longbottom. Merlin, I can scarcely fathom it. That clumsy, timid Neville Longbottom as Voldemort's nemesis? How utterly ludicrous. If Longbottom could become a savior, the Malfoy family would surely have made substantial contributions to defeating the Dark Lord. Lana frowned. What do you mean by the boy possessing the power to conquer the Dark Lord? Headmaster, I hope our conversation can be more candid. Perhaps you could share the specific details of the prophecy with me? Dumbledore nodded, slowly articulating the prophecy that changed everything. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice opposed him. Born as the 7th month dies. The Dark Lord marks him as his equal, but he possesses a power the Dark Lord knows not. And one must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born at the end of the 7th month. Voldemort chose Harry Potter, whom he perceived as the greater threat. No one knew what transpired that fateful night, but the prophecy came to fruition. Voldemort vanished, and Harry survived. Perhaps there exists a magic of love, or perhaps no one truly comprehends the events that have transpired. The old headmaster removed his glasses to wipe them, his eyes glistening with emotion. Lana and Draco exchanged a significant glance. This news held great importance. They now had to pay heed not only to the Savior, Potter, but also to Neville Longbottom. After a prolonged contemplation, Lana found herself at a loss to discern what was particularly special about Longbottom. Surely, it could not be that he had accidentally vanquished Voldemort while brewing potions. Although momentarily perplexed, she committed this information to memory, as she had a more pressing task at hand today. Headmaster, the information you provided is indeed crucial. Now, I believe we can discuss Sirius. He has the potential to clear his name, and the Romanov family could be of significant assistance. Thus, what might he be able to exchange for this? Of course, do not feel compelled to make any promises just yet. With a swift motion, the fan unfurled in her hand, and she admired its intricate patterns, speaking softly. You are aware of my desires, so perhaps we might bypass the unnecessary preambles and delve directly into the substantive matters at hand. Dumbledore felt that he had sighed more frequently today than he had throughout the entire previous year, rubbing his furrowed brow. Your Highness, my colleagues in the Order of the Phoenix and I have indeed exerted every effort to locate a possible hiding place for a Horcrux. He carefully chose his words. However, the situation there is exceedingly complex. It may require my personal intervention to ensure safety. Lana appeared undeterred by the difficulties inherent in his statement. With a sharp clap, she snapped the fan shut, the ivory ribs producing a crisp sound. And the time frame? Dumbledore pondered before offering a rather vague assurance. This summer. I will do my utmost to resolve this matter during the summer break. Lana found his response somewhat satisfactory, yet she was far from finished. The tip of her ivory fan lightly tapped against her palm as she presented new terms of exchange. Is Sirius's freedom truly worth merely a clue regarding a Horcrux? I would posit that a seasoned, formidable wizard filled with animosity towards Voldemort returning to the battlefield could prove invaluable to both you and the Order, could he not? Dumbledore's graying brows twitched slightly. He was certain that the young Duchess was indeed taking advantage of the Elder's position. After a moment's reflection, he cautiously responded. Regarding the number of Horcruxes, based on the clues we possess and Tom Riddle's particular proclivities, it is likely that there are 7. Likely? Lana's golden eyes narrowed slightly, revealing uncertainty. Your Highness, I can assure you, in my capacity as an honorary member of the Duke of Honey, that I am truly being forthright. We only know that Tom Riddle once inquired of his then potions professor, Slughorn, about the possibility of splitting one's soul 7 times. He posed the question, yet the professor did not provide an answer. We surmise that, given his cautious nature, he most likely did pursue this endeavor. Yet, ultimately, this remains conjecture. However, I believe he would certainly conceal it in the most secure manner possible. Lana pondered briefly, asking about 7, which implies 6, taking into account the one belonging to him. Silence enveloped the office once more as Lana gently caressed the smooth ivory ribs of her fan, weighing the truthfulness of Dumbledore's words. 6 Horcruxes. They had now resolved the notebook, the golden cup, and the diadem. Dumbledore was on the verge of addressing the next. Only 2 remained, which did not seem overly daunting. Lana felt a sense of buoyancy. They had nearly extracted all the value from Sirius. The clues regarding the Horcruxes and their quantity were satisfactory. And let us not forget, she still held another bargaining chip. Very well, then, regarding our Professor Lupin. Svetlana rose slowly, making her way to the window, gazing at the picturesque view of Hogwarts outside. She recalled standing here as a newcomer, gazing out at a foreign land. Now, she stood here, striving to secure her family's interests, pressing forward. Turning, she stood against the light, her golden eyes flickering in the halo. "Headmaster, I shall be direct. The Romanov family has high hopes for Barty Crouch. We are willing to support his ascent to the position of Deputy Minister of Magic. A weak and ineffectual minister only serves as a burden. We require a more assertive, dark-hating minister, do we not? I have heard that he publicly severed ties with his only son simply because he is a Death Eater. I admire his fortitude. Perhaps he could provide us with some assistance in the execution of our subsequent plans." Dumbledore exhaled, relieved. Although the Duchess's request was somewhat sensitive, they were indeed allies in this endeavor. He wished for Fudge to vacate his position more than anyone else. Lana raised her index finger towards Dumbledore, stating, "One werewolf. In exchange for a deputy minister's seat. Fudge has been entrenched in politics for many years. He will not fall easily. However, we can circumvent him. The Romanovs cannot overtly interfere in British affairs. Hence, we hope you, Mr. Dumbledore, will lend your esteemed position in the wizarding world to provide tangible support." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. He had already incurred enough losses today. This condition was not overly demanding, and he found it rather agreeable. Lana regarded the elderly headmaster, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Glory only crowns the victors. The sensation of wielding complete control was indeed gratifying. Today's negotiations had posed no challenge whatsoever. As the matters concluded, she was reluctant to linger any longer. Draco, perceptive as ever, rose and nodded to the headmaster, turning to leave alongside Lana from the office. Dumbledore watched their retreating figures, lost in thought for an extended moment. Chapter 119. The Shackles of Liberation. At this moment, the sun was nearing its zenith. The warm golden rays cascaded upon the stone corridor, dispelling some of the lingering chill. The lawns of the courtyard sprouted with flecks of tender green, resembling a finely woven velvet blanket. In the distance, the lofty beech trees adorned with pale yellow buds swayed gently in the breeze, akin to countless twinkling points of light. The spring wind caressed the surface of the black lake, creating delicate ripples. Students laughed as they passed by Lana and Draco, gathering in groups by the lakeside for picnics and festivities, creating a lively atmosphere. This was a season of rejuvenation, with the air infused with the fresh scents of earth, grass, and blooming flowers. Hogwarts resembled a giant awakening from a prolonged slumber, stretching its limbs, with warmth, brightness, and quietly burgeoning hope filling every corner. Having just departed from the headmaster's office, Lana and Draco were in no rush to return to their dormitory. The weighty schemes concerning family interests and the balance of the wizarding world were temporarily set aside, and Lana felt an uncommon lightness, as if shedding a heavy burden. In this moment, she simply wished to relish the tranquility. "Shall we take a stroll?" Draco would naturally not decline. He took her hand, their fingers intertwining effortlessly. With no particular destination in mind, they meandered through the castle corridors. They passed by the hall adorned with moving portraits, where the painted figures, too, seemed to be affected by the fine weather, their quarrels diminished, and some even dozing against the frames. They spoke not of the recently concluded negotiations, nor of the next steps to be taken, and there was minimal chatter between them. They simply walked in silence, savoring the warmth of each other's hands, listening to the distant chirping of birds and the gentle sounds of the Black Lake's waters. Occasionally, Draco would glance at her, his eyes revealing unabashed affection and contentment. In this moment, time seemed to stand still, flowing slowly and gently. The elements that formed the very foundation of their world, conspiracy, responsibility, lineage, and power, appeared to be temporarily dissolved beneath the warmth of the spring sun. They were merely an ordinary pair of youths in the school, hand in hand, wandering aimlessly on a sun-drenched afternoon, sharing a tranquil silence that needed no words. Lana even slightly closed her eyes, tilting her face upwards, allowing the sun to kiss her cheeks. Draco observed her relaxed profile, a smile unconsciously curving at the corners of his mouth as he tightened his grip on her hand. Yet, this fleeting moment of serenity did not endure for long. Not far away, several figures stood quietly waiting. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the man who had just escaped the nightmare of Azkaban. Lana felt a twinge of exasperation. Must they conclude every year with such convoluted interactions? She was not fond of this routine. Draco's gaze fell upon Sirius. The man had evidently undergone a hasty grooming, donning a relatively clean and tidy outfit. His tousled black hair had been roughly combed, and his beard trimmed, revealing a defined jawline, cleansed of dirt and madness. His features bore faint traces of the handsome lineage of the Black family, making him appear a decade younger. However, the deep-set shadows under his eyes and the fatigue etched between his brows still told tales of his past suffering. Harry was the first to step forward, standing awkwardly before the young princess. "Your Highness, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for Sirius." He understood that without her intervention, the truth might have remained buried for a long time, and Sirius could have been forever unjustly condemned. Lana inclined her head slightly, accepting his gratitude. Hermione followed closely. Your Highness, I sincerely appreciate your assistance last night, and thank you for revealing the truth before the headmaster today. Ron stood beside her, uttering a brief thank you, yet fell silent thereafter. Please forgive him. He did not wish to withhold his gratitude, but he was still reeling from the shock. That greasy, loathsome man had lingered in his pocket for so many years, even sleeping beside him, sharing food intimately. Merlin's beard, it was truly revolting. A wave of nausea constricted Ron's throat, leaving him pale. Svetlana appeared calm on the surface, though internally, she felt quite uneasy. Truth be told, she could hardly fathom why they felt the need to express their gratitude each year. In her education, self-interest and value far outweighed mere emotional acknowledgments. She simply did not know how to engage in such heartfelt dialogues with the Gryffindors. She had utilized the savior, yet felt no remorse. Manipulating this identity to stir the waters, leveraging the savior's impulse to uncover the truth behind the Black affair, thereby eliminating the latent threat to Draco. Exploiting the Gryffindors' recklessness to expose Lupin's identity, she remained unmoved as they faced their fears. They were merely paying the price for their prior rashness, and she had given them appropriate rewards. It all seemed perfectly reasonable. Lana glanced at the trio, their eyes sparkling with gratitude, and subtly averted her gaze. She found it truly challenging to interact with such fervent individuals. Their intensity was overwhelming, and she preferred to avoid such strong emotions. Sirius stood a little further back, gazing at Lana, his gray eyes reflecting sincere gratitude. Your Highness, his voice slightly hoarse, I will forever remember this kindness. He paused, concern flickering in his eyes. How is Remus? Where is he? Professor Lupin is currently safe and in a stable mental state, Lana replied succinctly. You will be able to see him soon. She had little interest in discussing subsequent arrangements. That was naturally for Dumbledore and the professionals to handle, and she need not elaborate. The necessary expressions of gratitude had been conveyed, and the pertinent information shared. For a moment, both parties fell into a delicate silence, devoid of words. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, failing to penetrate the slightly awkward atmosphere. Sirius's gaze shifted to Draco. He scrutinized the boy's signature platinum hair, observing the emerging angles of his face. You must be a Malfoy, Sirius remarked, a grin breaking out that carried a hint of youthful rebellion. Young man, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. Draco met his gaze without flinching, returning Sirius's scrutiny, studying those gray eyes. Suddenly, something stirred within him. Those eyes, filled with defiance and stubbornness, bore a striking resemblance to his mother's. This realization caused a slight upheaval in Draco's heart, though he quickly suppressed it. He raised his chin, responding with a tone that was both reserved and aloof. Then, you were once a Black. But that is no longer the case. Sirius paused, and then a smile of relief and nonchalance spread across his face. That smile dispelled the gloom that had settled between his brows, as if lifting a heavy shackle. Draco gazed at that liberated smile, struggling to comprehend this uncle. Family was a shackle, yet also an honor, a life, something worth sacrificing everything for. But he truly did not care. It's all right, Sirius shrugged, a hint of his youthful spirit evident in the gesture. As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of outsiders. He looked at Draco, standing alongside the young princess, who already exhibited the poise of an exemplary heir. All right. Good lad, far better than he was. Perhaps that ancient, decayed family, rife with prejudice, would veer in a different direction under the stewardship of this young Malfoy. Please convey my regards to your mother, Sirius added softly, a tinge of regret in his tone. He knew his past betrayal must have caused this cousin considerable distress and suffering. Draco fell silent for a moment, contemplating this nominal uncle. The man who had brought shame to the family, yet bore immense injustice. He recalled his mother occasionally sighing over the Black family tree when no one was around, and her complex, fearful, yet worried expression upon learning of Sirius's escape. The Black family will grant you a gift, sufficient for you to live comfortably anywhere in the wizarding world. Sirius furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to refuse. He had grown accustomed to solitude, to being unbound. I do not need it. My mother has shed many tears because of you, Draco interjected, his voice soft, yet causing the towering man to fall silent instantly. I do not wish for her to feel sorrow or worry over this again. Accept it. Then live well. With that, Draco offered Sirius no opportunity for rebuttal or reflection. He turned to Lana, extending his hand with utmost naturalness. Lana equally placed her hand in his palm, as if this was a gesture rehearsed countless times. There were no emotional farewells, no backward glances, no more parting words. Draco led Lana steadily towards the Slytherin common room. The platinum and pale golden locks shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, their silhouettes standing tall and resolute, having left behind the entanglements of past grievances and emotional turmoil. Sirius remained motionless for a considerable time, enveloped in a warm embrace of midday sun. Suddenly, his eyes brimmed with warmth. A complex bond, known as home, reattached itself to him in an alternate manner, one that embodied the respect and blessings from the only remaining blood relatives he had. As he gazed at the play of light and shadow cast upon the ground, he truly felt liberated in that moment. Liberated from hatred, from the hellish confines of Azkaban, from familial oppression, and from quarrels with loved ones. From this day forth, he would simply be Sirius. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood quietly beside him, offering no disturbances. The bustling hall was alive with activity, the clamor gradually rising, as another day at Hogwarts unfolded. Time never halts for anyone. Chapter 120, Lana's Surprise Time. Like a fleeting shadow, swiftly ushered in June. This year, the Slytherin Quidditch team was in exceptional form, clinching the Quidditch Cup with an undefeated record, devoid of any suspense. Even the weather seemed to celebrate their triumph, with warm sunlight inviting one to lounge with a chilled pumpkin juice for an entire afternoon. However, Slytherin's revelry was abruptly curtailed after just a week, as the specter of examinations loomed. Students throughout the castle immersed themselves in fervent preparations for their end-of-term assessments. Fifth-year students were diligently toiling for their owls, while seventh-years engaged in the final skirmishes for their newts. Svetlana, with her abilities far exceeding the curriculum's demands, successfully secured an exemption from divination and defense against the dark arts. Draco, however, was not as fortunate. He still had to sit for exams in all subjects. Beyond academic pressure, Lucius had burdened him with numerous heir duties, often leaving him to study alone into the late hours of the night. Observing Draco's weary demeanor, Lana resolved to surprise him. Draco's birthday fell on June 5th, coinciding with the examination season, allowing only for a modest celebration at school, with a proper birthday feast postponed until summer break. This year, Lana planned a secret birthday party for him in the common room, centered around themes of Quidditch and dragons. Collaborating quietly with Pansy and others, she transformed the common room into a miniature Quidditch museum and dragon collection. The dominant color scheme of deep green remained, yet the decorations were infused with creativity. Colorful streamers and Slytherin Quidditch team flags adorned the vaulted ceiling, while magical projections on the walls replayed classic moments from past Slytherin Quidditch teams, punctuated by the sounds of cheers and the rush of broomsticks. Floating candles, artfully crafted into the shape of golden snitches, fluttered gently, casting a golden glimmer across the room. Notably, dragon-shaped ornaments were scattered throughout, each unique and exquisitely made. There was a Welsh green dragon forged from mithril, perched in a corner of the bookshelf, its scales gleaming with a chilling brilliance, a Hungarian horntail carved from obsidian, wings unfurled in a fierce pose, exuding authority, and a Chinese fireball dragon sculpted from warm jade, translucent and gentle, cradling a small, ever-burning fireball in its mouth. At the center of the room stood a massive sculpture of a fire dragon, nearly a person's height, with lifelike details, each scale vividly depicted. The dragon reared its head proudly, wings partially spread, as if preparing to take flight. Most astonishingly, whenever someone passed by, the dragon sculpture emitted a deep, resonant roar accompanied by a burst of realistic, yet safe, flames, thrilling and captivating. Lana had thoughtfully prepared numerous dragon-shaped cushions and plush toys on the sofas. Adding a whimsical touch, Pansy and Daphne, enviously squeezing the adorable dragon plus highs, realized why Blaise in the second year was so envious. Was the heiress too indulgent? It was somewhat difficult to digest. Damn Malfoy, was he just too fortunate? Observing Pansy and Daphne's envious expressions, Lana smiled as she presented them with gifts she had specially commissioned. A small plush pansy donned a lovely lace dress, while Daphne's plushie sported golden curls reminiscent of her own, adorned with a beautiful bow hairpin. Pansy and Daphne squealed in delight, discarding their dragon plus highs to cherish the gifts from the heiress. They had their own. Who needed dragons? Those were hideous. The long tables on either side were laden with delicacies meticulously crafted by the house elves, with an array of Russian-style pastries and exquisite candies made by Nini on the dessert table. Goyle and Crabbe stood solemnly before the dessert table, like the most loyal toy soldiers, awaiting the arrival of the guest of honor to indulge in a feast. In summary, the entire party exuded an air of elegance and adventure, exemplifying the high standards of the Romanovs. When Draco was lured back to the common room under the pretense of discussing new season strategies with Blaise, he was greeted by a sudden burst of magical lights. Draco, happy birthday. Draco stood frozen, his gaze sweeping over the transformed common room, utterly bewildered. Merlin, his attention was captivated by the colossal dragon, and he circled it several times, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with excitement. Was this modeled after a Romanian ridgeback? It was strikingly accurate. Svetlana, how did you achieve this? Lana laughed as she placed a birthday hat upon his head, a crown crafted from pure gold, adorned with tiny emeralds. Happy birthday, darling. May you enjoy today to the fullest. Friends surrounded Draco, draping him in an opulent emerald cloak. His eyes sparkled, resembling a radiant king. In the center of the room stood a magnificent three-tiered cake, topped with a meticulously crafted figurine of Draco riding a shooting star, alongside a Hungarian horntail spewing candy flames. With excitement, Draco enveloped Lana in his arms, grasping her hand from behind as they jointly wielded the enormous silver cake knife. Amidst the cheers and applause of their peers, they made the first cut together. Do you like it? Lana asked softly, tilting her head to whisper in his ear. Draco nodded vigorously, his eyes shining brighter than the jewels on the crown. He held her waist tightly, unabashedly pressing a kiss on her lips in front of all their Slytherin classmates. He was so happy. The party atmosphere ignited rapidly. The heiress had prepared numerous games from the Russian court, which were entirely novel to the young British wizards. Lana sat amidst the crowd, explaining the rules of the special edition of the Kapkanov tabletop game, Golden Snitch. The older students, who had previously been scattered in small groups, now gathered around, intrigued by the cards and pieces laid out on the table. It's quite simple. You pair up. One person was tasked with the movement. He was to draw a card that indicated the destination the Golden Snitch needed to reach. Lana revealed a card, which stated that the snitch must land in the first vase on the shelf. Subsequently, he was to wield his magical powers to control the erratic Golden Snitch, guiding it to its destination. Only then could his teammate, representing stillness, move their piece on the board. The fastest team would receive a delightful surprise egg, containing gifts I had prepared. This sounded immensely entertaining, and everyone was eager to participate. Naturally, the protagonists of the day were paired with the Duchess. Blaise swiftly placed his arm around Theodore's shoulder, exclaiming that this required intellect. Thus he needed to secure the most astute mind for their team. Theodore shrugged, not rejecting his overture. He had confidence in his own intellect, but little faith in Blaise's. Pansy and Daphne teamed up, while Goyle and Crab also enthusiastically joined in. The other little snakes discreetly expressed their desire to observe the proceedings. Everyone was aware that this was Master Malfoy's birthday party, undoubtedly a domain for him and his friends. As the competition commenced, the atmosphere became intensely competitive. The Golden Snitch proved exceedingly difficult to control, darting about erratically. This demanded heightened concentration and magical finesse. Goyle and Crab attempted to control it, but promptly surrendered, opting instead to munch on snacks and cheer for Draco in muffled tones. Master Draco finally managed to stabilize the little creature with his wand, only for his snitch to be knocked away by another. Ha! Draco, you're pitiful. Blaise's boastful remark was abruptly interrupted as Pansy's snitch collided with his, tragically tumbling to the floor and rolling aside, lifeless. Pansy, you reckless giant. Blaise shouted in outrage at the demise of his snitch. Blaise, you simply lack skill. The surrounding spectators found the scene utterly amusing, unable to contain their laughter. Applause, cheers, and laughter filled the common room, more vibrant than ever, and even Theodore wore a relaxed smile. Ultimately, it was Blaise and Theodore who claimed victory. Draco failed to deliver his snitch to the finish line, leaving Lana with no opportunity to shine. Pansy succeeded, but Daphne, biting her nails, agonized over the chessboard for quite some time before ultimately conceding. No one could outmaneuver Theodore at the chessboard. He blocked all possible paths I could have taken. Theodore chuckled, rising to select a surprise egg to unwrap. Fortune favored him, as he unveiled an entire set of rare magical tomes. Blaise interjected, Wait, Theodore, are you only unwrapping what you desire? What about mine? Theodore glanced at him. I might begrudgingly let you view it after I finish. Draco watched with delight as Blaise faced his defeat, half reclining on the sofa, tears of laughter nearly spilling from his eyes. Seizing the moment, Pansy boldly suggested, Duchess, look how joyful everyone is. How about we host such gatherings at the end of each term? Immediate agreement rippled through the crowd, surrounded by the enthusiasm of the group. Lana playfully responded, If we can maintain such vitality and elegance each time, I believe I could consider it. This elicited a chorus of excited cheers. After the party, Draco returned to his room, joyfully clutching a heap of gifts, meticulously placing them aside. In addition to the crown, Lana had commissioned a high-end Quidditch protection suit for Draco, embellished with intricate protective spells capable of ensuring one remains unscathed from a 30-foot fall. As Draco emerged from his room, he found Lana seated on the soft, emerald green carpet, playfully teasing Kaya, who rolled around at her feet. Kaya displayed her fluffy belly, emitting a loud purr, clearly relishing the moment. It seems you've entirely abandoned your plan to help her lose weight. Lana looked up, smiling helplessly, and reached out to stroke Kaya's increasingly round chin. There's no helping it. She's too charming. Anastas examined her, and said she's slightly overweight but still healthy. Let her enjoy herself. Lana paused, justifying herself, Besides, being a little plump makes her even more cuddly. Upon seeing Draco approach, she instinctively opened her arms. Draco immediately bent down to lift her from the carpet, enveloping her in a tight embrace. He lowered his head, kissing her red lips with precision. This kiss was infused with the sweet aroma of cake and the tipsy essence of butterbeer, tender and lingering. Draco was lost in this sweetness, feeling that all the joy of the evening culminated in this kiss. After a long moment, their lips parted. Draco contentedly rested his forehead against Lana's, breathing slightly heavier. At that moment, he felt Lana's cool fingers gently grasp his left wrist, followed by a weighty object being fastened onto it. He looked down to find an exquisitely designed bracelet. The bracelet featured a classic Cuban link design, robust and textured, gleaming with a silver metallic sheen. It was beautifully crafted, with Lana's personal emblem intricately carved in the center, surrounded by several sparkling diamonds that shimmered under the light. This is... Lana raised her left wrist and gave it a little shake. On her wrist was a distinctly matching bracelet, slightly more delicate in design. A set, Lana explained. A very sophisticated spell allows us to sense each other's approximate direction and location at any time. She raised her golden eyes, half jokingly, half seriously adding, if you regret it, you can still take it off now. Draco gazed at the glimmering light in her eyes, pulling her closer, lowering his head to affectionately nuzzle her smooth cheek with his nose. Regret? I only feel that it's too early. He clasped her hand adorned with the bracelet, intertwining their fingers, the two bracelets sparkling subtly in the dim light. Perhaps from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was already yours. It was a silent bond, one he willingly embraced.